reality. Like it's a similar question as to us asking you, like, is there an edge of space? Like, is there an edge to the universe? What do you know about it? Can you tell me what happens when I get there? Do I fall off? Where do I go?
What do you know about the edge of space?
So is anybody gonna engage with my question or what?
I just engage with it.
Can you answer it?
I just told you we don't make any claims about an edge or the limits to reality.
It might be a
Okay.
language barrier. He doesn't get the English that you're speaking.
So,
Maybe a language barrier.
Let me help him out. If you want to go to the edge of the earth, you just go to the beach and then you walk into the water, and that's the edge.
Yo, wait.
I mean, it's interesting. Is
All
there
right, so
like
listen, this is
edge to
how-
every country?
1 second. So this is how we're gonna do things. So when I'm asking a question or when I'm speaking to somebody, I'm speaking to one person. I'm not speaking to 4, 5, 6 people. All right, I don't need other people just chipping in the
Well,
conversation.
if that's how we're doing it, you should probably call
Shut
their
Who am I
name out
speaking
first.
to? Who am I speaking to right now? I want to speak to one person, one at a time. I can address, you guys at one at a time, not 4 or 5 people at a time.
I've already made my point.
What I'm going to start doing is muting people if you guys keep talking all at once.
This
Nobody's
guy
talking all at
runs
once,
the
dude.
conversation. Everyone, he is true alpha.
You spoke to me, lunatic. I was the one who answered your question at first. You sort of pretended like you didn't understand it, but I made my point. I think you get it. If you want to ask me more questions, you can address me. If you want to ask the room, I think they want to answer on it too.
Like, what? You just muted me? What's up with that?
I think we were talking about the Book of Revelations.
What?
No, Uncle has some questions. Go ahead, Uncle. Ask your next question. Go ahead.
Okay, do you want to have a conversation with me? One at a time. Don't mute me.
What about your question? Why is that your question about the edge?
Hey, Auntie.
Auntie? That's not respectful. Hey, grasshopper. Hey, have some fucking respect before I put a muzzle in your mouth. That's your last warning.
This guy's not serious. Just mute his ass.
Alright, I'm gonna put a muzzle on this guy's mouth.
Yeah, just ignore his ass. He's gonna go back to cartoons.
So, chapter 6, Book of Revelations.
Nobody's talking. May I ask a question?
Sure.
All right. All right. So we can, all right. I guess we can't right now because there aren't any happening today. But when there are space launches happening, right? When they're launching their spaceships and their space rockets and their space probes, we can usually see the launch, and they seem to go off into the sky. Do we have any explanation for that without assuming anything that we can't prove?
Well, you can't, like you said, you already stated like everything that we can observe and be sure of. Something goes up into the sky. Do we assume that it went off into space somewhere, or you know nothing more other than like after what happened when it went out of sight? Like you have known nothing about that. It might have gone up and come right back down somewhere else. You don't know. I don't know.
All right. That was just my question.
it is curious how when you watch those things, how they quickly turn on their side, and then they claim that they're going around the Earth to do a lap or two, pick up speed. But clearly, when you watch it, especially if you do it in like a time lapse, you can see that it's making a parabolic arc, going up, leveling off, and pointing back down.
I'm really curious, like when you guys, I'm curious, like what's the innovators or who's the future of flat Earth? Like, who's like the leader or like where the most information is held?
We all speak for ourselves. We don't agree with each other, nonetheless. I mean, we don't agree with you guys,
Oh, I
nonetheless,
see.
each other.
Yeah, I see. It's skepticism. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, but most time, just skeptics that don't believe in a lot of things to begin with. That seem, but most of the majority of the population would deem true. So, conspiracy theorists, things like that.
I want to
Yeah,
answer
there's
that
certain
question. The
fundamentals.
future.
There's certain fundamentals that we all pretty much agree on, but you get outside those few fundamentals, and it's all over the place.
I want to answer that question. Your future flat earthers are your neighbors and possibly yourself if you're willing to look. Because the people who go outside, you can't unsee it once you check for curvature. Like, there's nothing that they can show you on TV that's going to get you back in the mass formation psychosis that you were currently under to believe in the globe again. Because when you go outside and you're like, well, fuck,
So
that thing's
Larry,
10 miles away. How the fuck am I seeing that
the
running?
thing about your belief system, what I fundamentally disagree with, is that you will always be in disagreement with your fellow flat earthers. And there you are the equivalent of a caveman that didn't
Like,
know
I mean,
progression.
what a way to
It's
cut
like
him off and
natural selection.
gaslight him at the same time.
I'm not gaslighting, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you
No,
are.
Well, I mean, aren't most
that's
Globers
because
agreeing with each other?
You
Oh,
have
wait,
to.
Globers don't agree with each other either.
No,
So
I'm
you
just
guys are
saying.
just like cavemen,
exactly.
too. You're going to be fighting over women and oil
Yeah,
and
but
land.
we're pretending like I didn't just speak about that false dichotomy, well, that the true dichotomy, either it being curved or straight. We're also pretending like Jedi didn't, and all of us didn't have a lengthy conversation about the difference between science and pseudoscience. I mean, we're ignoring a ton of information we tried to pour into him for him to respond like that, cutting you off, no less. It's just like, I don't have no time for this clown.
Yeah, just to elaborate on what Hank said there about Glover's not agreeing. I mean, we've again spent many years talking with many different Glovers, people who all claim to be like, I mean, many of them claim to be experts, others enthusiasts into the field, and they all seem to be know-it-alls, Mr. Know-it-alls, but they do not agree with each other on hardly anything. Again, like they get into fights with each other all the time about how things work and what's right and what's wrong about
I
gravity,
agree.
about refraction,
I
about
agree. Yeah.
freaking relativity, about all kinds of things. And their understanding of it. They're in constant debate with each other. In fact, even amongst your experts, they're in constant debate about these things.
Right, like the string theorists, the math not working. But I want to point out this guy, he's saying that because you guys disagree with each other, like that's a bad thing. But I want to point out, if there's two people that believe everything, hold on, bro. Do you mind if I talk for a second? Yeah. So if there's two people that agree with everything that the other person says, only one of them's doing the thinking, right? And you'll find that people that like disagree with each other and have like long drawn out debates, they're the ones that are actually using their brain. And the people that just yes sir, yes ma'am, order followers, they have no concept of like using their own brain. They're just you guys done? They're just yes men, right? So this guy thinks that yes men are good, but actually that's what slaves are.
Look, I know Elijah said, well, he poured into me and all these things. You guys did. That's why I respect your skepticism. I do. it's just it's so hard for me, and I that's why I said I want to see where you guys take this. I really and I want to see where, like, when you
You don't
guys
know
do
why I
have
said you
answers. Wait,
gaslit
hold
me. You
on.
just gaslit
When
me.
when the Earth is flat, when the Earth is
You
flat,
just
I
gaslit
want
me,
to.
dog.
I'm not
You
gaslighting
just
you.
gaslit me, though. You don't care?
No, go ahead.
You gaslit me, bro. And you know why. You know why I'm saying this.
I really do not. I'm sorry. I really don't.
Yeah, because I told you, as it pertains to the shape of the Earth, and there is only one claim on the table that it's a globe. Flat's not a shape. I told you I was skeptical before. Then I looked into it. I have confirmed in the positive that there is no globe.
Yes, and you're skeptical of the globe Earth at the same time. Those things can both be true. That means that you do not believe the globe Earth exists, meaning that you are skeptical of the globe Earth. I understand. What are you saying? Sorry. All I'm saying is that I really want to see where you guys take this. I want to see when like where the edge of the world is, or if it does continue forever, maybe a new world or something that you guys find, or the under earth, or any of these things. I'm really I want you guys, I really do want you guys to go forward with this, and I hope that I
That's
can
going to
be in
take.
contact with you guys. You guys,
It's
you know
going
what I
to
mean?
take a lot of time to get like what you're talking about. Finding the edge to reality itself, or finding what, like, there's a lot of different theories within flat Earth. Like one thing you referred to there was what you call outer ponders, where they think there might be other suns, uh, beyond the
Wherever, yeah.
ice wall, stuff like that, and other worlds, like that, world within one plane, right? Um,
It'd be
but
interesting.
that's all so much speculation. We try to focus more on like just what we can and cannot prove, and to the best of our ability. Like
With one guy.
as
Mhm.
it is right now, there's governments that keep us from exploring where there would be, any so-called edge that you're looking for or anything like that. Like it's off limits. And even if you could go,
Wait,
it's
what's off limits?
extremely
Sorry,
it's at
I
least
didn't know about
be
this.
extremely
What's off
extreme.
limits?
Oh yeah, like yeah. There's the Antarctic Treaty, signed by, like, what is it, like 53 countries or something like that. Like the major world powers are all in agreement on this.
I don't know.
Uh, and it's a militarized zone that, like, you cannot freely explore. And even if you could, though, it's a very inhospitable environment. And how far would you have to travel to find what you're looking for if it exists?
Antarctic Treaty System. Sorry, I have to read for a minute.
Well, if we're going to talk about the end of the world for a second, right? So we've heard that the old world is like, Ireland to Japan and South Africa to Siberia, right? Well, this is the new world. So during the Age of Discovery, right, the Icelanders went back to Europe and said that we've discovered land, and they said, what do you call it? Iceland. So today we would call it tundra, right? It's like a frozen desert. So Iceland isn't actually frozen, right? It's actually inhabitable, and it has been for quite a long time. So today we're told that Antarctica, which we're not allowed to freely traverse, is tundra, or you could call it Iceland. And I'm imagining that just like the Nordic back in the day hid their land by claiming that it was something that it wasn't, today it could be very possible that there are geothermal vents that could be irrigated to terraform Iceland, and that's actually viable, right? It's actually possible. It's not possible to terraform Mars, right? Even if you could go to Mars and create an atmosphere, what are you going to eat? Rusty potatoes? Come on. So it's very possible that there's hidden land or a new world in Antarctica or past Antarctica, if such a place actually exists. And I think it's very possible that they are In fact, hiding resources, land, etc., etc., etc.
So I think the reason that Antarctica is not able to be explored is because, one, there's really nothing for you to go and do there. One, but as
that's
probably
that's the worst. That's
sorry, hold
excuse
on.
me. I'm sorry, but that's like the worst. So you're not allowed to explore it because they've already decided for you it's
You
not
just
worth exploring.
die. You just die. That's why maybe like murder is kind of. Well, Mount Everest is more accessible than Antarctica.
Well, I mean, if you
Like
live in South
you at least have a
America,
chance of
is
being saved in going to Mount
really
Everest.
who's going to go up there and get you? Who's going to drag your ass down and sacrifice
They
their life?
try. They still do try. If
Excuse
you
me, that is
once you find
factually
that
untrue.
helicopter to
Every
you, I
day
believe
on
that.
Yeah, it's
Everest.
called the world's tallest graveyard for a reason.
That is factually untrue because the last 20% of height of Mount Everest, nobody goes up there. Helicopters can't fly safely there, and even Sherpas will tell you, "No, I'm not going to risk my life to save your dead body."
Yeah, you sign a
What-
waiver. People die there all the time. You sign a waiver saying like if something happens to me, then I'm taking this at my own risk and peril. Blah blah blah.
What's interesting
Like,
about that is that they'll tell you the helicopter can't fly atop of Mount Everest. You're like, certainly, Toby, why? Because the air's too thin. But if you believe heliocentric, they have a helicopter flying on Mars. That the air pressure on Mars
There is no
is
helicopter
way
flying on
less
Mars.
than on top of
there's
Mount
no
Everest.
helicopter on Mars.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, it's a bullshit story. Because if they had a helicopter on Mars that can fly, they certainly would be able to fly it here. If they could fly it on Mars, they could fly it to the top of Mount Everest. There's no helicopter on God's green earth that
Are
can
we talking
fly.
about like a helicopter that can have like passengers and like what is your definition of a helicopter?
They supposedly have a drone
Oh,
helicopter.
drones are
Like,
different though. That's a drone. But yeah, sure, it's a helicopter because it uses like those, like the fans.
no, it's not a quadcopter. It's literally a single, like a single prop, like a helicopter, not a
I'm
quadcopter.
talking about like I think the problem is that there's one is being manned by a human being versus like one not being. I think is
I mean,
has
there's
to be
very
considered at
little
least.
difference. I mean, yeah, one can be made smaller and lighter, but it's still the idea of being able to get lift with a freaking machine, even a you know, in
I don't know
an
much about this.
atmosphere that they claim they're like, which is basically, I mean, what do they claim the atmosphere is on Mars?
Yeah, this is how
It's
bad. If you believe
I don't
their
know this
story,
Antarctic tree thing, so that is
Epsilon,
something that I did not know.
Epsilon, listen for a second, okay? They tell you if you believe the heliocentric model, when they go to Mars, they need a second rocket to slow their descent down because there's no atmosphere on Mars, so they basically just fly in like a burning hot lawn dart.
No,
No,
is
so they
because
have
what
a
happens is
there
they
is
tell
an
you they
when
need
atmosphere
a
they
on
get to
second
Mars.
Mars.
rocket.
No. When it gets to
There is
Mars,
an atmosphere on Mars.
yeah.
But
What
the
happens is when it gets to Mars,
They claim
when it
there is
gets
one,
to
but they
Mars,
claim it's
it's using the
extremely
thing.
thin. Yeah.
They're using the gravitational pull of Mars, and they're using the mathematics to create this like these drones or these things that you're seeing on Mars. That's what ends up happening because Mars still. That's why Elon Musk wants to colonize it, right? So
Wait,
it does. It does
gravitational
have.
pull
That's
to
not
do
the
Does
what?
have a
reason why he
container.
wants to colonize it.
What?
That's not the reason why he wants to colonize it.
It is part of the reason that he wants to colonize it.
You
Yes,
said
it
they
is.
use the gravitational pull to create these drones. What are you talking about?
All right. So we're using so you know how Earth has a gravitational pull?
Okay.
Mars also has one because it's a large body. So they use the mathematics and they created these drones. And then when they land this drone on Mars, it works because the math
Because
works out.
gravity's pulling it down to help it slow down.
Yeah, that doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
gravity is doing something to whatever the maths works out to. Gravity is
To
doing
slow it
something
down.
for
They
Oh,
have to
just
use a
sprinkle a
rocket
little bit of
to
math
slow
on
it
it.
slow
down.
it down. It's not slow it down. It's just it's that you can manipulate air in the way that you can create a drone that can fly around. You can
Gravity
manipulate the
wouldn't do
particles
that.
that
You would
go
have
through
to
the
have an atmosphere. You would have to have pressurized air to be able to use some kind of I mean that would slow you down on its own. It would create
Yeah,
friction,
but
but then
Mars
you would
does have
start
an
burning
atmosphere.
up. You would also need to
Mars
have
does have an atmosphere.
huh?
Mars does have an atmosphere.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
virtually zero.
5%.
Yeah, so if you look at, here's a story from JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory.gov. With a large lander, the use of retro rockets and landing legs to touch down. With a large or heavy roller, the use of a big jetpack to slow down to under 2 miles per hour. They can't use the atmosphere to slow you down like they do with a like a huge parachute. Like they, so on Mars, parachutes don't work, but
Incorrect.
helicopters do.
So
Get the fuck outta here.
Parachutes and
do work on
helicopters are doing
Mars.
two
There
different
have
things.
there have been multiple
really.
craft that have used parachutes when landing on Mars. However, you cannot slow down enough with just a parachute to touch down and not be going like 100 plus miles an hour. The atmosphere is too thin, and you would need such a large parachute that the parachute would weigh more than like the effect that it's helping you to slow down.
To
if that makes
slow
sense.
down enough to where you can land
would-
safely
Yeah.
on Mars.
So basically, yeah. So with Curiosity, right, and Opportunity, I believe, use the same like system. It has parachutes that deploy at fairly high altitude when the craft is still going like Mach 2. The parachutes help it slow
that's not how they
down.
landed Curiosity. They had air
I'm
cushions.
pretty
They
sure it was
crash
Curiosity.
landed that thing
Hold
and
on.
it bounced for like
Curiosity,
100 miles or something like that. It
was like
was
a crash test
surrounded
dummy.
it was surrounded by airbags, and it crashed.
Okay, yeah. So here's Curiosity's.
You guys don't know the story.
Hold on.
I watched it. Lou was there. He streamed it live.
So
We watched
in the
it
side
live.
chat. So in the side chat, here's Curiosity's entire landing.
Dude, you don't have to regurgitate the story. We know it better than you do.
Yeah, exactly. So it comes in, right? It has its heat shield.
Yeah, we know
which
it
helps
better
it slow
than you
down.
do.
Then it deploys the parachute, right? And the parachute helps it slow down. Then it drops the sky crane, which has the rover, and then it uses the thrusters to land. So there is a parachute involved there, right? There's a heat shield involved because there is an atmosphere, right? And they're using it as much as they can, but the parachute's not it's not slowing it down enough to where it could just safely touch down like here on Earth, where you can do it with a bunch of parachutes.
I think the problem though is that they don't believe in the moths though. That makes this like work because the moths is not science.
Well, that's a different argument. I'm just saying it did use a parachute because there is an atmosphere.
Yeah, because there's yes. What do you guys have to say about that?
The powered
I thought
descent. That's the part right there that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. That's at the end. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, that is what everyone's talking about. Powered descent.
Yes.
They have to fire another rocket to stop it from crashing.
Yes, the parachute is not enough to slow it down all the way to landing speeds, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what everyone told you.
Yes, and the rocket.
Okay, I didn't disagree, but people were saying that there was no atmosphere, and obviously there is because they're using parachutes.
No, we were saying that it was a very, very thin atmosphere. I've been asking since the moment this conversation started about Mars. I've been asking.
My apologies. Then.
I've been asking how much atmosphere, like in comparison to Earth.
Less than
Everest.
Everest.
It's about
way
1%
less than
of
Everest.
it's about 1% of Earth's atmosphere in terms of density.
1% of Earth's atmosphere, and you're going to be flying a helicopter on it and deploying parachutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's going to have 1% of drag. So if you can break your legs jumping out of a plane on Earth, how hard do you think that sucker cratered with only 1% drag of what Earth can offer?
Well, that's why it used like retro thrusters as we went over. So it didn't just slam into the ground at like
it didn't
for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. What were they pushing against if there was no atmosphere?
What do you mean pushing against?
Pushing against gravity. Is gravity like a physical object?
I don't understand your question of like what are they pushing against?
Okay, so every action is equal and opposite reaction, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So if I push you, like I'm going to go back a little bit, right? There's going to be force added to my body. But if I push the air, it's not going to do very much.
There's no like, it's not pushing the air. It doesn't have like turbines or anything. It's not pushing against the air.
Right, it's not pushing against anything.
It's force. No, it's pushing against force.
So you have rocket engines, right?
Okay,
Rocket
what are you
engines
putting
work
the force
irrespective of atmosphere.
against? Really?
The
Can you
fuel,
verify
the
that?
exhaust that you're throwing out the back. Just like in your analogy where you push against me, right? And we both go flying. In this case, we're pushing out burned rocket propellant, right? We're pushing out exhaust, and the exhaust is pushing back on us.
You're pushing it out into a partial vacuum?
Hey,
It
Larry.
doesn't really matter, yeah. We're pushing it away from us regardless. Doesn't matter really what medium we're pushing it out
No,
of.
it needs
Larry,
to have.
have you
It
ever?
needs to have molecules of the air in order to.
No.
It needs to have an atmosphere in order for those rocket thrusters to be able to push
Why
against
do you say
anything
that?
to put the force back on you.
Has
The
anyone
rockets
here
aren't,
ever
the
fired a
rockets aren't
gun?
pushing against the
This is the
atmosphere.
best part. Okay, you guys think you're experts. Right
No,
now,
sorry.
they tell you
Just
that less than 60% of Mars landings are successful. You guys should call up NASA. Say you've got it all figured out, homie. Just say, hey, you talked to some flat
That number is
earthers.
including like all of the missions ever to Mars.
Yeah, so more than
Which, yeah, a
60%
lot of them in the early
failed.
days failed. Yeah,
Okay,
a lot of them
so
in the early days
now
failed.
you can go forward and say, check this out. Ring up the government. Say, hey, I'm a Discord mod. I've talked to flat earthers, and you know how this stuff works. And they can hire you, and now that number can go to 59% will fail.
Yeah, that number is getting better. Yeah, that number has been getting better
and
over
they can
time.
use you to make it better. And you
They
can say
probably
you
will,
stayed at
considering this is my field. Yeah.
you stayed at a Hotel Express, a Holiday Express, that you went to war on Discord and you proved the globe, that you played Starfield and Kerbal Space Program, and that you're an expert in the field, and they'll hire you just like that on the spot. I've heard that they'll tell you they won't hire you because there's no space.
I mean,
Yeah. So anyway, with rocket engines, yeah, they don't need to push off an atmosphere or really push off of anything. In fact, they work better when there's no atmosphere.
Propulsion works. It needs to propel the air.
No, it propels the exhaust. Let's give an analogy, right? To show the physics involved. Do you know what? Like,
how about just a simple demonstration? Like,
yeah, sure, exactly. That's what I'm going. I have two of them for you. I have two demonstrations for you. I have two demonstrations of the physics involved here. Would you like to hear them?
Here, I got a citation for that.
Yeah, if it's a demonstration, we need to see it presented, not just like verbally.
Oh, okay. So sure. So let's look at the exhaust of your car, right? Do you know what a straight pipe mod is on a car? Yes, no.
I'm not a gearhead, but yeah,
that's all right. That's all right. So a straight pipe mod on really any vehicle is where you take out your muffler. Usually speaking, that's the only thing in your exhaust. So you just have a straight pipe going off of the exhaust manifold of your car right out to the atmosphere, right? Now, the reason why car guys do this is because your exhaust, if you leave all that shit in, you cause what's called back pressure. You cause more pressure in your exhaust when the exhaust cylinder heads open, right? Or not cylinder, excuse me, the valves, when the exhaust valves open. There's more pressure pushing against the cylinder trying to push out all of the exhaust, right? That means that it takes longer for it to come out. That means less of it comes out, right? So you get less performance.
With straight pipes, you get more of a free flow of the air.
Exactly.
And more
you have less back pressure is the important part. There is less pressure pushing against the exhaust coming out of the cylinder, so more of it can come out quicker. The same principle again applies to rocket engines. When you have an atmosphere around the rocket engine, and that's air, which has pressure pushing against the inside of your rocket engine, it takes more work to throw out that rocket exhaust, meaning it comes out slower and it doesn't have as much force behind it.
And that's why 60% of Mars landings fail.
Now, another example of the physics of this, which you can do literally in your backyard, take a water hose, right, with a nozzle on it, and just hold down the trigger, shoot it. You'll feel the water pushing back against you, right, when that water's squirting out of the water hose. Now get a bucket, fill the bucket with water, put the hose in there, squeeze the trigger, feel how much it's pushing against you. It's pushing against your hand less than when you're holding it out in the open air, because you have water, which is both higher pressure and higher density than the atmosphere around it. So it takes more work to shove that water out of the nozzle, out of the hose.
I get the fundamentals of your point. Yeah. This is not a demonstration that proves that this was done. Especially considering the 1% of Earth's atmosphere that Mars says they have. Like, let's use another example, like the so-called, the landings of the SpaceX rockets, right? When they come down and for a landing, like that takes a lot of fuel and a lot of technology, and they still fuck up from time to time. Okay, like just to try to land it here on Earth with much more atmosphere, where they'd have a lot more control and a lot more to actually press against to slow their descent with some kind of rocket burst or whatever it is that they're using, right? Jettison. And 1% of that atmosphere, it would be 1% of what you see happening here on Earth when they do that, which is basically nothing.
So, in terms of if they were using atmospheric control systems, like on the SpaceX rockets, they have grid fins on the outside that can tilt to give control on reentry. Obviously, they're not using that for these rovers and stuff, because, as you said, there's almost no atmosphere.
Which should make it easier then. It should make it
Also,
easier.
the
But in
SpaceX
your
rockets again are
worldview, it
using
would make it easier to
their own
land.
rocket engines to land. So
You're
again,
debunking
that kind of
yourself
proves
here.
that rocket engines are working at really high altitudes.
So it would make it easier to land on Mars then. If you're using a rocket to land, and rockets work better with less atmosphere, and Mars has less atmosphere, then you have to explain why 6% of controlled descents fail on Earth, but 60% fail on Mars.
Sure.
That is
yeah.
a direct
So,
inverse relationship.
Yeah. So again, we can look at recent missions for both of these, right? Not including 1960s and 1970s missions where a lot of this technology
cherry
was
pick.
first being developed. Yeah. So
Okay, cherry pick it.
let's look at the matured technologies that exist today,
Cherry
right?
pick.
The matured applications today. So
Yeah,
we have
cherry pick it.
SpaceX's rocket landings, which are highly reliable. They're into the 99+% range in reliability. All of NASA's recent Mars missions, I think the last like 10, have all been successful with like 0 crashes or failures like that.
Let's fact check
both
that.
of these systems are seemingly very reliable. In terms of it being easier to land on Mars, yes and no, right? The atmosphere is a big help here for landing because we want to slow down, and the atmosphere provides a nice way to create a lot of force, a lot of resistance, a lot of drag, right? For free, so we don't have to burn fuel to get rid of our velocity. Whereas on Mars, we do. We have to essentially burn fuel to land. Although the fuel, it is more efficient. We're fighting gravity less because there's less gravity, and we have less. We have more capability with our rocket engines because of the thinner atmosphere.
Pardon the pun, but just out of curiosity, how many missions has NASA done to Mars?
Quite a few. I don't know the number offhand, but at least like more than 24.
At least more than 24 missions to Mars?
I could probably find a list on that end.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now because I want to fact check that 10. The last 10 you said had 100% success rate. I'm gonna look at that up. Look that up.
Like, I know of 3 maybe.
List of missions to Mars. There's been 50 missions to Mars to date, according to Google or Wikipedia.
Like, how many do you think? How many do you think the general public freaking knows about? Because seriously, like, we're in this debate for years now, and I know of like 3 supposed ones, which I would say are all hoaxes. But
well, they're counting anything that even remotely went near Mars. But if you were to count, so 10 vehicles were deployed.
How many?
2
how many
rovers,
Mars
1 helical.
How many touchdowns on Mars?
It looks like they've attempted 10 times, and 6 times it failed.
So we had we can go through the list. So we have Ingenuity. I guess you can count that as Perseverance as well because they all went in the same package. We have Insight, which was a lander. We had Curiosity.
Yeah, the orbiters are not
Opportunity,
counting, right?
Spirit.
Curiosity was the first one, right?
So yeah, Phoenix, Pathfinder, Voyager, or Viking, Opportunity, Viking 2, Insight, Curiosity, Spirit, and just recently Perseverance. That's in order. That's 4, 9. 9 thing plus the helicopter. So that's 10 things that are apparently.
Well, wasn't the helicopter like in conjunction with like another one? They
Yeah.
sent like 2 or 3 things in one trip.
They're double dipping. They're making. They
Yeah.
want to count that as 2 successes. They want to double dip the success rate. So 60% of the time it works all the time. It's funny when NASA's like can just be made into an internet meme, like a funny rom-com line from a really anti-intellectual dude just saying some weird shit.
If we count the only like full missions, so not like each craft inside each mission, then we get to 10 missions. The last 10
9.
missions were successful.
If
No,
you count
10.
the two moons.
So
all those is Soviet. Okay,
So
Soviet failure rate is 100%.
Mars.
The Soviets
Mars,
have not put anything on Mars.
Yeah.
So look at Mars 1 failure, Mars 2 failure, Mars 3 partial success, Mars 4 failure, Mars 5 partial, Mars 6 failure, Mars 7 failure, Pobius 1 failure, Pobius 2 failure. So if you count partial success as I guess if you round up the decimal there, they've had 1 out of 9. They're even worse than NASA is.
So the Soviets got 1 lander, it looks like, but it failed 20 seconds into transmitting shit. So that's not.
That's what they call a partial success. That to me, I would
Yeah.
call that a partial success, right? I would call that failure.
Yeah, it's basically failure.
It got to Mars, but it fucking crashed. Well,
Yeah,
it
so
crashed.
we have Mars 2020, Insight, Maven, Mars Science Laboratory, Dawn, Phoenix, Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, Opportunity Spirit, and Mars Odyssey. That's 10 full missions.
Yeah, but
not
the
including
orbiter is
each
not
sub
counting.
payload. I'm counting the entire mission. I'm not counting individual payloads.
Okay.
Right, like for Mars 2020, we have the Perseverance rover and then the Ingenuity helicopter. Right, I'm not counting both of those. I'm just counting them as one. So that's 10 total missions until we get to the Mars Polar Lander and Deep Space 2 missions that failed back in '99. That was the latest. That was latest failure of NASA trying to go to Mars. So we have about 20 years ish straight of successful missions to Mars currently.
So how do we verify any of that's true?
Yeah, we all know
Well,
it's fake.
if we want to go down that route, we can. We were just discussing it.
Yeah, like, even according to their own story, they're 60% successful.
No, I
like
agree.
Chris said.
Yeah, I agree. If you factor out the early years, the early years were overly representative of failures, and the current years seem to be overrepresented success. So if you parse it out into different time frames,
yeah,
then there's a the scattergram, if you will. You know,
Right, but
so
when
he's
we
right on that part. But I mean, still, to me, it's still.
and that's only like that's just they're showing you little bits and clips of what could be any kind of like CGI or whatever else, and then people who just want to believe it, and they think they have no reason to question it, and that you're crazy if you do. We, on the other hand, have no problem being labeled crazy and questioning it.
See, I would say this: like, if somebody in this Discord or whatever, one of these people who think the math works, they were to follow that line of logic and test that claim, I predict, using a flat Earth model, they would get a 0% success rate to Mars. It would be a Darwin Award, if you will.
No, nobody's ever been to Mars with anything.
Yeah, no one's been to Mars. No one's been to the moon. All right.
No, literally, no machine and no man has ever landed on either one. It's been forgeries and fakes. That's it.
So what is it they did not land on?
This is why I think it's interesting. When people talk about that flat earthers are epically lol, they're entertainment. You could spend
It's
a
so
globalist.
easy to hop on your
Globalists could just
bandwagon.
right now let go of flat Earth. They could let it, like today, put it down, put a pin in it, and spend the rest of their life just studying these Mars missions. They would never have to worry about flat Earth again. There's enough content right here, just on Mars, in the different countries who did what, when, where, and why, that you'd never have to worry about someone disagreeing with you again. You could have content that would cover the rest of your natural life, and you would all be inside things that you can agree with. So each time you deflect from that, you're denying your own model at this point. If, that is, your main source is entertainment purposes. Because you've got entertainment in spades on the globe model. In spades.
You got a source for that?
Yeah, we're posting it. Page up.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It's all right there in the side chat.
Oh, cool. Nice.
I think it's absolutely hilarious. You know, I've been here for about a week. I've been asking people like, hey, do you want to see this, professor from a college in Australia, Dr. Krupa? He's debunked dark matter, and he said that debunked Einstein's gravity. Do you guys want to see the sources? And I've only had one person ask me to see the source, but you say, hey, do you want to see some like infinite entertainment for the globe? It's like immediately like, oh, cite that source. It's telling, man. Like, people do not want their shit destroyed. And I'm offering, like, hey, this is the truth. It's coming from one of your professors in a college. And this is not just some rank and file astrophysicist. This is like, an astrophysicist of astrophysicists. And,
Oh, shit.
nobody wants it.
Is it just one guy?
Do you want to check it out?
A lot of people know that dark matter has been debunked.
It's
pretty well known.
Dark matter. How they go
I
about
mean,
debunking
we
dark
haven't
matter?
really proved it yet. So how can you debunk it?
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
how do you debunk it?
You don't
It's
debunk
you
things
can
that have.
debunk
We
it,
haven't
right?
really proved it yet, so I don't see how you can debunk it.
Oh,
That's
how
fine,
do you
but
like? You
let's
haven't
talk Larry.
debunked Santa
It's
Claus
just
yet because it
it's just-
hasn't been proved yet. You got to prove it first, then debunk it, right?
No one's saying it exists.
But Larry,
No
I
one
got a
is saying
video
dark
from
matter
Tyson that
exists.
debunks it. He says, we don't know what these two things are. You could call them Fred and Wilma. It doesn't matter. We are dumb, stupid about what dark matter and dark energy are. He says, normally that's not a problem. Not a problem at all. Until you look at this graph. This graph shows that the model is made up of 96% cartoon characters from the 1980s.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
Larry.
I'll post a video.
So Larry,
Oh,
what does
sick.
what does astrophysicist from Australia do to debunk it? Give us the
What's that?
TLDR. What does a physicist from Australia do to debunk dark matter?
Sure. He talks about two galaxies colliding, and he said it should have acted like marbles going through a jar of honey when you drop them in. But when the stars went through the dark matter halos, it was like dropping a marble into an empty jar, therefore debunking it with a certainty of 5 sigma.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
because of this, they're modifying Newtonian gravity because Einsteinian gravity is out the window.
Sure. So where were these galaxies he looked at?
In
I
the
tagged
sky?
you in side chat 109.
Where in the
Look at-
sky?
Oh, which
Look at this clip.
which galaxies?
Which galaxy?
Well, you would have to watch the video or maybe do further research.
But
But-
how far
I'd say
how
pretty
far away
standard.
how far away does he assume they are?
I don't know how that's important.
It's very important to the theory, right? Because if somehow you got to measure the mass of these galaxies and figure out that gravity is insufficient to explain their behavior, so you'd have to figure out how far they are away from each other and figure out their mass, right? I mean, I'm sure
So
it's all
are
in
you
his
assuming that-
calculations.
Are you assuming that he didn't do that?
No, I'm assuming he did.
Okay, so
We
why
just
don't
want to
you
know.
But
ask
I'm
for
just,
the
I'm just wondering.
video?
I'm just wondering why you accept what he did, because you don't believe in galaxies, do you?
Well, I have to admit it's confirmation bias because I've been saying that dark matter was bullshit for 8 years now.
But dark matter is this thing that exists in deep space, right? I mean, far, far
No,
away.
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Well, but they theorized it to account for phenomenon that their model does not account for, right? But that model assumes
Right, for
that
the
these
gravity not
galaxies
working
are,
at the galactic level.
yeah, but that assumes galaxies, right? It assumes galaxies.
Well, it assumes the narrative about those lights in the sky that you call galaxies.
And so where do you think these lights in the sky might be physically? They are physical, right? They have to be somewhere.
They have to be physical. Light has to be physical. Can you show
No,
me some
the light
physical light?
the light
Let's
has to be
go with
coming
the.
from something, right?
Hey Mackie, let's go with the Copernicus model. They're
Shut up
fixed
for a
to
Don't
sec.
the.
be silly.
They're fixed to the
I'm
Still,
sun.
talking to
nobody
Larry.
is asking for the source.
I
Nobody
know
is
they don't
saying,
want to
let
hear
me
it.
see what you're talking about
I've got better
because you're
things to do, mate.
afraid.
Honestly.
No,
Okay,
I'm
I'm
so.
perfectly
fair enough.
fine if I'm
There's
perfectly
number
fine
two.
if this
For a
guy
whole
debunks
week,
dark
I've talked
matter.
to
Don't
hundreds
care.
of you guys, and the second person has said, show me what you're talking about.
I think Larry, we've got better things to do, mate. Honestly.
Find out
Let's
what the
see.
truth is. I got you.
Let's see.
I mean,
Okay.
I
Let's see
just
who does
agree. You
debunk
know,
dark
if
matter.
every country agrees on something, I kind of go along with it. You know what I mean?
Oh, bandwagon. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of
You're
how
down with
science
the
works. It's kind of how like
bandwagon.
So
logic. Like, I don't know. It's
so
kind of how everything
Science
works.
the
works with
debate
the
under
bandwagon, the appeal to majority, which is a logical fallacy. Yeah, I think Michio Kaku would agree with you because he said, see, in science, there's leaps of logic, right? That would be a leap of logic, a logical fallacy. So yeah, you and Michio Kaku agree with each other. You must be right.
What do you
So
appeal
like,
so
to?
the contention
who
with
are the
dark
people
matter
that are hiding the flat Earth?
within
Is it
science
Jewish?
is not related to like,
What does this have to do
oh,
with
it's
dark
been
matter being
debunked.
debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma?
And I'm still waiting for any evidence of that claim. But in terms of the ongoing debate within science about dark matter, that's revolved around whether or not dark matter is necessary or our concept of gravity needs to be altered. Because
It's
dark matter is
absolutely
just,
necessary.
yeah, so dark matter is like essentially created as an explanation as to observations. That there's a lot more mass that we're not seeing, that's not interacting with
So you're seeing
light.
You mean
something that you can't prove?
gravitation?
It's
A
like
lot more gravitation.
seeing, how to put it, right? It's like seeing a piece of paper like move across a parking lot, and therefore going, okay, you know, there's probably wind pushing that piece of paper. It's kind of similar here, where you're looking at things like the rotation rates of galaxies and how much mass we see in the galaxy, and going, okay, that doesn't line up. It's spinning too fast compared to how much mass is in it. It would need a lot more mass to hold itself together if it's spinning that fast. So,
It should
you know,
pin this.
You
maybe
keep
there's
saying
mass
mass,
which
but
we're
you
not
mean
able to
gravitation.
observe, which is keeping all that stuff together, right?
We should find a way to pin this, Larry.
Can you say gravitation instead of mass? Because gravitation is what's missing. Mass is the euphemism for the missing gravitation.
Sure, you can put it that way, yeah.
Yeah,
But
you could.
but
So
they're still
under
If
the
you were
assuming
current
trying
like
to,
galaxies,
model
right?
of physics, right?
But they're
Under the
still
if you were
current
assuming
trying to be
model,
galaxies, right,
honest
Larry?
instead of double
we would
speaking,
need
right?
more mass to create more
Oh, man.
gravitational
I'm not
attraction
trying to
to
Gravitation,
explain this
maintain
to him.
the
right?
like, yeah.
So here's an
This whole,
idea.
but
What
this
if
whole
there's an
argument is useless if there's no
electromagnetic
galaxies,
component
right?
to all this? What if there's an electromagnetic component to all these,
What if there is?
stars that,
What if there
yeah,
is? So what?
and that would explain like a lot if we could just admit that
What would
maybe
it explain?
these are Birkeland currents that we're looking at, right? Because the idea of two galaxies connected at like, light years away, light year, like a large amount of light years away, that's really ridiculous. What if it's just a
Okay.
Birkeland current?
So you're conceding that these galaxies are light years away from each other, right?
No, I have to step into your paradigm to argue
I don't know.
against it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Help me out here. What is your position on this? Do these galaxies exist or not?
My position is
Yeah.
that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level or the
Okay.
quantum level.
But my question was, do galaxies exist?
Not the way that you say that they do.
How do I say they do?
Well, you say that there are a bunch of suns, right? But we don't observe
Yes.
that, to be honest.
Okay. So what do you
Cluster of
think they are?
suns. It's very possible that it has something to do with the electromagnetic spectrum.
Okay, how? Explain this to me. Fill it in.
Okay, electromagnetic radiation is light, right?
Sure.
So I'm saying that it's light in the sky. Am I wrong?
Where in the sky?
Up.
Just up. That's as deep as you're going to go with us. Just up.
Yeah. Am I wrong? What else can I verify from here? Can I verify anything further other than there's lights in the sky when I look up?
Yes, you could if you wanted to.
Okay,
But you
how do I
don't.
do that?
So
Please tell me how.
there's
Go
all
ahead, I'll
kinds of
wait.
ways.
Go
Spectroscopy,
ahead.
apparently.
Okay, so how do you eliminate the variables of the helium and hydrogen in the upper atmosphere?
These are all
You
things you can
factored that
figure
in,
out
right?
if you want.
Account for it?
These are all things you could figure out if you wanted to, because people have already done that. For one, they've
Oh,
taken
that's
for one they looked
bingo.
at it from
Mackie bingo.
for one they
That's the
looked at
center
it.
space of Mackie bingo. Other
Oh
people
my
did it.
goodness!
He's trying to figure it out by asking you. Can you help him?
Well, maybe he's not like a qualified scientist, right? Maybe he's trusting this into he's trusting it with a method that he understands, and he's trusting it with people that understand how to use that method.
Exactly what I'm doing. There are people smarter than me
No
who've done this,
understanding of
and
his
I
own,
believe
so
them.
he's not the one we need
Well,
to
hold
talk
on.
to.
Well, hold on. He's
Mackie
understanding.
bingo.
He's understanding the method that they're using, and so as long as they're using that method, they're
Then he
going to
can,
get to the
okay, if he does,
closest,
then
the
he can
best truth they
explain it.
can.
He can explain it without you explaining for him if he does. Go ahead.
Well, you didn't hear what
No,
I.
he's
You just
doing
didn't
a pretty
listen.
good job.
You didn't listen to anything I said, though.
Yeah, you just said the same thing he said, which
Yeah,
is
we
that he
agree.
just trusts other people basically to know it. Well,
But
okay.
why? So why does he trust other people?
I don't know. Maybe he can tell us what they know if he knows it himself, or maybe he's just blindly trusting them. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't have to know what everybody knows in order to trust them. I
Do
don't know why
you
you
use
trust
do you
anybody.
use your what are you on a phone or a computer right now?
Hmm.
Flat water crisis
What
support.
does technology have to do with theoretical astrophysics?
Yeah.
Possibly something, possibly nothing. But I'm just asking, do you like have a phone or
Yeah,
a computer?
as is going into the weeds real quick.
Well,
Larry
you
just
eat
asked him how
bananas,
he can
What's
verify
wrong with
don't
going
you?
into the
those
weeds?
things that he's
Isn't
saying
that what
about
you
the
want?
lights in the sky.
Yeah, the weeds are
Larry
good.
just asked him how we could possibly verify those things that he's saying about the
Well,
lights in the sky, and all his
that's
answers
going
were
into
is
the weeds as well.
trustable.
I thought
Well,
there's
you're
something
going to
wrong
be
with.
quiet now because you can't stop talking over people. So if Scott Mackey could just explain how he knows these things about the lights in the sky, or tell us he doesn't, awesome.
I've already told you. I trust the people who do this work.
Okay, thank you.
So that's your
Why don't
faith,
you?
right? Do you guys get like
No,
tax
it's
breaks because you got a religion?
No, it's confidence.
See, confidence is because you've trained, you've done the work yourself, right? Like UFC fighters that train like 8 days a week when they go before a fight. They're not, cocky. They're confident because they've done the work. So you
Mm-hmm.
have confidence from what work have you done to verify that these are suns in the sky at nighttime?
None.
Okay, then it's cockiness. You're cocky.
No, I trust them. Just like I trust these fighters that you
Okay,
just
so
talked
it's
about.
faith. You have faith that they're correct.
I have faith in the fighters that you talked about. I have faith in all kinds of professionals who are very good at their jobs. I don't know why you guys don't.
You've lived your entire life and you still are naive enough to think people will not lie to you. So you can just trust people for all your information and never verify anything yourself.
Never mind lie. They can also just be wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's flawed. It's flawed because you could have, for instance, your senses lie to you, right? So it's just like, yeah, things can lie, right? But how do you
My
operate in the
senses
world?
that
You
tell me
make
that I'm not
assumptions.
spinning, not moving at all.
You could make assumptions about the world
You're
or
lying
about
to yourself about your senses.
You could make well, has your eyes ever played a trick on you? Have you ever done drugs? No? Okay, well, so you can make assumptions about the world. You trust certain things, even though you know that there's flaws in the trust. And you can trust individuals, even though that there's flaws in your ability to trust certain individuals. It's possible. It's not a one-way thing. It's not like I either trust them or I don't. Right? You could be skeptical. Can I ask if any of you trust any professional? Do any of you defer to a professional for any reason whatsoever?
No, I use the NASA method. I only trust God. Everyone else must bring the data.
If your GP says you've got cancer, do you trust him?
Again,
No,
you
I got
bring the
a second
data.
opinion. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
bring the
so
let's say
data.
two
I got
doctors say you've got
interesting
cancer.
story about
Do
that.
you trust
My
them then?
son had cancer. Hold on, my son had cancer when he was 2. The doctor said it was infected lymph nodes. I went to the second doctor and they said, pack your bags tonight. You got leukemia. I went back like a few months later after he was in remission, and I asked the second doctor, hey, did you get the blood count from the first doctor? They said, yeah, we did. And I said, could you tell that he had cancer? Like, should the first doctor have known that he got cancer? And she said, yes, his white blood cell count was off the chart. It was immediately obvious to me when I saw the first blood count that he had leukemia. The second blood count confirmed it.
Yeah,
So
I agree
no,
with you.
don't
I
trust
agree
your
with you.
doctor.
Oh no, I'm not saying trust one individual, right? Obviously, second opinions make confidence go up, right? But
Data.
that,
Trust the
that
data.
principle,
trust
Larry.
God.
Well, he didn't
Okay,
see the data. He trusted the doctor for the
Yeah,
data
use the
to
NASA
analyze the
method.
data, right?
At
The
Do you
idea.
know what happens
JPL,
if
there's a
you
big
ignore?
sign on the
Hold on,
wall as
hold
soon
on.
as you walk in.
Do you know what happens if you ignore leukemia after it's in the lymph nodes?
Yeah,
It's extremely
yeah,
deadly. So if I wouldn't have been a skeptic, I wouldn't have a son that's, you know, a young man now, a black belt in Taekwondo. You know what I would have? A gravestone.
Yeah,
That's what I would.
yeah, well, I'm happy that worked out for you. What the point I'm trying to say is more that look, right, even if it's one doctor, two doctors, right, three doctors or five, right, there is an extent to which you'll trust authority or professionals, right? Now, some people have more skepticism. More skepticism is always healthy, right? But there is a limit, right, to when we all might say, okay, now you're being a little bit irrational, right? So if 100 doctors told you your son had cancer and you said, well, they're all wrong, you know, then I think there might be a bit of irrationality going on there, right?
That would be bigotry, right?
Bro, are you Globe Lover? Are you related to Joey? Joey? Are you
Never
guys?
heard of the guy.
You know YEWIE?
No, don't know.
Is this like a second account you got? You got two accounts in here, or what is it?
This is the same account. It's just I changed
Oh,
my username.
Yeah, he's still
over
Brit.
100 Globers. Over 100 Globers have tested whether or not there's a geometric horizon, just like me. So I'm going to trust the experts.
Yeah,
Well, that's not
Brit
what I'm
has changed.
saying. I
Hey, Brit,
think.
real quick, let me pump the brake, or let me help you out.
Oh,
He
that's
used
not
to
what
be
you're saying, huh? A little
Brit
bit of a
was
double
pretty
standy, huh? Double standy pandy?
Well, no, I was more contesting the idea you can't trust anyone. You know, not the idea that you
Hey,
can
okay,
trust
hold on real
NASA
quick.
scientists.
Brit, hold on. Yeah, Gemsy, Brit was coming in really trolly and really sort of toxic, you know, and quite abrasive. He decided to try a different approach. So that's why it seems like it's the same voice, like a different account, but he changed very manipulated himself. He's using kind of
Yeah.
the scientific method to get a different result.
Yeah.
And so far, it's working out for you. It's been 2 days now, and unless I missed something, you haven't been muted or kicked or anything, right?
You know what? I like this version of you better, bro. That's
Yeah,
pretty.
me too. The software update worked well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the AI is getting better and better, huh?
Yeah. Well, by the way, I just want to make it clear that
machine learning.
I wasn't saying that that you can trust 100 NASA scientists, but the idea of just saying, well, like how people can't lie. Well, of course people can lie, but does that mean we can't trust anyone? Well, of course not. That's not what it means
Yeah,
at
you
all.
don't trust. If you use the NASA method, you don't trust anyone. The only person you trust
anyway,
is God.
I don't know. I don't know who told you that we don't like trust anyone. So, you know.
Did you not
Of
hear what
course,
just
of course,
happened?
that's just
Did you not just
that's
hear
just
the
more
previous
bigoted
interaction?
propaganda from that's just more propaganda from the bigots that go around spreading misinformation about flat earthers. Of course,
I think what it comes down to simply is that I don't think scientists, unless they're using very colloquial language, say, I can prove this, right, to be real. What they usually are aimed to do is falsify competing theories, right? Competing ideas, right? And most people coming in here, the reason I think why new people fail at the get-go here is because they do take the idea that science can demonstrate and prove something is real, which is very tricky to do, right?
Yeah, that's why you're failing
not
from the
really.
get-go, man.
Really tricky.
Exactly
You
from the.
have a phenomena and a hypothesis and an experiment, and you can look at other people's results and recreate those experiments. Very easy to go ahead and follow up with a scientist if he's done some real good work.
See, I gotta interrupt right here. I'm apologizing. I'll be super quick. Okay, so we know that lobbyists corrupt politicians all the time, right? But there's lobbyists at the colleges too, handing out grants and this sort of thing. And if you watch the documentary by Ben Stein, Expelled, it shows you how when you go against certain theories like evolution, like you're going to lose your funding, you're going to lose your tenure, you're going to lose your job, and all this sort of thing. Kind of like the scientists that said that there was fresh tissue in the Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. He got fired and then got like a huge lawsuit afterwards, right? Because he dared to question, is this tissue like fresh tissue from a dinosaur bone that should have been 65 million years ago? So when you say that, you know, like scientists are trying to disprove each other, as if like men aren't corruptible once they become a scientist, somehow they're like some sort of ubermensch that can't be lobbied. And, you know, like there's not like a narrative in science, just like there's a narrative on TV when it comes to propaganda through the news. Thanks.
Yeah, perhaps. I do think that maybe it's because you guys are particularly interested in this topic. I think perhaps some of you are doing it more for the brain masturbation than the actually believing it's a flat Earth, right? I think that if you're someone who's particularly interested in this topic, you could probably hold your ground on it.
Can you justify that statement?
Yeah, I've told you this before. The reason why I do this is because a lot of
No, Grant,
dehumanization.
let him justify what he
Okay.
just said.
All right, I got you.
Wait, why do I think some of you are doing brain masturbation over being a flat earther?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I do think some of you are flat earthers. I could probably point out the ones that are, but
Nobody is a flat earther. It's just a silly term.
The idea, so the other people, right, who I think probably do think the Earth is a globe, right? Not maybe not know, but they think it probably is. I think those people who take the side of the flat Earth side are doing it more because they know, right, that you can walk someone down a pathway of absolutely embarrassing themselves pretty quickly in a debate. So inductive reasoning is off the table. Deductive reasoning can be affirming the consequent pretty simply. And then the third option is never make a claim, so you never have to compare to falsify anything, right? It's a very simple method, right? It's very easy, and I see how you do it.
They're all narcissists.
Yeah, that
Just
didn't get you to your claim that somehow everyone's doing it to mentally masturbate. You gave other reasons other than what your claim was.
Yeah, no, I think that you're very good rhetoricians. A lot of people probably wouldn't figure out the method, but I think that's what the method is, personally.
Well, if I said use Occam's razor here, I just want to bring a human face to flat earthers. There's a lot of toxicity towards flat Earth. Like, say, the Denver Convention. The Denver Convention was shut down repeatedly because of bomb threats. There was a guy who posted about doing a victory royale so he wanted to pack some flurf. These things, a dehumanizing over thought crimes, should have been let go. Even more so if you think globe. That's why I do this. I don't do it to I don't mentally masturbate or whatever, or flex my ego. I do it because I want to show a human face to people who have alternative points of view.
I think that's definitely your motive. I wouldn't contest that. I don't think you're doing it for sport or anything. I think you because I remember speaking to you the other day where you said something like you want to really stick it to the government, right? Something along those lines. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, that too. That was like a side quest. The side quest being like, I don't believe anything the government says. They force me to prove shit when they call me a criminal. I just hold them to the same standard. You went to the moon? Prove it. Yeah. Oh, you can't prove it. So why are you spending my money on some bullshit meth-fueled symposium that you don't even follow logical conclusion? You said you went to the moon for peace, then you carpet bombed Cambodia because you're mad at Vietnam because they kicked out the French 10 years ago. Like, riddle me that, Batman.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a very noble effort. Yeah.
Okay, how about this? Without naming names, what's a key feature of somebody who's doing mental masturbation? And is it only a flat Earth thing, or do you see it in other topics too?
Okay, I'll say it's apparent, for instance, that Elijah is one of those people, right? But the reason why I think that's
Holy
the
shit.
case, the reason
Dude,
why
I've known Elijah for what, 6 years now. He's probably the most humble person.
No, I think it's humble. I mean, it's a sport, right? It's a sport. I'm not saying that you're arrogant or anything. It's a sport, right? Like you enjoy the debate, right? That's fine. But I think you can tell the difference between someone who's doing it for depending on two motivations. One motivation might be a political one, like yours, right? The other one, you can tell that they don't really have a political motivation, right? They're not really interested in that part, but they're more interested in the argument, right? And I think Elijah is less interested in the politics of the matter, but more interested in the argumentation of the matter, right? And I think it's just, I think he's probably believes the Earth is spherical, but probably also enjoys smacking people down in a debate. You know.
What about you? What are you inspired by? Are you like getting paid to do this, or it's just like a romantic relationship with the space and the globe? What is it?
Well, I don't know.
Do you really think he's getting paid?
Or perhaps I'm
Probably
getting paid for this.
60% of the people in this call has called this guy Fed openly. So
I mean, he's like, if he was in the American British war, he'll be the red coat, right? He'll be like shooting the people because they don't agree with him.
Guy saying he thinks Elijah's a glober.
right, Brit, you'll be like in the red coat side. You Americans,
Oh
use
yeah, I
my
would.
land.
For sure.
Exactly.
Like the America should return to England. That is for sure.
Yeah. So you see, that's one of the problems. You have like mental issues of like you're superior to other people, and they
Well,
have.
I didn't say that, but yes, you are correct. I am.
How could you be saying you think Elijah believes in the globe, bro? Come on, stop
Oh,
lying.
Cyclone! I do have a theory for you, Cyclone, because I've noticed
Oh God, here we go. Here we
a
go.
lot of flat earthers are British, right?
The
And-
armchair psychology.
No, it's not. It's not it's not an analysis of anyone. It's
not
about
true at all.
It's
Brett.
no, just let me get it out. Right, it's a very good
Alright,
theory,
go for
right?
it.
So
Go
there's a
for it.
reason why British people typically are flat earthers, from what I've observed, right? And in the group of flat earthers, they're typically British, and that's because
5%.
Britain controls a lot of the Antarctic, and in the Antarctic is where we where we get our power to control the world, which is why we
got it wrong.
created a
Is
dome.
that why we went for the Is that why we went for the Falklands?
Yes, and it's also why we have a dome over our planet because the British put it there, right? And because it costs so much to keep it in place, right? The empire fell apart because it was costing so much to put it in place, right? That's why our economy collapses every 5 years.
You're way off No, that was Churchill
Yeah, or maybe.
that backed up the empire.
Hey,
But,
Britt,
hey ho.
Yeah, hey Britt, the reason why there's so many British flat earthers as per capita, because that's where the modern sort of flat earth movement
yeah,
kicked off
Rowbottom.
again.
Rowbottom and
Yeah,
Cambridge.
Rowbottom. Yeah.
The reason that there are
That's
any
ground zero.
flat earthers is because the Earth is flat.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I
Maybe
was going to
British people just
say.
know more than everyone else. That could be true.
It just,
as well.
it's just a lack of it's just a lack of curvature for me, to be honest.
Yeah, they're all over the world, right? We hear that Brazil has like a really big uptick, and the MMA society. I hear a lot of people talk about the Earth being flat in jiu-jitsu. I've heard people that roll jiu-jitsu. Sorry, if I could just finish. You'll hear jiu-jitsu people say that there'll be like 3 guys on the mat. 2 of them are like rolling around doing jiu-jitsu, and the other one's talking about flat Earth, and everybody's like standing around watching and listening.
Yeah, American sports, there's a heap of them, like in baseball, basketball, American football. They've all made comments saying, like, all of the players in the locker rooms are talking about it and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I had a clip of that
there, but-
where the newscaster was like, "Holy shit!" He's like, this guy, this star player, this baseball. I'll find the clip, but this baseball player like just smacked a home run, and they're like, "Man, he's an amazing athlete." And the guy said, "Yeah, you know what else he is?" And the guy like, "What? He's a flat earther." And the guy's like, "Damn, really?" He's like, "Yeah, they talk about having flat earth lessons in the locker room, and they break down, like their physics and their understanding of the sport and how not to account for the curvature and rotation of the earth, just play ball." And I'm paraphrasing. I mean, the newscaster was like, and then one of the other guys says, "Damn, maybe it's flat."
Yeah, no, there's a bunch
And
of
this was
examples.
live TV where people talk about, oh, it's such a marginalized, radical position. Not really. Not, it's a lot on the mainstream, a lot in pop culture. It hasn't really been
Why
the
is
only part.
nobody in academia though talking about it?
They are. If you go to academia, they call these safe spaces. You can be a flat
Well,
earther, no problem.
I actually have a funny story about that because I was in a history class in my undergrad, in my first year, and one of the very early classes, the professor said, "You can't prove the Earth is a globe, right?" And he really sold it, right, to the whole class.
That's a controversial first lesson, fair enough.
Yeah.
Good for him. That's a flat earther you're speaking to, obviously.
Perhaps. I think that this is probably someone who's, I guess, referring to what I was referring to earlier, which is just that perhaps science can't prove it to be the case, but it can certainly falsify the
Well,
alternative.
someone who's gone through the process of thinking, I should try and prove that the Earth is actually the ball I think it is, and then realize they can't, and then so, okay, we can't prove it.
There's
Did
a
you try
couple.
to convince your professor better than you knew better than him, and you tried to prove the globe to him? Did you try that, Brett?
Did you say, but
No,
Professor, what
I
about
think
the satellites?
I think I was a bit confused about the line of thought he was going down
What
because,
about
like
the
I said,
moon? What about What about the cartoons
yeah,
that I
but
watched when I was a child?
But Professor, have you seen the Southern Cross?
I mean, it's like I said earlier, right? I think it's I mean now I guess it's
The flush.
I think
He brings
the
the professor
colloquial
to
thing
the
is
toilet.
it's like I
and
said earlier, the
flushes him.
colloquial thing is to think like you can prove the Earth, but obviously it's quite hard to do that, right?
Yeah, until you look into it. Until you look into
Earth.
it, then you realize, oh shit.
But I think it's a sleight of hand, right? Because that's not what science aims to do. It's not science isn't.
Well, yeah, science isn't
purely
going to tell you the
deductive,
shape
right?
of an Earth. Yeah,
Yeah,
so science isn't trying to tell you the shape of the Earth. That's right.
it's not deductive, is what I mean, right?
Science doesn't has a mouth or a mind to speak, bro. Come on.
One of the
No,
things that got me is there's 3 legal briefs that were written about flat Earth. One of them had talked about how presenting science in the courtroom is really costly, and you would need these very elaborate scientific papers and experts and keep rolling one in after another. Where presenting flat Earth is just your lived experiences. You can present any witness on the stand and say, how does water behave? How do you see the Earth? And this is why flat Earth keeps winning in court cases. Zen Garcia, people talk about there's no flat Earth books. You can go to Amazon right now, and Zen Garcia has written about a dozen of them. You can just type in flat Earth in Amazon and get any book you want about flat Earth. Okay, and this
Do
is
you
why.
guys think there's any other way to falsify a? Cause I'm assuming the Earth is either a sphere or not
Right.
a sphere. Is there any way to falsify besides measuring the drop over distance that you guys think you can falsify a non-spherical Earth?
Who's that for?
Anyone, yeah, anyone could
Oh,
do
just
that.
Falsify cartoons? Yeah, just draw another cartoon that doesn't look like that cartoon. There it is.
Oh, maybe.
What are we trying to falsify exactly? I'm confused.
A
Cartoons.
non-curved Earth. Sorry, a non-spherical Earth. Sorry.
A non-spherical Earth.
Or a
Well, I
flat
guess the
Earth.
way you would. Well, I guess the only way I could think. I mean, it's kind of a weirdly formed question.
Yeah, because I think non-spherical is quite broad, so I'll just say a flat
Like an
Earth.
oblate spheroid?
Like
Yeah.
Bizarro.
I mean-
Britt, are you familiar with Bizarro, the adversary to Superman?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, let me see here. So, do you know who Superman is, though, right?
Superman, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's another
Flat
dimension.
Earther.
Yeah. There's another dimension where there's an evil Superman called Bizarro, and he lives on a square planet. So there's what Gemsy had talked about. You just draw a new cartoon. Here's you got all the math. I can present you all the math to show you Superman can fly. You've got all the physics, all the demonstrations. I've seen it on TV. And now here is another Superman, so testable, repeatable, observable, and he's from a square planet, Bizarro world they call it, because he Bizarro's an asshole and he took over the world, so he controls all of that version of Earth. Where Superman here kind of just is like a helper, a hero. He saves people and helps everybody. He wasn't interested in world domination.
I suppose for me, when it comes to the falsification side, I mean, I was never looking to not believe in the globe. I was just looking and researching. For me, it would be the case that I would have kept believing in the globe if the observations and the measurements were matching the model, or even if they were like slightly beyond, right? We get a 1.2 mile horizon and it's actually 1.3, 1.4 maybe. You're like, okay, maybe there's some conditions there. But the issue is, it's like you can't put the genie back in the bottle. Like, that's not how it observes and measures. So there's a falsification of that. And then if you want to then say, okay, well, how can I falsify what I do experience, which is the flat, motionless surface? Again, I would have to say, well, you'd need some evidence in terms of measurement and observation that's showing you otherwise. Like, it's at least always terminating at this point, which might indicate this, but we don't really have that. We've just got an optical plane as far as we can tell. So, and I mean, obviously, if you could be like, oh, well, what if you got in a spaceship and you went and saw it something else? Well, then, yeah, but that's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I think if, I mean, that's where I guess like the trust barrier comes in, because you could start with induction, sort of come to the conclusion there's probably a spherical Earth, but not, you know, just it's a probabilistic sort of matter, and not make any sort of deductive argument. The deduction, the modus tollens, might come in the falsification of a flat Earth. And if you start with the assumption that there is some sort of spherical Earth, you know, some sort of theoretical radius might pull you along there. But then you have and then the barrier here really is this, you know, you can't actually go
But
and
the issue,
look at it, right?
well, yeah, but the issues on top of that is like you've got no reason to assume the ball Earth. But okay, if we're assuming it because that's what we're told, then we still come up against how it observes and measures in the tests, and it doesn't match that. So
Do you think you can't
if
induce
that's
that
where it
idea?
had gone, if that's where the evidence had gone, that's where I would have gone.
Do you
But it
think you
doesn't seem to be the case.
Do you think you couldn't use induction to figure out what the most likely scenario is?
Well, give me an example.
So I'll give you a couple, right? I'll give you two actually, just because obviously you need more than one. You can't just base everything off one simple observation, right? Let's say you have on the one side you have an Aristotelian argument. So all objects in the sky appear to be spherical without exception. Why would I expect that this body that I'm standing on to be any different? That's not a strong argument on its own. It's just something you might think about, right? The second one might be something a bit more akin to, I don't know, what esoteric paternalism said yesterday, where he said, look, if I correct for a curvature, right, when I'm firing artillery, why am I always accurate in comparison
I
to
want to address the
if I was
first
shooting
one.
a flat Earth? Right, go on. Yeah.
So the first one, let's say I come from South America, and I get to the United States, right? I get my citizenship and everything, and someone says, "Hey, do you want to come play football?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. I love playing soccer in my head, but football, yeah, I love playing football." Right? And I get there, and they bust out the pigskin, and they're like, "Okay, this is football," and I'm like, "No, that's not a ball." Right? Because tennis balls are spheres, golf balls are spheres, soccer balls are spheres. So obviously, this can't possibly be a ball, right? Because I know what balls are.
Yeah.
That's the problem with inductive reasoning.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
this.
not
Here's a
supposed to
dead
be.
body, right? Susie did it. I'm only going to look for research that Susie did it. Well, what if Henry did it?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Inductive reasoning is not at all anyone's standard for knowledge, right? You can't make knowledge claims off inductive reasoning, but what you can do is develop assumptions that we all do. We all do inductive reasoning from time to time, right? We have to, right, to operate in the world. And obviously that example I gave isn't the strongest example of when you might use induction. You might use, I don't know, fucking the anti-clockwise, clockwise motions of the poles or whatever, right? That might follow more, right? It'll be a bit more of a stronger case, but it's more to illustrate the idea that you can start to make assumptions based on those inductions, right? And if you have
But
a
I would say
pattern of
those are
them, they're stronger.
fallacious. I would just say those are fallacious, though. I wouldn't see any reason, after I'd critically thought about it, to assume that any objects I'm observing above my head necessarily connect to and directly imitate what's beneath my feet. I don't see any similarities between the objects or lights that I see in the sky and the ground beneath my feet.
Are you using fallacious to mean like it's not necessarily the case, or you do mean there's an actual
Yeah,
fallacy
there's
there?
there's no logical connection between the two.
Right.
Is what
I
I'm
think.
saying.
Well, I think there probably is. It's not irrational, right, to think that way because we all do it, right?
I mean, I'm not saying it's like you're crazy to accept that story that we've been told, but I'm saying on closer, critical, cold analysis, removing all of the bias of the images we've been shown, the stories we've been told, just based on our observation, what we can observe through telescopes and things, I don't really see any justification for claiming that there's any similarities.
Yeah.
Or that it would be necessarily contingent that they couldn't be totally separate to what we see beneath our feet. And then further to that, any of the assumptions that you're going to make in this kind of fashion would require to be followed up by the direct observation and measurement anyway, which when we do, we find it doesn't match the story. So
Yeah, like I agree. I think that flat Earth can tell you some stories about the world. Like it can confirm some. You can use inductive reasoning to induce flat Earth, right? But I guess what I would suggest would be, and this is where maybe a distinction might come in, is that you don't just do it for one example, right? You have a plethora of observations you can make about the world, right? And flat Earth can confirm some, explain some, and the globe Earth can confirm others, right? What the object is to be able to draw an analogous and a correlative line. So they use the scientific virtues basically to map on which one's the most likely option. You're going to be doing inductive all the way through, right? And then when you have those assumptions where you think you're pretty confident, then you can start testing them. Then you can get into the hard stuff, right? Like, okay,
Yeah, and I'd
let's
say this is what the
true.
community are doing.
Yeah,
I would say that's what the community is doing. And beyond that, I would say, I mean, if it sounds like if you understand the validity of the conversation that we're having, you should be on our side. You should be asking, so why is this treated so irrationally in the media and the education system? Like, they're talking about this subject like it's so preposterous there couldn't be any value in having this discussion or any of the components of the discussion anywhere. And yet you know yourself after speaking to people here for a few hours or whatever, that's not the case, and there is real validity to what's being discussed here. So surely the treatment of it in the mainstream is a red flag to you that, okay, they're not really treating this subject intellectually honestly.
Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, I think it's mostly the case that we get, for those that aren't scientists, they'll typically just watch an article saying science has proved this, science knows this, right? And the fact of the matter is science probably doesn't, right? So science probably eliminated a competing theory to make us more confident in an idea. And that's something that people forget sometimes. It's not what the objective of science actually is, because it's inductive, deductive.
Well, I'm just talking about how it's disingenuously treated throughout academia and what they call the scientific community. Your big name Neil deGrasse Tysons and Bill Nye's and all this kind of stuff. The media are purposefully promoting these views that it's a joke and that anyone who even talks or thinks about it must be like below animal level. I mean, you can see the kind of vitriol and insanity that's associated with the treatment of people discussing this topic. And yet you know yourself as an intelligent agent of your own that there's very real credibility and value in the discussions that people are having.
But there's not.
So why the disconnect?
What did you say, Scott? You said, I think you said
The disconnect comes from the characterized
Somebody else
version
to
of
tell
them.
them what the truth is.
Yeah, and anytime you want to bring your data to a university, they'll be glad to look at it. But you guys never produce any data at all.
It's already been looked at, right? They've already looked at it. The fact checkers have been on it, and they've confirmed that one of the conclusions would be that the Earth is indeed flat. Let me just share the article here.
Okay, share the data with us.
I'll show you the article. USA Today. You guys like USA Today, I'm sure.
I wanted to see the data. You keep talking about how universities laugh at you, and that's because you
I
never
didn't say
provide
the
data.
universities laugh at us. I said they're
Well,
not treating the subject with integrity.
Exactly, because you
You
don't have
said
any data.
radical Discord mods, like triggered Discord mods, do a lot of. If you go to a college and present this stuff, you're fine. There's an open, safe space for all people,
No,
all
they'll laugh
ideas.
at you. They'll laugh at you.
No,
I've
they
been to
don't.
colleges. Yes, they do.
No, it's a safe space for all people, all
here's
ideas.
Here's a quote. So refraction can bend the laser along the Earth's surface to make it appear that the globe's radius is much larger than it actually is, or even that the Earth is flat, according to Kralos, who is from the university that they're interviewing here. So he's saying that the laser tests being conducted by people are showing either that the Earth has a much larger radius or that the Earth is flat, but that it's due to refraction. Now, 99% of the world's population do not know what this discussion is around with this refraction making the Earth apparently measure flat. But this is the whole point. They're not actually saying, oh no, we did the laser test and they confirmed the globe. They're saying, oh, well, you could look at these tests and say that it means there's a larger radius or that it's flat, but it's refraction. No one's teaching about refraction to the majority of people going through the education system and how it makes the Earth appear and measure flat by laser. But in the mainstream media, they're pretty much accepting it. So
How did you guys make it look and measure flat by laser? How'd you do that? What was the experiment? By laser.
well, people are firing lasers over bodies of water and seeing if they're obstructed by curvature.
Okay.
Yeah, because they say that the Earth is a ball that has curvature.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. So
And why
if
is
you
a
were to shoot a
laser
laser a certain distance, it would either be obstructed or go over the target.
And why
That's
is
the prediction.
And why is a laser light any different than every other light that we see?
Well, laser is generally shooting in a straight line, so
What difference does it make?
well, if you're trying to draw a straight line across the surface, see whether it's curved and dropping away from the laser, then that's what you use.
But all light goes in a straight line.
You have not focused like a laser.
Why does it matter if it's focused?
Controlling for variables.
You're looking to use the laser light as a reference to see if it can hit a target a certain distance away or if it's obstructed by curvature. I mean, I know
Why
you
do I-
know this, and I
why-
know you're
why-
already in some kind of deep state of cognitive dissonance about it, but don't be disingenuous.
I'm trying to see if I can get you to understand why your laser thing is kind of irrelevant. Because if I stand on one end of a
Well, according to
shoreline,
USA Today, it looks like the laser tests are showing either a much bigger radius or that the Earth is flat. Why are USA Today saying that?
I don't care.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Why do
Speak
not
to someone who does care about it.
But I can put you all kinds of articles, and I can show you pictures of people who say the Earth is a globe. Why are
That's
yours
what's
better than mine?
point. What's your point? Finish your point. Why is a laser test where we hit a target over a distance of water, where we've got a sight of it to confirm that it's there with the laser, not good enough for you?
Because it's no different than every other light that we see, whether it's reflected of sunlight or when we're looking at a building, right, across the Great Lakes or something, or across the ocean. When we're looking at a building, we're looking at light reflecting off that building. That light is just identical to laser light. It's the same light.
Okay. So that thing that's at the distance that we can see, according to you, that's not there.
No, I've many times, and you all have seen it too, where bodies of water have obstructed bottoms of buildings, bottoms of ships, bottoms of everything.
So
We've
physical
seen it.
curvatures
We've all
obstructing
seen
my
it.
view
You
of
just
that thing.
reject it. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not rejecting. I'm trying to confirm what you've said. So the curvature of the Earth has obstructed my view of the bottom of that thing.
The curvature of the Earth is obstructing the bottom of the thing. Yes, correct.
Okay. So in an instance, for example, across a body of water, say at a distance of 25 miles, where I can see an object and I hit it with a laser, are you saying that the object in question is not actually there? It's a hologram. The laser is being bent around the curvature of the Earth to hit that
No, I'm saying
hologram.
I'm saying the laser's
But
irrelevant.
actually,
All
it
you got
looks
to
like I can see it and I can hit it. Which one are you
all you have
talking
to do
about?
is all you have to do is grab all you have to do is grab a telescope or a pair of binoculars and have some guy over there and wave at you. It's the same thing. Hey, how you doing? Waving away. And if you can see him, you've proved that the light made it from one point to the other, not being obstructed. So the laser beam is just circus. It's unnecessary. It doesn't do
But
anything for your
this
argument.
is applicable. Sorry, my friend. This is applicable technology. This is direct line of sight laser targeting systems that we're talking about.
But it's just light.
You know, a technology that's used. Technology that's used by the navies of the world, for example, when targeting ground-based targets from the sea.
Sure, but why do you need it for your test?
Because we're trying to demonstrate whether the surface is either going to obstruct my view of the object, or whether indeed the surface underneath the laser is indeed curving. Quite easy to understand.
Yes, but why don't you just grab a water level, for example? You've seen those water levels, right?
Okay.
And sight the water level to the person standing on the other end of the shore and see where you hit. I mean, if you're standing at 6 foot above the lake level, go ahead.
For example, if I've got an infrared camera and I can see the object in question, let's say at a distance of, I don't know, 93 miles, I can see the target with an infrared camera. I can also get a ping off of that target with a radar signal, which is 2 traversals, one there and one back again. And then I can hit it with 3 coloured lasers. Are you still going to suggest that the object that I can see, the object I can get a ping off, and the object that I can target is not there?
No, I would not say that. Of course not. If you hit it, you hit it.
Of course. But
I'm
this
just
is the
asking
technology.
why you
Sorry.
think the lasers are
Just to finish
necessary
my
for
point.
this test.
Just to finish my point, this is 3 different pieces of technology that the military use when targeting things. 1, infrared camera to see the object. 2, the radar to get a ping clarifying that object is there, and then 3, the laser at 3 different wavelengths to target the object that I can see and get a ping off to blow the shit out of it. Now, this is military applicable technology that would be rendered useless if the curvature of the Earth was said to be getting away, because 1, I would not be able to see it, and 2, I would not be able to get a radar ping out of it, and 3, I wouldn't be able to confirm it was there and target it with a laser at 3 different wavelengths to account for refraction that's in the atmosphere.
So what do all
3,
these military who use this technology say about the feasibility of using those over very long distances?
that's military technology, isn't it? That's laser targeting and radar
Oh,
targeting and line of sight. I can see it. It is there. Applicable
okay.
technology that is used every single day to blow the shit out of crap.
And is there limitations? Are there limitations on these technologies that the
Railgun
military
is
says?
good for 100 miles. You know how much curvature that is?
I do. 1 mile.
I was asking a simple question. What do the
Yeah,
military
of
say
course.
about the limitations of these technologies?
Of course, there's limitations to technologies, but each
What are they?
limitation is slightly different. For
But
example, a
what are they?
radar. Hold on. For
Okay.
example, a radar can have a radius of 450 miles from a ground-based installation getting pings off of vessels at sea. That's 450 miles, and that's a direct line of sight. It's not being bounced off the atmosphere, for example. It's a direct line of sight. Now, of course, technology has limitations, but the point in question is not limited by the curvature of the Earth.
So you think that radar, ground radar, is picking up ships from 450 miles away?
Well, according to the Jimboree North Australian radar installation, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but I'm pretty sure that's not
Well,
correct.
that's
You
why I
misunderstood
think,
something.
because that's what they declare. Maybe you should go and look at it.
Well, show me it.
You're not going to.
Hold on,
Are you?
that just sums up his entire position perfectly. I don't know anything about that, but I'm pretty sure it's incorrect.
Yeah, because
So
it flies in the face of everything that
that
I
about
do
does
know.
it. Is there anyone here who can actually have a rational, non-emotional conversation about the Earth?
Yeah, it'd be great if you
All I've
guys
done is
could.
pointed out 3
You
pieces of
guys
technology
mentioned how your
that
emotions
require
are
a
involved in
direct line
everything
of
you
sight,
believe.
my friend.
Wow.
All I've done is pointed out 3 pieces of technology that require a direct line of sight. These pieces of technology would be rendered useless if the curvature of the Earth was in the fucking way.
And they are when the curvature of Earth is in the way, and the military admit that.
What curvature of the Earth? How did you measure that?
I didn't. The military did.
When did they measure it?
Long time ago, I guess. Geodetic
Well, what
surveys
was the
measured it.
measurement? What was
We
the
measured it.
measurement?
We measured it from satellites. We've
Okay,
measured this shit. We measured the size of the
the
Earth in many
measurement?
ways.
Could you
Well,
post the measurement?
I didn't do it.
Well, who did? Post their measurement. I'm not asking you to post your measurement. Post the measurement or measurements.
Scott Mackey.
Yeah, what? Sorry, my wife was
Flat
bugging me.
Earth Scott Mackey, post the measurement. Doesn't matter if it was you or Santa Claus who did it, just post it.
Yeah, post it, and then we can talk about it.
So can I go to Wikipedia and look at size of the
It's
Earth?
not for me to tell. It's not for me to tell you how to find the evidence for your claim, my
Well,
friend.
if I can, I know I can go to Wikipedia,
If you make
and
a
I know I can
claim,
find where it says the size of the Earth. Would you
okay,
guys
and then you
accept
can
it?
find a bit. Well, no, we asked for the measurement, not the claimed size. Why are you asking us where to get the
What's the
measurement when you just
difference?
said we've measured it
What's the
loads of
difference?
times? The
What's the difference?
military, these guys, those guys, they all measured it.
Everyone's measured it, but
Where
no
do I
one has
find
the
the
number.
measurement?
What's the
Yeah, no one
measurement?
has the numbers, no one has the measurement.
What's
Well,
the
that's for you to
Everyone knows.
tell us.
Everyone knows the Earth
That's
is
for you to
round, but
tell
no
us.
one knows where the evidence is. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Let's
crazy,
point
eh?
out. Sorry, let's point out another piece of military technology that was thought up and used within the Second World War. Is anybody familiar with the Neckelbein radar targeting system?
Nah,
This
bro,
is
we're not that old.
no, that's
The flat
fine. You
earthers
can
are.
reference books and so on, and history and shit. So the Nickelbein technology was 2 cross beam signals. You understand that, for example, in the Second World War, the Luftwaffe liked to bomb the shit out of Great Britain. Yeah, we all remember that. So basically, what
Yeah,
you've got is
everyone
2
remembers.
cross beams. We have cross beams. We have one installation, a targeting system, a mast sending out a signal across the English Channel across Great Britain from Paris, and one from Stockholm, for example. These would meet at a place called Coventry, for example. What would happen is an airplane would take off, the Luftwaffe would take off and follow one of those beams until the signal changed. That means the intersection of the other beam. When the signals intersected, they knew to drop their ordnance. Now, this was at a distance of over 450 miles. Now, these were ground-based masts, for example, great big mast with a bloody antenna on the top sending off a signal. Now, we have to understand that the Luftwaffe were only flying at an altitude of 10,000 feet. Now, this technology in the Second World War would not have been applicable if the surface of the Earth was in the way. You should
Wait, what's the
probably
technology
Wikipedia
called again?
Nickelbine.
Anickebein. Nickebein. German.
I'm not nickel. Not nickel. How do I spell it one more time? Sorry.
Knickebein. Nickebein.
Ah.
And so this is a direct example. This is a direct example of how the globe Earth costs lives, because the British staff to Churchill were saying, well, they can't possibly be using some kind of targeting system from Germany, from the continent, because it's too far and the curve of the Earth would get in the way. So they can't be sending these signals. So they couldn't figure out how they were managing to so accurately bomb London. And they were like, the staff was saying, no, it can't be a triangulation or the beams, because they'd get blocked by the Earth's surface. And it was only when they'd managed to shoot down one of the German planes that they found the technology in it and figured out, oh, they are actually sending beams across that they're picking up, and this is how they're managing to be so accurate. So there must be some kind of bouncing going on off the atmosphere, which is making these beams go to where they need to go, because otherwise the curvature of the Earth should be in the way. Because they couldn't figure that out, a load more people died. And yeah, it just really shitty theory all around.
Hold on. A little bit more people died from airstrikes
Because of the globe Earth belief, yes.
So yes, these are airstrikes, right? So I just joined a second ago, but you're already spouting these things.
So what we're talking about, if you just joined, is the Nickebein targeting system from Germany in World War II, where they were using long-distance radar, basically, to connect beams to guide their bombers to London. And the British staff couldn't figure it out because they were saying, no, the curvature of the Earth would be in the way, there's no way they could do that. And it took them ages to figure it out, and they only figured it out when they caught a
These
downed
beams
plane.
are built through
They
the
got it.
scientists that you are trying to disprove.
No, we're not trying to disprove
what?
Nickebein scientists. I don't know what you're talking about. You've just arrived, so maybe just listen for a wee bit.
Okay,
Nickelbine scientists said that the Earth's surface is primarily flat for the first few hundred kilometers, so that's why they assumed that it was flat.
All right. Well, if it's flat for a few hundred kilometers, then goodbye globe model. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, it worked, right? So
sadly, the Earth is never
because
flat.
the Earth isn't
No.
curved.
The Earth is
Isn't
never
a ball.
flat. The Earth is
Well,
never
the Earth
flat
is
in the way
never
that you
flat.
presume it. But
Wow.
hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out. So each and every one of us are inside of a house right now, right? And then what happens is that in order to create this obstruction that you call a house, what happens is they have to level this thing out, right?
Bro, we
And
don't
when
mean
you level this out,
flat.
hold on. But this extends to roads. This extends to highways.
Yeah,
And
they're
these
all
things
level.
that you
They're all
guys are
flat.
seeing, no, it's the thing that you guys are trying to use with your eyeballs, and you don't understand how these things are being manipulated through mathematics and the fact that we understand that the Earth is round in order to make these things work.
No, you believe that. You don't understand.
No, it's not that okay. I just sure.
Epsilon, how did Nickelbine work if the Earth was never flat? If the distances were never flat, sorry.
You trying to get in, Jedi?
I'm here, but he.
Tell me, how did Nickelbine work then?
We can talk.
The Nickelbine.
We can talk.
The Nickelbine radio navigation.
Hold on, guys. Jedi is trying to get through.
Jedi's cutting out bad.
Yeah, Jedi, you're roboting a little bit.
We can talk about. We can make it more.
Yeah, brother. It's not
Jedi,
coming
you're
through.
from
it's not coming
I
through,
have to,
Jedi.
I'm gonna come back in a bit. I promised to watch a film with my girl, so I'll be right back.
I'm sure you did, brother. I'm sure you did.
What do you mean? Sure, I did. I promise
No,
you.
you
It's a
go and
treat.
enjoy your movie, bro. It's fine. It's fine. Go and enjoy.
Hold on. What? Tell me, is there any question that you want before I go?
Yeah, I just want to know how did Nickelbine work if the Earth's short distance wasn't flat?
How did Nickelbine work if the Earth's short distance wasn't flat?
Yeah, because they
That doesn't
operated on
even
the
make.
sun.
Sorry. What's
So
short mean
Nickelbine
to you?
operated.
Okay, what does short mean to you? What
Nickelbine's
are you?
assumption
Is
that.
short
Okay,
3 inches,
can I
1
answer your
inch, a
question?
meter, 3 meters? What metric system do you want to use? What is
A few
short
hundred
mean?
kilometers.
A few hundred kilometers. No, you're being okay. Where are you referencing with these few hundred kilometers?
Nickelbine's radio navigation system
Let
operated
me
on a
look at
few
this.
100 kilometer basis.
Nickelbine, you're talking about this German thing that the bombs that were used through lasers
No, it's a
and
navigation system.
the navigation system. Okay, sure, I understand, but the issue with this is that you're trying to. How do I say this? Mathematics were still used based on how we are able to frame the curvature of the Earth,
No, it's
right?
just
They
nonsense,
use.
bro.
It's not nonsense.
They didn't
It
operate
is.
on the
You
basis that the
cannot
Earth was
create. Okay,
round.
you make me a. Let's have a contest, right? We can do this
I'm good,
live
bro.
if you guys
No,
want.
go and watch.
Let's
Go watch your
create
movie, bro.
airplanes. No.
I'm
Let's
good, bro.
create paper airplanes made out of paper. And it
No, I'm
sucks
good,
because
bro.
we're all in different places in the world. Let's create paper airplanes and then let's
You can make a
go
paper plane.
with wind and then also make sure that see what the difference of how these paper airplanes progress using the same type of winds, which we cannot
Okay,
prove.
okay. The paper
Dude, I
airplane
haven't
You
heard an
guys,
experiment. We'll
because
argument
you
put
that
don't
it.
good
We'll
since
put
understand
it on the.
science. You don't
2015. Hold
understand.
on.
Hold
It's
on.
Hold
Okay.
on. I haven't heard an argument that good since 2015 when they used to say that you can tell the Earth is a globe when you flush the toilet on the northern hemisphere and you flush the
oh,
toilet on the
come on. That's
southern
not the same
hemisphere.
thing. That's not the same
Yes,
thing
it
because
is.
that's being
Paper
manipulated.
airplanes are polluting the globe. Boy. What are you talking about, boy?
Paper
No, because
airplane.
what happens, what you're saying, there's no wind or no other.
I feel for you, bro,
How,
because your woman's gonna make you watch some shitty, boring movie, and you're just gonna be thinking, paper airplanes. Is it a globe?
hey,
Nickelbine? What
give
was
me
going on?
something that. Okay, give me something that you guys could like disagree with. A toilet is not a good example. We can
There's
talk
no
about
curvature
toilets
of
if you
Earth.
want.
There's no curvature of Earth. That's what we're saying.
There is a curvature. I'm
No,
sorry.
because the Nickelbine. You said it right. There was no curvature over the first few hundred kilometers. Yeah.
No, that's not what I said. That's probably
You
someone
said
else.
that's what the Nickelbine was doing. You said
No,
it
no, no,
assumes
no,
it
no, no.
assumes the flat
No. They were
100
using
kilometers.
mathematics. They were using mathematics that make
Just
sense
to
for how.
say a flat Earth. They assumed a flat Earth in their mathematics. That's the point.
Okay, can you show me that they assumed a flat Earth? Is there something I can read on this? And if
Well,
I
look
will
up the
read it and
Nickelbine.
I will be with you.
Yeah. Look up the Nickelbine. It's Knickebin. Nickelbine. Look up the targeting system, and then come and get back to us. Enjoy your movie, bro. What are you watching?
I'm sure right here.
He's hooked now.
Spell again. Spell again.
K
K-I-N.
N
Ken
I
A-I.
Knickebin. Nickelbine. German. The Germans, they bloody flat earthers.
What
Maybe
we're
that's why
doing.
they kicked everyone's ass in 2 wars, pretty much all the way across Europe.
I don't. Can you send me a reference? Can you send me like a reference, like the
He
first?
did
No, I
still
can't at the
lose
moment.
though. You gotta
Just
you
send
gotta
me a
give him
reference.
some.
If you need like 50 people to do it, but yeah, no.
No. Just send me like one thing on the side chat. Just send me like the wiki or anything on that.
Yeah,
You find it yourself.
Just
someone
send
will
me
speak
something.
for it if you can't find it.
to take it down. Yeah.
Yeah, if someone can find it, just please send it to the side chat.
Someone see
It'll
if they
help
can
me.
find a taboo conspiracy video about it, because he broke it down pretty nicely. But yeah, if you can find a
Which video?
YouTuber called Taboo Conspiracy, he did a video on it.
No,
Which
just
video?
share. Can you just send it to me? Like, please, I
No,
want to
I
read it.
can't right now. I'm busy, bro. But someone will send you something.
Dude,
Don't worry about it.
just look up 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball by
Come on,
Eric
send me this
Dubay.
Nickelbine. Send me the Nickelbine thing.
What are you
Yeah.
asking about for
Sorry.
Taboo?
It's like
Send me
he
Nicobine.
did it. He
With
did a video.
Nicobine.
He did a video. He did a video on the Nicobine
Send me the
targeting
Nicobine.
system.
Okay, so send it. Send it.
Nigga, shut the fuck up so I can hear what he's asking.
I'm saying that Taboo
You know what you're
Conspiracy
looking
did a
for.
video on the
Alright, no,
Nicobine.
fuck him. I can't hear you. Fuck
thing.
him. Fuck him.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, it's Taboo Conspiracy and Nicobine. I mean, that was all I was saying. He explains it, breaks down the math, the curvature, all that kind of stuff, so that guy can understand what we're talking about. He said he was going to watch a movie with his girl, but then he heard us talking about the Nicobine. He said, "Nah, fuck that. You're going to have to watch When Harry Met Sally by yourself."
And then he
Because I
brought
want to
up
see the Nicobine. Can you send it? Can you send it on the side chat?
I'm
But it's
working
okay.
on it. Damn, impatient.
We've got the full team on it, guy. Please have some patience. We do this for free.
I
Come and
understand.
enlighten you guys.
I understand.
Here all week.
I would bring up something else, but it'll take ages for me to be able to reference it for you. All we're doing is talking about military technology that's been used since the Second World War.
Manufacturing. This is not what they're speaking on. I know where you're going, but that's not what they're speaking on.
I wasn't going there. You don't know where I'm going, mate.
Yeah, no,
I'm
he's
not
speaking to
talking to
someone in
you.
the chat.
As someone
Don't
else. It was a different
pay
concept.
attention. Don't pay attention to the text chat. That guy has been coping for days now. Listen to what Jedi's saying.
Manny's a sane person.
We can talk about analog TV signals if you want to, but then I'll be referencing the UK, and you wouldn't understand what that was. You wouldn't understand what the BT tower was. You wouldn't understand what London and Birmingham were, and know that the distance was 100 miles, where they sent signals from one BT tower to another. See, the problem with that is they only took account for the topography between London and Birmingham. You know, the hills and the valleys and the trees and shit. So this was direct line of sight analog TV signals that they sent over 100 miles. That's only 100 miles, but if the surface of the Earth was curved, that would be 1 mile of descent from, say, Birmingham to London. Now, this technology requires a direct line of sight between both mast and receiver. Do you want to
Posted.
look into that as well? Analog TV, radio signals, radio.
Nicobine's on the chat.
Right, you guys
Someone's
like math
posted
a
it for
lot,
you.
right? So let's do the math on that. Both towers would have to equal 1 mile, so you would have to have one tower that's half a mile up, another tower half a mile up, plus the topography.
Both BT towers are no more than 200 to 300 meters tall.
Pretty cool.
And we've gone from laser tests to radar to sending signals from one place to another. All of this technology requires a direct line of sight between sender and receiver, or sender and target. If the surface of the Earth was curved, this technology would be rendered useless, because guess what? The curvature of the Earth would get in the way.
Yeah, but they got toilets and paper airplanes, and balls and sticks and shit, and a weak ass force of gravity. Shit's weak.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in the paper airplanes. We'll come back to that one.
Yeah, that sounds
Put a
pretty good.
fork in it. Put a fork in it. It's done.
Oh dear. He's probably reading the Nicobine thing. So if there's any other questions or comments from new people that want to get involved, feel free. Or message a mod if you need unmuted or something.
Hello.
I don't understand how this proves that the Earth is flat.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a second. There was a new guy who just said hello. There's someone with a question there.
Yeah, it was me. I was just wondering, how often is analog transmission used nowadays?
It's not used nowadays. Obviously, we have different signals for that. I'm pointing out a technology that was used 30, 40, 50 years ago, my friend. That's all.
Oh, but do you think that that would be useful for sort of local transmissions, like across like a region, rather than sort of intercontinental?
My friend, do I detect that you've got an English accent?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you know where Birmingham and London are, don't you?
I know where London is. I don't know exactly where Birmingham is.
Okay, well, the distance of Birmingham from London is about 100 miles. Do you understand that if the Earth was a curved surface, there would be 1 mile of descent between one and the other? See, the thing that I'm pointing out is the old technology of analog signals, radio signals, for example. You know what the BT tower is? Yes? Please say that you do.
Yeah, I do know
Okay.
what the BT tower is.
Okay, so that will be the receiver and transmitter in London. There's another one in Birmingham. My goodness me, there's even one in Manchester. We put them all over England to send radio and analog TV signals from one city to another. Now, if the surface of the Earth was curved, for example, this technology would be rendered useless because the curvature of the Earth would get in the way. See, the point to this is when they built these masts, the only thing that they actually took into account for was the hills and the trees between both sender and receiver. London and Birmingham, for example. That's why they had to build them as tall as they were. The problem is they would have to have built them even taller if the Earth was curved.
I don't think those were the only masts used to send signals though. I think there were sort of, ones along the way to help to sort of, boost the signal along.
Yeah, there were repeater towers added in afterwards. You're absolutely right. Obviously, the technology got better and we had the technology to build more masts and so
not
on. But
after, during.
yeah, during as well. Yeah. But the first instance of the first signal from Birmingham to London
So
is
the
never
curve
repeated along the way
is
until they
negated by
built one.
repeaters. The curve is
Did you not
negated by repeaters, right?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Sorry, could you repeat it?
Okay, so first instance, tower in Birmingham, tower in London. And then they built repeaters along the way, but that was only to strengthen the signal that they first got without the repeater in the middle.
Is that true? I don't know.
Okay, well maybe you should go and look it up.
Maybe I should.
Good lad.
Nice. Quick and painless. Who's next? Number 375, you're up. Number 375.
Talking like a McDonald's employee where they shout their number when you're getting your McDonald's.
I was thinking more like
we
a
just
hospital
get
waiting room or
we
something, but
eventually
yeah.
just sort of get told to go do some research, and it's like, oh, so you don't have the answer. We have to go
Well,
and do the
he's
research.
pointing you in a direction that you then go and research, yes.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Maybe you
it's
guys could call a scientist, rent a scientist, and let them look at it for you, right?
Yeah, like of course you need to do this shit yourself.
Well, no, but it's just interesting that, like, if we had a debate to prove like a proposition, I wouldn't sort of my argument that there are repeaters that boost the signal during this these broadcasts negates the curve. And you say no, they weren't there, but you did say that they were there. So it's like, what is the answer? Oh, I should go and research it.
Correct.
Does that
You
mean
should
that
go and
you're right
research
though?
it.
Does that mean that you're
No.
right?
I don't think Jedi said this is a debate and I've just won the debate and you lose and all this. He's just pointing out something which is interesting that you should go and look up.
Surely he's the one making the claim though, right? The onus is on him.
Yeah, so you are
And
correct.
then to know the proof for his claim, right?
Wait, the onus is on him to cite a source. Hold on, guys. The onus is on him to cite his source. He cited his source. Now the onus is on you to check it out.
And it is fine. This was something that I looked into over
Where
8 years
is the source?
But why do you guys
apologize.
believe that source?
My friend, this was something I did over 8 years ago. I do apologise that I can't pull it straight out of my backside and provide it for you right now. That is on my part. I do feel bad and I do apologise.
No, that's no problem.
That's just something that I figured out along the way about 10 minutes ago.
Play, mate. That's okay. But like someone said, for a second there, I thought you had already provided one because somebody said that you had. But no, that's fair play. If there is a fair dispute, like we'll put this on hold. We'll come back to it later. We'll both have a look. But yeah,
okay.
Just I don't want It's no worries.
So what'll happen in a lot of these conversations is we'll say things and they'll have keywords and you should look into the keywords to check and make sure that we're not talking out of our ass, right? So whenever we're speaking about these things, if we have a source or a reference, we'll give it to you. And then we'll reiterate what it is that we understand about what it is that we're talking about. but we're also not going to try and convince you, because we don't want to take you from one form of belief to another form of belief. We want you to do your own research and study, check our bullshit, and verify whether what we're saying is true or not.
But how do we
Yeah,
verify that sources are lying to us?
pretty much, right? So
But if
this is
that's only your goal, you could say anything, and as long as you sort of get me to research it, you've won in a way.
no, it's not about win or losing.
Yeah.
This is like you need to get out of this mindset. We're not here to win anything or lose anything. We're here to share information that we've gathered, and you can do with what you will. And the
That's
guy
fine.
said, there's
You
some
are
key
aware.
sources as we're
You can
talking.
say
You
it's
can
not
look
about
them
winning
up.
or losing, but you are aware that a lot of people in this channel do sort of laud a lot of the sort of
Well, I'm not
outcomes of
talking. I'm not talking.
conversations.
I'm not speaking for other people, right? I'm just saying in general, this is the case, and whatever people are like on the internet, that's what they're like on the internet. The truth about this matter is, we all live on this earth. It's all in our interest to know as much about it as we can, and to not simply accept what we're told about it at face value. So we're not telling you just to believe us or jump from one belief to another. You have to go and verify this for yourself if you're interested. If you're not, you don't really care about what's going on, fair enough. That's up to you. We're happy to
I
talk
just
about
want to
any
point out.
Fair
evidence.
enough. That's a fair
That's it.
position to have, but
I just
yeah, fair enough.
I just want to point out, we're not asking you to believe us. That would be ridiculous, right? We're just idiots on the internet, all of us, on both sides.
So
But
who are
we
you
are
asking us to
asking you
believe?
to go outside and trust your senses. And if that's too much to
We
ask,
do,
fair be it. You know, we
but
don't care what you believe. We're just
we've already
giving you
done
the
that.
ability to ask the question that you didn't know that you could ask before you heard us talking about it.
But we've already been outside and trusted our senses. I've been out for 59 years and I trust my senses. You're asking me not to
Or
trust my senses.
No, I'm
you just
asking you to trust your senses. Have you experienced a globe?
Yes,
Curvature?
every
Yes?
day of my life. Yes, yes.
Yikes.
Okay,
you,
what did it feel like when you were spinning at 1,038 miles an hour at the equator?
We don't measure spin by velocity. We measure it by RPMs
Oh
or
my
RPDs
god.
in this case.
do you detect motion in your everyday life, my friend?
No, and I don't expect to.
So it's
You don't
nonsense then.
No, it's not nonsense. No one expects to feel the
Wait, can
motion.
you sense it or not? Can you sense the motion of the Earth?
I can sense it by referencing other things, sure.
You know that would be kind of flawed
All
because
motion is relative. So how are you going to have another reference frame and see it spinning and infer that it must be the Earth that's spinning and not the stars? Have you heard of relativity? It's only been out for like 100 years.
That's not what relativity means, sorry.
Oh, infinite reference frames, relativity, relative motion, classical relativity. It's not talking about relative objects and motion relative to one another?
Well, if
Or
you
was it
want to talk
talking about the fact that Einstein married his first cousin? Is that what that was all about? Maybe I didn't understand it.
yeah, it's inertial
Why do you
reference
guys
frame
gotta do
relative.
this? What is in it for you? I do not understand that.
Oh, Scott, stop clutching your pearls, please. This is too
What's in it?
much.
What's in it for you, Larry? Seriously, man. You're a grown man,
Don't
right?
talk about people. Talk about
Yeah.
your evidence and your experience of a spinning globe, which you said that you had, and then said that you don't have. Get it together, guy.
Oh yeah,
I
you're the
already
guy who
did.
said you were going to find the
I
measurement of the curve.
I watched
Where's
the
that
stars.
at? You were saying you were going to find the measurement of the curve earlier. What happened to that?
I already posted it. You missed it.
Okay, what was it? Could you tell us?
It's like 24,000 mile circumference, 8,000 mile radius, or something like
No,
that.
no, no. But who measured it? Where did that measurement come from? Those numbers.
No, there's the International Geodetic Society measured it. NASA's measured it. Lots of people have measured it.
Okay,
Stop
pick
your scouting.
one. Pick one and talk about it. Tell us about it.
Why? You're just going to ignore it? I mean, you
no, we're
know it.
Oh,
not.
see, here we go.
You know it's out there, right?
Really
Be honest.
evasive, eh?
Be
You're
honest.
really evasive, aren't you? It shouldn't be
Are
this hard
you
to just provide one measurement and talk
do
about it.
you
Yeah, so you
guys
measured
are you
the
serious or serious
Geo
here?
Society. You measured NASA. Which one do you want to go with? The
You go
National
with
Geo
the International
or
Geodetic
NASA?
Society, whoever they are.
Okay, so what did they do? Tell us about it.
They took hundreds of thousands of measurements from various places throughout the globe, and they plotted every bit of it, apparently.
Right, so from one distance to another, what was like their longest measurement from point to point?
I don't know. They're the professionals. I trust them.
Oh my goodness me! You understand how this argument starts to fall apart now?
No,
Well,
To be fair, you
I
guys
understand how
pointed
you
me
reject.
to a
hold on.
source.
Sorry, I apologise. You said that we would ignore it, but all you've done is just said a few sentences without any kind of methodology in it to ignore.
But you
Well,
know,
he said he doesn't know.
But you guys
Yeah,
know it's out there, and you're choosing not to look at it, right?
Well, you just said you don't know.
Do you
Yeah,
guys
you
know
haven't
You
it's
don't
looked
know
out
at
it's
it.
there
out
You
there.
now?
listen. You haven't looked at it. You can't even tell us in any kind of specific
I
detail
don't
what's
have to. I
actually been
trust
done.
them.
You haven't
I
even
trust
looked at
them.
your own claim, guy.
Okay. Well,
I
your
agree.
trust,
I agree. I
your
trust them.
subjective level of
You
trust
don't.
is not
Why
a
don't you
proof
look
of
at it?
measurement.
I
Your
agree.
subjective
I
level
agree.
of trust in something that you haven't read is not a measurement. Sorry.
I agree.
So let us know when
I
you've
agree.
read it and you understand what they're claiming and
The
can talk
question is,
about it.
why haven't you guys read it?
Because you're
Critical hit.
assuming.
Why haven't
sorry.
we read your article?
No,
I still
why
don't.
haven't you read the data that,
Okay,
or looked at the data that the
okay.
International Geodetic Society has
Still don't
provided us?
understand what they've done yet. All you said is they've measured. How did they measure?
But
What methodology did they use? Tell me all about it.
How long you been doing flat Earth?
All right.
Since
Critical hit.
2006.
This guy's too much.
That's
You
just
go
pathetic,
and
Scott Mackey. Absolutely
And
pathetic.
Scott, you
all this time you guys
just
haven't looked it up.
just be
Really?
quiet for a bit. We were speaking to some new people. Go and read what you think the National Geodetic Society did, and then you can talk about it.
I already have a good idea what they did.
Okay, what's
Tell
the
us.
longest distance they measured?
How
Don't
did they
know.
do it? How did they do it then? What technology did they use? What were the parameters? Tell us all about it.
He has a good idea. Let's hear it.
They took surveying equipment and pointed at various points and triangulated and did all the calculations and did all the math necessary to figure out how every point relates to every other point.
Critical hit.
Did they
And
know about refraction?
Yes, of course they do know about refraction. They're experts.
So how does it make sense then if it's all refracted data?
It's not all refracted data, and if you would take the time to understand what they're doing, you would know that it's not.
Wait a
like
minute.
you
How do you
haven't
take
taken that
measurements
time.
through the atmosphere and it's not refracted?
Because not
Ooh.
all the things are refracted. Not all measurements are refracted.
So
Depends on
when
how
we
you
see
are.
a horizon, from 1 foot that's 10 miles away, what's that?
It's irrelevant to this conversation. We're talking about the International Geodetic Society.
Well, you don't seem to know anything about that, so. Sorry, Jedi, go on.
Why do you all reject what they've done?
We
You gotta
still
have a
don't
reason.
fucking know what
You
they've
don't
What
done
know
have
what
yet.
they
they've done.
done? What have they done? You haven't given us any substance at all.
But the question is, why don't you know what they've done?
We're
It's
asking
your
you because it's
argument,
your
bro.
claim.
But why do you guys not take the time to go look at what other people have done in
Why do
this
you guys
world?
not take the time to check out something that I haven't taken the time to check out, but I'm
Yeah,
arguing for
yeah.
anyway?
I
Why don't you
trust
take
them.
the time to
That's Mike.
investigate your
Yeah.
own
What's yours?
claim? Why don't you take the
You're
time to check out your own claim so you can at least go into a little bit of detail about it?
There's
sorry to
all
Isn't that
kinds
say,
of
what you
things.
guys
Scott,
did with
but
the Nikodime thing?
your trust is not proof.
I know. So you should go look at it yourself, right? Why haven't
What?
you?
Yeah, we've looked at the Earth. There's no curve.
Well,
Have
he
you looked
pointed
at
you
What?
the
to the
data from the
source.
National Geodetic Society?
What's the
Well, what's the
flattest state
data?
in America?
Have you looked
Sorry,
at it?
what's the flattest state in America?
What's prevented you from looking it up so far?
Oh, nothing. I have looked at it. I do understand exactly what you're talking about within geodetic survey, and it's something we talk about a lot on the 24/7
Okay.
Flat Earth Discord server point
Okay.
GG. Now we're
Okay.
trying to get to
And
you.
so
So
what's your
hold
problem with
on.
it?
Why are you talking
Sorry.
through me?
Go ahead.
It's
Sorry.
okay, no problem, my friend. We're trying to understand what you know about it, so when you tell us what you know, we can start picking it apart. But yeah, I'm fully aware of what geodetic surveys do, my friend. They will measure the surface of the Earth, and because they think it's on a ball, they will then add the radius value to the measurements that they've already taken of a flat Earth. They would just superimpose it around the ball because guess what? I think they're on a ball.
Obloid, to be
Why do they think
specific.
you're on a ball?
Earth is
Religious
an
reasons.
obloid. It's not a ball, sir.
Which ones?
All right, who's the new guy? We'll speak to him instead. What you got for the globe, or the obloid, as you're calling it?
I'm not new,
You
sir.
guys
I've
always
been
run
here
into
and I
these
just got unmuted.
roadblocks, don't you?
Okay, I got a question
Okay.
for you. Is Venus an obloid or is it a sphere?
It's an obloid, to be specific.
Okay, how fast is it spinning? Spins pretty slow, doesn't it?
Who's talking?
Oh, it's Neon. This guy's going to be triggered in about 1 minute.
Oh, less than that. As soon as he Googles it and sees how slow it's spinning, It's going to be spherical in your model, but somehow you said it was obloid. Not enough
What the fuck
centrifugal
is
force
Sorry,
to
I
make
do
the
apologize.
pear-shapedness.
Right,
Sorry, bruh.
what's an obloid?
Oh, you don't know what's an obloid?
Yeah, no, I don't. It's the first time I've ever heard the word obloid. I've heard oblate, but not obloid.
It's pear-shaped.
2015,
Pancake.
2015 called. They want their Glober back.
Any of you guys
Sorry,
care to guess the distance from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia?
Doesn't
I
matter. There's
wanna
no
guess.
curve between those 2 points.
Well, can you guys give us a distance at least?
But
At least
with
try.
regard to the Great Circle route, which way do they curve that arc to? Do they curve it towards the pole, or do they curve it towards the equator? Which way do they curve that Great Circle?
It goes to the South Pole. It goes to Antarctica when you're flying.
The circle doesn't have to.
Yeah.
No,
Well, you know, they have these flights, right? Qantas Airlines has a flight from
that's
Sydney,
fine.
Australia to
You're
Santiago,
right.
Chile, right? You agree with that?
No, that circle goes towards the equator.
Okay. Do you agree that Qantas has a flight from Santiago to Sydney?
Yeah, go on then. Why not? Good faith argument. Yeah, go on.
Do you think they know how far it is?
Probably. I would hope so.
And so if it was roughly 7,000 miles, you would, you know, if they gave enough fuel to get 7,000 miles across the ocean, you accept that they get there on a regular basis, right?
You do understand it's not a straight line, though. We've already pointed out the Great Circle
It
already.
it doesn't matter. Can you draw me a map in which
Further
they're
distance on
7,000
a
miles
fucking
apart?
curved line, mate. Not a
Doesn't
straight line.
matter.
It's not. Oh, it
Can you
does because it's not a straight line. It's a
can you
curved path.
Okay, it's a curved
So a
path.
curved path is further than a straight line.
Can you provide us a map in which it's 7,000 miles apart?
No, why would we waste our time? You've flipped from the
Because you guys want to
Geodetic
understand.
Society. No, you flipped from the Geodetic
Excuse me.
Society to Qantas.
Why don't you
So-
answer? Why don't you answer his question in good faith?
What? Find me a map. That's not a good faith question.
No, draw me a
He's
map.
engaging you in good faith.
Draw you a map. No, he's not engaging us in good faith. We know who's engaging
Yes,
us in
he
good
is
faith.
because he's asking you for a map.
No, he's
And
not.
I'd like to see that
We
map
were
too.
asking him. Well, we would like to see the curvature measurement. That's what we were asking for. And now he's
Well, why don't
obfuscated
you-
into planes.
Why don't you, give and take?
Because we're still waiting. We're still waiting for the curve measurement to assume your Qantas flight's on.
We know they get there, right?
Well, we don't know how to find any curvature of the Earth or motion of the Earth, apparently.
Well, it's the only way you can map the globe in which the distances
What globe?
from
That's what you
Santiago
still
to
need to
Sydney and
prove.
Perth to Johannesburg and
You still need
Johannesburg
to. You still need to prove the globe.
Can you not interrupt and overtalk him, sir? Let him finish.
Neon, go back to crying, please.
Yeah, these distances are proof to anybody who cares that it is a globe. That is proof.
No, it's not.
Well, how's it not?
Because you would need curve for that, which you don't have any of.
Well, we have the distance. What do we assume from the distance? What do we conclude?
Well, what do they assume? They treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
It doesn't matter if they can fly.
Well, it doesn't matter if they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. It's a globe, because I said so. I trust the experts. Trust the science.
Then why do they take off from Santiago southwest if they're going to Sydney,
Why
Australia?
do they fly over a flat, motionless Earth if it's a ball spinning in a vacuum?
Why do they take off southwest?
God, you're tedious, bro.
Simple. I know you don't want to answer these questions.
Yeah, because you're too
You don't want to
emotionally impacted to actually have a good.
No,
faith
I have an
discussion.
easy question. It's dark here right now. Why is it light in China right now on the other side?
The radius of the light
sun-
doesn't reach the other
the
side.
sun is overhead.
The radius of light? Are you retarded?
The reach, how far
It
the
goes
light goes.
infinitely, dude.
I love how you guys avoid these questions.
I think you're retarded if you said it goes infinitely.
Wait a minute. He said light goes infinitely at the same signal strength, or does it have an inverse scroll?
What about the resistance?
Hold on. All light that you've ever experienced in your entire life has a radius. As a matter of fact, if you look up Alaskan cruise day and night, you can see that the person pans to the right and he can see the daytime and literally pans to the left and it looks like fucking midnight. Fuck is wrong with y'all?
No,
Look it up.
it's fake.
No,
I've seen it.
no.
There's two people that says vouching that it's true.
It's a camera. It's camera. It's tricks.
No, it's not a camera trick. The light doesn't reach past half of this horizon.
Show me a picture.
What's the horizon?
He really said the light doesn't reach China. Come on, bro.
You really said
No,
the light
that's why
travels
we have day and nights on
You
different
know how
sides.
far
of the
away the sun
planet.
is compared to from here to China? Are you retarded? Come on, bro.
What if the
You
sun wasn't
know
as
how
big
far
as
away
they
the
say
sun
it
is?
is? Whoa, what if the sun isn't as big as they say it is?
How far away is the sun, bro? You know how far away the
93
sun is?
million
Distance too. What if they're
miles.
lying about that?
Wow, how'd you know that?
What do you mean we measured it?
How'd you measure
Trigonometry.
that? How'd you measure
So
that?
trigonometry, what triangles, like measuring angles, you're gonna have a problem measuring angles off of curved surfaces, my friend. Please don't say trigonometry.
No, you're not. It's an estimate. It's a good estimate.
So it's an estimate now.
So it's
Yep.
yeah, so it's just a guess. How did you confirm the guess? Hmm.
Radio silence.
So light travels infinitely, and measurements are estimates. Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Some measurements are estimates, retard. Yes.
No, they're not. Measurements
Yes,
are
they are.
clarification.
No, I could say it's about 10 feet over there. That's a measurement, dude. What are you
No, that's a
talking
guess.
about?
Hold
That's
on.
a
When
guess.
I me-
You don't
That's a
know.
when I
quantification or a
sorry,
quantization.
my friend, when I measure my height, that is not an estimate. That is a direct measurement of my height.
Okay, and I can also say you're about 6 feet. That's a measurement. You're dense.
Yeah, but what if reality is inherently qualitative?
Yeah. Estimates are still useful.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. What are you talking about?
The fact
Quality,
that you
the
would,
quality of
okay,
reality.
I'll answer you.
It doesn't
You would
matter.
confirm, my friend. You would confirm your estimate by what? Directly measuring it to confirm whether your estimate was true or not, right?
Not
Radio silence.
necessarily. It's there
Not
are.
not
Can you stop saying
necessarily.
radio
Not
silence, dude, before I
necessarily.
respond? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, but you just said not necessarily, which is
Most
kind of
quantifications are objective, yes.
so to
I just want
confirm
to
an
point out.
estimate.
Sorry.
To confirm an estimate, you would directly measure it to see if your estimate was true or not, right?
No, I'd look at the math of it and see if the math is sound. That's what I would do, dude. I wouldn't actually
Look,
try to measure it.
With the measurements, yeah.
how would you confirm the math to be true? Would you directly measure
It's
the thing in question?
I have a brain, brother.
Yeah, and you're not using it a lot at the moment now, are you?
Oh, he's
Okay,
not.
good one.
Thanks, I'm here all day.
I just want to point out
To
that
be
he said
fair,
you're about 6 feet, right? Which is probably the average of UK. But if you go to the west side, people over there are probably shorter, especially the Welsh, right? But if you go on the east side, especially the northeast side, I bet those people are taller, right? And how much experience do you got with distance to stars compared to height of men, right? That's why it's a false equivalency and a baseless assertion that your estimate is going to
Did
be
you
good.
not just hear me say I was gonna look at the math, dude? It's not baseless. What are you talking about?
You have a baseless assertion to the distance of
You're
the sun.
trying
There's no
so
way for
hard
us
and
to verify.
and you're not getting anywhere.
Is that another baseless assertion?
Don't have to try very hard with you, mate.
To be fair, all measurements are estimates.
Unless you directly measure it, or say a tape measure,
Yeah,
for example.
Yeah, anytime you give like a engineering blueprint to someone, you have to add in tolerances. Like you can't measure infinitely precisely. You have to stop the decimal places at some point. So technically, all measurements are estimates, especially on the human body. I mean,
Thanks, manufactor Tom.
yeah.
Still trying to obfuscate for him. What's the
No, I'm just
measurement for the sun?
correcting something that was said. That's not quite.
Well, we'll see how much of an estimate it is when he tells us how he thinks he measures the sun using no measurements.
The sun is just an LED light.
Measurements, yes. I'm just saying they're all
Given up already.
around them.
Come on. Sun measurement, please. 93 million miles, you say? Cool story. Measurement.
I don't think he said. I don't even think he knew.
How did you confirm that measurement to be true off a radar ping off a black body?
Who's the idiot gaslighting now?
Well, did you know?
Yes, I did, Kiki Ho.
Okay. What's the radius in miles? Without looking.
I'm not gonna play this game with you, pal. I could care less.
Okay.
Game.
Here's a good example of a care-in. He doesn't care about the globe. He care-ins that you think it's not a globe. And then you ask him, well, what globe should I care about? None. He doesn't care less. He only is worried about that someone disagrees with the globe. He's upset that you think yours is not a globe. He wants you to change your mind. Certainly, Toby. What should I change it to? He doesn't know. Doesn't know what you should change it to. Just change your mind already.
Believe what I believe. Yeah.
It's not a belief. It's based in math and science.
But you can't present it. You don't
And
care.
there's also a lot of common sense about it. Have you ever seen a boat go over
you don't
the
care.
horizon? Yeah, you can see that it goes. It looks like it's. You could see that it clearly goes over the curve. Clearly.
Oh,
well, we should
sorry.
have a comment.
Sorry.
Not really. I mean, it depends
You
on
can
how
look
you're
up at the
looking at it.
stars, and you can see
My
that
friend,
it changes.
very
The
quick-
stars change.
hold on.
They move.
Hold on. Let's go back to your boat going over the horizon.
Yeah,
Are you
let's talk
making
about
a
that.
claim? Are you making a claim that the horizon is a geometric physical thing, as in the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, of course it is.
Awesome stuff. So you would understand that the horizon must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So, for example, a 1 foot observer, the geometric horizon must be 1.22 miles away, yeah?
If you say, I don't know. If you say so.
If I say so, yeah. That would be the globe Earth model of a radius of 3,959 miles for an observer
That's
standing on
a
that.
bunch of yada yada yada. You know.
No, that's your belief system. That's your belief
How does
system.
the solar eclipse happen on Pizza World?
Going
Okay,
into
hold
solar
on.
eclipse, who said that really quick? Who said that solar eclipse guy?
That was
It
Kamala.
doesn't seem like math and science when it's being explained to him.
Okay, he's muted. Go ahead with the conversation you're having, guys.
If that gentleman is making a claim to the physicality of the horizon, that the horizon must be, according to the globe Earth math, not my math, the globe Earth math, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'll keep it simple for you. If you've got a 1 foot observer, the square root of 1 is 1, and you times 1 by 1.225, and guess what you get? 1.225. So for a 1 foot observer, the geometric physical horizon must be no more than 1.225 miles away. Now, us as flat earthers can clearly demonstrate to you with photographic and video images that the horizon is not in its geometric location. So the claim that boats go over the curvature of the Earth is therefore debunked, because the horizon will move depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use. Would you like the
It
videos?
has nothing to do with it.
Hold on, you brought up the idea that the boat went over the curvature of the Earth. I'm pointing out where the curvature of the Earth should be for an observer standing above that curved surface, and you don't fucking want to talk about it.
If I can see it, that's all that matters.
Brilliant. So what happens when the horizon doesn't fit the geometric location, i.e. the math? What happens then?
Nothing.
Nothing. So you would just ignore all observations until you see one that fits it, i.e. I saw or I didn't see the bottom of a boat, therefore the only thing that can be causing that to happen would be the geometric curvature of the Earth, even though the boat can be at a distance of 20 miles. I can only just about see the top of it.
Yes, otherwise it wouldn't look that way.
Have you ever seen the image with 2 oil rigs that we like to call the Black Swan?
No.
Would you like to see the image that we call the Black Swan?
Yeah, we'll post it in the chat.
Okay, no problem. Give me 2 minutes and I would do so. Actually, might not take 2 minutes. Oh my god, I got a lot of photographs.
Earth is flat. Space is fake.
I mean, yeah, all you gotta do is look at the moon or any other planet, and you can see that they're globe shaped, just like Earth is.
Put your feet back on the ground. Get your head out of the clouds.
Let's stick to the surface.
Don't worry, I'm mostly looking at the ground.
Well, Jedi's going to post that image for you, and then you can have a look at it.
Oh, is that it right there? What Flat Water Crisis posted?
I'm not looking at the chat. Is someone talking through it?
Yeah, there's the observer height thing he was saying.
What's it saying?
Yes, but but your observer height is not changing. That's the thing. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so if it's a 1 foot observer height, and the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, is the horizon in front of the rigs or behind the rigs?
And actually, the height does change. It does change because he goes up the stairs in the video. He's like 18 feet and 1 foot. So you're wrong about that. The height does change. Please continue. I apologize.
Yeah, I was just asking, do we see the horizon in front of the oil rigs or do we see it behind them?
It's the horizon, mate.
I remember a tool depiction said that like all of Earth is on like an iris, like an eyeball.
He's
Well, hold on.
resetting. He reset his Q popped for his video game, and now he's reset.
Yeah, in front of or behind him.
He's gone. He hasn't responded. He's like hard reset. He blue screened him.
Error.
Yeah,
404
he
file
blue
not
screened
found.
him.
I'm confused. Is he actually gone? Or?
Yeah, he's here. He's unmuted. We've lost contact.
Ask him again. So is the horizon in front of or behind the rig?
I'm not. I already told you, like the other guy, I'm not going to play your games.
Hold tight, my friend. You've made a claim that you can't see the bottom of the boat because the horizon is physical Earth curve obstruction. We'd like you to observe the picture, which is a still shot taken from a video, and we're going to ask you where the horizon appears to be in correspondence to the 2 distance markers. The 2 distance markers are the oil rigs, one's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles. The question is this. Where does the horizon appear to be? I'll give you 3 choices. Is the horizon in front of the oil rigs? Is the horizon between the 2 oil rigs? Or is the horizon beyond the 2 oil rigs? A, B, or C? Where's the horizon, my friend?
Well, are you considering the macro waves of like the shape of the ocean?
Just
Where
A, B, or
is the
C.
horizon?
The macro waves of the shape of the ocean. This is good stuff.
The Earth is a globe.
Where's
no, I mean
the
the horizon could be in different locations depending on the waves of the ocean.
A, B, or C in that
Well, where do you
photograph.
see it?
D.
Is it in front of the rigs or behind?
I don't think he's going to answer. Guys, maybe we should change up our tactics here, right? Why don't we instead start being Venetian real estate liaisons and start selling it to these people at a really good price so that we can fund some experiments? Just joking, by the way. We're not
No,
going to
it
sell
was
you guys.
good. It was like, I like jokes that have double punchlines.
We have to understand, my friend, that you've made a claim to the physical nature of the horizon. I can't see the bottom of that boat because the physical Earth curve is in the way. That's fine. Now look at the image and tell me where the horizon, physical obstruction, is in respect to those 2 oil rigs. The oil rigs are there because they're at known distances from the observer, 6 miles, 9 miles. Where's the horizon appear to be?
Depends on the refraction.
Hold on. Where does the horizon appear to be? And if you're going to say refraction, then we're going to have a problem with his first assertion.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear what he said.
Who could have pictured that coming? They changed the goalpost on us.
But can you imagine it being this hard to just give a simple A, B, or C answer? Why is that?
What were the options? Because I don't think he's talking, so I'll
The
answer his
horizon
question.
is in front
The
of the
options
two
aren't
rigs.
considering every variable, though.
The horizon is in front of the two rigs. A, it's between the two rigs. B, it's beyond both of them. C, which one is it?
In the last image that was posted, the horizon is in front of, and then in the one before that, it's behind.
Oh, thank you. That kind of helps us even more because you're demonstrating that the horizon moves around. The first image that was posted, it's quite obvious that the horizon appears to be beyond the two oil rigs. The observer's height is the observer's height is 1 foot above the surface of the Earth. According to the calculations, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If we're looking for physical obstruction, that should be 1.2 miles away, as in A, before the two oil rigs. But being as the horizon on this particular day appears beyond the two oil rigs, we can safely say that the horizon is at least 10 miles away, and the horizon is an optical phenomena and not physical Earth curvature.
I
Because
don't
if
know
it
if
was,
it's an optical phenomenon, but it's definitely not static.
that's brilliant. You understand that when people say, I can't see the bottom of that boat because it's physical Earth curve, and we give them this image, then radio silence or spiral.
I'm just saying I don't know if it's an optical phenomena because we don't have enough information yet, but it's definitely dynamic. Like it
Well,
changes.
for it to be moving on a globe, the globe would have to be increasing and decreasing in size. I guess you're not saying it's doing that.
I think it might be
Hey, can I-
wobbling. If it's a sphere, it might be wobbling.
Well,
Hey, can I
growing
give a
bigger and smaller?
Can I get firms in the chat so I can type?
Or
Who
like
is that?
different sides of the oceans grow or shrink because of the waves caused by the moon.
A freak. I'll tag you in the channel. You'll have perms in. You're looking at the wrong one, probably.
Heard.
Here we go. So look for this notification.
Yeah, I do not have permission to send messages in this dot. But I assume the last word is channel.
Yeah, you're in the
Doesn't
wrong.
want-
You're in the wrong one. Look for the side chat.
No, I
Yeah,
see.
the
I
chat
see you
is
added
24/7
me today at 8:35, but I can react to it maybe. Yeah, I reacted to it. So I that's the one I'm looking at.
Okay,
But
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
have
sure
permission
what's.
to type.
Okay, let me figure out what's going on. All right, give me a second.
Thanks,
Maybe
man.
he's
I
just not
appreciate it.
accessing the right interface.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe.
You got to click the dialogue icon next to 24/7 Flat Earth voice channel.
Yeah, I did click that. I see the at too that Crit made, but it still won't let me type. I think it's probably related to the fact that I'm level 2 and not level 3.
No, level
I've just
one's
pinged
enough.
I've just pinged a mod, so someone will hook you up.
Thank you,
There we
brother.
go.
I appreciate it. I don't want to derail. Go ahead. Back to what you were talking about.
Well, we're just pointing out that the horizon, which is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, is seen beyond 10 miles, meaning that the geometric horizon that they've been saying for hundreds of years the boats are going over is not a curve of water.
It's an optical limitation. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, on the technology that you use, the horizon will appear
Yeah.
in a location.
Yeah, the horizon's wobbly.
So, are you guys saying that the evil corporations putting oil rigs out there debunk the cosmology of the patriarchy?
Yes.
That does sound like what they're saying.
I didn't get any of that. I'm sorry.
Sure, I'll say it again. So, are you saying the evil corporations that put that oil rig out there debunked the cosmology of the patriarchy?
Oh, bro, the cosmology, the patriarchy is like the stars told us that we're to rule for the rest of eternity.
Actually, it was a bunch
If
of.
we're thinking about patriarchy like that in those terms.
It was about the old rich white man. They were like, "You live on
Why do you keep
balls."
pinging me, dude?
Let him speak. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I was saying that the old rich white man said that you guys live on balls, and you guys are like defending the patriarchy to the death in this bitch.
Could you imagine a world ruled by women?
God, no.
All right, we're not
It'd be
even
awesome.
going to go there.
Okay, we won't. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack.
It's okay. Back to the curvature, right? The elusive curvature of the Earth. The Earth caused curvature. So when they told us that boats go over the horizon, what, for like 500 years or thereabouts? 400 years? So a good estimate. Wait, the Greeks did it, didn't they? So it was thousands of years? So over a millennia ago, they were wrong. And they've been teaching people the wrong thing for a long time. And we're just trying to, ask questions and get to the right answer.
Are you though?
Are we?
Explain how, dude. A toddler could understand if you look at a sunset. It's because it's set. The Earth is round and it's rotating. Come on,
That's
dude.
a problem. Sorry, that's a problem when you talk about sunsets because we're still talking about the physical nature of the horizon. I refer you back to the image known as the black swan and the demonstration of the horizon
Dude,
is an
explain to me how it would
optical.
work with a flat Earth if the sun was how would it work? Where's this? How does the sunset work?
Orbital patterns, man. They can be manipulated in this theory.
Orbital patterns can be manipulated. You know how
Dude, it's just
crazy
small
that
and local,
sounds?
bro. You don't even know the flat Earth theory. It's just small and local, bro. It's 363 million miles or something.
How does it work?
There could be physics that
Well,
exists.
don't ask
that
me.
we don't
I
know
believe in
about
the
yet.
globe. Ask them.
There could be physics that
them.
exists that we don't know about yet.
I'll answer it.
How does it? Don't answer it now. Oh, you don't want to
No,
answer it.
he said I'll answer it. So listen and let more listening, less talking.
You understand that things in the sky will appear to descend down towards the horizon with distance. For example, you stand on a street at night, you see those lights, the street lights, and at distance they appear to converge down towards the horizon. Now, the street lights themselves haven't actually changed their altitude above the surface, and the surface indeed isn't curved. They've just gone down due to perspective. The sun actually doesn't go down, it's just getting further away, and because of the
No,
way
it does go down. It completely goes down.
Yeah, what, like the streetlights?
No, it's not like that.
Oh, is it not? I'm just pointing out perspective. You've asked me to explain it to you.
You're wrong, dude. You just said it doesn't completely go down. I'm telling you it does. It's common sense that it
he
does.
also
My eyes
didn't
show me
finish.
that it does.
He also didn't finish. You jumped on a single thing that he said, and then here we are on a rabbit
ahead.
trail.
Go
Let's get off
ahead.
the rabbit trail and get back to the.
Thanks, Kiki.
You're welcome.
I mean, it's quite easy to understand that with distance, things above your eye line will converge down to the horizon, right? Street lights at night, you watch them converge down to the horizon, right?
Not necessarily, but
Not
okay.
necessarily.
I'll grant you that. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Like an aeroplane that flies a distance, it appears to go down towards the horizon. Clouds above your eye line appear to go down towards the horizon. Now, the surface and that altitude hasn't changed. It's just the laws of perspective.
Yeah.
So when you make a claim that the sun goes down, I will assert to you that actually it hasn't changed its altitude above the surface of the earth. It's just gone further away. And because of the way that you view the world, perspective, it appears to you to go down beyond the limitation of your view known as the horizon until you can't see it anymore.
Right,
You
because
do remember
then
that
how is it
hold
flat?
on. I haven't made my
Then
point.
how is it flat?
What do you mean? How is it flat? We're
If
talking
there's,
about
you're
water.
saying it's flat, but then you're saying there's this horizon, which is actually the curve of the Earth. Which what are you talking about?
Hold on. Do you remember, dude? Have you looked at the image with the two oil rigs called the Black Swan? Were you party to the conversation that we had that demonstrated the horizon is a optical phenomena and not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as it would be if it's on a geometric physical curved surface?
I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.
We'll wait.
So to summarize, not only is gravity weak, but also the claim of a geometric horizon causing Earth curve sunsets and other things. It's also weak. Your shit's weak.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because like gravity is supposed to be, or the shape of space-time and our atmosphere, quote unquote, is falling into that gravity pit of the Earth caused by the density of the Earth. So that's why the gas isn't escaping.
Huh. It's a
Sorry,
great
can you
story. Any
repeat that?
experimental evidence to go with it?
Well, that's the theory. You'd have to test it.
Is it based on
Yeah,
any,
oh,
I don't know,
sorry.
experimental evidence?
You said
Well,
theory.
it's based on the theory of gravity, and that gravity is the shape of space-time rather than a force.
Oh.
And that's how the gas is staying on the surface of the planet, because the gravity of the Earth is keeping it there.
Wow,
It's
you don't know
pretty
what you're
wild
talking
claim,
about.
bro.
We understand that scientific theories, come after hypotheses tests. Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah, it's like a educated guess.
Yeah, it's a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So when that's done and demonstrated to be true, you can then build your theory upon what you know to be true. So the next question will be, if you've got a scientific experiment or hypothesis test that proves the gravity of which you speak.
I've seen people use fabrics where the weight of an object that is a sphere this is on it, and it shows that things that orbit around it have their own gravity as well.
Okay, you do understand that's not an experiment.
It's an illustration.
What is that? Is that demonstration then?
Yeah.
I'm asking you for
Good.
an experiment, not a reification and some duvet with a ball on it. I'm asking you if there's a scientific experiment that proves the gravity of which you speak, a hypothesis test. Have you got one?
I think I might be able to help here because I understand what existential is saying. I think you might be a bit confused on the details.
I don't think.
Yeah, I'm
you
not trying to
really
call
have-
gravity a force. I'm trying to say
Yeah,
that
go-
maybe the shape of the atmosphere or whatever.
No, I think it's fair to call it a force.
Okay.
So gravity is the attraction of masses. What happens is that gravity actually causes distortions in space-time.
That's brilliant. You got a scientific experiment that proves that, please?
Gavin did.
That gravity exists, or that it causes distortions in space-time.
See, this guy's just trying to drag it off again. We were speaking to a new guy who actually was not completely jaded about the whole topic. So we should stick on him, his
It's like
understanding. You don't need to speak for him.
This guy jumps in to try to help him out, and then
the
he has to
science is
ask us
pretty
what we're
clear. If
asking him.
somebody
Like, I mean, why are
misunderstands the
you
science,
jumping
I'm
in
going
to
to help
help him
him
out
understand
if
it
you have to
better.
ask us what we're asking?
No, I was asking a clarification on the question that was asked to me.
Well, then what? If you don't know what the question is that's on the table that you're jumping in to answer,
No,
maybe
I
just sit
understood
down
that
until you
question.
do. Maybe just sit down until you do. Obviously,
There was no
Jedi is looking for the
confusion on that
experiment that
question. That's
establishes the
why
cause and
I
effect
jumped in.
relationship between gravity and whatever the fuck else you guys think is going on.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's saying that a piece of fabric with some balls on it are the conceptualization. So he needs to talk through this and think through it. He does, not you.
All right. I just thought you guys wanted to know the facts.
No, we
We
want
want
the
an
science.
experiment.
Fuck, math, my goodness me. Why is it every single time we ask for science, somebody gives me math? Why?
That's not what I said.
Good. So you can, or somebody else can, provide us with the scientific experiment that proves the claim in the first instance, to build the theory upon. Because we all understand that scientific theory come after the hypothesis test where something has been demonstrated to be true. So can we have the demonstration of something to be true, please?
I'm just trying to reach a consensus that we can all agree on.
Well, we're trying
That
to
would be-
discuss the shape of the Earth, though. I mean, you speculating on why things fall to the ground doesn't tell us anything about the nature of the Earth as a shape or whatever it is.
Well, what's interesting is that maybe the shape of the Earth isn't how it seems while you're looking at it from space, and that the
You haven't
shape
been
of
to
it
space,
changes.
so you can't talk about what it looks like from a place that you've never been.
I mean, come on, we've got cameras up in space. I can take pictures of Earth from up there.
This will be the thing in contention, because after I roboted and left, I heard gas was being held by gravity, stopping it from dispersing into the vacuum of space. So the vacuum of space is in contention because it appears to violate laws of nature, specifically the second law of thermodynamics, where entropy will increase, as in high pressure disperses into lower pressure environments. That's the direction of entropy. The claim of gravity, and we'll give it to you, is a decrease in entropy, which is a violation of that natural law.
Interesting. How can gravity be a violation of another law?
Well, gravity would have to be proven in the first instance, and being as entropy, as we all know, increases, gravity is said to decrease entropy, which is the violation of that law, the decrease in entropy.
I can see where you're coming from. Well, that's interesting. Maybe like the pencil pushers just haven't gotten around to refining the things that we're working with.
So they haven't provided a scientific experiment that proves gravity in the first instance. And we even don't have the naturally observed phenomena of masses or bending of the warping of space-time doing anything to gases. Can somebody please remind me what the directional vector of gravity is, please? For example, when I drop a
It's
rock,
inward.
which way does it go?
It's inward. It's inward towards masses.
Awesome. So down relative to your position, yes?
Well, it depends on where you're oriented in space, but I don't know if space is real or
We're
not.
on,
I'm
we're,
still
we're
trying to
on,
get over
we're
that.
on the surface, my friend, we're on the surface of the Earth, and I've got a football, and I drop the ball. Relative to me and you, which way does that ball go?
Oh, of course. If we're looking at it from a personal perspective, it goes down.
Awesome stuff. But if I was to pop that football, put a knife through it, and all the gas came out, which way does the gas go?
Everywhere.
Awesome. So observably, gravity is not affecting gas, being as gravity is said to only make things go down relative to our position when I drop a ball. Observably, gas isn't being affected by it. So we don't even have a naturally observed phenomena to
Gases
even
have mass.
Dude, we don't have the observed phenomena to start the science with.
We haven't observed gas having mass?
No, we're observing gas moving randomly and freely in all directions. So I'll give you gravity, but it's not affecting gas.
Well, I mean, there's like different layers depending on the density of the gas, the chemical itself.
All right, I've got a vacuum chamber. You know what a vacuum chamber is, right?
Yeah, it has no air and it's empty.
Yeah, awesome. Let's call it 100 foot tall. 50 foot up the gas chamber, I impart gas into the vacuous space. When I do so, which way does the gas go?
It goes everywhere.
Awesome. So I've given you the entirety of the gravitational pull of the Earth, and it's observably not affecting gas.
Not necessarily. That's kind of difficult. No, because like it's still being affected by gravity, but just not as much. I mean, that's why we're talking like thousands of miles here, man.
Okay, you understand the inverse square law with proportions to mass attracting mass, right? The further away from the mass, the weaker the force.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like kind of like if it's a gas, it's sticky and it's gonna stick to whatever has gravity.
No, gas doesn't stick. Gas has elastic collisions with the physical things that it collides off and fucks off somewhere else.
Depends on what level of the atmosphere that you're in, what density range you're in.
Yeah, I've given you a vacuous space, a vacuum chamber, here on the surface of the Earth, where the gravity is said to be strongest. When we impart gas into that vacuous space, we all understand that the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So, observably, isn't affected by gravity, which I'm giving you just for this argument.
Can you observe that there's just amount of gases to balance out the gravity to exist in a state where humans can breathe it in?
Which direction?
Like the force of the gases wanting to express itself into the vacuum versus the forces of gases that are falling into the atmosphere due to the shape of space-time.
Okay. High pressure systems move into lower pressure environments, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
But what if the steepness of the space-time shape, the gravity of it, what if that were overpowering of the force of the gases wanting to spread out into the vacuum?
I'm so sorry. You've said space-time like 3 or 4 times now. You do understand that both space, absence of anything, so no thing, and time, are not physical.
That's what when you call it a vacuum. That's what I'm referencing.
You said space-time. That's not physical things.
Well, wow, it isn't physical, is it?
No, no.
Well,
Time's not physical.
like it really depends on how you're looking at it, man. Because you could say that there's 3 dimensions of space, which is all of matter, and then that there's a 4th dimension of time that we experience in a perpetual moment.
Would that be science or math that you're giving me now?
It's not numbers, so maybe not math.
Well, it's not science because natural science deals with the physical and natural world. Being as you've given me a reification of not actual physical things, space and time, I'm going to say that you're not even giving me science. Time's not physical. Space, the absence of anything, is not physical. You can't bend non-physical things. Einstein can reify these non-actual physical things and make a mathematical concept out of them, but ultimately there's no science here.
Because if you are, I don't have any argument for you. I just don't agree with you.
What, that you think time's physical?
No, I don't believe that all things are physical. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if we're talking about science, the study of the physical and natural world, and we're going to have
Science
some
isn't
kind
everything, though.
Pardon?
Science isn't everything. Science is just a method of observing reality.
Science elucidates and demonstrates cause and effect relationships within the physical and natural world. You're making the claim to physicality.
Yeah, an observation.
Observation.
Yeah, it's an observation.
And physical experimentation. We don't just observe things in science, mate. We observe a phenomena, something happening, and then we try to figure out what causes the phenomena to happen. We'll build a hypothesis, and then we will test that hypothesis in a physical experiment where you, the researcher, will vary and manipulate the presumed cause to see if it has the effect, right?
So is there a hypothesis that the universe could have began by super colliding particles?
Are you still failing to give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
Scientific experiment that proves gravity. I don't know, man. Do some jumping jacks.
It's not an experiment, dude.
Yeah, if there wasn't gravity, you would fly off the planet.
Hold up. That's just a baseless assertion. We haven't even proven the gravity thing to be true. No one's ever given gravity as the independent variable, the presumed cause of anything. Do you know what science is, mate?
Yeah, it's the study of reality.
The study of the physical and natural world, specifically and only cause and effect. That's why within the hypothesis we observe something happening and then we try to figure out the cause of that.
Right. I don't know. Don't get mad at me, man. Don't get mad at me. I'm just saying, like, the science we use is used to measure reality, but consciousness is inherently experienced through qualia.
Not getting mad, just trying to point out that no one's got a scientific experiment that proves gravity, and when we point it out to them, they start getting upset about it. It's not my
Well,
problem.
I mean, like,
You want to prove gravity?
if
Drop
you're going to spend a lot of effort trying to prove the quantity of something, you should at least appreciate the
You want to
quality
prove
of it.
gravity? Drop a rock on your penis.
Okay, if I want to prove gravity, if I uncontained... Sorry, are you saying that all things go down when I let them go?
Yeah.
Awesome. So if I uncontained gas from a balloon, for example, and the gas goes
Yeah, well, it's lighter
everywhere...
than air. It's lighter than air, so it rises up.
So
Did you know
gravity's
that?
not affecting gas then?
No, because it floats in air, because it's lighter than air.
So
That's why
gravity's not
that
affecting
stuff
gas.
sinks in lighter
Yes, it
states.
is.
Density and mass, he's got you, man.
Not really, because the gas is
Are you
going
fucking
everywhere,
retarded?
and
Do you prove-
gravity is
are
just...
you fucking
Oh, well, watch the ad homs, man. We're all trying to intelligentize ourselves.
There's the man who said do jumping jacks.
Well, a jumbo jet creates upwards downforce, and that's how it
Jumping
flows.
jacks, not jumbo jets.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, do all things go down when I let them go?
Not things that are less dense than the air around it.
Awesome. So observably, the gas isn't affected by gravity, then, right?
No, because it's lighter than air.
The gas is lighter than air.
Yeah.
That's the thing
That's why it
we're
floats.
talking about. The air is the gas.
It's less than dense. It's less dense than air. So it doesn't float in air because it's not less dense than air.
If I've got a vacuum chamber, back to the vacuum chamber again, and I
Yeah, well, there's
impart
no
gas
air in a
halfway.
vacuum chamber.
Awesome. So when I put the air into the vacuum chamber, which way does the air go?
It goes in whichever the nozzle is put in.
Okay, let's put it horizontally, and
Yeah,
the
then it's
gas
going
will
to go
collide.
horizontally.
Yeah, and the gas will collide with the opposite side of the container and go in any direction, right? Randomly and freely.
Yes, everything
all
is
directions.
moving. It's going to fill out the container. What are
Yeah,
you trying to say?
so-
He doesn't
So
believe in the
observe-
density gradient, that is the layers between the Earth and the atmosphere.
Yeah, he's a
not
little
belief.
slow because his dad fucked him too hard when he was little.
Oh, is that the best you've got, young man? Is that it?
You said the best you've got, young chap.
Yeah. Is it called blimey, governor? Don't have an observable phenomena when we're talking about gases and gravity. I'm sorry, but you don't.
Maybe you're just stupid.
Or maybe
Shit's
you haven't
weak.
observed gas.
Did you not go to school?
I went to university, mate.
What kind of university?
Who
The one behind you?
cares?
Perhaps the dumpster.
What did you study?
Did you talk to the rats?
Who cares what I studied? Who cares
Did
about
the
that?
rats
The
teach
point
you?
What
is,
did you study at university?
Did the
don't
rats
have an
teach you?
observed
Jedi, just say it was
phenomena.
just say it was gender theory. We all know it was gender theory, okay?
Yeah, whatever. You don't have an observed phenomena when it comes to gravity acting on gases. Being as gases move freely and randomly in all directions, and
Do
gravity
you
is
understand how things filled with air float in water?
Pardon me?
Do you understand how light things float in water because they have air in
Yeah,
them?
that's density and buoyancy. And
Well, think about the air. Think about the oxygen, the O2, the different things that make up oxygen being the water, and a light gas being the ball that's filled with air.
Oxygen's made up by water?
No. I'm saying compare them.
Water is made up
Dumbass.
of oxygen. It's the other way around, buddy.
Made out of hydrogen, it's made out of different gases.
have you got a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
I can fart.
How
I know it's-
scientific.
You can scientifically prove relative density, but you can't scientifically prove gravity. But then you're going to assert that relative density is due to gravity.
Nobody's talking to you.
Well, pretty soon they won't be talking to you either if you don't have a scientific experiment for gravity to show us, because that's all we care about.
Well, I can't really turn on my
That's
camera to show
all
you
you
one.
care
so-
about.
You're not going to be able to turn on your camera and show me an experiment when you just drop
Well,
something with experiment.
If you think the Earth is flat, there's a likelihood that you believe it's the center of the universe and that there is
I
a
don't believe
God.
the Earth is
and
flat
it
because I'm
blesses
not
us.
mentally impaired.
Well, I don't know, man. Like, 'cause there's some
So,
pretty
do you
good
have a
arguments
measurement
for
of
it.
the curvature of the surface of the Earth, then, sir?
Yeah, give the argument.
You're not
You
mentally
don't.
impaired, so clearly you've seen observations or measurements of the curvature of the
You
Earth,
don't
right?
need a measurement, brother.
Yeah, that guy
Okay,
left.
who's jumping in? Talking to the other guy.
Get the measurement, man.
I think the other guy left.
Good riddance.
But Cavendish was a pretty good gravity.
Hypothesis, please. Hypothesis, please.
I've got big balls.
That massive bodies attract.
No, I asked for a hypothesis. It's
They
just a
completely
claim.
discredit that experiment because it doesn't stand up to their shitty form of science.
Who's
What,
jumping
No,
in? He's going on
it's
mute.
not a form of science. It's a formal, like it's a standard form, like a bibliography. But yeah, that massive
Yeah,
bodies
they
attract.
want your
That's the
independent
hypothesis.
variable. If you don't have an independent variable, it's obviously can be ignored, like they can ignore it.
Shut the hell up. Okay, go ahead,
Being
Jelly.
as we very quickly, we understand that the scientific method is based upon a hypothesis, cause and effect relationship, which we then test in an experiment. Something that is claimed to be science but does not follow the scientific method is pseudoscience, correct?
Yes, but the scientific method need not be formulated the way you're demanding it be formulated. Regardless, I can give you a cause effect. It's that massive bodies attracting to each other is how we explain gravity. That gravity is the attraction of massive bodies.
Are you're going to dismiss the scientific method just because the flat earther says the scientific method? You're just going to dismiss it?
No.
Science
So I
denier.
gave you a hypothesis, but what I said specifically was that the scientific method need not be formalized in the way that you're asking.
So there's
It need
more
not
than
be.
one. There's more than one scientific method.
I mean, I can send you a link. I'm pretty sure we went over this, but I gave you
Yeah.
a hypothesis. If that's
No,
what
you
you
didn't.
need.
No, you didn't. What's the dependent and independent variable? Let's start with the observed phenomena. The dependent variable. What's the observed phenomena?
The observed phenomena, bodies or things falling to the ground.
Awesome. So can you point to me in the Cavendish experiment things falling to the ground?
What do you mean?
Fucking hell, mate. Do you not understand English? Can you point
No,
out
that's
to
the
me in the
You asked
Cavendish?
the observation. That's the observation.
Yeah.
Things fall to the
So
ground. That's what we
things
observe.
falling to the ground. Brilliant. Awesome.
Yeah.
So can you give me in the Cavendish experiment things falling vertically to the ground?
What would that prove?
But you need an observation of a naturally occurring phenomena, which you then take forward into your experiment.
Yes. So the
Cavendish starts
observation
falling.
is things fall to the ground. The hypothesis is that action is caused by massive bodies attracting.
Awesome. So where are things falling to the ground in the Cavendish experiment?
That
Or
wouldn't
you just
prove anything.
well,
If you
then
have
you don't have a dependent variable within
No.
the Cavendish, being as you
You
said things fall to the ground, but
you
we don't have
misunderstand.
that in the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, let me try and explain this. If I
Don't need to
observe
explain.
apples
It already.
falling to the ground, me throwing more apples to the ground doesn't prove anything. If my
But why?
hypothesis is that action is caused
The
by
ground
gravity
is wrapped
or
around a sphere.
massive bodies attracting to each other, then I can isolate that, and if that's true, then that gives my hypothesis credibility. That's how that
Doesn't,
works.
because you don't have a dependent variable in the Cavendish experiment, as in things fall into the ground. You do understand
No,
how science works.
I do. I'm not the problem here. The dependent
You are.
variable is the mass of those bodies that we can
What's
correlate
mass?
directly
What's
to
mass?
how quickly
What's
or
mass?
how strongly they attract.
What's mass?
My Badussi hurts.
What's
What's
matter?
mass? No,
What is
mass. What's
mass?
mass?
What's the
Yeah.
matter?
I suppose mass would be it's going to be, I don't
Made
know if
up
it's
on
a
the
correlation
one
between size and
correlation.
weight,
So
or
you, so
I'm not sure
you
the
don't know what
technical
mass
That's
definition.
density.
don't know what mass is, do you?
I mean, put very simply, it's the amount of stuff in a thing per
That's not.
volume.
Or is it the resistance to inertia? Which one is it? Being as there are more than one definition for what mass is.
I don't think the resistance to inertia is mass. I think that's something, it's a product of mass. So how massive something is causes it to resist inertia.
So the resistance to inertia. If the resistance to inertia, then the resistance to inertia will attract the resistance to inertia.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What?
Now, of course you don't, because you don't even understand what you're talking about.
No, you're intentionally like making this sound ridiculous. You're just repeating the same thing 3
No,
times.
it depends on your definition. So, what is your definition of mass? Because your guys' side claims that mass attracts mass, right? That's what he's getting at. So, what is mass,
The amount
and
of
how does
stuff
it
per
attract
volume.
itself? How does one of it attract itself, or something like it?
How does it attract? I don't think the experiment was meant to find how,
No,
just
or
that it
does
does.
it? Does it?
Yes.
You don't have an experiment. Your observed phenomenon is stuff falling, and the dependent variable has nothing to do with that. So you're already lost, but keep going.
I already explained why that's stupid.
Yeah, you tried to
What was
explain
the
it
other guy
away, but
saying?
it is stupid to say that you have an observed phenomenon, then your dependent variable has absolutely nothing to do with that, and then you're going to test the cause of that observed phenomenon, which isn't even part of your test. That's insane, but keep going.
Okay.
If you guys don't mind, I actually wanted to unmute a minute ago when he was saying that the scientific method doesn't have to be, how do you say it, stated that way, or what's your version of the
Yeah.
scientific method? How would you perform the scientific method if not the way that we're talking?
Yeah. So let me see if I can find it.
Well, basically, what he said is he doesn't have to have a scientific hypothesis, but then he still
That's not
wants
what
to
I
call
said.
it
Hey, do
scientific.
you
Well,
mind
in other
just
words, that's
shutting the fuck
basically
up,
what
maybe?
you
Because you've
said.
not
Yeah, because the
contributed
hypothesis
anything.
that you gave was not a scientific one. Then you just asserted that it was a hypothesis. So it's not scientific. It's not an experiment. It is pseudoscience by definition because you're trying to frame it as science, but there's nothing scientific about it.
Heretic likes to cut to the chase. He's jumping the gun.
He's
I
not
kind of
cutting to
wanted
the
to
chase.
hear it
He's
from you. I kind of
obfuscating.
wanted to hear it from you, your
Okay, Lou, I'll let
bastardized.
you.
I wanted to hear your bastardized version of the scientific method before he did that. But
I'll let you go. I'll let you go with him. Lou. Go for it.
yeah, give me your bastardized version of the scientific method, please.
You make an observation, you make a hypothesis, and you test that hypothesis.
Sounds similar, like a shortcut to what we were saying. Yeah, that sounds pretty much the exact same thing we were saying.
Yeah, I didn't say
I
anything
think
different
Jedi
from
was
that.
telling you about
No,
that's exactly
what I
it,
was
just
talking
like
about.
on a fourth grade level. That's it.
Sorry, what did I say? That's not what was said
Oh,
earlier.
you said that you don't. What was the word you used specifically? It was
Specifically, what I said is that you need not formalize it the way that he was demanding it be formalized.
Okay, so that's how you would have reformulated it?
No.
Can you
I'm
please
just
do
saying.
that?
No, I'm not saying that there's a standard way to formalize an experiment. It
No, there
depends on
is.
firstly
There
what
is.
field you're in. It depends on what you're
Method.
studying, what the experiment is exactly. Depends on a couple of things.
No, the method is very specific. How you want to word it, it doesn't matter as long as you follow those steps.
No, what
Okay?
you're
If you
talking
want to
about is the
reword
same
it,
as
that's one thing. If you
no.
want to change the steps, that's a whole nother. So what different steps would you use?
What you're talking about is the same as when we have to organize a bibliography in a specific way for different fields, like legal bibliography, medical bibliography. The information doesn't change. The process doesn't change. What changes is how you formalize it and how you write it down for specific journals. Different
That's
sciences are going to follow
such a non
different
sequitur.
formulations.
Non
I'm
sequitur. He
clarifying
said,
what I
"How would
Yeah, all you
what
did is
you
just
want to do differ from the steps that has already been outlined?" Because if you're just saying it's the same, you don't have to take 5 minutes to do that. But if it's
apparently I
different,
do.
please just tell us.
No, it's not different. What I was
how do
talking
we
about
have it
was how
how do
it's
we have it
So you're
presented.
going
wrong?
to
How do
observe a
we have it
natural
wrong? Because you made it sound like
phenomenon.
we've got the scientific method wrong. How do we have it
That's not
wrong?
what I
What would we
said.
do
That's
differently?
not what I said.
Okay, so you're going to observe a natural phenomena, and then you're
Yeah,
going to formulate a hypothesis, right? You're
that's
going to
right.
observe something happening in nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. What's the problem?
I I don't know. I really
Oh,
don't.
okay. Okay, good.
Okay,
So
well,
then
I was just
astronomy is not
the
science
only
then.
reason the only reason I jumped in is because you made it sound like we were, using too strict of a scientific method or something. How would you do it
Of course
that
it
would
is.
fit your worldview?
Gonna try and die on this hill.
And I can't find the other one. But anyway.
So you're agreeing with us until you can find the one you're looking for? Is that it?
No,
You're still
I was
searching.
asked for references and I was going to post them. I posted 2 of them.
Okay.
So as far as the experiment, where were we?
The observation of the observable phenomena.
Right.
You said
Thanks, Paul.
we'll drop an apple. My
Yeah.
contention was that's vertical descent of an object. Where do we have that in the Cavendish experiment?
Okay.
Because if I've
So,
got boiling water, for example, and I want to figure out what causes boiling water, you
mhm.
damn well better be sure that I have boiling water or water in my experiment to boil. So the phenomena will be the thing that I create when I manipulate the independent variable. It'll be the same fucking thing. Now, being as we
It is
don't
the
have
same
that
thing.
vertical descent within the Cavendish experiment, I'm going to
Vertical
put it to
descent,
you that
irrelevant.
dropping something. You brought up the apple.
Yeah, that's the observation. The hypothesis was about the
We
cause of
don't
that
have
observation.
that. We don't have that in the Cavendish, do we? We don't have
We
things
have
falling
bodies
in the Cavendish experiment.
attracting. I don't believe that you don't understand this. I really don't. I'm starting to think you really.
I do understand, but you seem to be missing the observation of a naturally occurring phenomena, which you then take forward into the experiment. Being as
Okay, let
you
me try
point
and
out,
restate the observation maybe. So here's the observation. We observe a small thing being attracted very, very quickly to a large thing.
Yeah.
The small thing is the apple, the large thing is the earth.
That's a presupposition that it's the
No.
Earth that is attracting the apple.
So is it a presupposition that the earth is large? Certainly
Is it a
larger than the apple.
Is there a presupposition that within Cavendish there's an R, radius of the Earth, that the presupposition that the Earth is a ball?
No.
Yes.
Doesn't matter.
No, it's not.
The Earth is a fucking ball acting upon
Doesn't
things above
matter.
it towards it. Yes, it does.
No.
The Earth is much bigger than the apple. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
There's a radius R
So
value within the
Don't
calculation.
obfuscate the point.
Not
So in
obfuscated.
Cavendish, when you've got these things on a balance, like is the small lead ball attracted to the large lead ball at 9.8 meters per second squared? Like no, there's no correlation at all to what Newton supposedly saw of an apple falling to the earth and what Cavendish did. They're
Why would
completely
it be
two separate things.
Why would it be not could do the attraction by mass?
So attraction is the thing that you are going to vary and manipulate to see if it has the cause of the phenomena. Think
I
about
thought
the
that was
word
the
you
independent
think
variable.
about the word you're using.
Wait, sorry. What's the independent variable?
I don't know. This is your claim, mate.
No. Generally, what does that mean?
Independent variable, the cause of the thing happening, the thing that you, the researcher, are going to vary and manipulate to see if it causes the phenomena.
Oh, I thought that was the dependent. Oh yeah, no. Independent variable would be the size of the masses that you're using, the size of the mass. So you change the sizes and you get different attractions. So you wouldn't actually expect 9.8 per meter squared. You would expect less than that.
What would you expect, though? You just expect not for you expect it to not be the same. Do you have any prediction as to what you would expect for an attraction rate?
Yeah, well,
How
if the
quickly?
mass is if it's the mass that's actually attracting the other mass, then you would
Wait, so
expect
we
that more
agree?
mass would attract more.
So we agree there
the
is
amount of
gravity
mass would
then.
be
No.
Yeah, you agree there's gravity, Lou?
No, we're discussing.
You just admitted it. You're just talking about just how big the number is, but you're basically admitting.
We're talking
it
about
exists.
the hypothesis in his experiment, his so-called experiment. I'm wondering what he hypothesized the attraction rate would be if gravity were true.
Well, I think that
that's not
his
how-
only
that would
hypothesis
be
was
the-
just a correlation between the
Not
mass
an
and the
admission
attraction.
to gravity. Talking about it, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think he made any specific claims as to a specific number, just that there would be a correlation between the mass and the attraction.
Did he find an actual correlation between masses, or did he just find like two balls ended up meeting each other?
I believe he did. Yeah, I think he had some sort of on the string itself. I think there was some sort of measurement as to tension, but I'd have to look at it again. I'm kind of going off what I remember.
Yeah, when I said the 9.8 meters per second, it's not that I think that that's what you would expect but they're not related. Like an apple falling to the ground, in no way would I ever say, well, if I set up a balance with lead balls, I should find them attracting each other, and especially not at 9.8 meters per second squared. You know, like you would have to have that would be an extremely fast and acceleration, by the way. It would have to get faster and faster as it approached. Did it do that?
It did.
Are you sure?
There's so they've done this since then many times. There's one let's see if I can find it. One guy did it in his classroom over the weekend because you got to make sure there's no one like walking around or opening doors or anything. Where the fuck is my cursor?
There's a
And
lot of
if you do it
Cavendish
under,
experiments that have been done in classrooms that have just completely failed, right? Like lots and lots of them. It's not something that happens every time.
sure.
What do you mean?
Here it is.
Sure.
I mean,
Sure.
I don't know.
Sometimes it
I'd
don't
have to
work.
see those experiments, see how they were set up, see if there's any variables that they didn't control for. I mean, I'm sure experiments fail all the time. What we look at is what percentage of them and how and why, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that they fail is not surprising. I need to know more. So this is the guy, and you can see
That's
like
part
when he
of it.
does the. Sorry.
That's part of it being a valid experiment. It has to be testable and repeatable with consistency.
Sure, but to what degree of consistency? What degree of certainty?
All
Like
the
that,
time.
I'll be honest, that's something that I've asked multiple times in this room, and I've never really gotten a clear answer. I mean, going back to like the whole measurement thing in general, like
Ask again. Go ahead. What is it? What's your question?
about like to what degree of certainty can we say that we know something?
Well, 5 sigma is pretty high, right?
I suppose
99.99999. That's pretty fucking high, right? Like, do you know that heat over a long enough duration at a high enough temperature can cause water to boil?
yeah, but
How
so
certain
for
are you of
example,
this?
I'm pretty certain
Like 99.99999?
that sorry, say that again.
99.99999?
No, the water thing at a high enough temperature.
Heat at a high enough temperature with a long enough duration can cause water to boil.
Oh yeah, sure.
Right, so that's a certainty of 5 sigma.
Okay, but if we attach a number to that, does that certainty go up or down?
What kind of number? Like a percentage?
No, like a temperature, specific temperature. Because high enough and long enough, I mean, absolutely, yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Well,
If I
if the
say that
gas pressure
water
is too
boils at
high,
100
then it
degrees,
won't boil. Right? That's that, you know, because science has never settled, right? So cavemen knew that water boils when it's hot, right? But they didn't know about the pressure because cavemen literally never went to the top of Mount Everest to start a fire.
Sure.
So they didn't know at what temperature it boiled at. So
Right.
cavemen figured it out, and the caveman never said, well, this is settled, right? It's like anybody who has any new information, the caveman was hungry for information, right? So that's why it's 99.9, right? It's never settled. But when you do the cause and effect, like a light switch, and you see the bulb come on, it's you know, for lack of a better word, pretty certain, like 5 sigma certain, because you've witnessed the cause and effect. You have firsthand primary knowledge. And then, you know, you might get someone else to test out your little theory that this causes that.
And if
Right?
they try and boil water and they heat it to like 150 degrees Celsius and it doesn't boil, what would we say then?
You might need to slowly, you know, lower the gas pressure before you die. I'm getting a phone
Well,
call.
what if they did it like in their kitchen, regular kitchen, like more or less sea level?
Well, that's never happened. See, that's the thing.
Are you sure?
Yeah, unless they're in a pressurized cabin, or sorry, decompressed cabin, or would it be pressure? Higher pressure boils faster, right? So, yeah, lower pressure, some kind of decompression chamber. Trying to do this. That's the only time it would happen.
Have you ever heard of exploding water?
Yeah. But that's slightly different, isn't it? That's not pure water.
Well, it's actually more pure. It's distilled water.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I misspoke. Yeah, that's distilled water, so that's slightly different than the water I get out my tap and put in my kettle.
Yeah.
So that's different.
Right. Yeah, but whoever
Yes,
did that
the thing about
obviously wasn't
controlled
trying
variables.
to make their face explode. So there was something that they overlooked, like
This is the
something
thing
that might
about
have been in
controlled.
those other
Sorry,
experiments.
do a point. This is the thing about controlled variables in science. Being as all things are kept the same control for all of your variables, then heat, when reaching 100 degrees Celsius, will boil water, unless there's something different. You've just changed the water. It's distilled water now. That's different then.
Hmm.
Awesome.
Sure. But, these are the
So
kinds of
that
things. This is why we have scientific rigor. So if you
By the
tell
way,
me that
somebody
any of
got
these experiments didn't
floating water.
didn't work,
so
I need to know why. I would have
you're
questions as
different.
to what did they maybe not think about or didn't control for, like the kind of
Exactly.
water.
Yeah, exactly. But that would be, outside of the realm of science, as in we would have to make a different hypothesis because the water is now different. As
Yeah,
in
well,
the
that's
same
still
thing
part of
with
the scientific
pressure.
process.
So the same thing with pressure, right? If we vary the pressure, then the boiling point of water will change when I apply heat to it,
Oh,
right?
Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Damn,
Did
he
you win?
left.
Is he playing the game?
He's
Did you
got to
win or
be.
from? Okay.
There's got to be
You
some
know,
cog
one thing that
building.
I noticed that Manufactotum has been doing is conflating his IV with his DV. He says that what he observes is things falling down. Then he says that the DV, the thing he observed, is actually masses attracting, but that's actually his cause supposition. Things going down. So what it all comes out to is not an experiment, but a baseless assertion.
Sorry, is the IV and DV meant to stipulate the hypothesis or the observation? Because I thought the observation
Hypothesis.
is where we get the hypothesis, and the hypothesis is where we get the IV and DV.
The
DV is going to be your
independent
observed phenomenon.
variable as stated in your hypothesis. So the thing that you want to manipulate to be your cause of the effect, the change. Jedi went through all this. Like that, you formulate your experiment, or your hypothesis, and then an experiment. Of what you're going to be, like what is your assumed cause of the effect.
Right. I just don't see what doing it vertically adds to any kind of clarity in this situation.
Because that would be the observed phenomena, things going down.
Right. But the
Like,
hypothesis has to do with
well,
why they go down.
but now you've got a horizontal attraction observed within the Cavendish experiment. So
But
you've changed
direction has
the phenomenon.
nothing to do with anything here.
No, it really, really does.
It really doesn't.
It really does. Otherwise, we might as well not have water in the experiment. We're trying to fucking boil it.
That makes no sense, what you just said.
Okay.
If masses attract, it doesn't matter which way they're orientated. Direction has nothing to do with the attraction of the masses.
Put the larger mass above. Put the larger mass above the smaller mass, and see if the smaller mass is attracted upward.
It is.
And
Of course it is.
how would you measure that?
I don't know. That's a
So now
slightly
you're
slower
making a
rate.
better experiment. How would we make a better experiment?
My goodness.
No, it's a valid critique, I'd say. So if we can make a better one, let's make a better one. How would we go about doing that?
It's your claim.
Okay. Well,
You're
I think
claiming
for now it's a
you're
pretty good
claiming-
experiment until we
you're
come up with a
claiming
better one.
I don't know. Can we? I mean,
Sorry?
we do understand that Newton himself didn't want to be associated with this quote unquote magic at a distance. It's magic at a distance, right? Things of large size attract other things of large size. I drop a rock to the floor, I presuppose the earth is attracting the ball downwards. There's a presupposition that the thing below the object in question is having some kind of pulling force on the object that is dropped.
Yeah, well, every hypothesis is something of a presupposition. Then you test it to see if you're
Not
right.
no, it's a supposition, not a presupposition, a
Oh,
supposition.
well, then I disagree that it's a presupposition, that it's
What, the Earth that's acting upon the rock?
Yeah, that was a hypothesis. It was a
That's a
supposition.
presupposition that the Earth is doing something to the rock above it.
Well, technically, they're doing something to each other. I mean, the
Are
rock
they?
lifts the Earth just as much as the
Are
Earth.
they?
Yeah,
Are they?
except
Sorry,
that
I
amount
thought,
is
I do apologise. I thought the Earth was sitting in the fabric of space-time, and actually the Earth was going up towards the apple.
very, very slightly. Like,
Oh, okay. So if I
not enough to
drop,
even mention it.
oh, so we don't have to mention it now. We're not going to be talking about Einstein then, which is the new kind of idea that gets taught in universities.
This has nothing to do with Einstein.
I know it isn't. This is because Einstein superseded this Cavendish Newtonian idea over 108 years ago.
No, Einstein expanded
Yeah.
on it.
Oh, he expanded on it now, even though it's got nothing to do with it.
No, no.
Nothing to do with it.
The pull of the two has nothing to do with Einstein. So
It's funny. I was actually just watching a YouTube video earlier today, and then of course it filled in with a Lex Friedman podcast, like every video. And he was talking to a physicist astrophysicist or a theoretical physicist, something like that, whatever. But he on the Lex Friedman podcast said exactly what we say as flat earthers, that Einstein superseded Newtonian physics when it comes to gravity.
yeah, I wouldn't say it that way.
It doesn't matter what you say. This is what the scientific community says.
Is that why
Maybe
Einstein
some of them.
uses
I don't know if they were.
Newtonian math?
I mean, yeah,
Or at
that's
least his constants?
he expanded on it.
He expanded on it. He doesn't use the same math because Newton math happens in 3D space and Einstein's math happens in 4D pseudo-Riemannian space. So they're curving, not straight lines. So
Mhm.
no, not the same thing.
So what
Well,
is the
you can
G in
still
Einstein's
embed
field
one into the
equation?
other.
What is the G in Einstein's field equation?
What's a scientific experiment that proves anything that Einstein says?
Oh,
Please don't give
let's
me
not
math.
skirt off to a different question now. What's the G in Einstein's field equation?
G, what, gravity? The large G or small g? Which one?
Well, let's take a look at both of them. What does the G
Well, but
mean?
what, gravity?
And where did that big G in Einstein's field equation come from?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, damn. He doesn't
What do
know
you mean?
anything,
Oh,
does
damn.
he?
Are you trying to basically say because Einstein used big G and little g, that is proof, circular reasoning?
He stood on his shoulders. That doesn't mean that he stood in his underwear.
Yeah, stood on his shoulders. He used Newtonian math to aid in his
Right, but
own equations.
in Einsteinian, does anything move faster than the speed of light?
Depends what you mean by that.
No. In Newtonian, is there spooky action at a distance instantaneously? Yes. So they contradict each other, not complement each other.
Wait, when you say nothing moves faster than the speed of light, like what do you mean by that?
No thing goes faster than the speed of light.
It's not proven.
Technically, it's
If it's
it depends what you're
That's
talking
not
about.
proven or
In
scientifically
particle
tested.
physics, if it has mass, it cannot. It would break all of the scientific theory and
Kinda,
like
sorta.
laws.
So when you
If it
get
has
into like,
mass, it cannot go faster than the speed of light.
yeah, but we're talking about like reference frames. So with the expansion of the universe, you can get like space diluting in such a way that galaxies at opposite ends of the
Is
galaxy
empty
are
space
actually
a
moving
thing?
away from themselves.
Is empty
at the
space a
speed of light.
thing with an inflationary theory?
Completely empty? Probably not.
Right. Empty space is no thing.
How do you bend no thing?
That's a trick question.
Well, when you say a thing, like space-time, are you talking about space-time?
No, we're not talking
Space-time.
about a thing. We're talking about no thing, the absence of a thing.
Well, if we're getting to that level, then yeah, space-time is a thing.
So space, the absence of anything, so no thing. and time not physical, how do you bend and warp not physical things?
So when you say physical, I know I sound pedantic, but this is where the language kind of tends to break down because we're talking about things that are extraordinarily complex and cerebral. So when you say
No.
time isn't physical, what do you mean by that?
Well, you can't give it to me so I can impart energy into it and make it go wee, or put it in a jar and paint it red.
Okay.
And
I
same
define
with
physical as right. I have a different definition of physical, where it's just like interacting physically. In which
Okay,
case,
does
time does apply.
time interacts with things physically? Does it?
In some sense, yes.
Pardon?
So,
You could say,
so is
yeah.
it time? Does time? Is it time? Is time the cause of you aging or me aging?
Is it the cause of aging?
Yeah, is time the cause of me aging, or like if
One of them.
is time the reason why my back hurts sometimes now?
It's one of them. Time wouldn't do it on its own, I suppose, but
Time
Can
allows
you
it to happen.
yeah.
Can you point out one thing that time causes?
Half-Life.
Movement.
Movement. Time doesn't cause movement.
It might.
That's the object in action itself.
Right. What does that
Time.
mean?
The object itself is the thing that's moving. Time isn't causing it to move.
Distance over.
Movement
It
is time.
causes things to not be superimposed at the same moment.
Yeah,
But we
'cause it's
might not
distance
have the
over
same
what?
we might not have the same definition of cause in this case.
What about space? Like literally, like devoid of anything, like just empty, devoid space.
Yeah,
What
space
is it the
causes
cause of?
things.
Maximum
What is it the
nothingness.
cause of?
Yeah, it causes things not to be superimposed at the same location.
Using another word, space absence of
I
anything
thought
is nothing.
collision would be the cause of that. Sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
That's fine. Go on, carry on, Larry. You're fine. I'm just repeating the same fucking point that space is nothing, no physical thing.
Well, even that is debatable.
What? So nothing is something.
No, that empty space isn't exactly empty. I mean, we're getting into like high-level quantum physics here. You're not going to get simple answers to these questions.
Well, is this where dark matter and shit comes in? Stuff that it's got to be there because it has to be.
Kind of,
Nope,
yeah.
wrong end of the
But
spectrum, Lou. This is where the 0 point energy quantum foam virtual particles comes in.
yeah, by the way, dark matter and dark energy are just kind of placeholders. It just means there's stuff
Oh
out there that
shit!
we can't account for. They're not,
Yeah,
which is why it was kind of weird when someone said they would
empty
get going.
variable thrown in to be band-aids on a broken model. Got it.
Yeah.
So we could have called it goose eggs because it's just a placeholder. Goose egg means zero, by
Call
the
it
way.
band-aids. Band-aids. That's it. That should be the name.
Yeah, imagine if we had a model that was like 96% like Gorilla Glue and Band-Aids and duct tape, and we were like, you guys don't have a model.
To be fair, I mean, I don't want to. You kind of do.
At least there is a model, rather than the ultimate cop out y'all always fling out.
Right, but your model is full of black
No,
holes,
that's
dark
bullshit.
matter, and dark energy that nobody can see, but it has
Black
to be there
holes
to make your
exist.
model work. I wouldn't
Yeah.
recommend
never
you
saw
drive a
black hole?
tire that was 95% duct tape, super glue, and Band-Aids.
You can
Yeah,
see a
here's the
black
thing,
I'd
though.
hole.
rather have somebody throw their
We never,
hands in the air and shrug their shoulders any day than blow smoke up my ass.
Are we forgetting
So
about the
black holes
picture
are
of the super
completely.
black hole?
Yeah, they don't believe in pictures, unless they want to.
No, real photographs.
Do you believe in the Milky Way?
Do you know the
Yeah,
difference between
if
a
it's not
photograph and a picture and an image?
yeah, if it's not taken with a P900, they don't accept it, right?
It's a fair question.
No, that's not. Do you know what the difference is between an image and a photo?
Yeah, the
What?
process of which they develop a visual context.
Elaborate.
in regards to a digital photo, there's not much difference from an image.
Model's
An
so
image,
hard, but gravity's
yeah,
so weak. Better talk that shit, kick your mama into next week. Bring back new Tony. We gonna give him a tweak.
yeah. I mean, unless you can explain to me the difference between the image that we use, the imaging technology that we use to get the black hole, and how it's different from the imaging of, let's say, a P900. Because really, it's just detecting different signals and trying to compile it into a digital format that then allows you to read it. So really, when you're seeing a photo,
How does a radio telescope work? Because that's what they use to take this so-called image of the black hole, right?
yeah, it
How
uses
does
it captures radio frequencies and it compiles it into a readable image. Not
captures
dissimilar
them?
to how, not dissimilar to how like who knows, what was that ultrasound device works?
So, but the whole idea of a black hole, isn't it so massive that all light, all matter, including light, so strong that even light cannot escape it? That's why it's a black
True.
body.
Yeah, and that's why it shows
But
up as
light
a
can
black
bend
dot.
around.
I mean, isn't that what we would expect to
You're
see from a black
receiving
hole?
signals from something that only captures
Who
energy.
said that they're receiving signals from it?
You did.
No, I said it receives signals and it compiles something that
What
we
is
can
that?
see.
What did I
So
just say?
hold
That's
on,
different from you right there?
because you're trying to put words in my mouth, right, without hearing
You
the
just
full
said it
story.
receives signals.
So
I
hold
said that
on,
you
you
said that
are
it
literally
receives
not
signals,
hearing
and
the
you
full
said he
story.
didn't say that.
You are literally trying to jump into your own conclusion without hearing the final details yet again. So I'll say it, no problem. In
No,
regards
what
to
did
the
I
imaging,
say differently? How
excuse
did I?
me. Hey, am I gonna be able to finish, or are you just gonna keep sparking?
Dude,
Thank you.
you
So
are the one
whenever I'm
starting
talking
it.
about the black hole,
You have no idea the contradiction
yeah,
that you just made.
no, because in regards to the black hole and it's taking imagery from everything, what they're looking for is what a black hole would present itself as, an empty dark space where they did not receive any radio signals.
So
But you want to,
they're taking an image of where of a absence of signal.
yes, they're taking an image, or they're taking a they're receiving signals
So
from
they're
a
not
from
receiving.
a.
They're not
Okay, yeah,
receiving.
okay. Can you let me finish, or are you just gonna like keep doing that thing? So they receive signals from a given area, and they compile it, and they see, oh hey, in this area, we're not getting anything from it. It just happens to be a little dot pattern. Damn, I wonder what that could be.
Figment of your imagination.
Oh, a figment of my imagination, right? Something that like just
Correct.
causes a blip. Or
Correct.
maybe it's just cope coming from you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're the one who said digital photography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So digital imaging, right? Unless you
Okay,
want to like
digital
disregard,
imaging,
like, hold on,
digital photography, and now your imagination with your black dot. Thank you.
Yeah. So what is imaging? Maybe we have a different definition. Because
Well,
there's
you
not
said
very much
digital. You
difference.
said digital photography. Misnomer.
Yeah, digital photography, which
There's
is
no such
essentially the
thing.
exact thing as digital imaging.
It's not the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
No,
You're
it's not.
receiving a source of signal and you're compiling it into a digital format.
Well, that's not how a camera works. That's how a.
Oh, so it's not receiving signals and like compiling it into a digital
It's a
format?
mirror. It uses a mirror.
Oh, so it stores it on the mirror.
You're talking about digital imaging, which is different than photography.
What do you think a P900 does?
I'm talking about you keep saying photography. Is a P900 is that digital imaging or photography?
Yeah, the layman one might call that photography.
What? Yeah, and they would be out to lunch. So what are you? Are you the layman? Are you the layman or are you the expert? Because you're attempting to present yourself as some sort of expert.
So imaging is literally just receiving signals.
Okay, we're
and
talking about
compiling it into a
photography. You said digital photography.
Format. Yeah,
you said digital photography. Is that a thing?
Sure. Digital photography.
Digital
yeah,
imaging.
That's what a P900. Yeah.
No, photography and digital imaging are two different things.
No, they're not.
Sure, they are.
Nope.
Yes.
Can you explain the inherent difference between the two?
Photography is light on light sensitive paper.
Photography.
Digital imaging is not that.
So what do you do with a P900?
And what does your black dot come from?
What
Where's
does a
the
P900
imagination?
do?
Your hang up with the P900. None of us have mentioned a P900.
Sure. So again, what does a P900
Just
or any
cool your
digital
roll,
camera
dude.
do?
What are you here? Why don't you just chill out?
I'm just asking a question that you refuse to answer.
Okay,
For one reason or
ask the
another.
question again.
So again, I'm going to ask, what is the inherent difference between a camera and a digital imaging device?
I just told you, photography is light on light sensitive paper.
So there's paper in a P900?
No, that's a digital imaging device.
Nobody mentioned
Okay,
a P900 other than you.
So we're just talking about imaging devices. So what's the deal? And
You
again,
said
you are
digital
literally hold on.
photography.
So even with a
If you're
photography,
going to be
even
the expert,
even a
if you're going to
photography,
be the
okay.
expert, no
So
need to say digital.
okay. So a
Are you saying that a
photography.
P900 is the same as a radio telescope?
Say again?
Are you
Yeah,
saying that a
P900
P900
essentially
is
the
the same
same
as
as
a
a
radio
digital
telescope?
telescope. Yeah. Receiving signals and combining them into a visual or like a structure that we are able to visualize, or a format that we're able to visualize. Literally no difference.
No difference at all between the two.
Nope.
You're sure of that?
They do the exact same thing. They receive signals and they
So
compile it into a way that we can see.
why can't we use a P1000 to take pictures of black holes then?
Why can't we use a P1000? Because it's just too shitty of a camera.
Oh, maybe we need a P10,000 then.
Yeah,
Should
probably.
we be able to take a picture of a freaking black hole?
Yeah, maybe P10,000. That'd be nice.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. So, I mean, unless you can tell me the inherent difference between a camera and a radio telescope.
Radio telescope isn't looking at any image of anything whatsoever. It's sending out it's sending out a radio signal and looking for a bounce back return of it.
No.
No,
and
it's
then creating
not.
an image. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Especially when you're dealing with things that they claim to be like hundreds of millions of light years away. It's not sending anything out. It is purely receiving. So you're just wrong there too. And the thing that we use to like image the black
what
hole.
you're talking about is they're looking at the cosmic background and looking for a gap in it and then calling it a black hole, right?
Oh no, not the cosmic background. No, just normal like radio waves that come from all sorts of different structures. But again, I can. I'm just a layman, dude. I'm no expert. I just have like the reading comprehension above a middle schooler.
But you're telling us that black holes are 100 million miles away?
100 million light years and stuff.
Okay, yeah. So
quintillions.
Well, wait. What's
Quite a
the
story.
center of the Milky Way galaxy? How far is that supposed to be? Because that's supposed to be the closest one, right?
No, it's
Say
not.
again?
The closest black hole is supposed to be the center of our own galaxy, correct?
It's not.
No, there could be that's a super black hole at the center of our galaxy, dude. There could be other small black holes everywhere, dude. They even theorized about like the planet
Wow,
X.
you guys get
Yeah.
crazier every day.
No, that's literally a fucking thing.
Yeah, that's.
It's called imagination.
There's a freaking
No,
wormhole
it's
in your closet,
mathematics,
dude. You fucking
religiosophy, and fairy tales. Did you hear me?
No.
Mathematics, religiosophy, and theory tales.
Sure.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Not if there's black holes everywhere.
Yeah, dude, space is scary. Which I'm glad we're like putting in a bunch of money into keeping ourselves visualized, or keeping like an eye on what's around us, I should say.
Just like NASA, black holes of money.
Nah,
We
we'll be
barely
remembered
put money
forever.
into NASA.
Nah, it's not like we'll just be forgotten. That's ridiculous.
We put literally
we don't
$5 billion
use the state.
into NASA.
We don't use
That's nothing.
we don't use the force of the state to go door to door to round up money to supply our religion. You guys do.
No, y'all just use the power of the internet to like fund idiots like Witsit or something.
You got to pay for the phallus.
We'll be
You
here
gotta have that
and we'll
phallus
be okay.
worship.
No, we'll be right here.
Go to the phallus launch. Get some rocket sauce.
No, it'll be okay. We'll be right here. You can go wherever you want, but we'll be right here.
Unless the black hole arrives. We're not living in a Bruce Willis film, people.
The Milky Way galaxy doesn't just get consumed by a black hole, bro.
You guys are trying to send rockets to get the chemtrails in the black holes, man. You're trying to make babies and shit. Cosmological constant
Chemtrails
crisis.
in the black holes.
Nah,
We'll
dude,
make
making
babies in
babies
the
is
black
easy,
hole.
dude.
Put it in
Just
the
look at
pink
your
one,
local
man.
trailer park. There's like 100 of them running around.
That's racist.
We're just trying to save lives.
Man, them fairy tales are making y'all rich. I hear y'all spend like $500 on a hammer and shit.
On a hammer?
On a
This is
hammer.
this is a good example. It's funny. Like we came over to the politics
All
server
that
to
he-
talk to some noobs, and then we got the anti-flat Earth regular suspects freaking following us over to here now.
Dude, I've literally been on here for like 6 years. I don't know what you're smoking.
You smoke
You're
what
still
I'm
one of the regular
smoking.
suspects, aren't you?
Do what?
You're one of
Because
the
when we get
regular
done,
suspects, aren't you?
Yeah.
when we get done destroying the Earth, then we're gonna go over there and destroy communism.
Good luck
Yeah,
with
we're
that,
gonna
dude.
destroy communism.
Allah said the earth is a sphere. Allah Akbar.
Allah
trust us.
also touches kids.
Allah Akbar Takbir.
Well,
And then we're
God is
gonna
great.
take over
If that's what you're
socialism.
saying, God is great.
And then we're gonna take over communism. And then we're
Takbir.
gonna make the world breathe.
Takbir.
Yeah, if you're saying God is great, then
Allah
God is
Akbar.
great.
No, that
Allah
would be
Akbar.
Allah Akbar.
Allah Akbar.
That's what he's saying.
Allah Akbar.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Misog. He's like a genius and shit.
Allah Akbar.
Very good religious man.
I'm hungry.
In other words, he's an atheist communist, right?
No, he's
What should
he's
I
actually a
eat?
devout
'Cause I'm
Muslim.
hungry.
Oh, well then he probably is a good man.
It's spurging out. This is what you call a triggering right here.
Dude, we're having fun, and like you're the one who's angry in the background with your cute little like lips.
How'd this whole black hole story time begin?
I don't know.
Just a
Well,
couple days
gravity
ago.
wasn't working at the galactic level, so Einstein had to invent some sort of massive gravitational force in the middle to make the galaxies work, but then it still didn't work. So they had to invent dark matter, and it still didn't work because dark matter got debunked. So what we have is a ad hoc continuum.
You got worse than that. Live Science posted this a couple days ago. Twisty new theory of gravity says information can escape from black holes after all. Einstein's theory of relativity states black holes are bald, but this new tweak in his research may give mysterious objects their long sought, beautiful black hair.
Yeah, Hawking
What
talked
are you
about this
reading?
some 10, 15 years ago. I
Yes.
told you this in
Yeah, Hawking literally had theories about this. We understand that like propulsions like mathematically could like exit. I like that. They're not gamma ray bursts. What are they called? There's certain
That's why
quasar pulse or something.
Yeah, the dude I
that's
was
not
talking
why
like
that's not why
Tubinite.
black holes have hair. It's because you can't destroy energy or matter. It's the first law of thermodynamics. Energy and matter cannot be destroyed. It's the conservation of energy and matter. That's why.
And
How about
Chief Sitting
celestial
Guard.
objects that just
I was talking about the
considerably
guy in
appear
text
in and out
chat
of existence?
melting
Black holes
down.
don't destroy or fuck. They don't destroy matter or energy. They absorb it.
Yeah, but what about the virtual particles?
Oh, antimatter and shit. Yeah, that shit's based. I'd like to
Yeah,
learn more
man.
about
What about
that.
the things that like map out reality but in its own universe?
Yeah, I'd like to learn more about that stuff. It seems really interesting.
You guys should go back to the
Go do
sci-fi
it. Shit. Yeah, the guy I was talking about melting down was in a text chat. I don't know if you saw this, but this dude just started spamming like a freakazoid. So you're always triggered. That's the thing. You always think everything's about you. Everyone's talking about you.
You always have like that angry attitude about you, Crit.
Angry attitude.
Were you just like not treated fairly as a kid? Or did they bully you?
Unfair.
You could use
Make
that
fun
if
of
you
your
want to.
Yeah. Would it be accurate?
No, I mean you can use it or both. Use both yes and no, and then drive on to some point you want to make, which I predict using the flat Earth model will be no point whatsoever.
Oh, you have a model?
Nothing new under the sun. Yeah, we can test this tomorrow.
We have a model of how globers work.
Yeah, I call it environmental conditioning. I can. Yeah, I think I got. Let me see if I still have the article posted or up. Yeah, here you go. Peer-reviewed paper and everything. They break down and explain the overview effect in creative performance in human extreme environments. Basically saying they rise to the occasion. Unless there's some, Wojak internet meme like you, then you just spiral out of control. And you never rise to the occasion. You're always a race to the
What the fuck
bottom.
are you talking about?
Yeah, you kind of
I'm
lost me now.
talking about you.
Dude, I
And
have no
why
idea
you
what
do
you're
what you
smoking
do.
or talking about, dude. It just seems like babble in the background.
That it triggers you. That's the best part. And predicted. And tomorrow, the same result. Nothing new under the sun.
I don't
You
even know
can't
what you're
even
talking
take
about.
your globe and your ball and do something with it. The only thing you can do is spiral and trigger about flat Earth. Day in, day
Crit?
out. Nothing new. You won't
Great.
change.
There's one thing that I can do with the ball, and
You
that's
can't.
explain how gyro compasses work.
No, you
Or
can't
why
do
the
that.
stars
Because you
do
would
what
do
they
that if you
do.
could. You would do that.
Well, I would if I could.
Yeah, you go do that. You go get your Nobel Prize, and everyone would be like, "Hey, look at this mongoloid
Nobel-
mutant somehow did something with his life," but you never will. Failure to launch, dude.
Failure to launch? Just the natural thing that's already in like
It'll be
just
the
about every
headline.
manual for the same machine? Like I'd get a Nobel
Anti
Prize for just stating the obvious at that point?
anti-flat Earth
Is that how you think?
internet
Is that how you
troll
think, little
wins
man?
Nobel Prize.
Here comes the cope.
Yeah.
Oh, why invest all this money into fancy gadgetry? You can just watch a football game, and apparently, once the kicker kicks the ball into the air, the earth spins beneath. Problem solved. Or do
Yeah, why
you
don't
probably
they
disagree? You probably disagree with your priest tweets.
I don't know what priests you're talking about. The only priests I like I knew are
MVP,
the ones that like are molesting
the
kids
guy,
now.
the priest who was talking about the earth spinning underneath footballs
Yeah,
in the air.
all the kickers, all the best kickers in the NFL have calculus degrees.
That's right. Coriolis experts.
Well, first you
See
don't
right
get
here,
calculus degrees, you
William
just get
Frank
mathematics
Wright, the
degrees.
overview effect in creative performance in extreme human environment, cited by Edgar Mitchell when he said that you rise to the occasion. These astronauts are such amazing people because they've adopted the globe model for their worldview, and they became the best that they could be. But you, on the other hand, are the worst possible outcome of you. And every day is a continual downward spiral until you eventually hit rock bottom and fully disqualify.
Crit, we're going to have to look into the legalities of being a Venetian, Martian, and lunar real estate liaison to these fools. And I know we can't lose no money on Coriolis insurance. We're going to sell it to them. We're going to be rich, yo.
Yeah, they're going to need that because if this is one thing when you see these globalists when they look at their insurance for their property says acts of God and they just spiral. I don't want that. I don't want no acts of God insurance. Want me some Coriolis insurance? And like
Yeah,
certainly
because you never
Toby.
know when your house might just spin the fuck off of the earth, bro. You need that Coriolis insurance. I mean, you would think you only need insurance on your car because you're only going like 100 miles an hour. But, your house relative to the center of the galaxy, bro, it's hauling ass. You're going to need some Coriolis insurance for that shit. It's only a small price of $99.95.
Your car is doing all that speed plus whatever it's doing on the odometer. Or the
Yeah,
speedometer, sorry.
that's why the Coriolis insurance is so cheap.
Plus or minus, I suppose. Depending
And
on
this
which way you're going.
You deal with people who have a model that will tell you that Venus is in between Earth and the Sun. You're like, okay, that's cool. So when can I see Venus? At nighttime. You're like, what?
Yeah, like not well into the night, right? Or like early in the morning.
Which way is the sun? Is it towards Venus or away from Venus?
No, you can see Venus pretty well into the night, man. Like
Yeah,
I
like
know they call
till
it the
like
morning
10.
star and all that,
I've
Yeah,
but
seen
it doesn't
Venus.
work, dude.
I've seen
Yeah,
it during
like
the
10 or
day.
11. Yeah,
In
you can see it during the
2012, I
day.
saw Venus during the daytime.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, now explain
Yeah.
it at night. Now it's nighttime. How do you see it?
Just as easy as I explained it before.
Draw it out.
Sunrise and sunfall, depending on what time of year for Venus it is. But yeah, I want to talk about Venus. It spins once every like 200 something days, right?
Spins
So Venus
opposite
would be a
too.
perfect. Yeah, it spins in the opposite direction once every 200 and something days. That shit is spinning slow in the wrong direction.
They want to
How the
ignore
fuck?
Venus. They're like, look at Venus. Oh yeah, let's look at it. What does it
Yeah,
say?
let's really look at it.
Ooh.
Why is the day so slow? That's a long ass day. It's a hot motherfucker.
Yeah.
why don't we have any planets in our solar system doing like a polar circumnavigation of the sun?
A polar one? There might be.
Pluto's a tad askew.
Yeah, they say there's like one or two of them that are like a little tad askew, but for the most part they're
Well, see,
across a plane. But why don't
what these
why
people.
doesn't anything orbit over the top? Kind of like the
Well, I
same
gotta
thing
tell
about
you.
us being able to circumnavigate our globe, right? Like,
See
why
what
doesn't
these
anything
Globers
do
don't.
polar circumnavigation of the sun?
What these Globers don't understand is that space is flat. There's an ecliptic plane. So if the moon's a sphere, therefore the Earth is sphere. How about the space is flat, therefore the Earth is flat? Same logic. Got to keep it consistent. Come on, guys.
We're talking about any
The
logic,
ecliptic
dude.
plane.
Yeah,
Proofs
Coob, how
of
long have you
proofs.
been debating flat earthers, out of curiosity?
Yeah, who, me?
Yeah, you.
Since the last time 24/7 popped its ugly head on this server, like 5 years ago.
I see. So they
To
know you
Gem
all quite well.
Pandas. He went to Gem Panda's server. They treated him really bad. They made fun of him. They started
Yeah.
posting his picture everywhere, drawing dicks on his head and everything.
Yeah,
I
dude.
mean, I'm not one to make fun of the way someone looks, but holy shit, thank God I'm not you, dude.
I never posted my face on there, dude.
You did. I could go
Chris
right
usually
now.
kind of laid back,
I have
actually, but
literally never
he
posted my
doesn't
face.
mind
My
We don't
doing
face.
need to.
I
We
have
don't need to
always.
roll. We
I
don't need
have
to roll blood,
always. Yeah.
guys.
So yeah, crit. Like you have.
Think of a little
Like.
goblin. That's
Mhm.
that's charitable.
Okay, and you sound like one of like those nerds.
And thank
Like
God I'm not
purposely
you.
talking with
And
that
I
little.
thank God
I'm a
every
nerd.
day
What's
I'm
wrong
not
with
you.
I'm
nerds?
not.
And
Thank God
I thank
I'm not
God.
talking like this. That's you, dude.
Yeah, and
I'm
thank
the
God I
biggest
don't look
nerd in the
like you. It'd
server.
be hard. I
I guarantee
understand why
it.
you're angry with life. You're
Okay,
like
I
that.
think there's some beef here that needs to. That I think you need
Yeah,
to let it go.
Crit has some
Wait,
demons in his life that
does
he
any
needs to work out. Is all.
And thank God
does
I'm not
anybody
you.
want to challenge me? I'm the biggest nerd in the server. Who wants to challenge me? Nope, no challenges. All
Yeah.
right, I'm king of the
Yeah.
hill, reigning supreme.
Because every single time I hear Crit, he's always angry. So he's obviously got some
Yeah, and
unresolved issues
thank
going on.
God. Thank
You
God
know,
I'm not you.
I used to
I
think.
could that would be too much.
I
I can
used to
handle
think.
being me, but thank God I'm not you.
I used to think Yakub was stupid because all he would do is like join VC and aim the camera at his toes and just like wiggle them for like an hour. But then when I heard him debate you guys, I thought, well, actually, he's quite an intelligent guy. He's very impressive.
Yeah, dude.
You like those
It's almost
toes,
like I have
huh?
a character that I go on there and just fuck around. It's really fun. Especially like when all like these fucking gays that are on there start like talking about, oh, I did this, I did that, and then like you.
No slurs.
Whoa! What's with homophobic?
Yeah, it says so right in the rules. It doesn't take long to get these guys a spiral.
Come on, guys. I'm the only gay person here. I can give him a gay pass.
No. It's gonna need a vote.
Oh, he can think about when he comes back 2 days from now. He can think about it. So what's going to happen here is that he'll start doing these homophobic rants, which is why he got in trouble on Gen Panda server, because they're quite liberal over there, which is kind of interesting for why they're so against free speech and all that. But he would do the same thing there, start talking about how he hates socialism and hates leftists and he hates, like minority groups. And they went after him. And they went after him in a spectacular way. They found his photo. I guess they found out where he lived and everything. And he ran from the server. And this is the one thing what I think is important is that he'll get bullied like that by globalists and he'll be okay with it. But somehow the flat earther just tells him, hey, I think the earth is flat. Somehow that's an even greater insult to his sensibilities. Because he visions himself, like being bigger, like the heliocentric model gave him something that he wasn't getting from people who also thought that model was true.
By the way, Kurt, don't be surprised at anytime soon at liberals being anti-free speech. Like they somehow went from 20 years ago, they were the ones saying, like free speech and fuck the government and all that stuff. And it's completely done a 180 on its head. Now the only people speaking up are conservatives about that stuff. Liberals are, at least the far left.
Yeah. I should have
The far left is completely about the censorship and government cucking.
Yeah, you're right. I should have prefaced that. I should have said classical liberal, not neoliberal or tyconic, I think is the term they use now.
Well, I mean, and I know that's probably not news to you or me or most people in here, but it's just so turned on its head. If you're young, you might think it's the way it's always been, and if you're old, you might not realize that it's actually flipped like that.
Yeah, it was a very interesting reorganization of the political structure, the landscape, which is kind of why when people look at American politics and they try to see it as a sort of left right wing, and really it's like this magnets, like these dipodal magnets are constantly pushing away from each other, but they always expand government, which is like they always seem to get along if the issue is more and more federal control, executive federal control. And they always disagree when it comes down to something with state rights or personal freedoms. Then they disagree all of a sudden. And they do these really cringe sort of back and forth and no one ever wins. Just kick the can down the road, one more generation after the other. And then at the end of the day, it's like, well, what did you guys accomplish? Nothing.
We probably shouldn't talk
from the
politics.
Oh yeah, you're
That's a
right.
joke.
Yeah, but we got a little off topic there.
We're in the politics server. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, but this room's supposed to be separate. Like you can talk politics in all the other channels. This one's supposed to like. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes you go a little off topic.
It is funny because like where we come from, we're always like politics is so like low level, but here we are, perched in the freaking politics server. So I just thought it was a little bit.
Is a causation correlation conflation. Right, Globers? Causation, correlation, conflation. Because the Globers got verbal diarrhea and mental constipation.
Why would they lie? Why would they?
I'm full of bars tonight, guys. Sorry about that.
It's like the globalist tells you something. You're like, here, I got a source you could read. Never heard of twisty gravity theory and hairy black holes and bald black holes. And suddenly you post the source, and before they even got a chance to read it, they're like, yeah. Flat Earth debunked. Yeah. You're like, what the fuck, dude? You didn't even look at your own cosmology. You just said, okay, I acknowledge black holes, therefore no flat Earth. No, dude, I'm torpedoing your battleship, okay?
I could bring up dark gravity right now. They never heard of the ship before, but they're going to tell me all about it and teach me because I don't understand.
It's a crying shame. If they had just accepted their model, they would have been able to deal with disagreement. But they rejected their own model. Better luck next time. Yeah, also, Chief Shitting Dog was a reoccurring character on Brandon's podcast when he was still doing that. So it hasn't been 5 years. He's just got a goldfish memory.
Where are all the the global Earth boys at? Where are they at?
Are we trying to do a Blazing Saddles reference or what?
Well, no, I just want to know where they all are because none of them are speaking. Usually they all come in like, what's going on?
Hiding behind the curvature.
Hiding behind the curvature.
Trying to look for that video for
That is the story of the Trojan horse, isn't it? They're hiding behind the horizon. Sneaky bastards.
Here we go. Here's some pro tips for dating, and you got something to do on your Saturday night. We asked 100 contestants, what would you say if your beautiful date told you she thought the Earth was flat? Because right now a lot of globalists would spurg out. Okay, this is what you should do. The top answer. 18-second video. We'll get you through. I wonder what the number 6 answer was. If like
Dude, I remember the first time I ever told them that space was flat. They were so butthurt.
yeah, that's
They
an
were like,
interesting one too.
no, it's not.
Space is flat, though.
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
didn't
you
want it
admit
to
that
be.
now.
In
They
their
sure did.
worldview, they saw like the Star Trek Enterprise fly up from underneath the Romulan bird destroyer and fire torpedoes, blowing up the bottom part of the ship, releasing the tractor beam, and saving the captain Picard from the mind probe. And they're like, damn, that's so cool. There's no everything in space is just space.
Is this Discord? What is it?
What? Oh, it came in broken there. Did anyone else hear it? Was that Tetris? Yeah,
Hi.
your mic's cutting in and out.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, cool.
What brings you into our lovely corner of this lovely server?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Well, I'm here to discuss 24/7 flat Earth.
Awesome. So what would you like to discuss? It's relatively quiet, so the floor is all yours.
Is anyone familiar with Earth?
Yeah.
How about
Okay.
water?
Water?
You familiar with the physics of water?
Relative to what?
Perspective. Here, I posted a little video here. This is Bob Ross telling you exactly how to portray water artistically.
Okay.
To make sure, yeah. So just a couple seconds. It won't take that long to watch it.
Okay. Where is it?
In the side chat.
Got it.
You found it? Okay.
Good old Bob Ross.
Yep, class act right there.
Okay, I love Bob Ross, but I want to know your opinion on the firmament.
The
Well,
firmament.
The firmament is LED lights and screens.
No, the firmament was part of the Copernicus model, the 1600s. He claimed that the solar system was actually the whole universe. And instead of Earth
Yeah.
being the center, he put the sun in the center and everything outside the solar system, which only includes 6 planets, mind you. The Copernicus model just had 6. And outside of Saturn was a firmament, and he affixed all the other stars from on the outside. So my personal take is Copernicus was absolutely full of shit. Okay? Because he also said that same model had perfect spheres and perfect circular orbits, and only a god could have made it. So I would say that I would call his model divine. It's not scientific. He thinks it's somehow spiritual in some way. And also his idea of a firmament doesn't match what I have read his reference in the Bible. I would call the firmament as of the waters above.
Like the Hermetic principles?
Or something like that.
That's what
Yeah.
Oh, sure. As with things like that.
Yeah, something waters above and waters below. Yeah, or something along those lines. But this wouldn't be a topic for generally, other than you can use it to say that the heliocentric model is definitely incorrect. It started with garbage, and it's still garbage to this day. It's just a series of rebrandings over and over and over again that have never really accounted for at the very beginning. Copernicus was just flat wrong. He's just wrong.
Can we get our feet back on the ground and our heads out of the clouds?
Yeah, back to Earth in water. So how does water? If you're going to paint a painting of Earth, how would you represent water, Tetris? Would you represent it flat, or would you represent it curving? According to Bob Ross, anyway. If you could use Bob Ross as your source, how would he instruct you to be a good painter? Curvy, bendy water or flat water?
I don't think I can answer your question.
No, Bob Ross. So like if Bob Ross was your teacher and he sat you down for a private lesson on painting the earth, landscape. But Bob Ross was famous for painting these very elaborate, very beautiful landscapes that almost mimicked what the human eye saw, which is why he was so famous. Because he could capture the essence of the view.
There's also a conspiracy.
Guys,
So why did he?
Crit, hold on, Crit. Bob Ross didn't paint what he saw at the very moment. He painted what he thinks he sees in his mind.
There's also look up.
He paints from his imagination. That's what a painter's ideas are from. They don't come from pictures.
Are you saying that Bob Ross didn't trust his senses?
No, I'm not saying that. You're just putting words in my mouth. No, I'm just saying that Bob Ross was a painter like every other painter. You paint from your imagination, from your brain. You don't paint from what you see. From your brain, not what you saw. Yes. Hold on. No, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please.
You're wrong.
Listen, he didn't paint from pictures.
Okay, here you go. You gotta listen, okay? Because you seem to not understand. A lot of us in here grew up with Bob Ross on TV, okay? Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
He's making a claim that artists used our imagination. I'm an artist. I paint landscapes quite often. I observe a landscape and I recreate it using paint and canvas. There's no imagination involved.
All right, give him a chance to respond here. All right, go ahead there, Rubble.
I just wanted to say that yes, of course you take it from somewhere that you have in your brain as a picture, okay? Because you saw it one day and you go to your where your paintings are made, Okay, and then you paint it from your memory. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Not a memory.
However,
I'm literally there.
however, you don't paint it exactly. Never. If you wanted to paint it exactly, yes, you can do it. But if you want to have something in your head, like Bob Ross is doing on his YouTube channels, like he's saying, like, oh, let's think about something else. Oh, let's think about something else, and maybe
You think
let's
Bob
add this.
Ross is
Maybe
on
let's add.
YouTube? Wait, hold on a second here. You think Bob
He
Ross?
has his channel. He had his channel. His programs are brought.
Yes, but the water mill, the water paddle mill things that he paints, the water goes downhill. Although he's an expressionist, he's of some sort. His paintings are reality. He's not some surrealist. It's bound by some sort of
But he
realism.
could. He can do
Hey,
whatever
Rebel
he wants
Scum,
on
I
painting.
want you to see if you can figure out that you think Bob Ross is still alive and he's posting YouTube
No,
videos.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if
No,
it's
it
a
does because
Bob
it goes
Ross
to
or
your worldview. So in
Hey
my
guys,
world,
hold on.
Bob Ross
It's not
died
about Bob Ross.
the
It's
late
not about
90s.
Bob
Hold
Ross.
on
Okay.
just a
It's
second,
about
guys. There
paintings.
was a lady here who was trying to question the cosmology of the patriarchy. Let's
Okay.
give her
There.
the
Yeah, let's go
floor.
back to that. This guy's boring.
Bob Ross
paint
actually
whatever
talks
you want.
about how water always remains level. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like she
Guys,
ran. As soon as you mentioned the patriarchy,
you're
it
all
caught me
flat earthers,
triggering.
right? You're all flat earthers. Just try to explain to
You're a
me the
flat earther
craters in
too.
Arizona. No, I'm not a flat earther.
Yes, you are.
Everybody's
But
a flat earther,
No,
bro.
I'm not. No, I'm not a flat earther.
Okay, well, how
Can't be
about
a glow
what's a
earther if
flat
you're not on a
earther?
globe.
Define flat Earth. I bet you'll fit the bill.
Let the questions come,
Flat
mate.
earther? You are flat earther because you define the globe. You deny the globe.
You
That's
deny
what
it
you are.
too.
I don't
All
deny
right,
the
here's the
globe
question, my friend. Why do we deny the globe? Do you know why?
because you're uneducated.
No, that's because when
That's
we
what you
observe,
are.
I'll answer the question for you
Oh,
before you start.
I haven't
Do you
asked
want
any
to answer
question.
the question? All right, so we deny the globe because when we observe reality, we do not observe, measure, or practically use any curvature to the surface of the earth, primarily water.
Fair enough.
We
Fair
deny
enough.
it.
Can I counter that?
Yeah, which one of those 3 points
Okay.
would you like to counter? The
Listen.
observation, measurement, or practical
Do you
use?
believe in oxygen?
Yeah, I'm breathing.
Okay. How do you know that?
Well, I'm breathing.
Do you know you have a liver and lungs inside and a heart?
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. My
I
actual
don't think you
chest
have
has been
seen.
ripped.
I don't
Sorry,
think you have seen your liver and your heart and your lungs.
dude. My chest has been ripped open because I've
Dude,
had a
listen.
triple bypass.
Dude,
People have
do you
seen
believe you
things
have a
like-
heart?
Yes.
You're not
You
listening.
can't see your liver, therefore the ground is a ball, right?
What's this got to do with what I said about direct observation, measurement,
it.
and practical use of the Earth's surface?
This
You know, our lungs are stronger than the force of gravity. You know, just
Come
being
on,
able to
guys.
breathe.
Okay,
You just
Rebel.
believe it because somebody told you that you have a heart and liver in your brain. Have you seen it?
It's the same
Yes.
reason you believe in the globe.
No, I have seen the globe.
Where have you seen the globe,
Oh
my friend?
gosh.
Have you seen it with your own eyes, or has somebody given you an
Yeah,
image?
on NASA station.
So you've seen an image, but you haven't actually seen it with your
No,
own eyes.
I was there.
What, you were on the International Space Station?
Yes.
Then you're an idiot.
You know you
Because
can't
no
see
one
curvature.
believes
You know you
Hold
can't
on.
see curvature from that high up, right?
You don't believe it. You don't
No,
believe
you
me, right?
can't
You don't
see
believe me,
curvature
right?
from that high up, right?
You don't believe me,
You know
right?
you're insane and convincing yourself of
See,
things.
this is the same argument that I don't believe you.
Hold on.
Same
Okay,
argument.
well then you
Same
don't
argument.
believe the globe
That's
math.
what
Then.
I'm saying to you.
If you don't
Do you believe you have a heart?
you can't see
You believe
curvature
you
from
have a
that
heart
high
and a
up, you
liver?
don't believe
Have
the
you
globe
seen
math.
it?
Hold on. Sorry. I wanted you
Have you
to
seen your
address
liver?
my
Have you
claim.
seen your
My
liver?
friend.
Have you seen your
My
liver?
friend.
That's seen the Earth's
My friend.
curvature. You're insane.
Sorry. I
Have you
made the
seen your liver?
claim, dude. I made the claim that we deny the globe Earth model because of direct observations, measurement, and practical use of the surface of the Earth. Why the very fuck are you bringing up my heart and you lying about you being on the International Space Station? Why don't you rebut directly my claims?
For the same reasons that you're not able to.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
a
try
dickhead.
again.
Wow.
You can't. You have to use your reasoning, not Jedi's reasoning.
Han Solo, that was the Death Star, not the space station.
You have never
Okay,
seen
try
it.
again.
If I have never seen if I have never seen the globe, have you ever seen flat Earth from space?
Okay, here we go. I posted a video. Here's Scott Kelly
Have
telling
you
you
ever seen
exactly
flat
what.
Earth?
Yep, here it is. Here's Scott Kelly. I posted the video in the side chat. Scott Kelly telling you exactly what the Earth looks
I don't
like.
care about Scott Kelly.
Why wouldn't you care about
Who the
Scott
fuck?
Kelly?
Who the fuck is
Why
Scott
are you
Kelly,
so
man?
angry? Just listen to
I'm
what he
not
said.
angry.
He's an
I'm just.
astronaut.
I'm not. I don't fucking care about Scott Kelly, man.
He's an
I'm actually replying to your side.
astronaut.
Do you believe your sight? If you don't believe your senses, that means you don't have a heart, your brain, and your liver and your lungs.
You are an idiot, man who claims to have
No,
been in the.
you are an idiot. Why are you actually insulting me? Why?
Because you
Yeah,
lied.
this is a disqualify. He's
I'll
disqualified.
tell you why. Because you lied about being on the International Space Station. No one believes that shit. You haven't been on the International Space Station, so why even make that claim?
Yeah, it's quite bizarre. I mean, he needs to probably sit back and listen for a while.
Somebody got a bad case of the psychosis.
Yeah.
When we get back to the young lady, she sounded at least halfway intelligent.
Yeah, I think she left as soon as she realized that the globe model was, like Hank had said, part of the patriarchy, and that just shattered her worldview, and she left.
Uh-oh. Broke
She's
her.
like, oh yeah, she's like, oh shit, I've been supporting the patriarchy. It's like, yeah, she had that quick exorcism.
That went really well.
And I tell you what, when them college students find out that, I'm trying to bring down the cosmology of the patriarchy, some of them college students are going to be like, well, he's left as fuck. Or what do they say? The youngsters now, they call it woke.
Yeah, woke.
He's woke as fuck.
Not
Down with the
even diet
cosmology of the
woke.
patriarchy.
Yeah, you're taking the patriarchy head on, like right to the root.
Yeah.
You're not even playing around. You're not diet woke. You're not just talking about like mansplaining or the male gaze. You're like, I'm taking down their full model. I'm taking patriarchy down.
I'm taking down the giants from the patriarchy. First I took down Einstein. Now I'm going after Newton.
Here, I'm going to use Scumlord's logic here. Hey guys, I went to the moon. You know so.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because NASA or because Russians would have told on me if I didn't.
And my toilet flushes backwards.
I went to the moon 6 times and back, and you know it's true because if it wasn't true, Russia and some other people may have told on me, but they didn't tell on me. You can't find anywhere that they told, so I must have.
Nope. There you go. Can you believe they used to say the toilets flush backwards in the southern hemisphere, therefore the Earth's a globe?
They still do, Britt. Where you at, Britt? That was one of his first arguments.
What was my argument?
The flush.
Yeah, that was. I think I came into that conversation. That's got to be the worst argument I've ever made in my life, right? I didn't know it was fake up until I was told in this conversation.
And that's
the Coriolis effect. I don't think is fake, but that particular demonstration of it definitely is.
Coriolis effect isn't fake. Some people just have a misunderstanding about what it is.
Yeah.
The Coriolis.
I think I heard it on. I think I watched like a short on a YouTube video and it stuck in my head for a while, right? And that's probably where I got it from. But
no, it's
TikTok
okay.
Science.
Yeah, it's okay. You learned, right? Because like after I went through with you point by point, and you got to the end of it, you're like, oh, oops. And that shows that you're able to process this stuff because there's somebody else. I mean, there's globalists still to this day who talk about the flush. I was on Blue Marble Science's server, and I had people telling me that I was telling lies about the flush, that the flush did prove stuff, and had other people telling me that lies, that other globalists think that the flush proves something. And they were right in chat with each other. You'd have line for line. Like one globalist says, Crit's a liar, the flush proves Earth rotation. And the next person say, Crit's a liar, no globalist says the flush proves something. And I would screen cap that and post it. I go, do you guys see this right now? And then Blue Marble Science chimes in and says, no one on this server advocates for the flush. And I'm like, how about this guy? Does he advocate for the flush? Banned. It's
Well,
like
the The Simpsons even covered it about 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, it was really good because they wanted to get the boot. They're gonna
I forget all the details, but
Yeah.
yeah, he had that friend over in Australia, and yeah.
they let frogs go, and then like the frogs just
It's a tricky one because like I think there's two things they say about the equator, right? Obviously they say you can see the Coriolis effect in the flush, and you can also watch people struggle to walk along the equator. Now both the flush thing I think is explainable by the shape of the bowl basically that you're using the demonstration on, and the walk thing is just a psychological thing, right? It's like both of them are easily explained, but yeah, I think that's definitely one of those like common myths, right? That I guess a lot of people might
urban
might
legend, if you will.
Yeah.
Like how another urban legend is that people went to the moon. You know, like NASA does science. You know?
Black holes or black dots as they were.
Yeah,
they were
hairy.
billed.
You got hairy and bald black holes, bendy gravity and bendy psi, and ever expanding, contracting universe. I can see Venus at nighttime.
I want Bad Boy to mic up because he talks about global Earth a lot in texture, but never speaks in VC.
Yeah, he's been around quite a. It's the same bad boy I'm thinking of. He's got a pretty thick German accent. It's kind of hard to hear him. But he understands. He can, if you talk to him, if it's the same guy I'm thinking of, he can understand you. But when he tries to talk, it's really labored and slow, and really has a thick accent. So that's why he sticks to typing. Unless it's a completely different dude, then
Yeah, it's the guy I'm talking in texture right now.
Lizzie. Oh yeah, it's this guy I'm thinking of. Yeah, we've talked many times, Bad Boy. I've known him on and off.
What's it actually going to take to change your mind, Britnat? Because earlier the Scott guy asked for like a paper or like a report or something. So you give him the report, and he's like, "Ah, what do I care? I've got reports about the globe." And so,
well,
you could do this all day with these people.
I think the standard I go off really is just observation, and then
interesting.
Then moving it into an induction into deduction. Obviously, the deduction is something. The issue here is that the deductive part is really just me trusting that other people did the test for me, right? Because some of the tests, like let's say if I said, okay, let's posit a hypothetical radius, shoot a satellite into space. I mean, I could look at the satellite supposedly, and maybe like that would get me closer to certainty than otherwise. But I think inductively, most observations are better explained with a globular Earth over a flat Earth. And I say better, I don't mean like flat Earth can't explain anything. It's just that it's better to deposit a globular Earth.
Sorry, in which regard observations are explained better on a ball?
None.
So, for instance, I think personally the day and night cycle seems to struggle on a flat Earth, right? For instance, how you not individually, separately, you can explain them, but together they usually struggle, don't they? If you try to posit any sort of alternative model.
How do you mean? When we understand that if we've got a surface of floor, and for example, I'm holding a torch, I'm illuminating the portion of the surface I'm standing over with that torch. If I was to move, I would leave that area in darkness and illuminate the area that the torch was above. Quite easy to understand, right?
Well, that's fine, but like it's not the idea that you can't explain a day or night cycle. The idea is that in conjunction with a seasonal cycle, you can't really explain it.
Again, we can, because that will be because of proximity to the sun being the thing that moves over the course of the year. For example, and I'm going to say hemispheres, so do apologise. In the northern hemisphere, when it's summertime, that's because the sun is at the limitation of its path known as the Tropic of Cancer. 6 months later, it crosses over the equator and it goes down to the Tropic of Capricorn. Therefore, it is summer in the southern hemisphere and winter in the northern hemisphere because of proximity to the heat source.
Okay, so the first issue, I think, the first objection most people would bring up is that the way that you think light bends with the day and night cycle, right? That's the first problem, right? But then if you apply it to seasons and you say, oh, you're just moving away, it's not the position of the sun, it's more the not the position of the sun in the sky, but rather its proximity to Earth is what's determining seasons. Well, the issue here is, like, if I observe the sun in the winter, right? In the northern hemisphere, it's actually the case that we're closer to the sun in the winter in the northern hemisphere, right? And you can observe that by just looking at how large the sun is in the sky.
Well, we will understand that, for example, in the winter, the sun doesn't appear as high in the sky as it does with regards to summer, right?
Yeah, that could be true.
Yeah, so that's because the sun is somewhere else. It's not as close as it is when it's summertime. We can observe this because if it's kind of height and angle above the horizon in both summer and winter. In the winter, it's low on the horizon. In the summer, it's high above the horizon.
You agree that we're closer to the, well, at least it seemingly closer to the sun. You're just thinking about the angle here of the sun when we're in winter, right?
It just appears. Do you know what an analemma is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can explain this. It's a phenomenon that can be observed with both sun and moon. For example, if I was to take a photograph of the sun on, say, every Monday at 7 o'clock throughout that year, it would draw a figure of 8 shape above in the sky. Do you understand what I'm speaking about?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Now, when we observe that figure of 8, what we notice that in summertime, in the northern hemisphere, we have a loop which appears to be closer, but we have in the southern hemisphere an elongated loop which is larger. Same can be said for the moon as well when we make observations for the analemma over the course of a month. The loop in the northern hemisphere is tighter than the loop in the southern hemisphere, which is more elongated. This kind of also demonstrates that, yeah, it is quite possible that the sun or the moon is the thing that is moving, and at certain instances is it either nearer or close or further away from your position as you take the observation.
Okay. Is it the case that it should get hotter the higher in altitude you go?
Do we get hotter with altitude? Or is
Yeah.
it colder?
Well, it's usually colder the higher up you go, but that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, we don't seem to get hotter with altitude. I'll give you that one, mate.
Yeah.
Are you aware that within the heliocentric model, I think it's winter in the southern hemisphere, that we are actually, I think it's 2 million miles closer to the sun. So
yeah, in the southern hemisphere, that's certainly correct.
That makes so much sense. Right?
Usually, it's like in the globular model, they'll usually say it's about the surface area. That's why you could be closer in the winter closer in the winter, right? But the surface area is shorter. Like the distance is shorter, or the surface area is smaller.
Already
right?
admitted
For the
that
sun
you
rays to
can't
hit.
prove the Earth is a globe, so you're just like spiraling out of control. You have to fucking
Well, it says panic over
create
here.
reasons to believe in the globe rather than just accept that it's bullshit.
So I could list you different observations that you could make, right? And use induction to say what's probably
I'm
true.
sure everybody in this call is giving you like 10x the amount of observations you could make.
We've just gone over the flat Earth, right? I don't know what you're talking about with the globular Earth. What is wrong with you? Like, why are you panicking?
You've already admitted you can't prove that the Earth is a ball, so...
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it isn't. So,
it's
for
2023,
instance...
we've all accepted it as fact. We prove to you that it's not a fact.
Okay, so...
You can't prove that the Earth is a ball. It is a ball, we just don't know.
Yeah, let me help you out here, right? So the first thing
Not
is...
helping anyone out.
Okay, like you don't have to feel like your ego is being struck, right? Because it's not,
That's
right?
true.
The idea is, right, you can start off
Here,
with a number
Brett,
of
hold up real quick, right?
yeah.
I was gonna say, hey, welcome back, Tetris. Oh, damn. Okay.
Okay.
All right, go
Well,
ahead.
so the idea is, right, you could start, first of all, right, there's a number of assumptions that you guys make that I think are problematic. First of all is whether or not you can equivocate on the word horizon, right? I think you can't, right? I think they can be incongruent with one another. So I don't think that's the only metric you can use, right, to falsify a flat Earth or a globular Earth, right? The second thing is you'd use inductive reasoning because science is inductive, deductive, right? So you start with your induction, right? And you look at observations, you see if they map up to each other, if they provide explanations for things. That's fine. They're not certain, but yeah, they do a good job of explaining things. You compare them, right? The one that has the most correlative, analogous, and simplistic way of explaining things usually is the one that you want to prefer, right? So you've got your induction, you've got your assumptions ready baked for you to go, and then you might want to test those assumptions, right? And you might struggle, for instance, to say that the Earth is a globe, right? But with those tests, right, you might say, well, it's probably simpler to just falsify a flat Earth without affirming the consequent that is.
So your proof is the day and night cycle, right?
No, I was just saying.
proof.
So the idea is that the flat Earth can explain phenomena. That's no one's going to deny it, right? The globular Earth can confirm phenomena or explain phenomena. But the question is, which one's the better explanation, right? Which one's the simplest, analogous, and correlative explanation? And I think that's the globular one.
Mm-hmm. But what about proof?
Right is the one that can be physically demonstrated to be true.
Well, this is where you move into your deduction, right? So your inductive, I could say right now pretty confidently that I think it's a probabilistically true that it's a globular Earth, right? But that's just it's not really a knowledge claim at that point. You need to do the deduction, right? So how would you deduct? How would you use deduction in science? You wouldn't say you're going to prove the Earth is a globe. You're more going to try and falsify its competition, right? So you have two options, right? You can provide an alternative, right? Or you can just like avoid the question of ever being falsified, right? It's never going
Would you
to
say
never
that
go
a
your
measurement is proof?
I don't know if a horizon measurement is proof or sufficient proof because there's an issue here with the equivocation of horizon, I think.
What do you
You
mean?
can always see further than you should. Earth is a globe, though.
Oh, but then you'd just be equivocating on the word horizon,
What is the horizon in the globe Earth model then?
Well, I think, for instance, you
Just
could
like
have
gravity, it
you could
changes with the times.
well,
Come on.
let's not assert anything like beyond the scope of what we're talking about. The idea that I could say, like, for instance, you could have a geometric horizon, right, which obviously would be what the horizon ought to be if the globe was a sphere, right? So let's posit that as a possibility, right? And then you could have a apparent horizon, which could be in front of or behind, right, such an object. Now, that's not to say that something that's that can be confirmed, right? That's why I don't think it's a reliable sort of metric to use. And you could use other falsifying methods, can't you? I think we could all agree on that.
Yeah, but this is the metric that we, I say we as in the royal we have all been given in two examples. One, the Greeks couldn't see the bottom of boats because physical obstruction was in the way, i.e. the horizon. And two, a direct measurement by a gentleman called Alberuni at the top of a mountain who measured the physical geometric horizon. Both claims are making a claim to the horizon that we see being the geometric edge of that physical sphere for an observer standing on that curved surface. But when we demonstrate the horizon is an optical phenomena, depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology that it moves around, we kind of rendered the first two positations, the Greeks and Alberuni, to be incorrect. It is not obviously physical.
Well, that with all due respect, would be I would say it would be an equivocation fallacy because it could be the case that there is an optical horizon that is incongruent with a geometric horizon, I don't see why that would be problematic.
How many horizons do we see when making an observation across the water?
You'll see your apparent horizon. Doesn't mean
So
there's not a geometric horizon there.
But we only observe one horizon, don't we?
Yeah, but like I said, it can be congruent with and incongruent with a geometric horizon.
Has the physical geometric horizon ever been measured?
I know that I don't think that's the case. I mean, I need someone to verify that for me, but it doesn't matter if it has or hasn't, right? Because you don't need to do that to falsify flat Earth, right?
Well, you understand why this often gets brought up, because obviously we're looking for the direct measurement of drop over distance of curvature of the Earth. For example, the radius of the Earth. Being as the horizon is the thing that is said to be measured, but we understand that the horizon is round, like I said, atmospheric conditions and the technology that we use, then the claim that the physical geometric horizon was measured to give us the radius of the Earth is kind of removed there and then.
Well, may I ask a question, right? If it was the case, right, that there was a incongruency between apparent horizon and geometric horizon, and this was always the case, right? Do you think it would be correct then to say that we should base our measurement off a geometric horizon or an apparent horizon?
Sounds like the worst case.
It would be like that you wouldn't really want to do it at all because it wouldn't give you the measurement. It wouldn't prove anything, right? Like if anything, just add some sort of
But
speculation.
what's the
Sorry, this is
economic
our
benefits of
point.
like knowing there's a flat Earth?
Hold on, this is our point. It would be stupid to use the horizon, and in actual fact, being as it's optical, then there is no physical measurement of the curvature of the Earth because there's been 2 instances where they said it's geometric. You know who Al-Biruni is, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, so he's a gentleman about 1,000 years ago who climbed to the top of a mountain and observed the horizon to dip because he thought it was physical and declared the Earth to be a ball and had a direct measurement of it. But when we demonstrate the horizon moves around depending on atmospheric conditions, it removes that direct measurement. When we talk about Greeks who couldn't see the bottom of a boat, which is a claim to the physical geometric horizon, we demonstrate the horizon moves around, that removes that claim too. So in both instances, when we're told that the Earth has been measured to be a sphere because of the horizon, then we have to understand there is no direct measurement using the horizon, which is kind of our point.
Okay, that's fine. But so at this stage, right, we would probably both agree that it probably isn't the best way to affirm a globular or a flat Earth, right? So the
Well,
question then would be, what other ways could you falsify a flat Earth or a globular Earth?
it's definitely not the horizon. The only reason we bring it up is because it's supposed to be the proof of the radius of the Earth. So
No,
our
I don't.
question is this: when was the curvature of the Earth, and how was the curvature of the Earth, drop over distance measured physically to be true? Because we all believe this shit, right? So when was that measurement taken, and how? Do you
Okay.
know?
So I think, right? I don't know if you would how you'd assess this, right? But let's say you have all these assumptions, right? All these inductions, and you come to the conclusion it's probably an Earth, right? Now, is it possible to use trigonometry from that assumption to calculate a hypothetical radius if it was true?
Trigonometry.
A bunch of straight lines.
Yeah, so like you would measure, for instance, your eye line to the sun as your first line, and
Okay.
then the second sunset as the second line, and then you have at least 2 lines for the. I may as well just post the video, right, to just demonstrate it. But like then you could calculate a hypothetical radius just with those 2 lines alone.
If we're using trigonometry, we're using triangles, right?
Yeah,
It's like the basis for celestial navigation is a right-angled triangle, right? You've had this conversation, I'm sure.
I think I'm thinking of a different method though, than what what's his name, Yakub would say, right? Just the idea that when you it's hard to explain because I'm not really a math guy, but the idea right, would just be that you are at one point in the Earth, right, and you watch a horizon. There you go. You stand up, you can see the sun again. When you move further away from the sun, you have a second line, right? and you have 2 lines of a triangle, and you can use those 2 lines to calculate out a theoretical radius, right? Like with the radius being the 3rd line going to the hypothetical core of the Earth, right? So you could say that that's just a theory at the beginning, right? Just the maths, right? But then what do you do with the maths, right? You could then say, well, yeah, let's use this maths and launch something into space, right? And find out.
When you said hypothetical radius of the Earth, that's the very thing in question. We're not going to beg the question and use maths for a sphere to end up with a sphere because of the maths we're using begging the question. It's a sphere we're on.
Well, it would be question begging if you didn't do the induction first, right? Which is obviously the first point, which is why I said it first. You know, all science is inductive deductive, right? It always moves from an induction to a deduction. If it was just purely deductive, then it would be completely affirmative to consequent or question begging, right?
Mm-hmm. Can we measure elevation angles up to stars on the Earth?
I don't know. I don't. Like I said, I'm not really a maths guy. It's better off asking Yakub or someone on that question.
Okay, fair enough.
I just think sometimes the logic that gets thrown out, I think, can be misleading. Like the idea that I think some people equivocate on the idea of a horizon, right? Some people think that you can't use induction at the beginning to assume an Earth, right? Like a globular Earth, right? It's obviously not going to be certain. It's not going to be a knowledge claim either. But it's something you can work with. You know, we all use induction.
When you say about induction, do you know what a specular reflection is?
I was just about to go out for a cigarette, so if you can save that question for like 2 minutes.
No problem, will do. Not a problem, buddy. Any more whilst this gentleman goes outside for a cigarette?
Anybody have any ideas on what dark matter is?
No, that's why it's called dark matter, is because we don't know what it is.
Obviously. Any theories?
Not from me. No. Well, I mean, I guess some people use Newtonian physics, and they but I think it still doesn't really account for all of the gravitational force that exists within like galaxies and stuff.
Well, the thing with dark matter is that it's a gravitational force effect, but there's nothing there. Like literally, from what they can see, it's
Well, it's not gravity.
what
It's
appears to be an area of space which is void of any gases, of any planetary effects or anything. Like there's literally nothing there, but somehow it is lensing light as if it was a planet, and that's what's got them confused. So that's why they've given it the name dark matter, which is different to dark energy. A dark energy is their claim for what's speeding the expanse of the universe and speeding
It's
it up.
almost dark energy is almost like the opposite, where dark matter is what's holding galaxies together. Dark energy is what's ripping the universe apart.
That's why they've sort of given it those comical names, but ignoring the names for what they are, let's treat one sort of matter, one observable anomaly at a time. I'm kind of interested in that dark energy.
I have more of a theory. Like I think dark
What is your
energy
theory?
is probably just a vacuum.
Sorry?
Oh, so I think dark energy is probably more knowable, or like you can make more of a theory around dark energy than you can dark matter, because you could say that dark energy could just be the vacuum of empty space, and that's like what's causing the accelerate. It would make
Look, I
sense.
don't. so far, I've got to be honest with you. The two subjects treated separately when you look at them are so vast and different from one another, and the science and the physics involved to understanding either are very separate as well. So it's a complicated, like, to study one fully. I was kind of left ignoring dark energy at this point. I've hardly looked into dark energy. I know of it. I know what it's suspected to do, but I feel I've looked at dark matter more than. Actually, funny saying that. I feel that I haven't looked or seen dark matter, but read about it. That it's interesting to me. So I was just wondering, has anyone heard anything or seen anything? I mean, there was an article posted not too long ago in Scientific American that they've taken the most precise photos of dark matter thus far due to a specific alignment of a few galaxies that were visible from a specific point, and it just happened to align with a dark matter optical lensing area of effect for them to be able to map it out. Other than that, I haven't heard much of it, because we're still only mapping out the effect of something that we have no idea of what's even causing it.
Do you have any theories? Because if you research it, you might know better than anyone else here.
Well, from what I looked at, the only things that can bend light, right, is black holes.
Well,
But
I mean, suns can.
the one
anything can
thing
bend
that
light.
black holes and planets and suns and stars and so on have in common is a shitload of mass turning to a shitload of gravity, creating a gravity well. And if you think of it as a like the beam of light, like a marble trying to cross a huge depression in a trampoline, it has an arc to it as it tries to travel straight. And it's that arcing that they're picking up, where it shouldn't actually be any arcing in that area. Now, it's because it's the gravity and all of these things that links it and that does this, and mass. Obviously, whatever it is a magnetic field of some sort, a gravity field of some sort generated that's strong enough to be able to bend light.
We can see the evidence of its existence, but we can't see it.
Hypothetically, if you create a magnetic field around an object so strong that it can bend light, at some point, right, no light is going to strike the object that's actually generating this field, because the field will just keep bending all the light rays around it, never actually allowing any light in. So in essence, if a light never strikes the surface of the object, the object is rendered invisible. Like, you literally cannot see it. The only thing, if you're lucky, that you'll possibly see is a lensing effect of light around the magnetic field, protecting whatever is on the inside. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I kind of missed a little bit because this fucking ice cream truck started blaring right outside my window. I'm sorry about that, but I get the essence. What you're saying is that like we're seeing that there's something obviously there that is causing the bending of light, but it's not reflecting on it. Like we can't see what it is.
And I think that's why we can't see what it is, because all we're seeing is the effect of the bending of the light around the object.
Right.
Due to the field that's being generated. That's distorting any light that tries to pass around it or near it. As we try and see an object that's behind it. And that's what's happening. That's how we've been able to map this. Pretty much. We're being blinded by the bending of the light. Through an area of space which it shouldn't be bending because there's nothing there. From what our telescopes see, it's an empty area of space. Even with radio telescopes and all of this other stuff, like there's just nothing there.
Does anyone remember what the question was asked?
What's your opinion
Jedi
on
gone.
dark matter? What's your opinion on dark matter? That was with the question I asked. As for the previous question before that, I am not too sure. It didn't. It didn't.
Just to what
it
you were
did-
saying, Van Man.
Yeah.
I was just speaking to Jedi, right? And he said that we can. I posed a question to him, which was just like, if the apparent horizon, so that's like how far you can see, it was incongruent with the geometric horizon, so that's what the horizon would be, right? Where our view not skewed. Were those two always incongruent? Would we use that as a measurement for flat or globular Earth, right? And he said that that's part of the problem, right? So as far as I can tell, would that not mean that all flat Earth would just be a inductive inference? Perhaps a weak one if it didn't explain many things, right?
Well, I guess the initial assumption is that it's flat Earth, right? Because we see things go up and down, and we don't. The Earth is so huge, we don't really experience like when you're just walking down the street, you don't. It looks flat. Like you can go miles, and it'll appear flat.
Yeah.
So
I
guess
it's not possible, right, for any of us with the standard of proof that we have here to prove a globular Earth, right? Is basically the point.
aside from just showing them, like literally,
There is a
just
few
taking
people
them
on
in
the
space.
planet that could prove this to everybody in one foul swoop. Maybe
the
one
Suez
by
Canal is
one.
120 miles.
There was, I mean, okay, there's
Does
like
that
a
appease
couple
you?
of there's a couple of experiments. Like there was one
No,
where
I'm asking the person who said, "Oh, we can't." The duck, we can't notice it when we're walking around. Well, does 120 miles of the Suez Canal, does that appease you?
Who's that to?
well, I mean, 120 miles is too big for our tiny little minds to grasp. But
What?
outside of like a
Speak for yourself. I can fully grasp 120 miles.
Yes, you can
I understand.
conceptually grasp
Yeah,
it.
I understand you. I don't know where you came up with that line.
I don't. I'm not sure what the question.
I know.
Like I'm trying to figure the question out
It's
as I
sailed
go.
over your head.
Okay,
I think
sure.
You
what he's
said
trying
you
to
were
say. I
coping.
think
You
what
said,
he's.
"Oh
I think.
yeah, the Earth
Hold
is
on.
too big. We can't see it when we're walking around." I said, "Well, does the 120 miles of the Suez Canal, does that appease you?"
But can you see the full length of that canal? That
Oh,
full
are
120
we doubting
miles?
the engineering of the Suez Canal now?
No, we're not. No.
Well, I think, from my understanding, I think it starts off higher where it is, and
Your
then how come the
understanding
water
is
doesn't
incorrect.
flow?
You're probably thinking of the
due to
Panama Canal.
tides and
The Suez Canal is 120 miles, no lock.
If one end of a body of water is higher than the other, you know what would happen to the water, right?
It would flatten.
It
But
would
what would
flow.
be the point of talking about how long the Suez Canal is?
You would have
Yeah,
a
I
river,
don't know.
wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm like actually completely confused right now. I guess.
Okay,
Maybe
well,
I am.
that's obvious. Well, how many flat slabs of 120 miles make up a water ball of a 39 with 3959
Well, I was about to
mile
get into
radius?
that because it's not even really it's flat. It appears
Yeah,
flat.
I get it. You're a pear-shaped earther. Get it.
What? No, I was gonna say that there
Oblate
was
spheroid. We get it. The tap dancing. Yeah, remember all your pictures from NASA? They
Are
all show billiard ball Earth. So
why are
cool
you
your roll on the oblate spheroid.
why are you going down your
Anyways, you guys can
dialogue
mull
stream?
over the Suez Canal. Thank you.
Okay, can you leave? Because is that all from
that
your
was.
I don't
dialogue?
know. Can I?
Okay, guys, let's chill out.
So I was literally just gonna bring up like there was this experiment where they had like a like uh rectangular bodies of water, and I don't know, I don't remember exactly where like how the experiment went, but they sent a laser through it, and it wasn't even that long, and uh they've detected curvature with just in that span. I mean, it's unnoticeable, but like
What did
even
how did they do that?
the reason okay, so the Earth is so unconceivably big
No, just
from
tell
our
me
That
about
is
this quote
that
unquote
is true, though.
experiment. Tell me what
the
happened in that.
wait, hold on. I'm
Coming from the
getting
guy
there.
who can't even
It's
conceive
not
of
just
120 miles. Go on, Duck.
it's not just the fact that the Earth is really big. It's the fact that we're really small as well.
No,
A
tell me about
combination
the
of
experiment.
So what they I'm like remembering off the bat. I can look it up for you guys, but the basically the way it went is I don't remember how long it was. It was a decently sized pool, and they would shine a laser through it to see like if it would be able to detect flatness. It's like the closest thing that we can get to detecting pure flatness, and it detected curvature
How
just from
did
there.
it?
So
Which way did?
because it's like it's from like an atomic level of measurement, which we can't see. So from
Which
us,
way
it
did it
appears
curve? Which way did it curve?
flat, downwards, I guess.
Down.
Whatever that means. Like it curves in an arc that's below us, and like another like less like even an even older experiment is like just looking at a ship through a telescope, and eventually like if it sails off far enough it'll sink
Okay,
beneath the
so what would
horizon.
you say happens to the ship?
It's still above the water, it's still going, it just appears like it's
And just
sinking
get a better
beneath the horizon.
telescope. You can see it again.
Really,
So
really
Do
down
that all
then,
day.
right?
they've done this test with like we can see fucking other galaxies with these telescopes, and you're gonna tell me to get a better telescope? Are you fucking kidding me?
So the boat goes down, right? Is that what you're
Right,
saying? Now,
right.
what if there's someone on the other side? Would it would the
They would see the boat come up if there was someone on the other side.
really?
Yeah,
So the boat goes.
they would see the boat rise out of the horizon. If the boat was coming towards you from somewhere that was so far that it was like
Okay, what if
just
it's
on
sailing
curvature.
away from them? Would it go
If it's
down for
going
them?
to if the ship is sailing away from you and it goes far enough, it will go down. If the ship is far away from you and it's coming towards you, you would see it come up. Yeah.
Mm. Okay, so you have two people in a boat in the middle, right? And you're saying the boat is
And
down for both of them, right?
from the perspective of the boat, they would see the island that they're leaving from go down, and they would see the island that they're approaching come up.
So it's down all over the place.
It's down. It's down all over the place. No,
Right. It's not really going down, is it?
no, it isn't. It's not
Ah,
going. It's not going down because down really is just it's the center of gravity. So wherever
so it just
gravity's
looks like
pointing,
it's going down. It's not really going down,
there's no
right?
such thing as down.
Oh, so then it's not going down, right? It just looks that way.
Yes, it appears that way because it's going it has now traveled so far that it has gone to a plane through a curve through a I know a globe Earth, right? Where
Yeah.
if you go on a ball far enough,
Uh-huh.
eventually they will be too far on that ball for you to see. Right?
Well, we know what would happen if it was really going down, right? We know what would happen to the water, right? The water would flow, wouldn't it?
The water is held together on the Earth by the center of gravity of the Earth.
So it wouldn't flow?
The Earth, yes, the water is flowing.
No, would it flow high to low?
We still haven't really. I don't really know what you. I don't think you know what high and low is.
No, I do. Do you?
In the cons in the
See, when something
from the perspective of
really
from
goes down in the distance, the water flows.
no, it's
But
not
I'm glad you
literally
said that
going
it just
down.
looks
It's
like it's going down. It's not really going down. I'm glad you admitted that.
well, I don't know. I'm utterly confused. It was the other dude was left for 2 minutes and he was saying something to somebody. I think
Yeah,
I
I've been
lost.
looking for this curvature for a long time, but people can't tell me which way it curves.
It curves in every direction. It's curving
Yeah.
in it's a
Up then?
globe. It's like which way does a ball curve? Everywhere.
Yeah,
It's
you know what you would
it's
do?
the thing.
Just
It's
just
sphere.
just pour some water on it. The direction
Wait,
that the water
this is
flows,
like these are like kinder. Are you trolling me? Like these are kindergarten arguments.
dude, the direction the water flows is down, right?
Which way is down?
The direction that water flows.
It's the
You know,
direction
like a
in which
river.
gravity pulls. Down. If okay, I understand what down is now. Down is wherever gravity pulls.
Yeah, vertically, perpendicular to horizontal, right? And all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? A straight line parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? That's the definition of horizontal, correct?
Yes, but like
Right.
down,
And that's why
right?
all elevation profiles are measured in straight lines, horizontally and vertically, like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal or the Nile River or any river, high to low.
Yes. The water flows in the direction that the gravity is pulling it. Yes.
Right. And gravity acts vertically, perpendicular to horizontal.
I. y- Okay. So horizontal and vertical are measurements that we like created to measure things. So
They're
like
not measurements. They're
horizontal could be
orientations.
vertical, and if the horizontal is vertical, then the vertical would be horizontal. They're interchangeable. It's just
Wow.
it's just the angle that you're looking at it. It requires a perspective to label it either one of those.
So as long as words don't mean things, the ground is a ball, right?
That is not even close to what I'm saying, but okay.
Well, you're saying
I'm saying
horizontal can mean vertical and vertical means horizontal.
if gravity exists and there's a giant rock in space, right? And let's just call that giant rock in space Earth, and like it's so big, right? It's a huge ball, and it has a huge gravitational pull. Um, everything on that, like if you stand on that rock, whatever, like it doesn't matter which side you stand on, whichever side whatever the gravitational pull is pulling you to, force is pulling you to, that direction is down.
This is called mental gymnastics.
I mean, if
Yeah,
it appears
I
that
mean,
way,
like
I'm sorry.
whatever works
I'm
for
just
you. I mean, imagine if a flat earther said, "Well, words can mean whatever I want, therefore the Earth is flat." Whatever works for you.
well, okay. So if there's a bunch of mass in space, why would it be flat? Like that's not how. If you believe in gravity, like that's not how gravity would work. Gravity would crunch it together into a
No,
ball.
gravity is an
That's the
effect, right?
that,
It's not a
that's
cause of anything. It's an effect that works vertically. It's what makes water fall off of balls, right?
Gravity is an effect. What?
Yeah, it's an effect of something else, right?
I mean, if you want to get semantically about it, I guess it's the effect of the bending of the space and time. Space and time.
Yeah, whatever story you need to, you know,
Right,
think
but like
about to.
even so like accepting that even if let's just say gravity is an effect, a flat Earth would be impossible unless like it was spinning so fast
But
that it would come out, it would spread out like a disc. but the gravitational force of the center of the mass would clamp everything in on itself. So it would, it's like if you have a piece of paper, and then think of your hands, the gravitational force, it would crumple it down into like
Yeah,
a
dude,
perfect
whatever story you want to tell yourself, that's fine. All I can prove is that gravity, whatever it is, falling, acts vertically, perpendicular to horizontal, and it makes water fall off of balls. I can prove that.
this is like actually retarded. I don't know what to say here.
Yeah, it is. When people start saying horizontal can be vertical, that is fucking retarded. I agree.
I don't know why you're using like terms that we use to measure things to I don't know, whatever. I don't think I have the credentials to
You don't have the credentials to
really
know what a straight
dissect.
line is?
I know what a straight line is. I just think what you're saying is incredibly stupid.
Okay, tell me what's stupid about it.
You think okay. All right, this is what's stupid about it. Because I keep telling you that gravity acts in what's up and down, what's vertical, I guess, is whatever is the direction in which the down is the direction that gravity is pushing towards. Up is against that. It's away from the direction that gravity is
Okay,
pushing.
great. So that's a straight line, right? A vertical line,
Sure.
correct? Okay, so tell me what's stupid now.
I don't know I don't know what's the relevancy. I guess that's the stupidity of it.
Well, we're talking about elevation profiles, right? And all distances being measured horizontally. Because if it wasn't, then the water would flow, right? I mean, you agree that water at rest establishes a horizontal plane of reference, correct?
That the water at flow establishes a horizontal plane.
No, no, no.
Okay.
No. Water at rest establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right,
So,
and then that's what the experiment was. They got like flat water at rest, and they shined a laser through it, and then it wasn't completely
okay, so
straight.
which way did it curve? Up or down?
It curved down.
Down. But then you said when you go to the other side, it goes up.
No,
Shouldn't
it
it
was
curve down
if
for
you
them
look.
too?
Okay, no, this is the mistake you made. What I was saying, I brought up the ship example, and if a ship is, let's say let's just assume the globe Earth, the globe tart theory, right? You have like an island on one side of the Earth, and then you have an island on the other side of the Earth.
Very absolute.
So, if the ship is leaving one island and it looks back from their perspective, the island would appear to sink into the horizon, and then if they look forward to the island that they're heading towards, the island will raise out of the horizon, right? And from the perspective, if you're on the perspective of the person on the island that the ship is leaving, you'll watch the ship leave into the horizon and then sink beneath it. And if you're on the other side of the island, where the ship is going to arrive, you won't see anything. You just see water, and then you'll see the ship come out of the horizon.
But it just looks that way, right? That's just perspective, right? I
The
mean, that's what you
reason
said
why
earlier.
it appears that way is because it's traveling through the curvature of the globe.
Okay, so
It's like think about if like an ant is on a ball. There's like 2
uh-huh.
ants on a ball, and one of the ants is like, all right, I'm gonna go see the other ant on the other side of the ball. The ant that's leaving, the ant that stays at one part is gonna see the ant sink beneath the horizon of that ball, and the other
Down
ant
then.
is gonna see the ant come. Like, are you conceptualizing this? Is this really this hard to understand?
Is it going down? Is it going down for
No,
both
it's
people?
not going down.
Okay, great. It's not going down. We all agree. Earth does not curve down. Next.
Oh my, dude! All right, you guys have fun. This is way too retarded for me.
Good game.
That guy had a Satanist role. Pretty cool.
Hello. So
Hello.
why are you all quiet? By the way, Wish, to
Probably
your
because we
earlier
just
question,
everyone's quiet. Probably because we just witnessed a murder.
Wish, to answer your earlier question.
That he left over the ant and the basketball thing when he, I don't know. That was just.
I just want to say,
That's all.
like,
That was the silence, I think.
for the standard of proof, right? I just want to say that as long as the explanation is better than the one I already have, then I think that's a good standard, because that's all science really is, just manifesting scientific virtues.
Who decides what a better explanation is?
Yeah, it's intersubjective, right? Like, it's if, for instance, well, I guess a good standard, if I want to dig a bit deeper than that, is just to say if it can explain observations better than, and it could be analogous, correlative, and simple, so on, then I think it would be a better explanation.
Is there anything that is objective in this world?
Well, you can start to deduce things when you, which is a bit more concrete for knowledge claims, scientific knowledge claims. But
How about
you have
water
to.
flow?
Pardon what?
Water flow.
Well, give me a deductive case for water flow, because
Wouldn't
there
you
is
say
obviously going to be
regardless?
one.
Wouldn't you say regardless of perspective, water always flows high to low?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. How about a straight
Uh,
line?
But until you've given a deductive argument, there is obviously a question of certainty, right, with inductive
Okay.
arguments.
Okay. How about this one? If all horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. How about that one?
I think there's a question on one of your premises. I think I can't, because you didn't P1, P2, P3. It's the one about all horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon.
Yep.
Can you explain that one a bit?
Yeah, just look up the definition of horizontal. Tell me what it says.
Okay. Is it vacuous? Because I don't know what you're trying to say there.
No, just look up the definition. I mean, if you don't trust me, just look it up.
Okay.
Right. So if all,
You're cutting out.
all horizontal other and all perpendicular. Oh shit! Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if all, well, did you see the definition?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So all perpendiculars to that horizontal will be parallel too. So all verticals.
Okay.
Right. You think about that.
Well, seems to follow. Yeah.
Good. So we all agree.
Yeah. Well, you can know things with deduction. No one's denying that. The
Right,
idea
so
is just that.
Could you falsify that?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't like it. I mean, someone probably could if they were a logician, right? But I don't know the exact argument would be.
No. Can you find a horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Well, I can't. I don't think there is one. I think it is. I think it follows, right? But if you're asking me, someone could
Great.
falsify it, right? I don't know.
Excellent, because all you'd have to find is a sloped horizontal, and that's a contradiction, isn't it?
Oh. The argument of the flat Earth, though, is just to say that it has to be analogous, correlative, and consistent, and simple, right?
Well, this doesn't really have anything to do with.
Yeah, I know. It
flat
was
Earth.
just you just demonstrating that we can know things, right? That's fine. That's entirely
Yeah, so we can all know that all horizontal lines are parallel to each other.
Yeah, all married men are bachelors. Yeah, it's fine. Right, it's not under contention. What was under contention is whether the flat Earth can, because obviously, I mean, this is why I guess some people say they don't claim flat Earth because they know an issue arises when you have to put forward a better explanation for the phenomena that we see, and you can pick and choose and say like this phenomena can be explained this way, this phenomena can be explained this way, but is it the better explanation, right? Usually no, right?
Well, like you said, that's all subjective. Explanations and theories. That's all.
Yeah.
That's why science doesn't prove things, right? Because it's all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So who really gives a fuck, right? Let's stick with what we can prove.
Yeah, I
And we can prove that.
usually start with the induction, not to say, not because obviously it is trivial. Like, I'm sure someone out there thinks that flat Earth, or assuming some of them are in the VC right now, assume that flat Earth is a better explanation. But then you have your assumption, right? And what is science if not inductive deductive process, right? So you have your induction that I think that the Earth is probably spherical or globular, right? And then you might use a deductive test, which doesn't necessarily, in my opinion, have to involve drop over distance.
Okay, so you said drop, right?
No.
A drop from what?
Well, from the. What do you mean? I'm a bit slow. It is 4 a.m., so I'm assuming from the individual's eye line, and height.
Yeah, but the guy before you said that it's all perspective, that it's not really dropping.
Well, this is where I come into an issue with the equivocation on what we expect to see from a horizon, right? I don't think that if it was the case that all apparent horizons are incongruent with a geometric horizon that we might observe on Earth, that it would tell us much at all, right?
Well, what if I told you that all horizons are geometric because all horizontal lines are parallel to them?
Well, I don't know how you would make the case for that.
Because of the definition of horizontal, which you agreed to before, right?
Yeah, but if you're saying all horizons are geometric, then you'd be equivocating on the word horizon, then, wouldn't you?
No.
Well, do you not think there's any other possible way you could define a horizon that might be incongruent with a geometric horizon?
I'm fine with the standard, definition. I don't want to change anything.
Yeah, but if it's going to cause problems for this measurement, then I think you may as well consider
What
it.
is? What is? Can you define horizon?
Well, there's two forms of defining
Well,
horizon.
we're talking about the word horizon.
Well, a geometric horizon is usually just
No,
referring...
well, okay, horizon. What define horizon?
Wait, you'd just be... Wait, what do you... You'd have to tell me...
This
okay.
was. I mean, I'm not trying to be a smartass, but this was a vocabulary term long ago. Define what is the horizon?
I could say, for instance, that a geometric horizon would just be
Okay,
simply...
why do you have to add words? We're talking about horizon.
Well, if you want to use a horizon...
Okay. I'm not trying to make it a trick question. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Well,
is that controversial?
Yes, you'd be equivocating.
What? Explain.
So,
what?
If I said, for instance, it's where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? That could be an apparent horizon, right? Because it could.
Well, that's what a horizon is.
Well, you could have a horizon.
Well, here's the problem. Okay, I don't mean to cut you off. Maybe we can cut to the chase because I've been listening to you, and you actually are one of the more sane people of the argument. But here's the thing: the geometric horizon. If the Earth, the planet, as they have sold, were this 3959 ball, from any point you are on the ball, as you look away from you, it would have to be curving away from you to get to the other side behind you eventually, correct? So this geometric horizon, it would be at a specific distance.
Yeah.
And in reality, horizons far exceed that. In fact, you'll be hard pressed to give any
Well, that's true.
any
But the
observation where
question
there is a 1.2 mile,
that's true.
from the
I
1
agree
foot
with you.
observer height.
I agree with you at that point, right? But then you have to ask yourself
Okay.
this question, right? Which is just that if such a horizon existed, if geometric horizon was a thing, and there was always an apparent horizon that was always incongruent with a geometric horizon, how could you possibly know that the Earth is flat?
What?
So this is why the measurement would suck ass, right?
No, well, apparently I talked right past you. Okay, if you have this basketball, the last guy brought up the ants on the basketball. Do you mind if I go there real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so if the ants were on the basketball and an ant walked away from you, right? Eventually it would disappear, and eventually it would be antipodal from where it was, and eventually it would come up and be back where it was, right?
Yeah.
Well, that ant would always disappear at the parameters of whatever size basketball that is.
Okay, but let's add something onto the hypothetical, right?
No,
Let's say
hold
you
on.
have
Just let me finish. Just let me finish up. They've implanted this idea now that any time you see past the geometric horizon of this 3959 ball, it's some sort of optical illusion. You have to accept that that's just what you see. It completely denies this geometric water ball.
Yeah.
The parameter, like it or not, the thing has a size.
Sure, I agree with
And
that.
it's shockingly small. I know everyone wants to say how vast it is. It's vast, yeah, but if you have a 1.2 geometric horizon from a 1 foot observer site, that's, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. Now, obviously, if you have the case that you have a basketball, we'll use the same hypothetical. You have an ant on the basketball, but there was some machine contraption spraying hairspray onto that basketball, creating an effect to make it look like, for instance, whatever it was looking at on the other side of the basketball, say some like a little Lego man, was always appearing a bit further away than what it actually was from
Yeah,
perhaps another
I'd like to
observer's
see that.
eyes, right? In
I'd
that
like to
case,
see
you would
that.
never really use that measurement, right? Because it would be
Well, here's the
unreliable.
thing. Since you're being decent, I get, I'd like to see that. But here's the thing. Before this whole flat Earth thing, before you became aware of that, when you saw things in the distance, I'm guessing you're somewhere around 6 foot
Nowhere
tall.
near a coast. Yeah, no, I'm not even 6 foot.
No,
Nowhere near a coast.
Okay, what? 7 foot tall. What I'm saying is, if you're anywhere between 4 foot and 7 foot tall,
Yeah.
this geometric horizon, as you look outward, would be about anywhere 3.2 to, if you're a 7 footer, I don't know, 3.25. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's just that's not happening.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's not happening in
I get the
reality.
point. I get the point.
Okay, well, no, let me get to the whole thing. I remember now. Before this whole flat Earth conundrum, what would you have told yourself if everything you saw beyond this 3.2 mark was an optical illusion?
Well, I'd just say, yeah, it makes sense. Incongruency, yeah, sure.
It makes sense that everything I'm seeing in the distance is an optical illusion. You told yourself.
If they had an account
you
for
thought
it,
things you were saying in the distance were optical illusions prior to flat Earth.
If it was the case, there was no account for it, then, or no explanation for it, then I might question whether or not the Earth was actually spherical. But
or
if
maybe
it is
when you're driving towards a mountain and you see a mountain in the distance, you're seeing the mountain in the distance. You're not seeing a projected optical illusion of it.
Possibly, I don't know. It depends on the situation. But like what I'm asking,
if you're desperately reifying the globe, yes, it must be an optical illusion.
It sounds like that, right? But I think that the principle is like if you're going to talk about horizons, you're going to talk about distant objects, and you know that there's always possibly this effect that's always going to make that incongruent, right? You're going to then say perhaps that it isn't a reliable measurement. So then you just say, well, what other method could you use to falsify a globular Earth? And as soon as you bring that forward, like I don't mind.
Well, then you just go to the nature of water.
What do you mean?
Because the Earth is claimed to be a 3959 mile radius spheroid covered at the surface with 70% plus or whatever water. but I don't think it's any big conspiracy to talk about the nature of water, what it does,
Mm-hmm.
or now, since the flat Earth conundrum, everyone has to say that flat water is actually curving, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, or I'm just talking in generals. But anyways, you see, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on in this whole thing because people realize the way the world is, but then in their mind they say no, it's a water ball though. Okay. So, if I'm seeing things far beyond what would be able to be seen if the Earth were this water ball, well, it's just an optical illusion. I mean, it's quite the conundrum to be in, to have to hold on to the ball.
Yeah.
And people have their own reasons for it, and people come to this argument from different directions. But yeah,
what I'd ask you to do, right?
What's your best globe evidence?
Okay, I don't think it would be acceptable. So I think
just
keeping in the method of
me.
reason, keeping in the method of reason that we both could probably agree with, right? I think the best thing I would say for you to do, right, is to not base everything, or I don't think you are doing. I'm sure you have many reasons for why you think these observations don't line up, right? But let's say you come to terms with the idea, right, just for the sake of argument, that perhaps it is the case that drop over distance is just going to lead to incongruency, right? And then say, okay, look, we have so many more observations we could use, right? And then you think in your mind, okay, you have this explanation, you have this explanation, you have this explanation for all these different phenomena. You line them up, write a Word document, right, of all the different phenomena that could possibly indicate any sort of shape of an Earth, right? And then you just write flat Earth, global Earth at the top, and then you look at the explanation, right? And you line them up. Whatever the better explanation is, you could say that's probably more likely, right? That would just be inductive, right? If you wanted a deductive proof, you probably would
better.
Better. I mean, better would be
or...
as in the the virtues of science. So, for instance, you might say the one that's simplest.
Now you're getting that, dude. Now you're starting to talk like a pseudoscience communicator. The virtues of science. Okay,
I know. So I know it does suck because it's not exactly going to be let's say a knowledge claim, right? But it would just be something like it would be analogous.
Then knock it off.
Consistent.
Then knock it off. Then.
Well, no. The reason why I say it.
You understand?
The reason why I say it is because
now you're in your imagination, right?
Well, no, it's because you use
circular reasoning and confirming your bias and all that nonsense. What's wrong with the nature? What's wrong with the nature of water then?
Well, let me just get to the point because I know it sounds like it's subjective, right? Which it is, right? But the idea is that the idea is just there, right? You'd use it for the best explanation would be something that would be analogous, correlative, something that you could the simplest explanation, right?
Glover, I'm sorry if you're talking over you and shit, but I do have a question. After you're done speaking, if you'd like.
Yeah, just go.
All right, how the fuck the Earth be flat though?
Okay.
I'm just asking.
Jason DBSB, you're asking the wrong guy. Just be patient, dude.
Right. I got you, bro. Thank y'all.
Hang tight.
But that's where you might come to a likely claim, like whether it's likely or less likely, right? That's all I'm trying to say. And then at that point, you might use a deductive experiment or something, right? But you can't just say, well, drop over distance, yada yada yada, because there's fundamental flaws with that sort of line of logic, right?
Glober, do you know the underlying motive? Flat.
Do I know what?
Earth. Okay. Sorry. My mic is very garbage. Do you know the underlying motive of flat Earth and why it's seen it? Why we need to see it as the truth? Does it expose some underlying meaning with the government of how the government's lying to us about the globe? NASA's lying to us, or does it just say, "Oh, the Earth is flat"?
Okay. Well, better not asking me. I mean, all of these people on here are presumably flat.
But the thing is, you're a glober. I mean, if you're a glober, then you should know why people say it's a globe.
In my opinion, why we say it's a globe? Why do we care? I don't care if it's a globe, right? I'm not going to lie to you. I just care about the argument, right? If it was a flat Earth, I probably would live my life just like I did yesterday.
That's what I'm saying.
I think the case is just the argument. I think there's some flaws in the fundamental line of questioning, right? With the idea of drop over distance, yeah.
But flat Earth is seen as non-desirable. Most people to believe in is because They don't see no motive in it. They see a crazy person spewing about how their ideals is wrong, how it's right. Well, the thing is, you could be telling these people, hey, this is the government lying to you. NASA's lying to you. These people have been lying to you for decades, and you should have more distrust when you believe us and believe what we're saying and what facts we're stating. That's what I think. What
Or
gets
maybe
got
that's what
wrong.
they're saying. I
Yeah,
know
I think
people like
that's
Crit have quite
facts.
I know people like Crit have quite noble reasons for why they believe in flat Earth or whatever. But I think what it ultimately comes down to is not why you believe it, because I don't really care. Like if you believe flat Earth because it makes your dick hard or whatever, right? I think it's
Oh my
just a
god.
case of argument, right? And that's what I guess we're all trying
Well, it
to.
doesn't have to do Glober clown, Britnet. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but
No, call me Glober clown.
I
It's much
didn't
more.
mean to. I didn't mean to. I forgot that you are the Britnet. It has nothing to do with belief. It's just the nature of water. It is what it is.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
until
and
Hey
You know what I'm
Glover.
saying?
let's just
Glover, I have a
You're
question,
trying to
Glover.
overcomplicate something. You're trying to
Please.
overcomplicate something that's really simple.
Glover.
I think
yeah,
when I
I just
say a
want to make
belief,
a
I just want to
Glover.
make it clear just that it can't be a knowledge
Oh my
claim until you've
god.
deduced it, right? So at that point, you've just made an inductive claim. So you've just said it probably is flat, right? But then I'd say, oh, look at the probably cases for why it wouldn't be, right? You know?
Hey Glover.
hey, you keep on talking about this drop over distance,
Yeah,
right?
not because you said it, Facile, just because I hear it often here.
Okay,
But
well, I
but
just want to leave this with you. Do you know what happens to water when there really is a drop over distance?
That shit do be evaporating though.
Well,
Like if it's hot.
I feel like there isn't going to be a specific answer, given that I'm
No,
gonna
there
have
is.
to add things. Okay, you know, assuming the globular Earth, are you talking about that, or are you just saying just generally?
No, I'm just
but
talking about
why?
reality.
Okay, then we're
Look,
gonna
if you're
disagree,
talking,
aren't we?
if you're talking about reality, then why is NASA wrong?
What happens to water when there's a drop over
No,
distance?
why
Can
is
you tell
NASA
me?
wrong? Can you tell me
Wait, if the
why?
Earth
Can you
really
tell me
do be
why the
flat
pictures
though,
are wrong?
then like, do you just fall off the map type shit or what?
That's a tough
Do you
question,
fall off the
isn't it,
map?
fellas?
What I want to
Well,
what
Facili, if
Nigga, do you fall off the map or not?
the
I'm
question
asking.
kind of like is a complicated
Oh
one, because
my god.
if you say
Oh
what
my
happens,
god.
Jason, give me a second, I'll let you go after.
I'm
I just want to
sorry.
say that the idea would be, right, if you were assuming a globular Earth and you want to know why what water does when there's a drop over distance, it just keeps on going, right? It just like
Now
bends
tell
right
me what
around the
happens
curvature of the Earth. But if you were
in
going to say that
reality.
there's some other reality, right, which with a different explanation, that's fine, but you'd have to compare explanations and see which one comes
The
out on top.
reality we live in.
why
What
but why
happens to the water
but what
in reality? Can you tell me?
what happened? Does
Alright.
What
flat
happens
Earth
to water when there's a
the
drop?
Well, again,
That shit do
if
it
you're
do
assuming the
fall.
explanation of an Earth, right, we would probably say that it just bends around the curvature of the Earth, right?
No,
does gravity exist in a
but what
flat Earth?
happens in reality? Tell me, man. Come on.
Well, like when you just throw water off a cliffside. I don't know what you're trying to ask.
Yeah, have you ever seen a river?
Yeah.
Yeah, the water flows, doesn't it? That's what happens when there's
Yeah.
really a drop over
Yeah,
distance, isn't it?
but is there gravity in a flat Earth, dude? Answer that.
I don't know if that would be a
Gravity is what makes the water do that, my friend.
Do you find that a
But
convincing?
gravity,
Gravity,
but
bro,
why does
gravity don't
gravity exist?
exist. It
Do you
doesn't
find
How does
exist.
do you
how
find
does gravity
comparing
exist on
a
Earth?
river's
Come on,
motion
fellas.
to an ocean to be very persuasive?
Nigga, the earth is flat.
As an
Gravity don't
explanation?
exist. Nothing exists. Like,
'Cause
bro, I was walking yesterday, like, hear me out. I fell
Yeah,
off the
I'm gonna
fucking
turn this
map
guy
and I
down.
respawned. I'm dead ass, bro. I fell off the fucking Minecraft map
Turn this
and I
guy
respawned.
down.
I'm not even lying.
Yo,
People are laughing at me.
he's trolling. He's trolling.
I'm
But
not
the thing
trolling.
is,
I'm not
I
trolling.
mean, I understand what he's saying, because if there was a gravity in a flat Earth, then it wouldn't make sense, because the thing is, where would you
Yeah, forget
go if
about
you go to
flat
the
Earth.
end of the
Forget
line?
about globe
Forget
Earth.
about
We're
flat
talking about
Earth.
If you go
water.
to
We're in flat Earth,
if you
my
go to
nigga.
the end of the line, you go into if you go to the end line, then what happens? Why happens when you go to the end? Since
If that wouldn't work, shouldn't we just like be able to walk around, just like walk down and then be on the other side of the map, bro? Because yesterday I fell off and I respawned, bro.
yeah,
I clicked the
we
respawn
should be
button.
able to walk sideways.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
flat
just
Earth
stop,
model.
just stop for a second, because it's kind of like boring. But
I
you
mean,
know,
because
with the question,
look, when I listen to flat Earth, I just hear all this reasoning about how water is falling down, but how does the gravity work in that system?
Yeah, that's what I
Well,
was going to
gravity is
say.
what
How
makes
does
the
the
water
gravity
do
work in
that.
that system?
That's what I was
But
going
how
to
does
say.
the
Gravity
gravity
is what
work?
makes the water do that.
That's what I was
Come
going to
on.
say, because if you have individual objections to different models, part of the model, right? But the model seems to be internally consistent and analogous, then it's not going to be a better objection. You need to like come up with something a
Forget
bit
the
more
models, dude. I'm just
What
asking you,
what
what
what, do you- what, do you-
happens to
then what
water when there really is a drop over distance? Tell me.
I mean, this would
flows in
this would have to
a
imply that
specific
we
direction.
don't believe in NASA. This would have to be
See,
apply that we don't
that's
believe
the
in NASA.
toughest question in the game. You guys all
No,
talk about
no,
this drop
no.
over
It's not.
distance,
It's not a
No, you
but
toughest
you
just
don't
gotta
want to
question.
say
It's
what the
just that.
water does.
just ignore the
It's
other
just
two
that.
people
Do
because
you
they're
do
just
you think
trolling,
we?
right? I don't know
I'm not
what you're trying
trolling,
to get
dude.
at with the.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at with the question, but can
No,
you?
no, because
You
no,
said that
dude.
there's a
Because the
drop
thing
over
is,
distance, right?
No, I mean I didn't. Oh well, first of all, yes, I probably do think that, but
trolls now.
I'm asking what happens
Everything's
to
trolling.
water when there
Jay,
really
let
is a
him
drop
talk.
over distance.
but when you say drop over distance, what are we on the same wavelength of what we're talking about?
You tell me because you brought it up.
Well, if
Many
you're
man.
assuming a globular Earth, right, it just bends over the ocean. That will be the explanation.
How does it bend over the
Sorry,
ocean?
bend over the.
How does it
Sorry,
bend over
over
the
the
ocean?
sphere. Sorry, it is 4:30 in the morning. Right, give me a break.
Yeah,
Okay, now,
you're good. You're
now
good.
in
No,
reality,
no.
when there's a
No,
drop, what happens to that water?
No
you said
argument
there's
included.
You're gonna have to give me some sort of geometry here we're talking about.
Okay, dude, listen. What happens to water when it's on a curved surface? When there's a drop?
is NASA disproven?
Tell
Oh
me.
right,
Did we
yeah,
disprove
no,
NASA
it would
yet?
just go towards
You
the
know,
lower angle,
I actually hacked the
Uh-huh.
satellites
the
for
lower
NASA
degree. Yeah.
yesterday on Minecraft,
Right.
so I think that proves our point here.
Because I can't believe what
But
you're
when
saying
but
until
when you say that, why? What do you think a global Earth would say? To, like why it
I don't
doesn't
give
just
a
all
fuck.
go?
they
I
would
don't talk about
tell you
models,
that
dude. I
they
just
would
Bro,
talk
tell
about
you
nigga,
that
reality.
you need
it's
to
because
disprove
somebody
NASA.
stole Beatles, bro. You can't
I don't
steal
give a
They
fuck
Beatles
would
about
and
tell
be
you
These
NASA,
like,
to
two
dude.
the
people
fuck?
who keep
NASA.
yelling in the background, they're throwing me off.
Dude, turn them down, okay?
Yeah,
That's
turn us
all.
down because I'm talking about a logical argument. Why would we believe in this if NASA exists?
I'm talking gibberish,
You
dude.
guys haven't disproved NASA yet. That's your problem.
Yeah.
These people aren't believing you because you haven't disproved NASA. If you can't disprove NASA, why are you trying to prove other things?
The point
Nobody
is
cares
like
about NASA, dude.
the point is that
They do. They do actually.
I would say the same standard approach should be applied to both of us, Facility. I think we should both do the same process, right?
No,
It
you
doesn't
can't.
matter. It doesn't, dude. Models don't matter, okay? We could prove things in
Do.
reality.
They
We could
definitely
prove
do.
what happens to water.
Yeah, but if they're
Models
not
Yo,
definitely.
analogous,
what's up, y'all?
they're
How
not
y'all doing?
consistent. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself.
I'm just asking. What I do? I was just asking.
Right,
If y'all
I'm gonna
what's
be
up
right
doing.
back and wait for these guys to go. Hopefully they get bored.
What did I
Nah,
do? I
dude,
just
just turn them down.
Bro, I just asked how everyone's like doing. I was just pulling up to the conversation. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
mean
these
this.
people. No, these people like being. They like being mean people. They don't want people to like ask their questions. They just want to like take over our argument and talk about things that sidetrack the whole argument of why is NASA lying about this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the thing is, since we're we're in the flat Earth topic, I want to discuss something about Beatles. I think Boberto
Yeah, I'm gonna turn this guy down too.
can take over this conversation and let everyone know. Go ahead, Boberto. You good?
See, this is
Speak
what
up, bro.
happens when the questions get too tough.
Bro, what happened? What?
No, the questions are getting too tough for you because you're not answering my question. Why is NASA lying? I've been asking you this question like for a while. You haven't answered.
And then he goes
You
back
haven't
on
showed
mute.
no. That's what I'm saying. He goes back on mute, but he wants to talk about water falling.
I know.
I asked him if gravity exists.
He's opening Chat GPT right now.
I'm asking. I asked him how does gravity exist in a flat Earth, and he tells me it's just because it's gravity.
Where does the water go?
That's what I'm saying.
Where does the water go?
What do you mean? Where does it go?
That's what everybody's asking. No, because you're being disingenuous. Why?
Well, what do you mean? Where does the water go?
Yeah, how does gravity exist on the flat Earth model? Go ahead and explain that to me.
Open up Chat GPT first. We got you, Jared. I'll send you a message so you can read it
open
out.
up Chat GPT, dude.
You guys
'cause I'm
talking about
asking you.
space time?
What did you say?
I'm asking you how does gravity
I
exist
asked
in like flat Earth?
I asked a tough question.
No, I asked you an even tougher question. How does gravity exist in a flat Earth model?
Space time. Is that what you're talking about?
I just want to know where the water
Yeah.
goes.
Does space
Okay.
even exist in the flat Earth model?
Oh, at the movies,
At the
I mean, no. Does it exist though? Does it
like
exist? I don't
Sandra
care if
Bullock
it's up in
films,
space.
Matt Damon growing potatoes on
Okay, you're
Mars,
mentioning
such
movies.
things.
What? No. Does space exist?
He's opening up Chat
Does space
GPT like
exist?
Jerry.
In cinema, yes. On TV,
In
some
cinema,
books.
but I'm talking about reality. Can you explain to me how reality space does not exist?
What kind of space are you talking about here?
I'm talking about just
About
no
outer, like
vacuum
the
at
outer,
all.
like
Space,
you're talking about the outer
yeah, no
space they show in
vacuum.
the Sandra Bullock films.
No. What
sitting
they
above you.
state about in NASA, what they state in NASA, what NASA states.
Okay, like the moon travel
Nigga, are
films,
you fucking retarded?
the moon golf.
And then you think I'm okay? So
Are you talking about the
are
moon
you
golf
talking? Are you
films?
saying the moon landing was a film? Was a movie?
That's a different topic.
No, because the thing is that we're going to have to
Well,
lead to that topic because he's
certainly. I
not.
mean, they claim it's a documentary film. So
Who
either
claims
way,
that?
it's
Who's
a
claims
movie.
that?
Yeah,
Who's they? Who's they?
They
NASA, the purveyors of the film. They
NASA
claim
claims
it's a
it's a
documentary.
documentary.
Yes.
Can you show
Yes.
me proof of that?
Oh Lord, now you're arguing against yourself.
No, I'm asking for proof of them saying that. That's what I'm.
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. Just
Yeah,
asking,
the
dude.
moon golf films. Go check out the moon golf films. Go
Because the
check out
thing is,
the lunar
I
dune
think it's
buggies
bad
and
that we
come
have.
back and tell us what you
No,
think.
no. I'm asking you, what is a documentary about it? How did they document it back in
Well, they
the 60s?
strapped a camera to their chest. They brought moving pictures too. Apparently, put a tripod. They left a tripod there and sent the images back.
So
Then they
wait, back in the
projected onto the
1960s, they could
screen, and
film
then they
this.
let the cameras film the screen they were projecting it on, and then they had some sort of.
Wait. Back in the
Oh,
1960s, they could film this kind of stuff. They could like fake a Earth, fake a moon. You know?
sure. There's all kinds of cinema techniques and photograph techniques that go back a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's photograph
People used to
techniques, but
fiddle around
I'm asking you what
people
techniques
used
did
to
they use
fiddle
in this one?
around with film and things like that
But what techniques did they use in
before
this
the
one?
computer age.
What techniques did they use in this one?
Well, there's in what, the film or the photographs?
No, the film. Since fake.
Well, I would
So
have to
what's the
be.
film?
I would have to be. I wasn't on set when they did it, but
I mean,
there's
but the thing is, if
there's a
you know,
lot of
if you know,
evidence
there's
of the same tech. A lot of. Have you ever seen? There's a technique called. I don't know what it's specifically called, but it's used in Stanley Kubrick's film, where they use a backdrop as a. There's a backdrop that looks like reality, and they project onto that backdrop, and they use it, and they film it. Well, the same technique.
that technique.
Well, there's
When
also
was that technique
types of techniques,
invented?
like
When was that
pre
technique
green
invented?
screen type things.
Okay, so when was that technique invented?
Well,
What
photography was
what's
invented
time
like
frame?
1839.
I mean, no, I don't care about photography. I mean, like,
Well,
what
that's what
technique
film
are
is.
you specifically talking about, and when was it invented?
That's what movies are back then. We're just a bunch of
Yeah,
frames
I
of
know,
photography.
but they were more
And you
limited.
can cut and splice, and you can use negatives and say they're positives, and you can combine negatives. You can do all kinds of things.
Okay, dude, I'm asking you what technique. How old would those techniques be?
Well, I told
How
you
old
about
would
the
those
the
techniques?
backlit thing, and then, like
Yeah,
I
the
said,
backlit thing. When was that made?
well, Stanley Kubrick kind of perfected it in Space Odyssey, I guess. But there's films from the 20s where they have things that would, what modern day green screens do, and they can, they fade in, they combine, they do all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things they could do pre-computer graphic imaging.
So you think they would use this technique on the moon landing? So why?
Yeah. Why? Well,
Because
you
they
would have
want people to
I
believe in
could
something. What
speculate.
would they want to believe?
Well,
What do they want the people to believe? What's the underlying motive
well,
of it?
at the time, the narrative was, they had a whole space race with the Soviets and all this stuff. I mean,
But why would they keep up this lie after they beat
Well, like John
Um,
F. Kennedy said when he was talking about the moon mission, he says, "Why does Rice play Texas? Not because it's easy, because it's hard." You know, it's honestly, I don't think. Now I'm just talking to you, but I don't think at the time when they presented this to the public,
you don't
I
think?
don't.
You don't think?
Let me just. I'll shut up after this. I'm just talking to you. At the time when they made these films and showed them to the people, I do not think they envisioned a time now where people could see them. They thought that they would just be seen and forgotten. Well, we still have all of their archive. We can still see all of the film. They didn't envision a world with YouTube.
Why would they?
Anyway,
Why would they actively fake it? What would
yeah.
be the
Well,
point of
you ever
actively
asked?
faking the
Have
moon?
you ever asked? You'd have to ask a liar why they lied.
But the thing is, I can ask a liar why they lied, and they have a motive for it. There's children that lie
Well,
about
but how do you know they're not
people
lying
being
to you then? What?
no. Because the thing is, there's children. There's children that lie about
Okay, so
just say
then you
for
understand there's some sort of motive. There you go.
yeah. There's a motive. What motive would they
Probably,
have to lie to the people?
I don't know, man. That's
So you don't know what the
you'd have
motive
to ask
was.
them.
Ask who? But I can ask them, and they would tell
Well,
me
that's
that
kind of the
there was
point,
no
you know.
motive and that it was
It's sort of
real.
like they put out this stuff.
How can I
They put
ask
out this
them?
stuff in the late '60s, and here we are still talking about it. So
But the thing is,
all
you
those
brought up
people
the
are
moon
gone.
landing being fake. I didn't. I think the moon landing's real.
Okay, by the way, I don't know if there's any point in arguing with Thinking Blackman because he's obviously a troll.
Okay, no. Because look, no. Don't listen to that. Is
I just
telling you
I
that
sat and
there's no
called with
reason
him for like
arguing.
half an hour earlier, and all he did was troll. So I don't know if he's gonna be any different.
No, I'm not even trolling, dude. I've asked this
Yeah, they
dude what
definitely
was
came in disrupting and doing their whole thing.
You don't think that an appeal to
the mo-
motive is actually like an argument here, do you?
I had an argument here, and you actually telling me that I'm trolling. How am I trolling for having an argument?
It's an appeal to motive. It doesn't actually address like the issue on the table.
But no, but what's the issue? I asked this. What is the issue?
No measured or observed curvature.
What
Of
is the issue
surface
on
of
the
Earth.
table?
Well, you
That
talked
there's
through the answers, so I guess you missed it. Sorry.
So no, you're talking about curvature, right? There's no curvature presented on the Earth. Okay, so
Bingo.
do you believe that NASA's lying when they provided pictures for the globe?
Not really, because they said that they're photoshops. They have to be. So I mean, they told you.
And can you show proof of that? When did they say it was
Yeah,
Photoshop?
Robert Simon, 2012, Blue Marble.
Yeah. Give me a link to that. Give me a link.
All right.
I just can't. People first say the moon landing's fake. Can't even provide evidence for that. But at least they're gonna give me evidence for this one.
Well, you would have to have evidence that the moon landing is legit, since that's the positive claim.
Because and my evidence is how it was filmed. I mean, how it was filmed on the moon and how the pictures were presented. I believe in that rather than for example, going telling me the moon landing's fake, telling me to ask NASA. If I ask a liar, why did they do that? Are they going to
Yeah, so
provide why
why
it's a
did you
lie?
ask me why they lied? But yeah, you came in here just with the whole NASA thing. But yeah, it's probably get back to Earth, because at the end of the day, the moon thing's just TV, something that's been presented, and we just have to take their word for it. So
You know, Doctor Who is also real because I saw it on TV.
That makes no sense.
Ah, yeah, it follows.
Makes no sense.
Well,
but
exactly. He's exactly right. They're both on TV.
I mean, they're
Now,
both
how
on
come one's
TV.
real, one's just a show?
I mean, that means we can also say that whenever your mom films you like having fun on like let's just say anything, then would that be considered real or fake? Now you're just providing this reality. What is reality?
I wouldn't say so.
you were there.
No, I would say so because
My
it's
home
on.
video
It's on.
is
Look,
going to be. Yeah,
So
they're
would you
not
say
going
home
out.
videos are
I
really
see
real?
what question
Say home
you're
videos are
making, thinking black man, and I think it's better to frame it like if you're trying to discern trust, right? It's better to frame it like, okay, if your mum showed you a picture of you as a kid playing around and said you have blonde hair, but you're for some reason convinced you didn't, and she shows you the picture, and you might think that she has a motive behind lying, right? But why do most of us believe these sorts of things when they're presented to us, right? It's probably because we have confidence in the person that's delivered the information from, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's flawed if you're asking someone who doesn't have that kind of confidence to expect them to have it just because you say that, well, yeah, it was on TV or they showed you this, right?
I mean, they could have showed you the exact same thing, the same moon landing, and said, "This is just a movie," and then you would just as readily accept that. So it just really kind of boils down to what you're willing to accept people just on
what
their word.
And
well, I could
if you
say,
had a
dude, that's a reality. That's like a no reality basis
And
statement,
if
dude,
you
because
had it, say
you're stating.
you said, "Hey, I have a horse. Here's a film of me riding around on my horse." Well, that's not really an outrageous claim, but I could say, "Well, how do I know that's a real film?" And you said, "Well, it's it's not CGI. I couldn't have CGI'd it." And I said, "Well, I want to see your horse. I want to see you ride it." Well, you could take me out and show me you riding the horse. But if we wanted to
But
say, I want to see some moon golf, they say, "Okay, hold on. We'll be right back. Tune in to your TV."
but flat earthers can't show
Yeah,
the
but
actual Earth.
the point
They can't
is
show
that
the actual Earth.
one TV show is being sold to you as like reality, another one is being sold to you as just a TV show. The only real difference is what they're telling you it is, and that's why you choose to accept one as
But
reality
what's
and
the
the other as
reality?
just a show.
But what's the reality? What's the reality of flat Earth? I've heard flat Earth on TV, but does that mean is it real?
You just go
Why should I
outside, dude.
believe it?
Well, you shouldn't
Go
necessarily, not
outside.
here on Discord, not from us. Just go outside and see.
I mean, I go outside every day. My particular neighborhood is not curvature. I mean, not curvature. It's like not flat. I can show you. We our stuff actually goes up. It goes up. So how did
The
so?
reality is we live in a world that still has mystery in it. Everything isn't all tied up with a
But
bow
what's the
with an
mystery?
explanation. Oh, we're expanding into the vastness of outer space and we are flying through it. I mean, it's just there's no story. Mysteries abound. Who knows in the future what
I wouldn't want to keep
is
wondering
unveiled,
why
you know?
something is there, why something it is. I don't want to be one. I want to be
Well, you
wondering
can't
what's
know
the
everything.
definitive answer for this.
You can't know
Yeah, of course
everything.
you can't know everything, but when you wonder about a certain subject, you want to know if there's a definitive answer for this subject.
Yeah,
And
that's fine. You can
flat Earth
wonder,
is
you can
supposed to,
speculate, you can guess,
but
you
no.
can.
Flat Earth is supposed to provide a definitive proof of this subject. So I'm asking, what proof of flat Earth is there? Unless we're just going
Why?
to say just because of
Why are we supposed to provide definitive proofs to you about how the moon landing was
um,
contrived?
let's just say curvature. But I'm saying,
Okay.
is there actual proof of this? Has anyone went to the moon, saw this, or is this a fake? Is this fake? What is fake and what is real?
Go examine the footage for yourself. I mean,
Yeah, I examined the footage.
okay. And what is that? What is that? Even even if these guys did play golf on the moon, what does that have to do with whether or not there's water ball?
But that means you would have to actively say that since these guys played golf on the moon, that means they've seen what the Earth looks like. So if we have these pictures of what the Earth looks like, then why would I believe you when you have no proof of what the Earth?
You
That's
don't need to
all the
believe us. That's the whole point. You can just go outside and look.
but no, I need to believe you guys because you're telling the truth, right?
Okay, well,
You're telling the truth,
okay,
so I need
No,
to
you don't need
believe
to
just
you.
believe
wrap up
us.
this nasty thing. All the images
You
that
need
they
to make me believe you.
No, you
That's
don't
not
need to
your
believe
job to
us.
make me
All we can do is point you in a direction. You can go and see for yourself. I'm not saying believe me. Just take
point me
my
in a
word for it,
direction,
man. Go
but you're
check
not
it out.
disproving these organizations that people believe in, dude.
Yeah, I'm
Your
not
beliefs are
disproving
not
them.
my job.
I'm not
They're really not.
disproving them. Water is. The oceans
How's
disprove
water
them.
disproving them?
It's flat and horizontal at rest. Can't find any curvature over any body of water of any scale.
Yeah, but do we have a picture of what the Earth looks like? Do we at least have like a certain,
No,
let's just say,
none of
thinking
us
of what the
said
Earth
that
is?
we had a god's eye view of the
I
Earth.
mean,
No, sorry.
do you think that gravity could exist on a flat Earth model?
Perhaps in some form.
I mean, but how? There's
The
there's an
answer to
end
that
line
is,
to it.
already given to you, which is that gravity itself is more complicated than you want to believe.
But how complicated is gravity that
It's
it can exist on a
non-testable,
flat
so I
Earth
can't
model?
make a claim as to that.
Yeah, like you're
Like as
telling
you
us to
think
Okay,
give
you
you
would
all
do.
the
then I don't
answers.
understand. Then I'm not
We're
understanding
telling
you. Then I'm not
you that the
I don't.
Listen, stop talking over me. We're telling you that
Okay.
the observations that you can make yourself that we've made do not match the current
I've,
so-called official and well-tested theories,
but
and so you should look a little further. We're not telling you we
no
have all the answers.
observations aren't facts. I can't look at your observation and think
You
that's
can look at
facts.
your own
That's the same
observations,
with
though.
most
You can
globers,
use your
dude.
own eyes and
I think
I'm using my own
I
observation,
think the
saying that
first step of thinking black man, I think, isn't I'm a globular fan, right? I believe generally that it's probably true that we have a globe Earth, but I think the first step is to reject the idea that you can prove the globe Earth, right? And then move into something with certainty anyway, right?
I mean, no, I've been a flat earther
You
before,
could
dude.
say, for
Been a
instance,
flat earther before.
well, you could say, for instance, okay, that's probably true, right? You could probably get to that point. But the more that you press the matter about like observation, I don't think it's going to get anywhere, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's not going to get anywhere because I can't. I don't see no point in arguing with a flat earther because the thing is, if you ask these people what like the actual
Yo,
hard hitting
nobody pulled
question,
you in here.
they're not going to answer
Nobody
it. They're
dragged you.
not going to
Yo,
answer it.
nobody dragged you in
They're
here.
not going to answer it, and
Yo,
that's the thing. Oh,
nobody dragged you in here.
Calm down,
Nobody
dude. Calm
dragged
down
you in
because
here.
I didn't get
Nobody's
dragged in
saying you
here.
have to
I
do
know. I
anything.
joined. I wanted to see what you
So
guys would
nobody's
say.
dragging you.
What you're saying. What you're saying is observation. You're
What
not
I'm
making any
saying,
definitive proof for
hey,
what you're
what I'm
saying
saying is
versus
that
these
you're
people
being,
you're trying to fight against.
what I'm saying is that you're being unreasonable. Okay?
I'm
You're
being
talking over
unreasonable. And what
people.
if I say that you're being unreasonable?
Listen. You're talking over people every time you disagree with half their sentence. You're not letting people finish a thought.
I'm not talking
Then you're
over you.
not really looking for a discussion.
I'm not talking
Literally
over you,
talks
dude.
over you to say he's not talking over you.
No. I'm not talking over you, dude, because you just started talking when I talk. So what I'm saying is, I'm telling you that you people only have observations to look upon. That's the thing. You guys only have observations. While
Oh yeah.
NASA shows me
Yeah,
full
yeah,
proof
okay.
that hey, there's actually a global Earth, and they show
Right,
proof
right. The thinker
evidence
in the
for
room
this.
says that all we have is observable reality, and what he has is cartoons and images and pictures from government agencies and
But it's not
TV.
cartoons.
And
But it's not
that's
cartoons.
why he's the thinker of this room. Okay, yeah,
Why
go.
are you so mad? Why are you using ad
Who
hominem?
said I was mad?
Calm down,
I'm just
dude.
trying to summarize.
No. You're not summarizing anything. You're just summarizing it in your
Well, I mean,
perspective,
what you've said
which
is
is
kind of silly, dude.
kind of a
What you've
biased
said is kind
perspective
of
because you
silly,
obviously don't
dude.
like me.
Hold on, just hold on. What you've said is kind of silly. All you guys have is observations, but NASA is presenting
What is the
pictures.
model of flat Earth? Show me a definitive model of flat Earth.
Well, maybe we can provide that to you after we claim it. You don't seem to understand the claim that's on the
You claimed
table,
it.
so therefore you don't really know what you came in here to argue with, do you?
I did came in here to argue. I came here to argue what is flat Earth? Does
Well,
flat
why
Earth
don't you
exist?
find out
And
what
if it
we have
does,
to say? Listen, you came in
I
here to
told you to
argue, thinking.
I
You
told
look,
you to
you're a
explain.
thinker, right? You're a thinker, right? You came in here to argue.
I told
First
you to
thing you do when you're
explain.
going to come in to argue with somebody is figure out what their claim is, so that you know what you'll be arguing against. So why don't you try
Okay,
that?
okay. What do you think then? What is
We
your
already told
observation?
you that the flatness of
You
water
use
at rest falsifies this idea of the globe.
and what model do you have to prove that?
Now here
Proof
you
of
go
that.
again with the model. That's a straw man, not such a,
That's not a straw
thinking.
man.
Hey,
I'm
Heretic.
asking for a model.
Hey, Heretic. You know what I would love is a scaled demonstration model of how a lunar eclipse works on a globe with
Okay,
all
I
the
would love a scale. I would love a
with all the
demonstration model of how a
distances
flat
and the
Earth works.
sizes of the sun and the earth and the moon in proportion. That would be awesome.
Yeah, you're
Do you
asking
have
for a
that
model for
thinking black
something
man?
you don't have. Do you have a
Do you
model
have
for
that
flat
thinking
Earth?
black man?
Do you have a model for flat Earth? I've been asking
Yeah, I
this,
didn't
Why are you
think so.
and
doing
you're
this
not
again?
answering.
Okay, look, you're obviously not
You're
much
not
of a
gonna
thinker
answer me.
because you're not engaging with what people are saying. I've told you over and over again what the claim on the table is. You refuse to address that. You want to push a straw man. You want us to defend a model that nobody proposed. You're not thinking. You should change your server name.
I mean, when you mute me and you don't have like any
Well, I
Change
mean,
your
you're
server
just kind of
name.
annoying to listen to. You keep talking through people. You keep trying to push a straw man. I mean, I'm about to go anyway, so these guys can like have fun with you if they want. But like for me, it's kind of annoying.
You know, flat earthers are just proving they have no point. You know that, right? Because if you're gonna mute me and not state like what model you have, since you're asking me for a model,
Oh my god!
I want to know what model you have. Since you're asking for a model, this
Just
is
say you
just
don't have a
like
model. That's
a
all.
it's crazy. It's crazy. No. I'm
We
not
just
asking. I'm
told you
not
we're not
saying that,
proposing.
dude.
What don't you
You're not
get? We
proposing
already
a
told
model.
you we're not
If I was
proposing a
proposing a model
model
for a lunar
that tries
eclipse, but
to
you're asking me
represent
for a model for
everything and give you a cause and effect explanation about how everything in the world happens. Nobody here claimed to have that. All we're doing is saying, look, the flatness of water falsifies this globe idea. That's it. Because globes have curved surfaces, not
but
That
flat
your
is it.
friend
That
just
is, to
per,
be
your
fair,
friend
that
just
is a claim, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But your friend just can't told me that he wants a model for a lunar eclipse, even though he hasn't provided a model for flat Earth.
Hey,
So
Heretic,
how are you going to ask me a
I
model
asked
for
a
something I
question
never
before and
said a
nobody was
model
able to
for?
answer it.
Could you
I never said a
formalize that
model for.
claim into a syllogism for me, Heretic?
If water is flat,
No, I
then
want the lunar eclipse. I want the lunar
oh my
eclipse.
god.
I don't care. I want the lunar eclipse. Then you're not going to talk about water. Then talk about you want lunar eclipse
Yeah,
model.
okay, you want to
Come
push
on,
Yeah,
a
dude.
straw man.
water is a
Come on,
scary
dude. No.
subject for
Because
you
if you're
guys.
not gonna propose a model for flat Earth and say we don't
Dude,
have any
nobody
model,
claimed a
but you
model. What
expect
are
that
you
I have a model
talking
for
about?
lunar eclipse, you're crazy. You're actually crazy.
So you don't have a
Yeah.
model.
No, I don't care about a model.
Okay.
I don't have a model for a lunar eclipse, dude. Just like how
Yeah,
you don't
I
have a
don't really
model
care
for
about models either,
the
but you know.
flat Earth. No, you care about models. That's what that. No, you care about models. That's why you asked me,
No, I
and you
don't.
didn't want to
I
answer the
care
Okay,
fact
about
yeah.
all
that
So
flat
if,
models.
Earth
if the Earth
doesn't
is a
have a.
sphere, water must show certain rate of convexity. Water doesn't show certain rate of convexity. Earth is not a sphere. That's it.
Okay,
Modus
I'd say,
tollens.
yeah, I'd say
But in flat Earth
premise.
model,
Let's say premise
does it
3,
provide that gravity?
and
Shut up.
premise 2, and
Shut up,
premise.
thinking black man. You're not enough of a thinker for this. Sorry, what's that, Britt?
I was going to say premise 2 and premise 3 sound, I guess, the most problematic there. Mainly,
Problematic.
yeah. Well, problematic in the sense that the syllogism follows, right? I mean, problematic in the sense that
I
I
could
don't
have
agree with
been
it.
more specific, yeah.
But I think how you might demonstrate premise 2, and premise 3 would be the problem. I think because
I'll just use a geometric horizon test. I think that's the easiest thing to do.
yeah, I think the issue would be like I mentioned this earlier, which was just the idea that if a apparent horizon, so what you see, is always incongruent with whatever a geometric horizon might be, right? Then it would be an unreliable test. And it wouldn't really follow.
Well, what reason is there to think that there is a geometric horizon aside from the one that you observe?
Well, you could say, right, you could say that there's inductive reasons to think that there might be, right? So you could start with that. You could start with that, but you could also just say that it's not the case that both that an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon must always be congruent with one another. So if that's not the case, then it wouldn't necessarily be the case that premise 2 and premise 3 hold.
Why do we think that there's two though?
Well, I mean, because it's possible, as you probably would agree, right, that you could have some sort of effect that obscures either the optical view, either in front or behind, of this supposed horizon. It's possible. It's not like something you
Yeah,
could say absolutely not true.
but what's the evidence for it?
Well, it could be okay. You'd be able to give explanations through demonstration. So you could so I could show you a video of that exact phenomena happening, that exact effect, not phenomena.
But applied to this specific geometry, like this geometric horizon in question?
I think there would be, well, obviously, it would be question begging to apply it to the sphere, but you could use
Yeah.
it enough to say that that there's some reason for doubt of the validity of that method, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the refraction thing, the apparent horizon thing versus the geometric horizon thing all seems pretty ad hoc because it's like the only reason it even has to be said is we're not seeing the claimed geometry, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. In that sense, I guess you would also I agree. Presumably that premise 2 and premise 3 are the shaky premises there, right?
Yeah. I gotta go. I'm at a thing, but do you guys want me to unmute Thinking Black Man? I couldn't listen to him anymore.
No, please do not.
No,
Unmute.
thanks.
Okay. Well, you're on your own. I'm out of here for a bit.
Bye, Heretic. Let's see you later. Nice talking to you, Will.
See you later,
Hearing
man.
you speak.
Is that Delta FX?
Maybe I
Yeah,
could.
I haven't heard your
Maybe I
voice
could.
ever, so this is the first time hearing it. Nice hearing
Cool.
you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's talk again.
Yep. See you later, buddy.
Okay, see you later.
So any globe
Maybe I
earthers in
could.
chat?
Well, I was going to say maybe I could refine the heretic's argument. There is if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Around the
a
object,
water
yeah.
level is a tool. Yeah, a water level is a tool that uses the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah.
And you could finish the rest. Therefore, the Earth.
I'm still a bit shaky on premise 3 there, but I'm gonna have a cigarette, so I'll leave that one to ruminate.
Yeah.
Uh-uh. Uh-uh.
Okay, I'm back. No globers.
Yeah, so maybe we could finish up
Yeah,
that.
can you say it again? Just because I forgot.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. You agree with that?
Yeah, so far so good.
Right. So a water level is a tool that uses the surface of liquid water to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay.
Therefore, the Earth cannot be a spherical object.
Okay, say that last premise one more time.
Therefore, the Earth cannot be a spherical
No, that's
object.
the conclusion. I mean the premise, the third premise.
You mean the second part?
Yeah, the one where you establish no, because the first one is establishing. Okay, you know what? Just say it all again. It's late.
All right.
Okay.
If the Earth is a spherical object,
Right, I'm gonna write down just so everyone can read it.
yeah. So if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. All right.
A second. Yeah, go on.
A water level is a tool that uses the surface of liquid water to establish horizontal, that's a straight plane of reference. That's
Okay,
2.
yeah.
Therefore, the Earth cannot be a spherical object.
Well, I think you're missing a premise there, aren't you?
No.
Well, what are you assuming in premise 2 then?
Nothing. Stating facts.
Right. Yeah. The premise 2. Premise 2 is problematic for one reason. First of all, is that water level is a tool that uses liquid water that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Right. I think the idea is whether or not it's a tool that we can use. Right.
Yeah, it is.
And that would be the stickler, right? The shaky point.
For who? You?
Yeah. Because of the same reason I mentioned with the other guy.
Do you know what a water level is?
Well, I'm assuming you're talking about water at level, right?
No, it's a tool. A water level.
Okay, I don't know what that is then.
All right, it's a tube, and you fill it with water, and this tube could be of any length, right? You fill it
Yeah.
up. All right, and when it equalizes on both ends, that straight line between either end is a horizontal line. Straight.
Okay.
Neither side is higher than the other.
Yeah, no, I'm following so far, yeah.
There you go.
What, and this proves this falsifies the globular Earth?
Well, it's just an argument. I mean, what do you think about it?
I don't think it falsifies the globular Earth.
Okay, so tell me how you could have a horizontal plane of reference with water and still have a ball Earth.
So I would say that if we're using water as sea level water as the measure here, right?
No.
Well, if you
It's a
use the tool, I mean, look, right, there could be other explanations for why the water's doing what it's doing that doesn't require you to appeal to. It doesn't really necessarily conflict with the globular Earth, right?
Well, it is a straight line, right?
Yeah, but it's not a refutation of. If there's an alternative explanation, it can't follow, right?
Well, how do you have a straight line on a ball, sir?
Okay, but then you'd be applying it to the seawater, right? Which would be a different
No.
explanation.
I'm just talking about this water level tool, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
On
So
its own, it doesn't follow to say that there's a falsification of a globular Earth.
Okay. So how do you
if you
have
use
that?
it in application
How
to
does that work?
P1, so if you use it in application to P1, then you would be referencing sea level, right? But you're saying
Forget
you're
sea
not doing
level,
that,
dude.
so
Forget sea level. We're talking about a tool. It's a hose, and you fill it up with water.
I know I know. Okay, I think there's a miscommunication here happening. The tool itself, right? I don't think does any work for you in falsifying a globular Earth, right?
Does it establish a horizontal plane of reference, a straight
It
line?
can, yeah. Or near enough straight, yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah, it's possible.
Right. So what do you think about that?
Well, can you
How does
explain
that
to me
work
how
with a
you
street?
think this is? Do you think this is necessarily the case, so that if this is true, then it can't follow to say that we have a globular Earth?
I'm asking how you would get around that.
Well, you could just, on its own, you could probably just say something like, there's some sort of ulterior effect happening here that's causing the water to be plane, like level. So, for instance, gravity, right?
Yeah, it's called gravity, right?
The object itself, settling it, right? Settling it at a level, horizontal level, right? But the stickler here is that I think on its own, right, it can be explained, right? If it was necessarily the case, right, that this tool is in contradiction to the idea of a globular Earth, which I don't think it is, right? Then it would follow, right? Your conclusion would follow, but it doesn't, right?
So you don't necessarily care that it's making a straight line, right? You're just talking about, you just want explanations, right? You don't care that is a straight line with water.
Yeah, it
Correct?
doesn't. Yeah, correct. I don't think it follows. Yeah, from that.
So what are you even in this conversation for?
Well, I asked Flatwater to explain his argument for why he thinks that the sea level, right, is a falsification of a globular Earth, right?
Well, it's not really, because sea level is just a point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what we agreed upon at the end, right? His argument had more to that, but everyone else heard it, right? Your point, I mean, you asked me. I mean, I don't know why you're asking me why I'm involved, because you asked me.
Yeah. So how can you have a horizontal line on a ball? Can you do that?
Well, think about how or what a physicist might say what's happening with the water there, right? Like they would just say there's gravity and so on, right? Other effects. The point of making a
So the
syllogism.
gravity is what makes a straight line.
Yeah, the point of the syllogism obviously is you want to get to that conclusion of therefore the Earth cannot be round, right? But as long as there's ulterior explanation, right, it can't follow.
So you have an explanation that says the Earth is a sphere, therefore we can have horizontal lines on it. I thought you said that there was a drop over distance.
Well, I don't actually know what you're trying to refer. If you're just saying a geometric horizon or a curvature of the Earth, then yeah, sure, that's.
Nah, dude. Talking about a tube filled with water.
Okay, yeah. I feel like I know. I don't know if it's because it's coming up to 5:30 in the morning, and I'm not really understanding what you're saying. But there's definitely some miscommunication happening here.
All right, well, just think about it, okay, and see how you could make that work. Oh, by the way, you never really did answer me before. I asked you,
what was that one?
What would happen to water if there really was a drop over distance?
Oh yeah, it's because the other two people were talking. What, like with respect to what, like on a river?
Oh, this
you
was
referenced
your-
the river,
your
didn't you,
thing.
like earlier?
Well, I said that's what we see happen to water when there really is a drop. So I'm asking you.
Well, I don't know the physics behind it.
you're useless, dude.
Well, I don't think that's really fair to say. It's like the
No,
idea.
you
the
are.
idea.
Man. I'm asking you, what happens to water when the surface really does drop in reality? And you can't answer me. And then you're like, well, I'm sure there's an explanation for that. And you don't want it. It's like, what's the point of even being here?
Well, I think the issue here is I'm more contesting the first claim, right? The claim that usually you will start with, right? Which is whether or not.
Can you answer the question or no?
Well, don't need to be. Am I giving you some sort of
Well,
ego
you're
hurt
not.
right now?
You're being slippery, and you're not answering the question.
Okay. Well, if I say I don't know, the second time you ask it will not change that fact, right?
So you don't know what happens to water when the surface that it's on drops.
Oh, well, it just falls, right? That's, I mean, like, that's
There
what
you
you're
go.
asking. Yeah, but like,
Okay.
I thought there was some sort of nuance
I'm
there
done
because you
with
were
this, guys.
referencing rivers earlier on, right?
I rest my case.
What do you mean you
Okay.
rest your case? You just an abstract reasoner, bro.
I
He
rest my.
thought there was more nuance to that statement. He already clarified it.
I just
Yeah.
wanted see because he said that the surface, like, well, oh, we don't know if it drops away or whatever. We're talking about drop over distance, and I asked him, well, what happens to the water if the
Well, this is why
surface
I asked earlier
really
what you think
drops?
drop over distance means, because a curve and just a drop over distance are two, I guess, varying sort of ideas, right?
Oh, it's
When I,
down, right?
well, sort of, right? But like, there's
Sort of
other
down.
forces involved on a something like the Earth, right? That probably wouldn't apply to
Just tell
just
me
like
what
a
happens to the
level, like
water,
a.
dude.
You just got your answer, right? The point is, right, that I contest your first claims, right, because I think they're misleading.
What is my claim?
Oh, I mean, we had this conversation earlier, but the claim about what a horizontal horizon is and how they can be congruent with one another.
A horizontal line is parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's what I said, and you agreed.
No, that was a separate conversation.
No, you agreed, didn't you?
Well, yes, as like in the sense that like all unmarried men are bachelors, sure, right?
Yeah. So if you wanted to falsify that, you'd have to find a horizontal line that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. So where you are right now, your horizontal is parallel to mine, and to somebody in Australia, to somebody in Russia, all over the world. They're all parallel.
Okay. Any Globers in chat? Because it's getting quiet.
I'm a Glober, bro.
Oh, bro, finally.
Yeah, but I don't like I don't really talk to these niggas like that. Like, cause you try to like play into their shit, bro. Like I don't like when they ask me to do an experiment, dude. Like I'm not gonna do that shit.
It depends because I don't play into it because I don't even agree with their first assumptions, right?
No, but I'm saying like you like I don't know.
I have
Like
conversations with
my
them.
defense. Yeah, no, my defense is the flat Earth. I mean, of the globe Earth. I just appealed to like science, dude. I trust science. Like that. That's my whole. That's my whole thing. And I feel like if we can defend, I trust what?
You trust them even though they don't prove anything?
What do you mean they don't prove anything?
Well, that's
science,
kind of.
You know that science doesn't prove anything, right?
It doesn't conclusively prove things, but it proves things to a certain degree of accuracy.
Right. So it's really subjective, isn't it? I mean that's
Well,
also
throwing
what
in the word
global concept.
subjective isn't like I don't know if you know what what you think subjective means.
Yeah.
Right?
What do you think that word means?
Means it's relative to the subject. So each subject has their own view. Subjective.
Yeah.
You are the subject.
So what do you think? Wait. So if you like that's fine, right? But all of our reasoning that comes from any sort of induction, and a lot of it from deduction. Sorry, not in deduction, from science, right? Which is inductive deductive. Will
dude,
have some sort
I
of
don't
element of subjectivity to it, like it's whatever.
I don't really give a fuck about science.
Okay.
You don't? So how do you prove anything?
With geometry.
Really? That's how you prove things?
And water. Yes.
Don't some flat earthers say that you shouldn't care about maths? You know.
Yeah. Flat earthers like to prove shit with with science, dude.
Yeah. Well,
wait. In geometry is like the end all be all. Like how do I use like a geometry in like social sciences, like psychology? Like do I measure someone's like brain or something? Like do I measure their cranial capacity and determine their low IQ or something? Like what do you mean?
Do you know what a horizontal line is?
I think so.
You think so, or you know so?
No, no, I'm saying I know so. Yeah, I don't know so.
Okay, so that's a straight line, right?
Yep.
All right, and it's parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? That's the definition of horizontal.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean, I don't know any of this jargon,
Well, just look up the word horizontal.
and I'm also not going to trust you with it either.
Well,
'Cause
I want to hear where he's
saying
going with
to-
it. I want to
That's
hear
why
where
I'm
he's
saying
going
look
with
it
it.
up.
Because so far he's correct, but I want to know where he's going with it.
Yeah, guy, what are you going with it, bro?
No, if you don't believe me, go ahead and look it up. Go ahead.
Okay, let's pretend I do believe you. Now what?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
So
think
we agree then, right?
Well,
oh, I see the trick here, right? It's an
What?
equivocation on the word horizon, right? Because again, which is what I keep coming back to, right? Is that some horizons can be incongruent with others, right? An apparent one could be incongruent with a potential geometric horizon, for instance.
Well, they're all parallel. All horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the
That wasn't what I
horizon.
was disputing, was I? I wasn't disputing that part.
Right, that's all I care about.
Okay.
Wait, so how do you like prove everything in life with geometry? I want to know.
Who said that I prove everything in life with geometry?
You said I don't need science, I need geometry.
No, I said I don't give a fuck about science when it comes to the shape of the Earth. That's all.
Yeah,
really?
but you also have to clarify your terms, right, and make sure that they're clean as a whistle. Because some things, when you insert the word horizon, can be quite, let's say, misleading.
Yeah, you're the one with that issue, not me.
Well, you couldn't just ignore the issue, but then you just be a dumber person, right?
I don't have an issue.
You don't have an issue that you know of, bro.
Who is modding right now?
I don't think anyone is.
Why? Does there need to be
There's
moderation right now? I'm lost.
Well, I said dumber. I mean, it wasn't the worst word in the world, but
And there was like a good 5 seconds of silence there after. Is he gonna moderate silence or something?
I think we were just asking as a
He's been
curiosity.
mute for like half an hour and keeps trying to talk.
But yeah, science doesn't prove anything per se. It's just the flat Earth people tend to do word games a little bit, and I think that's ultimately.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, word games are bad, especially when people say that horizontal can mean vertical, stuff like that. Like the guy said earlier.
Who said that?
I forget his name, but he left after saying that, horizontal could be vertical, depends on perspective. Down doesn't really mean down, it could mean up, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
that is
You mean
word
word games like that, right?
Yeah. No, obviously, well, I could criticize Globus for just coming in with like arrogance, because that's what it mostly is. It's just arrogance, right? When they come
Yeah.
into it.
I think a lot of people that come into this room with like a bunch of arrogance, like I think the flat earthers in here are well equipped to shut them down.
Yeah.
Because when somebody hears flat earther, just in my experience, like if I told my friends, oh, I'm talking to these flat earthers, I'd feel like there'd be like an instinctual reaction to like come on in here and try to debate the flat earthers in here. They think they're fucking retarded.
If someone says you can prove the Earth's a globe, right? For instance, well, the issue here is that whatever you might think is demonstrable, right, is probably not going to be demonstrable. You probably can't do a deductive argument for it, so you probably can't prove a globular Earth, right? But a lot of people just hear the word that we know that there's a globular Earth and just like that kind of like colloquial sort of sentence, and then think that they can do that here. But these flat earthers, know exactly what to do.
These flat earthers are probably one of the most well equipped flat earthers in the entire world, bro.
Yeah, probably. But they're not without their own flaws, right? Because there's 3 steps I think I pointed out, which I think that they all do. The first thing is, they don't like to play around with induction, right? Because induction is based on, like, like the guy was complaining about subjectivity, right? It's just to a degree you believe this is more likely, right? And it's not a knowledge claim either, right? So they try to base everything around the deduction. Now it's hard to make a deductive argument for a globe, right? It's virtually almost impossible, right? You can only falsify a flat Earth, which is why, point three, they never claim flat Earth. They just try to dance around the idea that I'm not making any claims, right? It's just a method to argue, right? It's not like anything impressive.
Dude, I'm just what is going on here? I'm just fucking lost. Nah, this is something else. Why is it still saying the fucking game is live? The game is not fucking live anymore. They're not in the fucking fourth quarter.
What game, dude?
Oh shit. Or did I do this incorrect? Damn it. Is this for fucking 4:30 p.m. tomorrow? Damn it.
Okay, well, chat's dead. Great.
Glover Clown, who do you think is the best, like, who has the best defense of the flat earth? Like, who do you think debates like the best in this chat?
I think there's three people. No, four. There's four. Actually, there's a few, right? I'll give the. I don't know who the best one is, but I'll say three. The top three would be, like, I don't know, Zoidberg. I think Yakub isn't bad.
Oh, Yakubian Knight, yeah, dude, he
Yeah.
fucking plays stupid, dude, but he's experienced, like, debating flat earthers, bro, for like 2 or 3 years.
And then Manufactorum also is pretty good.
No, I'm saying like who's on the flat earth side, do you think?
Oh, the flat earth side. Who's the best flat earth arguer?
Yeah.
I don't know, because they all play the same trick, so it's really hard to distinguish them all.
Yeah, but they'll use
Okay, the best
arguments,
debater
but,
in terms of rhetoric,
debate.
like the one who's most effective and
Yeah.
really can, like, trip people up. I think probably Cyclone. I think he trips people up a lot.
Cyclone? Who's that?
The guy in this VC, but he's probably asleep right now. It's 6 a.m. nearly.
Oh, I thought what's his face again? Flatwater is probably
That
one of the best.
Phileas guy, or whatever his name was, he was good up until I figured out what he was trying to communicate, right? Like, he was good up until he revealed the horizon thing, right? I think you just kind of like think, okay, so you're just doing the same thing, right?
Wait, do you like are you like do you study physics or something? Like, how are you well equipped to talk to these people?
I'm not in any sort of way knowledgeable about physics, mathematics. I'm an international relations expert, right? So the physics part is just because doesn't really matter about the physics. What matters is whether or not you can figure out the argument, right? And fortunately enough, right, that's something I can do, right? It's part of, like, the philosophy and sort of thing I was trained in, right? So it's just about the sleight of hand that they do.
I don't know. It seems like you're well equipped. Like when they talk about, like, I mean, at least for me, because I don't know anything about fucking physics or anything. When they talk about, like, gravity or, like, the horizon, when someone says horizon to me, that it just, like, my brain just completely shuts down. I don't know what they mean by that.
Yeah,
I just
but
can't
that's
comprehend.
that's a good start, though. Like, knowing what they mean, right, or wondering what they mean, because, what could they be meaning when they say horizon? That's nothing to do with physics, really, right? because, well, it is obviously technically, but like if you set up the idea that, okay, are they incongruent with each other? Well, now you're getting into the realm of argumentation. And to be honest with you, if you get those two simple physics facts together and you put them together, half the argument's already over, because that everything that they say depends upon the idea that there is one horizon, and that is a optical horizon, right?
Well, that's because it's based off what we see, because we never do see a physical one.
Yeah, but you can't do much of a deduction with that, can you? It would just be merely inductive.
Well, I mean, what we see. What does that mean to you? What we see? What did you mean by that?
Well, an optical horizon is just what the apparent horizon is. So, like, if you were a global Earth person, right, you would say, well, the geometric horizon is there, right? The optical horizon could be in front of, on, or behind it, right? So they could be incongruent with each other.
What do those mean? Optical and geometric.
So, if you have a sphere off the diameter or the circumference of that sphere, you're going to work out that there's curvature in every direction from where you're standing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you were trying to look over a long distance of a curvature, imagine yourself standing on, say, 10 o'clock on a basketball, and you're trying to look across at 2 o'clock. Well, 12 o'clock's going to be that hump that's blocking your view in the middle, yeah? So the peak of that hump that's blocking your view, that would be a physical horizon. It's actually the physical curvature of the Earth that's blocking your vision of things behind it. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
I don't know if there's any other globers in here that may be able to explain that in an even simpler way than what I can.
No, I think that was a good job.
He's just not quite understanding it.
Yeah, I kind of zoned out when you said it. I'm not gonna lie, I have a problem with like zoning out.
Well, let's put it in an even like simpler way. And this obviously isn't going to be the perfect way of explaining it, but the horizon, right, is basically how far you can see up to the point of the sky that meets the Earth, right? Now there's that, right?
Wait,
and that
what do you mean by meets the Earth?
So, like,
where
as far, basically just as far as you're supposed to be able to see with the geometry of the Earth, right? All things excluded, right?
Oh.
Now, insert an atmosphere, right? A global person would say, and then you have a difference between what the geometrical horizon could be or would be, and
what you
apparent horizon.
actually see, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
that
get
would
what
be
you're
your
saying,
optical or apparent horizon. That could be in front of the geometric horizon, on top of it, or behind it. They're not necessarily congruent with each other. But the flat earther will try and push the idea there's only one horizon, and that's part of the parlor trick there.
Well, they're not really pushing it as a parlor trick, I would say, because the argument actually is that, the geometry of the Earth dictates that there needs to be a physical curve, and that physical curve should be a physical horizon that blocks your view of anything that's beyond that distance. So, according to the globe, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, if I'm standing on the beach at 6 feet, I shouldn't be seeing more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers. However, what we see is not that physical horizon that is required to be there due to the geometry. What we see is the apparent horizon, which, yes, fluctuates depending on weather, but the apparent horizon, yes, you're correct, is the point where the sky and the ground appear to meet in a horizontal line, horizon. But the argument really is just that we can see horizon distances well in excess of the distance that it should be. So it's not saying it's 100% proof, but it's an observation that we can see. Now, of course, in the answer for that is always refraction, and that it's being refracted up. We don't deny refraction, but I don't want to go right into a big deep refraction argument right now. I
Yeah,
can't be
it's just
bothered to tell you the
I
truth,
don't know
but
much about. I only know the rudimentary parts of refraction, but all I was saying really was just the idea that you know if you accept there are two formulations of a possible horizon, one that we definitely can see, which is the apparent one, and one which is, I guess, also possible, right? But perhaps something you can't ever see if you're in an atmosphere, but could still be there, right? There's no way to you could say it isn't, right? It's more like
well,
the
I
reason why I
would
say it's
say
a
that there,
politrick is
according to me, thinking logically, there is. If you can't detect it, you can't see it, and we can see 10 miles past it and see things that we shouldn't be seeing. I feel that there, yes, again, I'm not throwing refraction out, but there is some good evidence that what we're being told is either the wrong measurement of the Earth, and it's way out and it's much bigger than what we're told, or there is no curvature.
yeah. If I said to you, right, it's never the case. It's never the case. Or sorry, you know what? It's better to say it this way. It could never be. It might never be the case, right, that the optical horizon is congruent with the geometric horizon. That could be the case. You might say, well, yeah, it could be, right? And when you get to that point, the idea of using that as a metric becomes fundamentally flawed, right? Because you know that whatever you're seeing is just not going to tell you anything about the geometry of the Earth, right? And if that follows, right, then you have to look at other observations. And to me, right, the other observations seem to point to a globular Earth as a better explanation.
Well, I'm just I'm not trying to get anyone in any gotcha moments here, or I'm not trying to have any sort of debate. I'm just going to speak with you honestly.
Yeah.
A big issue that I came up with is that, when we're younger and the general consensus or belief that we're taught is that a lot of these things are proven facts. They're settled. They're known facts. And when you start looking into these things, what you find is that they weren't being 100% honest, or they weren't 100% explaining to you the whole scenario. You were just given a broad overview, but that broad overview was always that, gravity is science, or this is proven as pretty much a fact. And when you look into it and you start looking into what science is and what you need to do to perform science and the scientific method, you start realizing, well, gravity actually has nothing to do with science. These things aren't proven and can't be proven. These things, so that makes me start questioning more and more things and looking into more things. And this is where it's led me to the fact that I believe that, yes, we are on a topographical plane. I can't tell you the overall size. I can't tell you the overall dimensions. I can't tell you how the sun, moon, and stars work. I can tell you what they appear to do. But overall, from my experience, from my observations, and from what I've looked into with an open mind, then that's where I've landed.
Yeah. I mean, it's perfectly fine to have that. I think that it is true. It's very hard to make a deductive argument for a global Earth, even a plane Earth, right? Like, both sides probably can't do very well at falsifying the other based on what we both expect from each other in terms of evidence, right? I mean, like, if you're a globular Earth person, you probably would say something like, well, you can falsify a flat Earth easy, 1, 2, 3, right? But that's not going. Their methods wouldn't exactly suffice for other people. I think that if you're just going on what's more likely, right? So you look at observations of the world. I would say probably just abandon the question of horizons, because what I've just told you could throw a spanner in the works for the entire validity as a useful metric, right? And then look at other observations. How else could you tell if it was a globular Earth? And then or a flat Earth, right? And then say, okay, so what's the better explanation? What's analogous? What's correlative? What matches up with other things, right? And just write a list of all the observations you could possibly use to tell what kind of shape a planet is, right? Or object that we're living on is, right? And align them with the better explanation. Just go with that one for that's more likely, right? That's what I would do, right? And I think that you typically would support a globular Earth as a better explanation.
And see, with what I've looked into and what I've researched, and from my own observations, then I would believe that it would be a flat topographical plane.
Oh.
And to go through that and what I've read and what I've done, then that's a massive task. And I think that's I'm not here to change anyone's mind, but if you at least have the ability to think openly and you're interested in the topic, to go and have a look into things for yourself, honestly, then most people will come back with the fact that, hey, what we're being told definitely doesn't add up. That's that's where I'm at, and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have no issue with accepting the idea that there's a flat Earth if a globular Earth is proven wrong. Well, sorry, not proven wrong, but falsified. Right? It's probably the better way to frame it. Right? I said earlier, I just lived my life like it was the day before. I wouldn't really care. Right? I'd be surprised that everyone
Many
lied,
accounts.
but
Well, and that's what I did, to be honest. You know, like I came to this conclusion a long time ago, doing a lot of observations over water fishing. I used to just spend a lot of time attention and started looking at a few different things. But anyway, I'd come to that conclusion, but I never spoke to anyone about it. I never really got into debate about it. I just accepted that, hey, this thing's flat, and I moved on with my life, and it really didn't affect my life as such. And then, I don't know, I've had a bit more time recently, so I started hearing some of these debates on globe Earth and flat Earth probably, maybe about 6 to 12 months ago. And then I've never even been on Discord, never even heard of Discord. And they were talking about Discord, so I said to my kids, you know, what the hell's this Discord thing? So they set me up on Discord, and I found this Flat Earth 24/7 room, and there's a great bunch of guys in there, and there's some really good discussions that go on there. And it's only really been the last sort of 6 to 12 months that I've actually really got involved in this side of flat Earth. It didn't bother me before that. I just lived my life.
Yeah. I think personally, I find it surprising that anyone would come to that conclusion. I don't think people are dumb for it because, like you said, there are easy ways for why you could think that the flat Earth could explain things that we observe in the world, right? I just think that the better one is globular Earth. I don't think it comes close really, but I could understand why someone would.
Oh, that's cool. But I think that the biggest misconception and what's always portrayed is that, and I think it's really crazy that a lot of people, when they hear this topic of flat Earth, somehow they just think it's completely out of the realm of possibility, as in it's absolute stupidity.
Yeah.
And not only does it make them angry, I don't understand where the anger on this subject comes from.
It changes fucking nothing.
But at the end of the day, they get very angry, and
I think there's a difference
they then try and
between
make out how stupid people are. You know, this is like, did you even get past year 3 at school? You're so stupid. But
I think it's the difference between because I understand, right? Because in a true sense, right, you can't prove it, right? Like you can't prove the Earth is a globe, right? You can only really come to some sort of degree of certainty about it, right? But I think the reason why people tend to look at flat earthers with some sort of, let's say, a negativity is because a lot of people are under the misapprehension that we can prove it, right? But two, right, I think the information that we do have is so far towards certain than not, right, that it's like, of all the things you could dispute, why would you pick this hill to die on, right? I think that's basically why people think that way, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Again, like, it's not like the people are stupid because they just observe different things, really. That's all they've done. But it only took me like 4 days to figure out what the argument was and how the argument sort of, especially in the 24/7 flat Earth Discord goes, and it's usually just the same formula, just repeated over and over again, to the point where I think they've been here for about a week and people are already kind of bored of it because they've heard it all.
Yeah, no, I'm not bored of it. I feel like this flat Earth arc to this server would come to an end if there was like a grand debate between like the best like flat Earth debater
Well, to
and
be
like
honest,
a
there's
qualified individual. I feel like that would really put the arc to an end. But even the fact that like the flat Earth like arguments, like they use the same arguments and shit, I still find like really entertaining.
It's more the entertaining part is the the BTFO right moment, because it is funny to watch like new people come in and watch flat earthers, BTFO, globe earthers, right? Because it's like putting people who are arrogant in their place. That's fun to watch, right? But in a grand sense of things, right, when you know what they're doing, it becomes a lot less entertaining, right? Like I mean I enjoy it occasionally, but I find the actual argument to be kind of piss poor, right?
Look, I can agree with you, and I'll be honest with you that there's different flat earthers that are going down different routes. You've got certain flat earthers that are, I suppose, popular, that stick to calling out all the fallacies, stick very strictly to the debate rules, stick very strictly to the scientific method, which I believe we should be, and there's no problem in that. But it's the same argument over again, and you can only listen to the same argument so many times.
Yeah.
And but then there's other flat earthers that are going further and looking into relativity and looking into Einstein and looking into how all these things work. They're going into electrostatics. They're having not debates but discussions as such with physics professors and people like that. And what's coming out of those conversations is a lot of the time those physics professors and people like that actually conceding on points and actually saying no, they can't explain these things, or these things can't happen. So there are people that are going further down that path. I'm not saying that they're correct. Again, there's some things in there that they're saying that are based on assumptions. But what I do is it is interesting to listen to, because I've then got something further to research. If they're talking about relativity and making some claims about relativity and what it does or doesn't do, I can then go, oh, wow, I should look into that, and I can go and do some further reading. And I've learnt about things that I never believed I would ever learn or know, that never even crossed my mind through doing that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there are like flat earthers that go a bit further deep into the physics of things, but I mean, for me, physics isn't exactly a passion of mine. The only reason I got involved in this is because I thought it was kind of comical, right, to begin with, and then I realized there was actually a method here to the argument.
Shit,
right?
yeah, shit ain't sweet. The shit is not sweet.
But yeah, everything. I mean, like everything else is just a question of like how you frame the situation, because, like you say, like I'm sure, yeah, there's flat earthers that have like a whole sort of model, a whole sort of idea of physics in their head, and that's fine. But the ones in this room, at least, right, that I've observed, just do the same thing over and over again.
Well, the thing about this room,
Go ahead.
about this room and the other 24/7 room is that everyone very much sticks to what we can see and what we can prove. And that's why you tend to hear the same arguments, because those are probably some of the most important arguments, and they're things that we can actually see and witness and do ourselves. And rather than speculating on certain things and trying to form these speculations into reality or an argument, I suppose you would say.
Yeah. I
Now,
figured
whether you claim they're misunderstanding what they're doing, that's another story. But, we're talking about the scientific method, the definitions of science, where, those types of things. And if
I
something's
agree
not
with
adding up, then something's not adding up.
this is why I say like it's more of a sleight of hand than anything else, is because I agree with all of what you just said, right? I think that you know, when you talk about things, you make observations and critiques of observations, you are perfectly within the realm of like what is normal and rational, right? I think where things start to fall apart is when, usually in the first sort of few points, whether or not, you know, what a horizon actually is, what the dichotomy or equivocation that's usually set up between two different types of horizon. These sorts of beginning sort of thoughts, right? I think is where like a globular Earth person might find their W's, because I spent maybe 20, well, 20, 40 minutes in text chat trying to get someone to just confirm for me if they think a horizon, two different types of horizons could be congruent with each other, right? Or incongruent with each other, and they spent 20 minutes saying there's only one horizon, right? So, you know. So that's why I think it's a sleight of hand, personally. But
It's because there is only one horizon.
was it you? No, it wasn't you. I think it was someone
No,
else.
not me.
Well, there is only one horizon that we actually see.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
We're told that there's two. We're told that there's the physical curvature of the Earth, which we know the geometry would dictate that there is a requirement for that. But the only horizon we do see is that optical horizon. Now, what a flat earther says is, well, yes, there's one horizon because that's what we can see. That's reality for us. And we can see beyond what's supposed to be that physical horizon. Again, I don't want to go into the big refraction argument, but as a logical stance, that is not a stupid conclusion to come through to from what we're witnessing.
The issue here would be just that, one, you can't know that there's no geometric horizon there just based off one observation, i.e., sea level, right? You'd have to, like, if you were going to base your entire view on what the shape of the planet is off that one metric, right? Knowing that it's flawed, then you have a flawed metric, right? And you have a flawed perspective of the shape of the Earth, right? And no one would disagree with that, I assume, right? So what you really do, right, is that you go look at other observations and see if they all line up, right? And that's the point. If they line up, then yeah, you've got something to work with with your induction, right? If they don't,
100%.
right, then you don't have anything, right?
So let me just talk about this for a second. For 2,000 years, people have been saying ships over the horizon prove the shape of the Earth, prove that
That's fine.
Now that we've demonstrated the horizon is too far or too close or somewhere else, now that claim is being thrown under the bus and abandoned, and Globers want to not talk about it anymore.
What is that? Well, but you know why? It's not even like
it's inconvenient. That's why.
Oh, I don't think.
I would say since that
it's the
deduction
case,
was made, or since that
it's
observation was made, our optics and our what we can see has increased, and now there's an issue with what was proposed. But
yeah,
rather than addressing the issue, it's clung to and made out that that's eventually you're not going to see it come back. Well, of course we won't, but that's not our claim. Our claim is that this thing should have started disappearing at the physical point
yeah.
of the horizon, not well beyond it, and not being able to brought back from hidden behind a physical point. But again, unless we're going to argue refraction, and refraction being extreme, bringing it back up into our view from behind that physical curve, this is where we're saying that there's no real evidence as that is occurring every time we make these observations, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, India, sorry, I know that I'm probably I'm just trying to have a discussion. I'm having a chilled out afternoon. I've smoked a few joints and I'm just
if I may say,
not for going for gotcha moments or anything silly. I'm just having a nice little discussion. So feel free to say whatever you want.
If I may say, I think the question about what people had argued before, I think, is for me irrelevant, right? It's fine, right? Yeah, some people may have argued that. I think they're probably wrong, right? That made any sense, right? That would be my take. But you can't base every glober off what someone else said, right? You have to go with the meat of what they're saying. Secondly, I think that it's the case that I presume, right? You think there's other ways to falsify a globular Earth, right? that doesn't require you to look at this particular issue because this issue would be flawed, right? And just because a global fan is saying that, look, right, I don't think this is a very effective way to prove anything. It's very unpersuasive, right? Doesn't mean that you can't try and find a different method.
So I'll just talk about the horizon. What do you think the sun sets over? Do you think that it's getting blocked by the Earth?
I
The
think it
horizon
probably
is
is, yeah.
cutting the sun in half. So, right, so you're looking at the sun, it's cut in half. You see where it's cut in half is at the horizon.
Yeah, I think it
So,
probably
so
hides
is
behind
that
the
the
Earth.
geometric horizon cutting the sun in half, or is that
Mm,
an optical horizon, an
I'm not
effect
sure.
of the optics?
I'm not
You're
sure.
not sure.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know how I'd be able to tell the difference. Well, I guess I would, right? It would be the measurement, right? But that would be a likely chance, right? As for everything else, no, I don't know how I'd know.
So, typically, okay, so it was determined that the horizon is not in the place that they claim it is. You know, it's not physical, so it said yes, it's optical. The horizon appears to be somewhere. But when I see half a sun, it's physical again. And if it's not physical, then it's refracted, right? So this is an attempt to make the globe claim unfalsifiable.
That's not true.
Yes,
Wait,
it
are
is.
you
Because
suggesting the only way to falsify a globe is through
no,
looking at the horizon?
no, 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 no.
Then how
Talk
could you
about
say that?
the horizon, right? This observation, right, of the sea, cutting things off, not cutting things off, whatever. Because right in the globe paradigm, gravity pulls everything together in the form of a sphere. That most of the surface of the earth is water, right? So whatever the water is doing, the rest of the earth has to be doing.
Okay.
So you need this curving water. If we can't make observations of water to determine that are curving because everything is an optical illusion, then it becomes unfalsifiable. Because whatever effect, right, you can add this ad hoc hypothesis of refraction to the end of it and say, well, there was some weird optical effects that day and this don't count.
So you do think the only way you can falsify the globular Earth is to talk about the horizon?
No, and we'll go through a few other points in a minute, but I think Kiwi Buzz Aldrin just dropped a good point into the chat as well. If you don't have a geometric horizon that you can see or detect, well, then you haven't really got measurements for the geometry. And secondly to that, there's two ways that it's claimed that they can do celestial navigation, and one of those is a straight tangent line to the physical horizon. However, again, if there is no geometric horizon that we can find or detect, and this horizon is moving in and out constantly, you've now lost that ability to use a tangent line for that navigation. So there's issues that come into the globe when we never actually can see or detect this physical horizon that we should be able to see, but we only always end up seeing this apparent horizon that moves according to the weather conditions.
So if I had for instance, let's say a few inductive inferences to say that the Earth is a globe, right? And then I say, well, if the Earth is a globe, right, based on these assumptions, based on these inductive inferences, then I should be able to, do a test, right? Or like, well, not really test, sort of develop the theory, right? And say, look, right, then it should have a radius, right? And then you use trig, right? I posted a video like 5 or 10 times of the same thing, just showing how you could use trig to calculate a radius of the Earth, right? And it has nothing to do with the horizon. So if you could get the radius of the Earth, you could probably then also calculate the curvature of the Earth, right? And you'd have, and at no stage have you done anything to do with the horizon, right? And if that's the case, right, then talking about the horizon doesn't make the Earth unfalsifiable, right? Well, sorry, not talking about the horizon.
Right, but if you calculate the curvature with the radius that everyone believes is the radius, you can like the equation is incorrect. Like if you use the Earth's radius to calculate the curvature, it says that if you're 6 feet tall, the horizon is like 3 miles out, and that's just like that's
Okay, but
literally
I'm
a
just
lie.
yeah, but we're just gonna go back to equivocating on the horizon thing. I'm just gonna go back to like square one.
But I
Well,
mean,
let me
No,
the
ask you,
I'm.
problem
what's this
is,
trig method for determining the radius of the Earth?
I'll post it in a second. I just need to go into my
Well,
DMs and
just
grab
tell
it.
me who it
Okay,
is,
so
because I'm aware of all of them. So, I mean,
Okay,
all
one
I
sec.
want to say there
tell me
is
the
that
method. It takes 2 seconds, right? Just tell me the method.
To do with using your line of sight. Well, using your line of sight with the horizon drawing triangles, right? With well, you know what? I'm not good at geometry. Sorry, not geometry trig, right? So I'm just gonna post it.
well, the first thing that I would say here, and you may not agree, that's fine, is that trigonometry in itself doesn't prove a sphere.
No, it
Yes,
doesn't.
we can do trigonometry. However, prior to that trigonometry, to work it out to be a sphere, you've had to pre-assume that sphere in the first instance. So it's not really an evidence in itself that we're
Yeah, of
living
course.
on a
I wasn't
sphere.
saying it was a proof. I wasn't saying this radius is true. I
Yeah,
was just
no,
saying
and then the second
it
point.
would be based on the assumption of like your inductive inferences, right?
Yeah. Now the second point to that would be is that if we're using trigonometry, we're using plane triangles, right? Now,
Yeah.
or a right-angled triangle, because we're going to be measuring elevations and depression angles. Right now, an angle is defined by two straight lines that meet at a vertex. So again, when you're doing these measurements, what the globe has had to do is they've had to use the celestial sphere where they've cut the actual sphere in half. They've assumed a flat plane in the center, and they have the stars rotating over the top, almost like a flat Earth model, you would say, for this to actually work using trigonometry. All of these measurements are taken from the center of the Earth. Now, when we actually take these measurements on the Earth, when we're doing navigation on the Earth or we're doing mapping on the Earth, right, these angles are not measured from the center of the Earth. They're measured from where we're standing out to the horizon.
Yeah,
And we're then,
with that particular method, that's more something I would speak to Yakub about because I don't know anything about celestial navigation.
well, it's pretty much the same as what you've done here. And again, there's two ways of that's explained here. We can cut the sphere in half and have what they call a celestial sphere, so that we have a plane right-angled triangle, or we can have this tangent line to a point on a sphere, right? But however, we don't have that tangent point because we have a horizon that moves in and out. But when we're doing these types of navigation or mapping, celestial navigation, what we're doing is we're creating a straight line out to the horizon and eventually out to the ground position of that star. We're making a 90-degree angle at the ground position or the geometric position. Now, this could be 3,000 kilometers away. We then make an angle to the star. So now the definition of an angle is two straight lines that meet a vertex to meet that angle. Now, during celestial navigation, you actually do an eye height correction, bringing your eye down to sea level to create this right angle triangle. This is something that can't be done on a sphere. Now, this is why they say we're measuring from the center. This is why they have the celestial sphere where they've chopped the ball in half to give them that, right angle triangle with a dome of stars over the top. However, when we're doing this in reality, we're standing on the surface of the Earth. We're measuring a right angle triangle and an angle of elevation on the surface of the Earth. We cannot do that if the Earth has curvature.
Yeah, like I said, there is. I've heard this objection before, but like I'm not equipped for this. So you may as well speak to
Yeah,
Yakub because I heard him deal with it.
yeah, there are no right angle triangles in taking an elevation angle.
Who said that? Sorry, who said that?
I
Sounded like
did.
left
I
winger.
said it. I did. Lively.
I'm going to be right back, by the way.
So you're not making a straight line to the GP of the star that's
No,
creating
you're
a right
not.
angle.
No, you're not. You're taking that angle an effort to determine your distance from the GP. Your GP is given out of the almanac.
The
So
magic
you're
moment.
you're denying that celestial navigation uses a right angle triangle.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you're the only right angle is at your feet or your eye line, and you get the elevation
How do you
angle
have a right angle at your
to, and
feet?
you use that to determine your your co-altitude angle, which is from your zenith, not the GP. And then you use that number to calculate your distance to the GP. But the GP is determined by the use of the almanac based on what time you make the observation.
Can someone just drop, one of the flat earthers in here, drop a picture of the celestial navigation using a sextant in the chat?
What did you ask for? I didn't hear you.
He's claiming that in celestial navigation that there is no right angle triangle and that the only right angle is the angle where the 90 degrees angle where you are standing. So I'm asking if anybody has an image from a manual of celestial navigation or something showing the sextant making a right angled triangle, not at the observer's feet, but at the GP of the star.
Yeah, at the GP. I'll find it. Yeah, because the GP is at zenith at that location, right? So whatever star, right, that you're tracking, it has a GP, and that's
Yeah, we do. We
at the
don't do
location.
any.
And if it's at zenith, that's a 90-degree angle.
No, you don't use that angle. You're not interested in
You
any
use that
90
angle.
degree at the GP. Not at all.
You need to use that angle and subtract it to get your position.
Yeah, that's subtracted from your zenith, not the GP.
I'll see if I can find it.
I'm looking. I don't. Let me see.
Since there's a lull in the conversation, I'm going to speak now. If anybody doesn't want me to speak, go ahead.
Yeah, he's looking for something. I mean, go ahead and speak. He's just looking for either a graphic or a quote from the manual. So
All right,
go ahead.
thanks. Yeah, so Nathan Seberg, a leading string theorist at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, New Jersey, is not alone in his statement when he says, quote, "I am most certain that space and time are illusions. These are primitive notions that will be replaced by something more sophisticated," end quote. Now, let's look at the antonyms for sophisticated. It's really interesting right here, because this is basically what he's saying, right? He's saying that Einstein's space-time is clownish, boorish, awkward, inelegant, insecure, gawky, uncultured, uncivilized, obviously unsophisticated, rustic, clumsy, uncomfortable, uncouth. So this guy is saying this about space-time. Like, if you really, look at the opposite of what they say, sometimes it's really funny, right? Because I'm not looking at the exact opposite of what he's saying. I'm actually look at what he said. And he said, let me get the quote again. Oh no, where am I? There I am. Yeah, I am almost certain that space and time are illusions. These are primitive notions that will be replaced by something more sophisticated. So if I were to go to Wikipedia right now and get them to update what it says for flat Earth and get them to add this too, right? Because we don't want any primitive, archaic things being taught, you know. Right? Thanks.
So left lane, I've just dropped 2 pictures in the chat. Where's the 90 degree? At the GP of the celestial object or above the observer?
Which chat is it?
It's the chat alongside this stream. If you go up the top, um, where you come into this room where it says 24/7 flat Earth, you'll see a little box next to that.
What's your name?
And
I'll ping you
that's
there.
the chat.
What's your username? I'll ping you there so you can find it. Unless you know how to get to it.
And I suppose Globe Clown as well. I think that's your name. I can only see Globe and a picture of a clown.
Yeah, I'm here. Global Clown. Present. I saw your picture. As far as I'm aware, it has something to do with the idea that it dips a bit below. Something to do with that, right? But I don't know much about celestial navigation. Something like dips below the surface. I don't know, something like that. Whatever it is.
Well, the problem is that they're using plane triangles. That's a big problem for the globe. And then we end up with this. Hang on, give me 2 seconds and I'll put something up there for you.
Hi, Doobie. I'm just debunking flat earthers 24/7. As
Oh,
always.
it's Doobie, bro. Doobie, when are you gonna do an event with the server where you like invite like an astrophysicist, bro? I can totally see you doing that.
Yeah, please do. We can bring some over from our server that we've been slapping
Sure.
around for a while.
I mean, I think most people anywhere aren't going to have too much to talk to an astrophysicist about. Or, like, I feel like it'd be a very boring AMA. But I mean, we
Why
can.
not be like a debate? It wouldn't be an AMA.
Oh, you mean you want to debate an astrophysicist about flat Earth?
Yeah.
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I can set that up if you guys want that.
Yeah,
We
no,
can
dude,
drop some.
I'd love that, dude. But like, I feel like I feel like whatever conclusion that debate comes to, I feel like that I don't know. For me, that would put like that would like shut the book closed with the flat Earth saga of this server.
Well, there is flat earthers that are debating astrophysicists and physics professors and all this, and I can tell you that a lot of the times they're conceding, and you can go and see those debates for yourself. And there's also reviews of those debates calling out the fallacies from a neutral party. And from the last one, I think it was Professor Roberts and Whitsett. I think there was no fallacy on the
Bob Parks. Yeah.
on Rob Parks. Sorry, yep, Professor Rob Parks. There was no fallacies on the, or one fallacy on the flat earthers side, and there was something like 780 fallacies from the physics professor.
Obviously, like when I say astrophysicist, I mean astrophysicist equipped, or just has the knowledge of like
Guys,
like
I
knowing how to debate and knowing how to debate flat earthers.
I
Because
don't.
it would totally make sense for me for like if you were to pick like a random like just anyone from any professional field and you like have them debate someone, their debating skills are going to be shit.
Well, in some of these cases, they're not actually debates; they're just discussions, and the fallacies are called out in the discussions, but they are, some of them, actual constructive discussions.
So I've debated many astrophysicists, satellite engineers, cosmologists,
I
astronomers,
doubt that.
Physics PhD. Yeah, you can doubt whatever you want. It's happened. It's recorded.
Really?
So we have a 24/7 live stream for our Discord. Go back and watch the videos. Mick West, do you know who that is? Professional debunker. He's been on Joe Rogan, etc. Personally debated him myself.
Nick
Yeah,
West.
Mick West.
How am I? How do I supposed to know that?
I'm just saying. I'm just telling
Well,
you. You're
well,
gonna be
you can
sorely
you can tell
disappointed.
me all the people you ever debated, but I'd have to like look and see and sift through like all those like pounds of footage to actually decide whether or not you won or he won, right? Because
Not
everyone's gonna
really.
say that, oh yeah, I did, oh yeah, dude, like I debated this guy, and each side is gonna say that they won, right?
No, because it always comes down to one thing. What's the evidence for your claim? And they don't have anything. And it
Yeah.
doesn't matter what level of education they have. It doesn't matter whether they're in ninth grade, a sophomore in college, or a PhD. They all have the same thing, nothing.
Well, I bet that's the view you have.
Not my view, because I asked them, what's the evidence, right? So where is the evidence? Oh, some other guy has it. Everybody thinks that somebody other guy has the evidence somewhere.
Really, every single one of them, every like 100,000% of them do. Really? You
Yeah,
expect me to
really.
believe that?
I don't really care what you believe, but you're going to be disappointed. I hope somebody comes here,
Yeah, I
astrophysics.
bet I am. I'm
You
gonna
go
be
find.
really disappointed.
I want somebody to come in here so you can see that these people don't have anything.
Wow, I
They
bet
really
what
So
do you
don't.
think?
I'll give you
I'm
an
just giving
example
you.
here.
Look, I'm trying to tell you nicely, but
You can go and see these videos for yourselves, guys. You can go and have a look in our server. There's plenty of videos there. You can go and have a look on YouTube. There's plenty of videos there. Now, there's also debates with anti-flat earthers that are just an absolute shit show. However, if you have a look in the chat right now, here's a someone you can go and look up, George Ellis, and is in Scientific America. You can go and check this quote out for yourself. And he says, people need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observation. For instance, I can for you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observation. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. So that's one of your own physicists
My own?
who's,
I own them.
well, I mean, on the globe side, that supposedly on the globe side, that's actually saying this is not based on science, it's based on philosophical grounds. So there's many more of these quotes that I don't usually like using these, but you can go and read them in their context, read them in their full. The information's there where you can find it, and you can see what they're talking about. And Einstein's got many of these himself saying the exact same thing, that they can't prove these things. So yes, when he says that he has talked to and debated physics professors and astronomers and these types of people, 100%, these debates happen quite regularly, and he's right that they have nothing, and they end up conceding because they can't use science. They can't. It exposes them. It exposes the lies
Oh
and the
yeah, dude.
belief system.
I truly bet it does, bro. Yep,
so
I
let me
believe
give
you.
you an example. So there's a guy named Stuart Gray, I think his last name is. He came on the server. He's a NASA employee. He's part of the Stardust mission. So Stardust mission claimed to send up a rocket onto a satellite that slammed into a freaking comet and returned the debris back to Earth. This guy, according to him, helped design, make the satellite, the electronic systems, etc. He watched the satellite launch. So I asked him a simple question. How do you know where it is? How do you know its orientation? How do you know any of that? Well, they tell us. Who tells you? Oh, the NASA Deep Space Network. So you can't tell from your information that you get that you put on the satellite where this thing is, what it's doing, at all. No, we just have the data, like the performance data of the thing, like the systems. Right. That's all they know. They don't know where it is from their own data. Right. From their own data, they have no idea which way the goddamn thing is pointed, what speed
Wait,
it's
really?
going
They
at, and
don't know it
where
from
it is.
their own data, or he as an individual doesn't know it?
No, they don't know it. The people that designed the satellite don't know this. The satellite team, right? The team that made the satellite, their data is coming from an outside source that's not
The
on their team.
people, yeah, because they're the one who designed it.
Yeah, that's right. They have no knowledge of. They're being told
Well, okay,
where the satellite is.
what about the team of people that control it? Do you think you're gonna get the same answer?
They are the team of people that control it.
No,
There's a
you just said the
team of people that
team of people
maybe
that
designed it.
designed it.
Yeah, they are the ones that control it. They're part of the program. It's all one program.
Really?
But
They control
their
it?
data
No, dude,
of
they
where
wouldn't.
of the position does not come from them. They don't. How would they do that? Think about it. How would you know where a satellite is? How can you tell how fast it's going in space? You stick your finger out the window? Like, how do you know how fast it's going?
I don't know, by technology. You don't think there's technologies to track
By
the speed of a certain thing?
technology.
What do you mean by technology? How is that answer like wrong?
How do we tell how fast things go on the ground? We have like an
We have
odometer,
technology.
right?
Yep, that's called technology.
An odometer.
Yep.
Okay.
What is that? Technology. Yep, I was right. I don't know why you're like doing that little like
I
sarcastic
want you
laugh.
to name what the technology is that measures
I'm not
speed.
the one that controls that shit.
Like I
So
said, another person, you're going to point to somebody else must have it somewhere else. Somebody else has it. I know they do. They have to because I
yep,
believe in something.
yep. Who doesn't do that?
Well,
You do that to
me.
navigate life.
I'm going to ruin your life. Have
You
fun.
you have to rely on other people to navigate life. You have to rely on other people knowing things you don't.
That's
What
right,
is
but I don't have to. But I don't have to believe in
what is the problem
existential
with that?
claims about places that don't exist. Okay.
Oh, that's what do you mean? What? Places that don't exist? That's
Yes,
like you're
outer
kind of like
space.
presupposing.
Outer space.
I don't know. That claim kind of like presupposes stuff, but whatever.
What am I presupposing?
That space doesn't exist.
I'm not presupposing anything. It was invented.
Really?
Yeah, it was invented in 300 BC. Yeah, it was invented.
Space?
Yeah, you
Space was
think they knew
invented?
about outer space in 300 BC? Did they have rockets?
Um, I don't know, dude. They're probably dumb to even like look up in the sky and like understand what they're seeing, bro.
Well, they were writing science fiction and they said there was outer space back then.
So what?
So it was invented. It was
Was
invented
it
before there was
invented?
any evidence
Oh,
for it.
dude, what are you saying, bro?
I'm saying the idea of outer space vacuum. There's a
Victor,
bunch of
do
matter
you speak
spread
English,
out in
bro?
a void, right? So
He's being
that
very
idea
clear about
Can you shut
this.
up? I'm trying to listen to him.
that idea pre-exists the evidence for it. So they came up with, they imagined an idea in their head, and by some strange coincidence in 300 BC, they just guessed right, and there's an outer space vacuum with aliens in it. So
Aliens?
they wrote
Who
about it.
says they're aliens? What are you talking about?
Most people
Explain
that
the-
believe in outer space think there's aliens.
Okay.
Okay, they're writing.
So his point
What
is
is
that
what? You don't think it could be the case that like we would like make jokes about like people make
So
jokes.
somebody, can they explain to me how the Earth is flat?
Yeah,
Oh
can
my
you not
god!
interrupt
Please
this guy
stop.
though?
Like that, like people like making science fiction about outer space. It wouldn't mean outer space is like any less or more real. So I
well, to begin with,
don't know why
well,
you're talking about the origins of people believing or thinking about outer space because that wouldn't
point was-
change the fact
Well,
of
the
it
point was
existing.
to illustrate that the idea it first started as a concept in the minds of men with no evidence.
Yeah, that's every idea ever, dude. What do you think a
I don't
hypothesis
think
is?
so. I don't think so.
That is, yeah.
They didn't dream of the core of the earth, dude. In 300 BC. Right? They didn't dream of any of that shit.
People used to think that the fucking sun was God, right? And if you prayed to it, then then like you'd then it come up the next day. Does that change the fact
And
of
how
like
do
the
you know
sun
they're wrong?
existing?
How do you know they're wrong?
Because there's, I mean, how do I know they're wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no evidence to say that like the sun is a god, and if you pray to it, you're gonna. I mean, I don't pray to the sun every day, bro, and
Really?
it still
There
rises
was
up.
no. Okay, so there was also no evidence of space. The point you're missing the point. The point is
No, you're
space
missing
was
my point.
space was invented. It wasn't discovered. There's no statue to the discoverer of outer space.
Will that change? What would the fact that space was thought as like a it was used as like a mythical like presentation? Does that would that change the fact of space existing or not existing?
No, it will not. But it says something
No.
about the
Oh,
idea.
okay.
It says
Well,
some.
it doesn't say much because
It
all
no.
ideas emerge in that certain way, right?
The
And
idea started as fiction. It's still fiction.
well, I mean, I bet you're gonna say it's fiction now, but
It is fiction now. That's why
an
it's the
idea
movie.
starting as fiction when it doesn't change anything, bro. I'm
Elves were
sorry.
fiction then, and they're fiction now. Fairies were fiction then, and they're fiction now.
Yeah, and the sun
Nymphs were
being a
fiction
god
then.
is fucking fiction. The sun being God is fiction, and if you pray to
Yeah, the
it,
sun being a fucking fusion ball 93 million miles away is also fiction.
really,
Yeah, really.
I mean, regardless of whether you believe regardless of whether you believe it's a fusion ball, there's still like a light shining in the sky, right? And
Yeah, there's a light shining in the sky.
people thought that if you prayed to it, it'd come up the next day.
And now you understand how you got the heliocentric model when the Catholic Church proposed the heliocentric model, placing the sun at the center of the universe instead of the earth. So you
Well,
have
I
a
mean, and
inherent
that
religious worship of the sun belief in the heliocentric model.
well, good thing I don't believe in the heliocentric model.
So you're not a globe earther?
I thought the globe Earth was geocentric, or am I mistaken? I thought geocentric was like the sun is the center of our solar system.
No, geocentric would be the Earth doesn't move and is stationary at the center of everything. Doesn't mean it's a globe or a flat Earth. It just
Oh, and
means.
I think I am mistaken.
And heliocentric is the sun of the center of the universe and everything revolving around the sun, which
Wait,
comes out of
is that what we
the
believe now?
Catholic Church.
The sun being the center of the universe. Do we believe in that now?
Yes.
That the sun is the center of the universe.
Yeah. Well,
That
the sun is at the center of all of our known universe,
solar system.
revolving around the sun. The sun is the center.
no,
Yes.
yeah, no, the sun is the center of the solar system. I think that
Well,
I'm pretty
solar
sure.
system. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the universe.
Well, we don't know about the universe. We haven't
Yeah,
got
no,
that
but
far yet.
I'm saying
Yeah.
like
Okay. Yeah, I fucked up my words, dude. It's all good.
Yeah, so check this out. Yeah, he's a little stoned. It's okay, man. It's all good. So check
I've
this
just
out.
smoked my fourth joint.
yeah. Wait,
God
dude,
damn it,
what?
man.
Where are
Slow
you
down.
from? Are you from Australia or?
Yeah, man. I'm in Australia.
Oh, okay, because I heard like people from I thought you're British for whatever reason. I thought people from
No,
Britain you'll go to jail if you get weed, bro.
no, man. I got medical here, bro. I'm good. I got a script.
So check this out. Have you heard of the cosmic microwave background radiation?
I
It's supposed to be. Have you ever heard of that? What it is?
yeah, I heard of that. I heard of that like string of words, but I don't know what it is.
So it's supposed to be the echo from the Big Bang, low intensity microwave radiation. So when they've looked out at this, they've had to call it, and it's a really weird choice of words. They call it the axis of evil, the cosmological axis of evil, because when they make this observation of this microwave radiation, it appears the same in every direction, which means that we're in the center of the universe, the Earth.
Really?
They don't like that because it destroys the Copernican principle, because the Copernican principle was Earth is not the center of the universe. That's why they call it the axis of evil.
Wait, how does something looking the same in every direction mean we're in the center universe? I don't get it.
Because of what do you call it? So the background radiation is measured, right? And if we're not in the center, it will appear more in one direction than the other direction. But it appears absolutely uniform in every direction, which means that could only mean that we were at the center of the Big Bang.
What that mean? We're in the. I thought the universe was like infinite.
No, according to them, it's 91 billion light years across.
It's ever expanding apparently, so it's still actually expanding.
I thought I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. You should have this conversation with like an accredited individual. Because
Yeah,
I don't know jack shit.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
do.
yeah, I mean, like, all I could say is they'll know like about something very, very specific. So we got a guy in our Discord. He's an astrophysicist. He has I think he said he has a master's, and he's in graduate school going for his PhD in astrophysics. What he does is he tries to find what do you call it, exoplanets, and we've talked to him a lot, and he doesn't know much of anything beyond his specialization. Right? So if you ask him about the Earth, you ask him about the globe, he don't know jack shit. You start talking about exoplanets and how they discover those, he'll know everything. So if we have a discussion about the shape of the Earth, he doesn't know anything.
I'd probably when I say like astrophysicist, I just mean whoever would be the most qualified to speak on the matter. So like maybe
Well, the current
like someone that study. I think someone that studies physics would be probably better.
Well, the current mouthpiece at the moment for the globe is Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he won't debate anybody.
You think he's the mouthpiece for the? I thought he was like the lowest of the low. Like I thought people like in his field like looked down on him, bro.
They do, but the general public don't.
Well, yeah, then he's not the mouthpiece. The mouthpiece would be like.
Well,
I don't
he
know,
is a
fucking
mouthpiece
Steven-
because he's the one that's constantly on TV sprouting his
Oh
nonsense.
no, I
to
get
everybody.
what you're saying. Yeah, he's the.
Yeah, he's like the Pied Piper that's leading all the children down the road.
Yeah, no, I know, I get what you're saying when you say mouthpiece. Now, but he's not a good mouthpiece.
So let me give you a little piece because I find this funny, especially when talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Now, all the craters, all the things on the moon, right? Those little things, we call them craters, right? And they're all perfect circles. The craters on the moon.
Yep.
See? So, thing is, why didn't any of the meteorites or asteroids hit at an angle? Why are they all perfect circles? Any idea why?
I have no clue.
If a meteor
Tyson
shower came
said-
in directly on the moon, there's going to be some that hit directly, some that deflect off on an angle and cause a skid-like pattern, not just a perfectly circular hole hitting at 90 degrees.
Well, I only bring it up because I want to give you Neil deGrasse Tyson's mainstream science view. Is that the meteorites all came in at, and this is a direct quote, a magic speed. And they came at a perfect speed that no matter how they impact, it will always leave a round crater. Now, an astrophysicist calling his scientific claim magic.
Yeah, dude, he's dumb.
And then you've got fake Professor Dave, who failed everything and now claims to be a professor who talks absolute garbage.
Who's that?
Just another fake professor that's who talks about this subject a little bit, but he won't debate anyone really either. But there are genuine people, like Indio said, on our server. There's genuine discussions and debates that Whitsett has had with others. You know, you can go and see these, and there's probably links in our servers in our 24/7 server to a lot of these. If someone drops a link in here, on the left-hand side where the rooms are, if you scroll down to the bottom, there's a lot of information on long distance observations. There's information on, the sun, moon, and sky. There's any question you would maybe want answered, you could probably find in those
I'm not going to
sections.
go there. I'm not going to go there for the simple reason that someone in a different an accredited person comes to the exact same conclusion. I don't, or I mean, not the exact opposite conclusion.
Well, if you're asking for
I'm not.
debates, if you're
Oh,
asking for examples of debates and things like that, then
oh.
you'll find them there. And if you're asking for examples of, actual evidence of what we're speaking about here, you will find that information there in legitimate documents and citations. So if you have any interest, you can find information there and you can go and test it any way you like.
Here, what I'm trying to tell you is you're I don't think you're understanding. See, you think that they have some knowledge. They have the same knowledge you have.
No, they
See,
don't.
they were young, right? And they grew up believing Earth's a globe. That's what they're told. They never researched it. They've never done any tests. They've never looked at any data. They've never done anything. They've gone all the way through school and just accepted the claim the Earth's a globe. It was true 2,000 years ago by the Greeks. They stuck two sticks in the ground and measured a shadow, and boom, Earth's a globe. They just accept it. They're like everybody else. They don't have any other specialized knowledge than you. They've
They
never
do have
looked
specialized
into.
knowledge because
Yeah, most
they. I
people that
mean,
are
the
flat
first.
earthers have tried to debunk flat Earth, and in the process of that, you have to investigate the globe. But when you're investigating the globe, and then you find out, well, there's all these claims and all this evidence is shit, then you're like, holy fuck.
Nah, dude, they definitely have more knowledge than me, and they know how to like
No,
interpret.
I know it's hard to believe, man. They really don't. I know it, but
So
don't.
I got a question
Yeah,
for
dude,
you.
I
Like,
think it's nearly impossible for me to believe that they have the same amount of knowledge
We
as
actually have
me.
a saying. It's globe earthers that make flat earthers, not flat earthers. And
so I got a
it's
question
literally
for
true.
you, Victor.
What's
Like
up?
Indio just said, okay, so you grow up, you get this little spinning globe in your crib, you go to kindy or wherever you are, first part of before school, then you go to school. You're getting taught these things with really no evidence. You're not testing really anything yourself. You're being told what to memorize. You believe them because someone smarter than you worked it out. And then you move on to university here or over there might be college where you are, and you're in the system, in this belief system. So when we discuss these things with, say, someone that you may think has the ability to discuss them, they've just remembered the rhetoric for the position that they hold on, like this astrophysicist discovering exoplanets and seeing a shadow that they assume must be a planet because of such and such reason. They haven't gone out and questioned these things themselves outside of what they have been taught and trusted. Yeah, I think that's what Indio's point is, that we believe these people to be smart, but at the end of the day, because they can regurgitate the system that they've been taught to believe in, doesn't make them smart. I think someone smart who can think outside the box and question these things.
Well, they may
Wouldn't you
be
agree?
smart, but if they've never researched it because they already believed it, doesn't matter how smart they are. It really doesn't because they
They're
don't have the
smart in the
information.
rhetoric that they believed.
Yeah. No, the Earth's 93
Nah,
million miles away.
they're probably. I think their problem is that they're not well equipped with the arguments you guys like to make. They're also not like equipped with like debate skills either.
So they're not smart
Um,
then.
well, no, it doesn't mean they're not smart. You can be exceptionally intelligent and just be a shit debater.
But I can
Well, what
say
does that
here
mean
that
to be
I've been
smart?
speaking now to the Victor. You just came in. Who was I speaking to earlier here? It was Glober Clown.
Oh,
Yeah, I've been speaking here for the last hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
yeah.
And I think that I've had a quite calm and reasonable discussion with everybody so far. I haven't held anyone to the rules of debate. I haven't called out anyone's fallacious reasoning or arguments. I think we've just had a discussion. I wasn't here for a gotcha moment. So these discussions can and do happen. It's not about whether they're able to debate a flat earther when we've got flat earthers that are actually there having discussions like this and they're asking for evidence of the claims. They generally don't have that evidence and concede that no, it's a belief that we've come up with, not an actual fact that we can prove or test. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even believe that. Like I don't think.
Well, we can post those for you. You can I can
Really?
give you links to those discussions. No problems at
Well, I
all, whether
mean,
you believe
I
it or
don't
not.
even know. I don't even know why I say it. Like I wouldn't believe that. Like I think like they like who like how well equipped. Like I'm saying, they're not well equipped. Like you like they don't understand like the type
So
of
if you've got
argument
a flat
or the
earther,
type of like reasoning that a flat earther does, right? And what I think once someone's exposed to that, I mean we saw it with that globe clown guy. He said that he's not even he doesn't even study physics. He's just really familiar with like your guys' arguments, right? And once he understands, like once he tries to like do his best to understand the argument, he thinks he has a reasonable shot at tackling it. And I'm saying that a lot of these like professors and like physics majors or whatever, whoever the fuck you're talking to, the credited people you're talking to, they don't have that, and they also don't have that in mind when they prepare or
that's
when
not
they know
what's
they're having
occurring.
these conversations with you
You're
guys.
making assumptions on what you believe's occurring in these conversations, and there's conversations where what you're saying is just simply not the fact. They're having a conversation, someone makes a claim about something, there's a discussion about it, and then it's conceded that okay, yep, this
No.
really isn't a known fact. This is, something that we believe because of this and this, and you can go and see this for yourself. There's no problems in getting these.
Well, I mean, I'd have to obviously like not now you're shifting it to me to like make sure you're correct when you say it.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I can provide a link if you're interested in having a look, because you're making an assumption that these flat
I think my
earthers are there
assumption is
trying to get
fairly
them in
reasonable.
these. You're making the
It's
assumption
not.
that these
It's
flat
not based
earthers
on
are
anything.
trying to get people in gotcha moments and
No,
using
no,
some
not
sort
like
of,
that. No,
well, some sort of
gotcha
trickery and
moments.
rhetoric in their discussion. And I'm saying that you can go and check that out for yourself and make your own
No,
decision on that.
I'm not
But
saying they're. I'm not saying flat earthers are being fallacious when they talk to these people. I'm just saying a flat earther is going to be more familiar with the flat Earth argument than like a physics person. So like
but these
when
guys
you
aren't even
bring it up,
discussing flat Earth. They're
when
discussing the
you
topic of that person's speciality. So it's not like he's sitting there saying, "Well, the Earth's flat because of dirt." We're going, okay, so physics. I'm not going to go into this, but okay, physics says this. Okay, can you show me how you've come to that conclusion? And okay, let's go through that situation or that whatever it may be. It's not. You just need to go and watch it for yourself and make your own
Can I give a
yeah,
decision.
I have a
I'd have to
specific
watch it for
example.
myself. But I feel like I mean you
Yeah,
are
go
correct.
Indio.
You're correct when you say that I'm making an assumption, but I feel like my assumption is fairly reasonable.
I have a specific example. Now, let's say we run into a physicist. He has a PhD. Comes in here. Well, I think the Earth's a globe because of gravity. Okay, why do you think the Earth's because a globe because of gravity? Oh, because everything pulls the mass towards the center, and that's going to form a sphere. And then I say, okay, has it ever been observed? Is that been observed experimentally or in nature, or is it a prediction of the physics model? And they'll go, yes, yes, and yes. And I go, okay, where is that evidence? And I get nothing, 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 because it's a concept in somebody's head. It
That's
doesn't
actually a
exist.
very good prediction.
Yeah.
Have
So
you
when
ever
has it ever been observed?
the law of motion, the law of universal
Yeah,
gravitation? No,
your words aren't an observation. When has it been observed, and with what instrument was it observed with?
hold on, let me have a look for you, my friend.
See, it's real simple. If you ask for evidence, this is the shit you get.
Oh, really? Is that how you feel?
It's not a
No, bro,
feeling.
that's
It's
clearly what he
evidence.
knows, bro. Because you have to like scramble there to find evidence for it. But I mean,
Well,
I feel
his claim.
I feel like him scrambling for evidence is not like I feel like if I saw a physicist scramble for evidence, I wouldn't necessarily say that he's wrong. He's just like, it proves my point that he's not prepared to
The
like have
point-
this discussion. I feel like if the I think the physicist, like if he knew the arguments you were gonna make, then he'd have the evidence already prepared for him, right?
Point is there is none.
Oh yeah, dude. I bet there isn't. One second, I have to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
You don't have it. Nobody
Well,
else
that's
we asked
like,
for
I
has.
mean,
Yeah.
someone else always have it. Somebody somewhere, somebody has it. I just know it. They have to because I believe in space.
Yeah. It's about all they can say.
Maybe your expectations and demands are a bit too high.
Asking
what I'm
evidence
saying,
for
bro.
claims. I'm sorry. I'm such a freaking. I'm a goddamn Hitler.
Well, the claims are outrageous, so that's probably true. Expecting evidence for them is probably too much.
A Cavendish experiment. Have a look at this one.
So
Well, normally when it
Cavendish
gets past the
experiment forms
demand
balls.
of wanting an experiment, it gets to someone bringing you an experiment, doesn't it? Just that experiment doesn't fit the scientific model.
No, it has nothing to do with the claim. Claim that gravity forms planets into balls, so a bunch of particles form into a ball. That's a claim that's never been observed in nature. It's never been observed experimentally, and it's not even a prediction of Newtonian physics. Do you know how I know this? It's because the Astrophysical Journal has run simulations using discrete element analysis, and they
India,
don't
have you heard
interfere
of the
out of what
Cavendish
you're doing.
experiment?
Pardon me?
Have you
What
heard of
about
the
it?
Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, what about it?
What did that do?
What do you mean, what it do? It proved
What
that
did they?
gravity forms things into balls? Yeah,
Is that what it
walk
proved?
that through me logically.
Would you consider
So,
gravity
the
pseudoscience?
Oh,
experiment measured
okay,
the force of gravity now?
let's go back to the Cavendish. What's observed in the Cavendish experiment exactly?
The force of gravity between masses.
Yeah, what's exactly observed? Describe what the Cavendish apparatus does. Describe it to me.
It's a torsion balance made of wooden rods
Okay.
suspended from a wire.
Uh-huh.
Do
Yeah,
you want
keep
me to
going.
read it?
No,
It's a
I
very
don't want
long
you to read it.
experiment.
I want you to tell me what it does when you set it up. What happens?
It has two large balls that can be positioned from side to side on a torsion balance rod,
Hmm?
which allows the arm to rotate, twisting the wire. Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah,
I
I know
mean,
what the answer is. Yeah,
so
you're
you
learning
know what the
about it.
answer is, but you're asking me.
Yeah, because I need you to learn about it. I need you to learn your own
All
argument.
right, teach me, master.
No,
Tell me,
you
what
just keep
what did the
reading so you
Cavendish
can learn your own
experiment
argument.
determine?
Yeah, he's teaching you right now, bro.
So did this not show gravity and
No,
masses?
it does not.
So
Does
what did
not.
it do?
It doesn't work consistently. It's not a consistent.
You've got an observation. Where's the rest of the scientific method?
How do you extrapolate that to planets form balls? Walk me through that logically. I set up this apparatus. I watch this. What actually happens is they
Well, it's
start
obviously
rotating toward each other,
pseudoscience, and the
and
world
then
is
they.
flat.
So what happens is they rotate towards each other, then they start oscillating. Okay, so that it just sits there and oscillates back and forth forever. Okay, so that's what's observed in reality. Eventually, they do come to a stop, but that's at the point, and they don't stop touching each other. They stop at equilibrium between torsion, and with depending on how much tension's on the string. Anyway, that's what's actually observed. How do you extrapolate that observation to planets forming into balls?
Well, I mean, the point of
Logically,
this
walk me
experiment
through
is to
it. So I want
measure.
to understand. Convince me that somehow that has something to do with planets warming into balls.
Well, it doesn't. But my point is that
No,
the
it
Henry
Such a
doesn't.
Cavendish,
word, isn't it?
the
Convince
Henry,
you.
the Cavendish experiment actually measures some sort of gravitational mass, and that's what you were
Apparently,
asking
it was
for, a
used to measure the
experiment.
density of the Earth. That's apparently what Cavendish used it for, because that's what he
Well,
titled his paper for. With
he didn't actually
measuring the
use it in his
density of the
paper.
Earth.
The Cavendish experiment was actually used in his paper. It's just an experiment he used to measure the force of gravity between the masses. I mean, it works.
It does now. So when I post 4 videos of it not working, you're
Go
gonna
on,
say,
post
what are
your
you gonna
4
say?
videos
It's
of it
error?
not working.
Pardon me?
Post your 4 videos of the Cavendish experiment not
Okay, hold
working.
on. Hold on. I actually posted them earlier today.
Surely
Well,
did not.
there's
I know
some
for it.
issues.
So I'm going to walk through the videos, right? So I'm going to just describe them all. So
Sure.
one is a homemade version by a physics teacher. The other was done by a physics professor with a scientific grade version that they couldn't get to work. The third is one where they it kind of works, but when they change the orientation of the masses, they get a different result. And the fourth one is it works when it shouldn't because the masses are too light. They're Christmas bulbs and it shouldn't work at all. So I'm gonna post all 4 of these videos, and you can tell
So you're
me
gonna post
if
me
I'm
4 different videos from 4 different retards that try to replicate the
4 different.
experiment and failed?
One is a physics professor. What are you talking about? He teaches at the University of Cambridge.
So you're comparing Cavendish to some random physics? Is that what you say?
Not a random physics professor. He's the head of the physics department at the University of Cambridge using a scientific grade Cavendish apparatus.
Was it a fully funded experiment?
What
Or
does
did
that
he
mean?
just do it in his backyard?
He did it for his physics class. It's supposed to work all the time, right?
Let me have a
There's
look.
gravity all the time. It's not selective gravity, is it?
Alright, where's the video?
Yeah. The fucking cope is amazing.
What
How
code?
do you control for seismic activity with this Cavendish
Yeah,
experiment?
that's a good
How do
question
you?
too.
Well, there's many other factors as well that aren't eliminated completely.
I still want to note that I have not been provided with the observation of planets forming spheres or experiment showing that would happen or a physics model predicting that would
What are
happen.
you talking about? How do you think we can provide you with billions of years of a planetary body forming into an ellipsoid? Are you insane?
How is that
Bro,
my
Just,
problem?
just take your pills.
it's simple. Just give it to him, bro. It's simple.
How is that
Millions
my
of
problem, though?
years.
It's a straightforward demand.
Just give it to him, bro. It's simple.
Yeah, how is that my
Why are they all
problem?
separated?
So let me guess. You can't provide evidence for your claims. Thank you.
Where's the video? I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, it's going. You'll get it when you get it. I'm gonna take my time now.
So it's not gonna come because you don't have it. Is that what you're
Yeah,
claiming?
yeah. No, it's gonna come when I feel like it.
So the Cavendish experiment,
What?
does it work or does it not work?
It does not work consistently.
Consistently. So has it worked in the
No,
past?
there's no. When they do the Cavendish experiment, the
It's like
results aren't
dowsing rods.
always consistent. There's variances in the results.
Could it be human error?
It's like dowsing rods. Oh,
Could
human
it?
error. Okay, so
Could it
when
be?
there's human error in a scientific experiment, how do we compensate for that?
By having a big ball sack. Can you show me the video or not?
Yeah, you're getting banned now
For what? For not showing me the video.
because I don't care about your ball sack because you're gonna choke on them in about 3 seconds.
And why are these balls in space all separated? I mean, shouldn't it pull them all together, or is that?
How do we know that they're balls in space?
I know they're just flat discs, bro. Like Saturn's rings are like that flat.
No, we didn't say that they were flat discs. That's not what I said at all. I just said,
I
how do
know,
we know that they're balls in space?
because we can see them, dude. Like what is that thing I see in the telescope?
Well, you see a gaseous
How do you know
light.
telescopes
No,
are
no,
real?
I see a sphere, bro.
You
In
see a
every
sphere, a
in
solid
every
planet.
angle that I see that sphere, it continues to look like a circle.
Someone
gas
you
ball
got,
in a vacuum. Huh?
Right.
has someone got
So
the example of
let me
the?
just say that it's impossible to see a sphere through a monocular telescope.
Really?
Physically impossible. Yeah, because
Oh well, yeah. No, I'm
you
saying
need
I'm seeing this
two
circle.
viewpoints to have stereoscopic vision and see 3D
Yeah,
objects.
no, I get what you're saying. No, that's why I said in every angle that I look at it from, it's still a
Doesn't
circle.
matter. There's no parallax.
What does that mean?
That means there's no separation between any possible place you could be on Earth that's far enough apart where you would have a parallax, the parallax shift. So if you take your thumb, right, extend your thumb and extend your right arm, then alternate opening one eye and then the other, you'll see your thumb shift. That shift is called parallax. That's how we tell.
Oh,
That's how we tell how far something is away, and whether it's a 3D object or a 2D image or something like that. The thing is, they claim that Jupiter, Saturn, and all the planets and every celestial body, including the moon, are too far away to measure this parallax, and that it's so small that it's immeasurable. So you can't
really?
see
Wait,
any
who
of these
claims
things
that?
as 3D objects. They don't look like 3D objects. With the moon kind of being an exception because it has the.
No one's claimed that. He's making shit up.
Well, Gemsy's given you an
Oh,
example in the
so
chat
show me.
if you want to
So
have a look as well.
shut up. don't make shit up. That's what Globers do.
Wasn't that thing that he just posted already responded to in one of like that?
Dude, you just said you can't see spheres through a telescope. You are making shit up.
Yeah,
No,
No, you can't. You can't. You can't.
that thing that
see
was
spheres.
posted in
Through a
tech show wasn't
monocular
that just?
telescope, you can see 3D information.
I
You
don't know,
can't see
Glober Clown.
spheres.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't see spheres through a telescope. If you were to see a sphere through a telescope, it'd look like a circle.
You can indeed deduce that what you're seeing is not a 2D image by looking at the rotation of the planet. We can observe
Oh yeah,
this
I
with
was
the
gonna
gas
say that.
giants. Jupiter, for example, we can use the big red spot to determine if the planet is rotating or not, right?
Oh, really? Hold on, I'm
Yes.
gonna show you something. Tell me if this is rotating. You have pareidolia, man.
And Indio has dropped the Cavendish experiment for you as well, whoever was asking.
They probably left. Bunch of them jumped in to play games. So I just posted an image. Is this rotating? This image. This little image of a Pokeball. Is this rotating?
No,
Kind of
because
looks like
it's
it.
a static picture.
Looks like it. Exactly.
I'm gonna need a
It looks
telescope.
like it. You're gonna need a telescope. So
This
there's
is a
no
static
listen.
Look, it's a GIF
This
of a
was made
Pokeball.
with what's called 2D sprites. It was ways to make computer graphics back in the day. There's no 3D information in this. There's only X and Y changes of color. That's it. It's not rotating. It's not doing anything like rotating, but it looks like it's rotating. So your pareidolia of rotations and spheres means nothing.
Wait,
There's
so
no
are you
objective
saying
physical.
are
No objective evidence that
when
the
you
quote unquote planets are spheres. But it doesn't matter even if they were spheres, because there's nothing similar that you see there that you see on Earth, which would lead you to the conclusion that the Earth and
your
those
voice cut
be the
out, bro.
same thing. What?
Your voice cut out.
What I said
No, it
was
didn't cut out. It
Yeah,
didn't
you were
cut out. He's
calling
making
Mike.
shit up.
Yeah,
What did it, or maybe my internet cut out?
what
you,
okay,
man.
then I'll finish. There's no objective physical evidence that the planets are spheres. There's subjective inference from looking at them, right? But just looking is not enough. But even if they are spheres, that doesn't say anything about the Earth. Doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere. Because you have to demonstrate that the Earth is like those, logically. And why would you think the Earth is like those? They don't look like those. They don't act like those. So why would you think it's the same? Would you go to the
Yeah,
forest and like, look, I only see trees. I must be a tree too.
yeah. Why wouldn't you say, "Oh, the Earth is a cloud," because they're in the sky too?
I see clouds. There's for the Earth must be a cloud too.
That's the logic.
It's a standing fallacy.
Because they're in the sky, or is it? I thought Earth was in space, not in the sky.
Well, everything is in
That,
space, but not everything is in the
wait,
sky.
I didn't know that clouds were in space.
Well, space is just distance, right?
I think there's like a certain cutoff where it's like you're in like the Earth's atmosphere and like you're in space.
Hey
There
Victor,
is.
space is real between you and I, and I'm so glad it's real. The
Yeah,
space between us.
that's called the sky.
There is a cutoff. The technical term is going to be somewhere up high in one of the spheres, right? You got the ionosphere and so forth.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not the sky,
it'd be, yeah, dude, and like I don't know. I don't think that logic is like if the Earth is in the sky, therefore it's a cloud. No,
Yeah, they call it
I
the
don't think that
common
logic.
line, but
Because
they call it
the
the
Earth is
common
in
line, but
space, bro. I think that's the
no one
claim.
can tell us where it is.
Yeah, so
No
there's
one
a
knows where
political
it is.
designation that Timbo just talked about, the Kármán
For
line.
NASA and the US military, space starts at an altitude of 50 miles, according to NOAA. However, for the international community, including Federation Aeronautique International, space starts at a little higher at 62 miles at the Kármán line, which is 100 kilometers.
Then there's the scientific definition, which the altitude of which your aerodynamic control surfaces stop working because the air is too thin. That's from the International Terrestrial Reference System. So there's a bunch of definitions for where outer space starts. Just pick one. Don't matter. It's like asking where Narnia starts. At the wardrobe, dude. Like, where's the wardrobe? I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You go up so high, it wants to take you back to the ground, and then all of a sudden you hit a point and you start floating. Where the fuck is that point?
So you can also look at 690 kilometers, which is where the thermosphere ends.
I've heard they even landed a robot on Mars. Is that true?
Apparently, it's not, bro. Or maybe it is true, but Mars is just flat.
Well, it's on TV,
Oh yeah,
so
space
it's got
has
to
to
be
be
true, right?
fake. That's right.
This guy's got a chip on his shoulder.
What does it mean when people say that, like a chip on their shoulder? Like I don't get what that. What is that, like an idiom or whatever?
No, that means you're jaded about something.
What does it mean to be jaded about? Bro, like why do people like just introduce like
To
more
be
words I don't know?
angry and resentful.
Bro, it's about people that like to eat too much.
Oh, like so, like
Like you don't want to call somebody fat
oh,
or
like
obese.
someone that
You
has a
say,
lot of animosity, bro. Yeah.
yeah, you say they have a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, it just means they're angry about something.
But they gave you the chip, man. It's just sitting there.
take, and you're the one that they're taking it out on now. So
Yeah, so it's like someone has a bunch of animosity.
yeah, exactly.
Make sure
And
you
it's
come correct, fucker.
always seems to be directed at flat earthers too for some reason.
Well, everything is
said that the
everywhere.
universe
So when you
is
come
flat.
here, right, and you open your mouth, you make sure you come correct.
Damn, dude, what is that music in the background?
Trying to work out what was that all about. Or who it was directed to. I'm not sure. Well, hello everyone.
Hello, Mr. Slice.
Hello, we were just discussing how stupid space was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stupid.
You got any information on that, dude? Or
It's stupid. And you shouldn't
Okay.
believe it.
It was a made up concept that's never been proven.
I think this.
It breaks the second law of thermodynamics.
I think he means
Wait. So like, is that video of that guy like that Red Bull athlete, like when he like skydives from like basically space? Like, is that fake?
That's a lie.
Really?
No, so he was at 140,000 feet.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, he wasn't. I don't think he was actually was at space.
Fisheye lens.
Fisheye lens.
Well, it was. You can't
When he
deny that.
originally opens the door, you see a dead flat horizon. Then when they flick the camera, it changes to a globe. And then there's also issues with the capsule where the entire side writing on the capsule changes locations.
Yeah, even an astrophysicist said you wouldn't see Earth curve from that high.
Yeah, exactly. They said you wouldn't even see it They said you wouldn't even see it from the ISS too. So,
Whoops.
Really?
yeah.
Every single astrophysicist, is there like a consensus on this, or just one said it?
Well, you got to think about
Who
it, right?
said
How
who
much?
said every single astrophysicist?
Well, no, I'm just trying to map out, like, did one say it? How many said it? Is
Well,
there a
let me
consensus
ask you a
on this?
question. How much of the Earth do you think the ISS sees at any given moment?
I
What
think it's about
percentage of it?
1%.
1%.
You know that?
Okay, so if you only saw 1% of a ball, would you be able to tell it's a ball? You got to ask yourself that question.
Probably not, bro.
So one of them was Neil deGrasse Tyson. The other one is Paul Larson, who's the planetarium director. He said it was closer to about 1,000 miles, 1/3 of the Earth's radius. So he said
Really,
maybe
Neil
you
deGrasse
might.
Tyson said it? I thought. Didn't we just have like a discussion about how Neil deGrasse Tyson is bullshit and he's bogus as fuck?
I don't know, man. He's got a lot of accolades, so I got no idea he's not on our side. So you can
Yeah,
use him as.
but he's the worst of my side, right? So I
Okay,
wouldn't
so
rely on him.
what's he said? What's he said that you disagree with?
It's not what I said. It's about what other academics in the field have said about him.
Okay, what have they said about him? What's he wrong
That he's
about?
bogus.
Yeah, but what's he said that has been wrong?
I don't know, dude. I don't know what he specifically said, but I know that other academics have said that he's bogus.
Who said he was bogus?
I'd have to like look that up, bro. Like I can't give you a list of like all the names ever.
Maybe
So there's
they're
a
just
lot.
jealous because he's the one who goes on all these college tours and books and TV shows. Maybe they're just jealous.
No, I'm not jealous. I'd be jealous.
Not you. These
I'm not
guys
talking
who
about
say that
you. Are
he's
you an
bullshit.
Professional
academic?
jealousy, man. Professional jealousy.
Yeah.
But really, all those academics are jealous because he like goes on tours and goes on Joe Rogan. Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Is that like really what academics say? Damn it, dude. DeGrasse.
Well, imagine.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He went on fucking Joe Rogan. I didn't do that shit. You really think
Think
that's how they
about it.
feel?
Think about
Imagine
how
you
much money
spent
he's
your
getting.
whole life's work doing something, and then some guy just comes in who you think is bogus, and all of a sudden gets rich and famous from all of your collated work from everyone
I
else
don't.
in your. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think most academics, dude, like they value
Well,
being
it
rich
doesn't
and
matter what
famous,
you
bro.
think. How many academics do you know and have spoken to about the issue?
The issue of what? Neil deGrasse
How
Tyson being
many?
a fraud?
Well, you're saying I don't think, but like, how many academics have you spoken to know whether they're jealous or not?
How many? What? I can ask the same
Well,
question to you. What makes you believe they're jealous?
I didn't say that.
Well, you're the one who said
You said, oh, so you're asking me prove that he's not jealous? Is that what you're asking me?
well, no, he's just saying you
No,
don't know
you
the
said.
motivation behind what they've said, and you haven't tested whether what they've said to be true. You're just believing it based off what they've stated without knowing the facts of both sides, I suppose, would be an easy way of giving an
Exactly. Yeah.
example. And what Tim's trying to give an example of is if this guy's come in, he's done a basic level as an astrophysicist, and he's jumped on TV, he's made himself famous, he's used all their work to do so. That could be a motive for them to be a little bit pissed off with him, to say, hey, we discredit this guy because he's come in and used their work and taken and made the money.
Do you have
It's just an
proof for
example.
that?
No, it was just an
great.
example
That
of
was a
something that
great
may
example,
occur.
bro. That was a great example of something that was not based in reality.
What do you mean it's not based in reality?
I mean, something you couldn't prove is based in reality. Let me rephrase what I just said.
Well,
No, but you can
But
also
no,
prove that
but
what those
you
physics
brought up
was.
you brought up the point that all the academics think he's bogus.
Oh,
I asked you.
I didn't say all.
Okay, you didn't say all, but you said academics think he's bogus. I said who? You said I don't know. I said what's he said that they say is bogus, and you say
I mean, I
don't
can
know.
look it up
So
right
someone
now.
brought up.
I mean,
someone
it's
brought up
fine.
a
It's fine. We can
suggestion
look it
that-
up right now, dude.
So someone brought up a suggestion that maybe they could be professionally jealous. So we went through why they could be professionally jealous, and now you're saying, have you got any proof for that? Whereas you're the one that brought up the subject and didn't even state who called him bogus or
you could have
why
just
they
asked for the
called him
proof.
bogus.
Could have just asked for it, bro.
Okay, go ahead. Have you got it?
I'd probably have to find it first.
Go for it, man. I'd like to see it. Even though it doesn't really matter about the subject, but
But regardless, he is the one on TV being the mouthpiece, and we don't have other people really coming out and correcting him in public to the public.
Yeah, like when he says
Yeah,
Earth
well, yeah,
spins under
because I don't know.
footballs.
I feel like a lot of academics wouldn't feel like I don't think a lot of academics even have like the impetus to like go out in public and like call him out and like be like all wrapped up in that drama.
you got any evidence for that?
Oh, really? You're gonna ask for evidence for
Well,
every single thing that I say?
That's what you just did before, man. So
Well, what do you mean? That's what I did before.
that's exactly
You're
what you
just
just
not.
did
You're
before.
just not. The guy just said that they're jealous. Like you don't think there's
He
a
said they may be jealous, professional jealousy. Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, there might be a solution. That might be what it is.
No, I don't think he said maybe, dude. He said,
I
"What if
definitely
they're jealous, bro?"
said maybe.
Oh, nah, dude. I don't think you did.
Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Anyway.
So,
Up in my business.
Oh wait,
well,
my bad.
you're all right. Did anyone bring over any proof over the weekend?
Yeah, it's there. Just gotta acknowledge it's there.
What's that?
Well, I was on here pretty much all weekend, and I really didn't hear any evidence of anything other
So what
than
type of
a
evidence
flat
would you
stationary
consider?
topographical plane.
What kind of evidence would you consider satisfactory? Like if I flew you out and you saw it curved, would you be happy?
Yep, I would be.
All right, me too, bro. Me too. One day.
Yeah.
And just pray Elon makes his spaceships bigger.
Cool, man. I'll go.
Yeah.
Until then, that's what we call future proof.
Yeah. I'm right because eventually I'll be right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I am correct in Australia as well, aren't you?
Yeah, buddy. Land
Are
of the
you
shitholes.
are you a globe or a flat earth? I actually love this country, man.
Man, I don't freaking know what shape my cock is, man. I don't
Yeah,
know
dude.
anything.
Yeah, dude. It's the best country on the globe.
My country sucks. Australia is being overtorn by imports and immigrants.
How is it
That's
getting
what
torn, bro?
I'm an immigrant, mate, so I don't really care.
Ah, dude, it's getting torn by the fact that your military is not strong enough to fight a pack of birds.
Doesn't matter, man. Who gives
By
a shit?
immigrants, Timbo, I mean the welfare abusers, the bludgers, the criminals. Like for example, in Melbourne, it's the Africans, bro, running around with machetes, and like it's sad to say, but that's what's happening right there.
Yeah,
Really, it's all the Africans in that area. They all just run around
Yeah.
with machetes, or just like 2%
It's
of that.
literally so Melbourne has started taking in Africans recently, and if you go on Google and write Melbourne African gangs,
It's not
you will
recently,
see
but yeah.
whenever it was,
Yeah.
you'll see that Melbourne's being ran around by Africans with machetes, and everyone's scared. And the Victorian Premier, which is like the Prime Minister or the Mayor, or whatever you want to call it, is like, no, guys, it's okay, guys, just stay home.
African
There are
gangs
big issues in
machetes.
Australia.
There
Why
are,
you?
I've been at the beach all weekend surfing, and it's been really nice.
Yeah,
it's
no
still-
political
it's still in
issues.
Dude, how the fuck do you like, cause like if I were to go to Australia and like even think about going to that water, like is there like how like crazy is it in Australia? Like are the stories true or what?
About what?
I live
Depends.
in this. I live in the south, mate, so we got hardly any sharks down here. So.
Oh, there's a lot of sharks, bro. So Sydney Harbour, where people always swim. My brother's caught sharks there every weekend, and it gets pretty bad.
Oh, there's heaps of sharks around, but whether they're going to bite you or
Everywhere.
not, it's a different story. I've surfed all my life. I've
Dude,
surfed
that
all my
like
life
that
and
that
never
just scares me.
come across the sharks.
Where I grew up was a
Yeah,
little
what
bit
do you
different.
use
I was
like
up in
that?
North Queensland, and we've got saltwater crocodiles, and
Yeah, like what? Like,
You know
dude,
why they don't have sharks there?
dude, the moment I step my fucking foot in that water, I'm
Poisonous
fucking dead.
platypus.
yeah,
Not
but I
that
swam in that water for years.
Platypus bit every shark. Uh-huh.
I swam in that water for years, so we got irukandji jellyfish, box
Oh, they're
jellyfish.
Yeah,
lethal.
box jellyfish, and I heard of those
No, not even them. You
jellyfish.
got to worry about. It's not
I,
those you got to worry about.
It's
It's the ones you can't
irukandji.
see.
it's
Yeah.
no, not doing the goddamn what is that the blue ring jellyfish or whatever the fuck, or not the
But I
jellyfish,
don't
Yeah.
think it is.
octopus.
Blue ring
Nah,
octopus. Yeah.
they're pretty. You just
Stonefish.
touch them.
The
Like, dude,
stonefish will mess you up, man. If you stand on a stonefish, they're not cool.
yeah,
They're up in North Queensland.
the fucking stone, like, dude, like, bro, like, what even compels you to like even think about going into that fucking water?
Man, I used to do a lot of mud
Brother,
crabbing in creeks, so we go and drop pots in for mud crabs, and I'd have a depth sounder on the back of my boat, and I'd have a croc come and like rip the depth sounder and bite it off the back of my boat. You'd see them slide in off the banks into the water. Once we were going down, I had my brother-in-law actually from Victoria, who's never really seen a crocodile, and I borrowed my mate's little boat. It was tiny, and we just loaded all the crab pots on top, just two of us sitting in it. Went and put all the pots in, and we were coming out of this creek, and there's this massive mound on the side of the mud on the bank, and he says, "Oh, I think that's a croc. Can you go back and have a look?" And man, he opened his eyes, and he was twice the size of our boat. He was huge, and he was panicking, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" But like, it was a regular thing that we dealt with every day. And I've walked in that
and
creek. I've gone across that creek with nets.
You've walked in that fucking creek with those fucking
Yeah, I have, yeah, man.
crocodiles, dude. I don't get how like humans are like even programmed to be that brave, bro.
it's something. It's normal, bro. Have you heard of Steve Irwin, bro? That guy's,
Yeah, dude. Look at him, dude. He fucking died. He
Because
died.
of
It depends on where you grew up here. Like if you grew up in the city where Timbo is, and no, it's not normal. But I grew up doing this thing. My mate, one of my best mates, had a crocodile farm, and they had dams with saltwater crocs in them. And we used to go and feed all the babies. They'd keep them in like a cold room because when they're babies, they die quite easily. And you have to make sure there's no like loud, sudden noises and things like that. So they'd keep a radio playing in the cold room. And
Dude. Like I feel like even people in the fucking city. I feel like
This
people in
guy's
the city
talking
are
shit.
even like more brave than like the average American because there's
This
like
is not the
isn't
average
there like
country, bro.
deadly ass fucking spiders?
no, man, you just
Spiders,
don't do silly
snakes.
shit. Like you don't go out into Colorado and go running up in the mountains and run into a mountain lion or a moose or something, and then say, "Oh shit, it's so deadly out here." You know
Yeah.
the area. You don't do silly things. You know, there's dangerous things everywhere around the world. I mean, I've got acreage where I am. I've got a bit of a farm, and I weed spray every year, and we've got some deadly snakes. So I wear like knee-high leather cowboy boots, and I wear big snake gaiters over the top of my jeans because I know that walking through the bush, I'm going to run into a snake, but it's somewhere I have to be. So you're not silly about it. You don't just go out in a pair of shorts and start, walking through this long grass. Well, yeah, of course something might happen.
Brother, if you live in the city like every other normal Australian, there's nothing to worry about.
Nah, dude, but like, I mean, I live in the city, dude, and I go to the beach like twice a fucking week, bro, and like, dude, like, oh my god, dude, that
But
would
you
just
have you
that
have
would
like
just
nets and
fucking
shit.
scare me, bro.
We have like nets and shit. That's where you way to swim. I mean, we have
Nah, dude,
too bad.
there shouldn't be fucking nets, bro.
Well, then they go to the freaking beach, bro. Who cares? Get a swimming pool.
Nah, dude, that shit is just
That's what you do to
I don't
the,
know what like there is like no like section of land in this fucking universe that is like more deadly than like Australia.
It's not that bad. Relax, yeah.
Just like stonefish, the box jellyfish, the fucking the 1 centimeter jellyfish that likes to stay in the north coast of Australia. Like, dude,
Bro,
like dude, you're not meant to live there, bro.
I've seen your country. You got big ass bears everywhere. I don't want to hear it.
No, nah, dude, you'd have to find that shit. Like you would
Nah, bro.
actually you would
You're not
nigga, you would
fooling
have
me.
to put in the goddamn effort. You have to put in the work to find a fucking bear, dude.
No, no,
But
no. You're
like
not
but like
fooling me. I've
where
seen
you're
them
from, dude,
TikTok.
you take one wrong step, bro, and that's the rest of your life. That's
I've
the
seen
beginning
them
of the rest of your
TikTok. You
life.
ain't fooling me. Have you seen those TikToks of the bears outside the people's houses? I've seen those.
That is super rare.
No, no, no. You ain't fooling me. That's common as.
Nah, and I'm not when I'm talking about United States, I'm not talking about fucking Alaska, right? Because that's probably where you'd see that shit.
Where do you live?
I live in California.
Yeah, see, I live in the equivalent, Sydney. So like, we got like 5 people here, so we're chilling.
Nah, dude, and like I think the worst thing, I think in California, like where my dad used to live, there was like a legend of like a mountain lion. Like it wasn't like it wasn't like it was. I think it was like the last like mountain lion in California or in that area or something like that. It was like it would be rare. It would be rare to see like any. I mean, like I think out of like all the wild animals that you're like you'd be able to see in California, you probably see like a coyote.
Brother, I haven't
That's the
seen
most you see.
any wild animals. I haven't seen any spiders, any roach. I've seen nothing, bro.
And because it
I,
probably already
I
bit
did
you.
tell
It
you.
already bit you in your entire stream of ancestors, bro.
Because I
Have a
don't live
look
in
in the
poverty, bro.
Jimbo as well. Have a look in the chat. This is up in Queensland. So what they have is this big floaty tube that goes out into the ocean where they drop nets underneath to stop the marine stingers like the box jellyfish. Yeah. So this is up there. There's a photo in the bottom one with the saltwater croc sliding over into the swimming enclosure.
Like
You find that
dude, like
weird? Do you actually find that weird?
on dude, they're using that shit to catch box jellyfish, and you see a fucking crocodile on that shit, dude. Like imagine telling a tourist that shit. Like a tourist seeing a goddamn crocodile, like what is that thing it's even on? And it's like, oh, it's a catch box jellyfish that can kill you in like one sting. It's like, dude, that shit is fucking insane. I would never want to live there.
Oh, you're just a hater, bro.
I'm
not a
just
hater,
about to
dude.
move back there.
That's what I'm saying. Those guys a hater.
I miss going fishing out the reef and going and getting mud crabs and swimming at the ocean with me
How do
old
you
mates.
how do you get mud crabs? You actually scuba diving?
No. So you have pots, and then you go out. We've got like lots of mangroves and sort of muddy banks, and you get up into the mangroves and put your pots out. You bait them all up. I usually use chicken carcasses.
Oh shit! I made fucking $300. That's crazy.
Yo, life changing money, bro. Life changing.
Nah, dude, because I bet on this sports shit, dude. Oh, that is actually crazy. I made fucking
Your
$300,
life has
man.
changed. You can take your mother out for dinner now. Good on you.
Nah, dude, I made $300 on like one of the bets. Like I made on accident. I didn't do the right bet, and I was only supposed to make 150 guaranteed. But now I made fucking $300. Oh shit, man, we
How
get
do you
rich
make,
over
wait,
here,
hold
man.
on. How do you make money guaranteed? Give me that.
I can send you the Reddit post, but basically,
Yeah, but I do the Reddit shit.
no. You just listen. I'll tell you the method. So like like on these sports like fantasy websites, they'll give you like $100 bonus if you deposit a certain amount of money.
Ah, so you're mocking the system, big man. Yeah, I
Yeah,
see
so
you.
like I'll pick like four, like you'd have to pick like four bets basically. And one of them is guaranteed to hit, right? Because there's four. Like mathematically, and out of that you'd make $150. If you put $50 on each of the four bets, that all your $200 is gone once you place the bet. But once you win the bet, you get like 150, right? So
So how much
that's like
money can I make
guaranteed
off
money.
this?
The guy in the Reddit post said he made thousands off of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just made $300 off of that shit, dude. I never bet. I hate betting, bro. I hate betting on fucking sports, dude. I hate fucking
Astaghfirullah, brother.
gambling.
Turn to God. Betting's haram.
Forget gambling, bro. Just invest in stocks. You're good to go.
Yeah, I'm sure your stocks are
Stocks
making
is no, I
$300.
wouldn't consider stocks gambling, but I don't know. Like I feel like when I enter a trade, dude, it does feel like fucking gambling, dude. Because
Brother, I'm gonna tell you this: when Apple released a new phones, I lost a whole lot of money. Disastrous.
What happened with you?
As soon as Apple released a new iPhone 15s, I lost a whole bunch of money.
You lost money? Why is that?
The stock freaking tanked, bro.
man, how do I withdraw this shit?
You didn't lose money if you didn't sell. What are you trying to say right now?
I'm saying my portfolio is going down a dramatic amount of money.
Yeah, but let's say you bought like 1,000 Apple and then you just looked at it right now. It appears to be less value, but until you sell it, doesn't
Of
matter.
course not.
If you're holding
But
it
I
for
have
20
less
years, you know
money
it's
now.
gonna
Man.
Why do you focus on like on like it going down, like up or down within like, because in the like what really matters is like
That doesn't matter to me.
like
But when you open your
the long
account
term.
and it's thousands in the red, it's a bit how you going.
Unless you're trading on a margin, it shouldn't concern you.
No, I'm not trading on margins. It doesn't concern me. But I mean, you open every now and then, you see Reddit. It's not happy. I'm not
Can I
good.
tell you something?
Yeah, really,
Tell
it
me.
shouldn't.
I
I
had a
mean,
stock that actually just went private. It's not really a secret. I can tell you, it's one of those satellite stocks. It was
Any good?
Maxer. And that stock could go up like 30% one day, go down 40% another day, and it was a
Yeah.
solid company. It shouldn't scare
Hmm.
you. When they got bought out, I made some money, even though the whole market was red for that month. So you know,
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
It doesn't scare me. Just it is what it is.
And
I don't have
if you're
I don't have
feeling
enough money
worried,
there.
just go total market fund and make sure it's an ETF. You're paying almost no management fee. And if
Yeah.
the market goes up 10%, you're up 10%. You're not paying some manager, 1%, or maybe
Look,
they'll give you the 0.2%, but they're going to charge you 2% loading fee and 2% for withdrawal.
look.
Don't do
I bought
mutual
a
funds.
bunch of Fortune 500 companies and I just leave it for the rest of my life. Doesn't concern me.
There you go, like Disney.
No, more like Apple, Google, Microsoft, some Hume Housing, a couple
Netflix.
stocks. Nothing like that. No.
Meta.
Meta, I'm not a fan of it. That's gonna die out soon, right?
XOM.
No. Do you
Let's
play
get
League?
back on. So let's get back onto the topic on the server.
I thought Taco Bell was the topic, man. If you held Taco Bell, you had huge money in the pandemic. You didn't have to be smart.
Even Zoom. Zoom went crazy.
So Timbo, you there?
Yeah, man. I was just trying to get all the fucking sand out of my car.
I was just going to ask if you've seen any evidence of the globe from down there in Victoria.
Just switching my headphones to the car. Sorry, mate. What was that?
I was saying, have you seen any of this globe evidence from down there off the coast of Victoria while you're out there surfing?
There was a few waves, a few curves in the waves. I could see. The funny thing is, like I was in Ocean Grove, yeah. So you can go from Ocean Grove. You can see from the surf beach where the Barwon River comes out. You can see the lighthouse at Point Lonsdale. You can actually see the beach with the waves breaking on the beach below the lighthouse. This is 15 kilometres away. Now, I'm sitting on a board, so I can't be any higher than a foot off the water. And I can see this. The water's pretty cool at the moment. It was what 23 degrees yesterday, so take it what you will, but I could see the beach 15 kilometres away.
Yep.
Wait, so why is it that when I go to the beach every weekend, I can see a curve in the beach? Like why is that?
Where do you see that?
On the beach, I just told you. Like I can see I look at the water, and like I see a curve.
On the water?
Yeah.
So is it curving away or is it curving left to right?
No. Let me elaborate. I see something that makes it look like a curve. So like I'll see,
that's
I'll
better.
see an oil rig, and I'll only see like the top of the oil rig, like when I'm on like near the water, and then once like when I'm on an elevated surface, like when I'm like driving there, I see like more of it. Why is that? I see I don't just see the top of it, I see more of it.
Well, you're just increasing your angular view. That's all you're doing.
What do
When
you
you're
mean?
down close, when you're down close to the water, things tend to blend in. There is this, we're not dying. We're not. Sorry, we're not saying that these atmospheric refraction could or could not work. But what the thing is if you go there the next day and that thing changes position and you can see the whole bottom of it, then what's that then?
I guess it
So
would be my
okay,
perception or something. I don't know.
well yeah. So you're saying, if you're saying okay, I can't see the bottom of the oil rig, you're saying it must be Earth curvature. But you can demonstrate in other circumstances that it doesn't have to be Earth curvature because sometimes you can see the bottom, and then sometimes you can't see the bottom. So is the Earth changing in size, or is it purely optic?
Well, personally, I see it like the same. I'm roughly. I mean, I guess I haven't like trained my eyes to like see any difference, but like every single time I go to the beach, like it just looks the same, right? I like when I drive through, on the elevated surface, I see like more of the top of the thing, and then once I go to the beach, like I see the top of the oil rig.
Yeah, every day's the same. Yeah.
Well, every day I go, yeah, it appears the same. I mean, it could be different, but there's not. It's not like I fucking like one day I see the top and the next day I see fucking like under it, right?
Okay. How far away is it?
I have no clue.
Okay. Great story.
Well, maybe have a look at the distance that it's at, and then go and grab yourself a high zoom camera at your eye level and zoom in and see whether or not any of this comes back into view. See, it's claimed that when you're increasing your height, you can see more due to the fact that you're on a globe, so you're seeing over the curvature. However, you have the same effect on a flat surface. You're just increasing your angular resolution when you're increasing your height. It doesn't prove flat or globe either way. So left lane, we were discussing celestial navigation before, and you were claiming that the 90 was above the observer, not at the GP of the star. And I posted up some images for you, but it got taken off track.
It's actually crazy. I made $300, bro. Like I wasn't meant to make that shit. I should only made 150.
Can any flat earthers explain why some stars, some constellations are only visible from the southern hemisphere and others aren't?
Is there any other flat earthers who want to answer that dude's question?
I don't think they can.
So what was the question?
It's just a boring question, my guy.
So there are constellations that I can't see from where I live, but I know other people can. How would a flat earth explain that?
Such a boring question, man.
Well, I'd like to hear an explanation as to why. Because the globe Earth, it makes perfect sense on it.
Okay, when you're in an airport, right? And there's planes flying above you, right? When they start moving away from you, right? What do you see?
The plane flying away.
Yeah, but what's happening? What do you see when the plane is flying away from you? It's staying level, right? But it's flying towards the horizon. What do you see?
It's getting smaller.
It's getting smaller, yes. What else is it doing?
And that's pretty much it. It's just flying away.
No, man, it's flying towards the horizon. You know, so it's not, it looks like it's falling down. Looks like it's going down, doesn't it?
It's getting lower in the distance.
Right.
Well, yeah, it's flying
Right,
away.
that's your answer, because those stars are further, as you're going away, further away from those stars, the perspective is changing, my guy. That's why they look like they're falling, but they're not.
That's
Okay,
why
so
in certain locations the sun doesn't rise above the horizon in winter because it's angular size. It's too far away. It's too low on the horizon.
okay, so the stars, which I'm guessing you guys have looked at the stars before, you guys understand that
Listen.
they're
Nobody
not
knows what the
moving
stars are.
farther
Hold
or
on, hold
closer
on.
to us like a plane is. They're actually fundament like static,
Listen, what do you
basically.
know? What do you know anything about the stars, bro? You're trying to make claims here.
So
Have you ever been up there? Have you
yeah,
ever been up there?
yeah, the stars are incredibly important. You actually, so we have
Well,
maps.
have you ever been up there, my guy? Answer the question.
Yeah, so we have
No.
on the
Have you
globe
ever been
Earth,
up there? Yeah, it's not the. Yeah, you've been
we
up
have
there or what?
maps that we do of the
Claro,
constellations. You
claro.
actually can't make those
Answer the
maps on a
question,
flat Earth.
my guy. You're gonna answer the question or not? Have you been up
What's the
there?
question?
What are these stars? What are the stars? Have you
You're
ever
asking
been
what
up
they are?
there? Well, you're telling me, you seem to like, you're talking like you know what they are, you know, like you're making assumptions on this and that, right? So you're acting like you know what they are. So can you explain to me what the stars are?
Have you ever
So
touched an iceberg? You've never touched an
actually,
iceberg, so how can you say they're real?
for the purpose of this
That's the
discussion, it
dumbest
actually doesn't
fucking, that's the
matter
dumbest fuck.
whether.
Yeah, I've touched icebergs. Trust me. I've been up fucking,
Okay.
I live in Canada. There's plenty of fucking ice I've touched, my guy. That's the fucking
Oh,
dumbest
so
thing
you've never
ever.
touched a rainforest? You never touched a
I've
sloth,
touched
so
the
how do you know
rainfall.
they're
I've touched
real?
all that shit. That shit that's on the ground, buddy.
Yeah,
That's easy,
exactly.
bro.
You've touched
Go
everything
upstairs.
on the
Go
ground.
touch. Have you
It's
touched the
stupid.
sun? Have you touched the moon? That's a bit different, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little different
Yeah,
because
exactly. It's a little bit
you
different,
haven't
buddy. There's
experienced it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit different. It doesn't matter what the experience. Other people have experienced the shit that you're talking about. There's a
People have stood on the moon, stupid.
No, that's bullshit.
Oh, they
That's a lie.
didn't.
That's
Oh,
a
so they're
lie. Prove
lying.
it.
Yeah, yeah,
Prove it.
yeah.
They
Yeah,
are
You've
that's
touched
lying.
100%
icebergs
that's a
and
lie.
rainforests,
You're
but
just
they're the
stupid.
ones
You're just
lying.
stupid. Yeah, wear a
Uh
mask.
huh.
Go ahead. Go put on your mask and go fucking die
Uh huh.
somewhere.
Switch the topic.
Yeah.
Switch the
No,
topic.
no, that's exactly what you're
Switch
doing.
the
You
topic.
believe the
Yeah, yeah,
authorities.
yeah.
That's not.
Switch the topic.
No, you're believing
Switch
the
the topic.
authorities. That's not a topic switch, guy. It's
Yeah, it
exactly what
is.
it is.
You're switching the
No,
topic.
that's exactly what it is, man. You believe the authorities. It is what it is, right?
Switch the
In the
topic
end,
again.
I don't believe the lying cocksuckers. You're the one that believes the
Switch the
lying
topic again.
cocksuckers.
Switch it
No,
again.
that's not a topic switch. You believe people landed on the moon when I'm telling you they didn't, right?
You can measure it with a laser,
No,
dumbass.
measure what with the laser? Do it. I want to see you do it. That's all
What
bullshit that
on
they
the
fucking fed you.
what on the
That's
moon is
bullshit
going to
that that's
reflect the laser? What on
bullshit
the
they
moon is
fed
going to
you,
reflect the
and you
laser?
eat it. There's nothing they've been doing the reflections off the moon, quote
What on
unquote,
the
but that's
moon
still
is
a
going to
lie.
reflect the
First of
laser?
all, that's still a lie. They've been reflecting.
What on
They
the
were
moon is going to
bouncing
reflect the
signals
laser?
off the fucking moon. Listen to me. They were
What on the
bouncing
moon is going to
signals off
answer
the
the
fucking
question,
moon.
coward?
They
Answer
were
the question, you
bouncing
fucking
signals.
coward. Little
They were
baby
bouncing
bitch.
signals. Yeah, so you're trying to fucking overtalk me when I'm giving you the fucking answer. They were bouncing the fucking signals off the moon prior to that fucking moon mission, you dumb fuck. Right? So there's no fucking reflectors on there, period. They lied to you again. Dumbass.
So
You eat
I
every
didn't
fucking
say.
they
I didn't.
spoon feed you
You're so you
lies and
talk
you're
over
eating
me. So
them
you
like
talk
it's
over
fucking
me. That's
candy.
fine.
It's
That's fine.
crazy. It's
You
all
can
lies.
use the
It's all
control.
bullshit.
You can use the you're
Bullshit
using media
lies.
control to silence
Bullshit
people you don't
lies.
like to listen to.
Bullshit
I
lies.
didn't say
Bullshit
that
lies.
bounce a signal
Bullshit
off the
lies.
moon. I said
Bullshit lies.
what is going to reflect the
Bullshit.
laser right
Nothing.
at you.
Nothing. There's no fucking reflections of lasers. Do it. I want to see you
Exactly.
do it.
So it has to
Laser.
be
There's
put
no.
there
Show
by
me a laser
man.
powerful enough that can go that far. First of all, show me one.
What are you talking
Dumbass.
about?
Go ahead. Hey, show me one. I want to see you. I want to see a
Come
laser
over.
powerful enough.
Come over, baby.
Oh, come on. No, I
You
want
want
to
to see
see it.
me? What
Turn
does that
on the
mean?
fucking
You want to
camera,
see
buddy.
me?
No problem. Turn on the camera. I'll definitely want to see you. Yeah,
Come here.
make sweet, sweet fucking love to you, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not the only thing you're repressing. Anyways.
Trust me, there's nothing oppressing here, buddy. You're the one that fucking keeps eating the
You can
lies. You're the one that keeps eating the lies from the authorities,
don't
and then you
overtalk
try to
me.
feed me the
Don't use
fucking
your media
lies.
control
Thank you.
to try and
Dumbass.
control me.
Dumbass.
Don't use your media control.
You think people landed on the moon, eh? That's fucking stupid.
I know people
No, you know.
landed on the
Okay,
moon
cool. Yeah,
because
sure.
we can see it.
Yeah, show me that, please. You can see it. Yeah, that's another lie. You're lying on their lie.
So are
based
you
on their
gonna
lie. This is
keep
fucking
trying to
stupid.
mute me?
Fucking,
Are you gonna
I'm
keep
not
trying to
muting
mute
you.
me
I'm
and
not
use your
muting you.
totalitarian media
I'm not
control?
muting you at all. I'm not. I have no. I get muted here more than anybody, motherfucker. Trust me. Go fuck yourself. You're an idiot.
Always trying to silence the
Fucking
opposition with
retarded.
your big media
What
tactics.
opposition? What opposition? You are the fucking. You are the NASA. You are the main fucking stream, buddy. We are the opposition. You dumb fuck.
No,
You're
I'm
trying to
getting muted,
silence
man.
us.
That's
Nobody's muting you. Nobody's muting you. I'm not muting you.
what about. Nobody's muting
you,
me.
then he's fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly.
Yeah. Well, somebody's muting, then they don't like to hear your voice. You're stupid.
Exactly. They're trying to silence
Exactly.
the
Well,
opposition.
there's no silencing, man. You gotta listen.
That's what muting means, you dumb motherfucker.
Listen. Do you believe people landed on the moon?
I know people landed on the moon,
you-
and we can empirically
prove it.
verify it. Personal incredulity. Got your little fucking cancer laugh going. God damn.
You know what?
How do you verify
yes.
it?
Listen. We've landed on the moon. You're right. I give it. Yes, we landed on the moon. You're right. Oh my God, we landed on the moon. Hey, what's up, Lulu? Long time I didn't fucking hear you. How you doing, Luluka? I'll always remember the cross. No, Mike. What? They don't afford mics in Ethiopia? Oh, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's cool that they have the side chat like that. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. That's pretty cool.
My man doesn't even know how to use a phone, and he's just now discovering the moon?
I'm on the computer, my guy. The Discord updated. It's a different patch. The fuck are you on?
Uh-huh.
But hey, if you want to get into education levels, trust me, I probably crush most people in this Discord. I guarantee you that.
Great. So you
Yeah, exactly. I'm
you
laughing.
bow down
Listen,
to the
listen. I'm
institution.
laughing at you. I'm
You
laughing at
bow
you
down
because
to
you
the
still believe.
institution.
You still
You go to the
believe the
institution.
TV, the institution. You're the one that is bowing down to the institution, not me, my guy.
Nah,
You
you're going
believe
to
people
school. You're
landed on
paying
the moon.
money.
You believe money on the moon. People landed on the
I believe
moon.
money on the
Not
moon. This
yeah.
motherfucker is cracked out.
That's called a fucking Freudian slip, bro. Especially when you talk fast, you know?
He doesn't even know what projection is. Projection would have been a much
Projection.
better burn in that sec.
The fuck a projection? Are you, buddy? Are we not even on the
You
same fucking
should have
conversation
said.
here?
You should have said
I don't
to
need,
me.
I don't listen to idiots. You don't need
Listen,
to put words in my mouth. Don't
I'm
put
telling.
words in my mouth,
You should have
idiot.
said
Like,
you're
oh, you're retarded.
projecting. You
Oh, you're
shouldn't have
retarded, bro.
said. You're so stupid.
You're so stupid,
I
man.
love these people.
No, but like, why? Listen, if you think the Earth is a globe and you're happy with that, why do you come to these channels?
I like to watch retards dance.
No, that's not it.
It's the same
Because you
reason
have a thing
I
called
drive the
cognitive
short
dissonance.
bus.
It's a thing called you have cognitive dissonance, right?
Nah,
And it's
I'm
so
not the one
fucking
shouting
crazy.
over people, bro.
Nobody's shouting over nobody,
The
buddy.
person
Nobody's shouting.
experiencing.
Cognitive, you know people landed on the moon. That's the funny part. And people mute you because I listen, trust me, I'm not muting nobody. I have no mute powers. But somebody keeps muting you, and that's funny. I'm fucking, I'm having fun right now. That's too funny. Somebody really doesn't like you here, bro. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm sure you got no idea about it. It's a
I
fucking
have no,
conspiracy to keep people
I don't
stupid.
know nothing about.
I
Listen,
know nothing. I know nothing.
bro,
You can
I
actually
get
just
banned.
probably reset your whole
I
identity by
get banned
saying you
every
know
time I
nothing,
come
right?
into this channel, bro. What are you talking about? I don't know
Mm-hmm.
nothing, man. Yeah, no, I'm serious. Hey, bro, fuck the stars, right? Fuck going up into space and stuff, right? Do you have any evidence of curvature, like Earth curvature? You know, like the ground, it's supposed to curve underneath our feet if we are standing on a ball, right? Do you have
So
any
you've
evidence of
obviously
that?
never. So you've been to the icebergs. You've been to the rainforest. Are you also going to tell me now that you've sailed over the horizon? Have you
Oh
been
my
on a
God.
sailboat?
Whoa,
Have you been on a
bro.
sailboat? Have you been
You're
on a
naming
sailboat?
these. You're naming
Have you
these
been on a
things, buddy.
sailboat?
I've been on
Have you been on
plenty
a
of boats.
sailboat? You fucking
I've been on
coward.
plenty of boats, my guy. I don't even want to name the amount of boats I've been on. Trust me, I've been on boats.
Right.
Even the boats
Right.
that fucking ferry you across with
So why
cars and
can't
shit.
you
Yeah.
fucking
So
see
why
the?
can't you what?
Why
What?
can't you see the land?
Perspective, you know, optics.
What does
Your
that mean?
limitation of it.
Right.
Your
What is the
your
perspective?
limitation.
What is the
Limitation
perspective
of
and
what do you mean?
optics, Mr. Buzzword?
Well, if you don't understand how your optics work, I'm not gonna start
Yeah.
fucking doing little
Explain
fucking.
to me how
I'm not
optics.
explaining shit to you. I don't have to. If you don't know,
Exactly.
then you
Yeah.
don't need to know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Perspective,
A
optics,
question? No.
and I'm not
A
going to
question.
explain it.
Is there limitations to your eyes, or are you like Superman and you can
Is
see
there
fucking forever?
limitations to my eyes? Yes.
Yeah.
When the
Yes.
earth gets in the
Yes.
way of my
Exactly.
eyes, I cannot see the rest
Oh,
of the
so you're
earth.
admitting there's a physical curvature. At what point is that physical curvature obstructing the boat? Tell me at what mileage? Since you know this, Mr. Smarty Pants.
Since it's obstructing the what?
The boat. So you're telling me the boat is going over the horizon, right? And the boat is going away bottom first, right? So it starts disappearing bottom first, right? Right? That's what you
Okay.
think.
Yeah.
Right? Does it
Yeah.
not? Right. So it's
Oh,
going over
yeah.
your.
You
Is it
you
going
can
over?
look at
Is it going
videos of
over your
this
physical
every
curvature?
day.
Is it going over your physical curvature? You just admitted it, right?
No, it's going behind the curvature.
It's going over. Yeah, over your physical curvature. You just said it, right?
What? No, it's not going over. It's going behind it.
Behind the curvature, so there's still physical obstruction there. That's what you're admitting to, right?
Right.
So, okay, at what point is this physical obstruction happening? At what point? At what mileage?
It actually
what distance?
depends.
What
It
depends on
actually
what?
depends.
Depends on
Height
what?
is primarily
No, I'm
the
not.
thing
I'm not
that it
worried about the
depends
high.
on.
I'm worried about the first moment that you start seeing the boat sinking. below the horizon.
No,
The
you
first,
don't see the
those.
boat
I don't care about the.
sinking.
I'm not talking. I'm not talking about
Remember,
the
the boat's
whole
not
top.
sinking.
Listen to what I'm trying to ask you here. Don't interrupt.
Right.
I'm asking you specific thing here.
I
I'm
already
asking
answered
at
your
what
question.
point. So when you see the boat on the
It
water, right?
depends
When
on
it's
the
close,
height.
listen to me very. You're interrupting me. You got to really close to listen to me here. Really fucking detailed
I
question.
already
Right?
answered this question.
No, you didn't. You did not answer the question. That's why I keep asking you that fucking question. It's a new question, actually. I've never even asked you this question. You did not answer the question. Here's the question. The
So
question
if you
is,
haven't asked it, how
the
have I not
question
answered
is, don't interrupt me, buddy. The question is again, right? So you see the whole boat, right? When it's close, it starts moving away from you, right? At what point, as it's moving away, at what point does the bottom starts disappearing? At what
I
distance?
thought it was a new
Tell me.
question.
No,
I already answered this
at what
question.
distance? You didn't give me a distance in mileage.
I
Or in
didn't give you a
kilometers, whatever.
distance in
You
mileage because I said
or-
it depends on what variable.
No, it doesn't matter
I
about the
said it
height.
depends on.
It doesn't
Oh, it
matter about
doesn't
the height.
matter about the height?
No.
What does that mean?
It means that if your eye is right at the bottom, right, where it's like level with that fucking ground, right? Get what I'm saying?
It depends on the height of the
At what
ground.
point? No, I'm not talking about
It
the height.
depends on the height of the
You're
ground.
zero height. Okay, fine. Your eye level is zero, right? Your eye level is completely fucking zero, right? Your
So,
head
so
is
I'm
right
on the
in the
beach.
fucking ground, right in the
I'm
ground,
on
right
the
in the water.
beach,
Yeah, I got
and I'm
right in
lying
the
on the
water.
sand, and I'm looking right out.
At what point does the boat, start disappearing? At what distance?
About 6 miles.
Okay. So then how
It
in the fuck
depends on a
come?
couple
Now listen,
things.
now listen to me very carefully. About 6 miles, you said. How in the
If
fuck come?
remember the if. No, you got to remember the
No.
if. That's
What's the
if my
What's the
head is at sea level.
100%.
0 feet
That's
above
exactly what
sea
I said.
level.
Zero.
Right?
It's zero.
Right.
It's zero.
0 feet above sea
The number
level.
is zero. The number is zero. I
Right?
said it. Okay. So
0
here's
feet
my
above sea
problem here.
level.
Here's my problem here. I went out, right? Went out. Put my head straight into that fucking ground, right? And I can see over 30
Like an
miles.
ostrich.
Over 30
In
miles.
what
bro.
direction?
Doesn't matter.
If you're
What do you
looking
mean?
straight up, you can see millions of miles. So it
Buddy,
does matter
I'm
what
not
direction
talking. We're
you're
not
looking.
looking at the sky. Why are you changing the subject? Are you stupid, bro?
You didn't
You're changing
specify
this.
what direction you're looking at.
Would I need to specify when we're already still on the same topic here? Or are you just
You said you can
obfuscating
see
and trying to
30
pretend to be
miles.
6 feet
stupid?
tall
You're
is the
trying to
point
be
here, right?
stupid here. Okay, listen to me. And here's my problem here.
Where are you looking that you can see 30
Okay,
miles?
you know Lake Ontario. You know Lake Ontario?
I don't know. I mean, I know of it.
Okay,
I'm not
now look
familiar
on
with it.
Google. Look, well, look how big it is. It's
It's
miles.
big. Yeah. Yeah.
Huge. Yeah, I can
I've
see
been
it.
on Lake Michigan.
Listen to me, my friend. Exactly.
And
See
you
the
can
Chicago
see
skyline across.
and you can
see
see the
across.
city dipping down.
No, there's no dip, my friend. It all depends on the
Homie,
it all
no,
depends.
you can't just say optic.
It
You
all
can't say there's no
depends.
dip and there's optics.
There's no dip, no.
Or is
You
it
don't need two
optics?
variables for some one thing to happen. You just need one variable for one thing to happen. Why are you adding a second nonsense
Does it
thing in here?
dip? Does it dip or not?
It doesn't dip. No, nothing fucking dips. I never
So
seen any
optics
dip.
doesn't change it.
If your front was dipping, your peripherals would be dipping. You're not living on a cylinder. You're living on a fucking ball, right? But you're telling me that your physics are cylindrical because everything moving away from you is going down, but your fucking peripherals are not. See how fucking stupid you globalists are? Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're laughing at the fucking problem here. You don't even know what peripheral vision is. Dumb fuck.
Oh, but your peripherals are not in a straight line over the ocean,
Exactly
right?
my
Or over the
fucking
lake.
point. Oh my fucking god. If your boat
So
was
if
fucking
I
going
took a
over the
line,
horizon at 6 miles and it's already starting to dip at 6 miles,
but
you're telling me, but I can see over fucking hundreds of miles, then here's a fucking problem. Because
you just
even
said
at
30.
that
Is
point,
it
and even at
30
that
or
point, if you just even
hundreds?
look at the ratios
Oh
here,
my
right?
god,
You're
will you
telling,
get the
listen,
fuck off of me? Go lie
listen, the
down.
fucking ratios here. You're telling me the boat is at 6 miles already starting to fucking disappear. You just said that fucking 5 minutes ago. 6 miles, it's fucking starting to disappear. I can see Mount Canigou. There's fucking photos of Mount Canigou over 500 miles,
Is a
my guy.
mountain at 0 feet sea
Buddy,
level?
500 miles. Just understand
Is a
the fucking
mountain at
ratios here.
0 feet sea level?
500 miles, my
Is a
guy.
mountain at
How
0
much
feet? Don't
curvature?
dodge the
How much
question. Answer the
curvature over
question.
500 miles? How much curvature over 500 miles, my guy? Do you know how exponential curves fucking work? No, you
Exponential
don't.
curves.
Yes, that's another problem that you probably don't even
So
understand.
why don't you answer the question?
Why don't I answer the question?
How many feet
Why
above
don't
sea
I
level
answer?
is the
Doesn't
mountain?
fucking matter. I'm telling you, the curvature rate
No,
is
you
so
agreed it
drastic that
does
the mountain would
matter.
not be visible over 500 miles. It doesn't matter how high the fucking
So
mountain
if
is.
we do the math,
Actually,
if we
yeah.
do
If
the
you do the
math,
math, if you do the
and
math,
we
It does
look at
matter
this
how high the
mountain,
observer is.
oh,
It
I know.
does for the
Yeah, sure, it does. Yeah,
For-
sure. Everything matters.
exactly. So the
Everything matters, but it's
mountain's
irrelevant
height
at this
above
point.
sea level
Irrelevant. When you're
does
looking at the
matter.
problem, it's irrelevant. You're adding fucking these variables, these constants that are
I'm not
irrelevant.
adding
You have to,
variables.
when you're trying to
You
solve a
agreed
problem,
that it
no,
matters.
I didn't agree nothing. When you're trying to solve
You
a fucking
agreed
problem, I didn't
that
agree.
we
You're
have
trying to
to
put
put our
words in my mouth.
head
I did
at
not agree
sea
on nothing.
level.
Listen to me very
I'm
carefully. When you're trying
asking
to solve
you.
a
I'm
problem,
asking you.
you're
I'm
trying to
asking you.
not to
Let
fucking
me
put
ask you a
variables and
question. I
constants
need
into
to
it. You're
ask you
trying
a
to fucking
question.
eliminate and make
Why
it the
was it
easiest problem you
important?
fucking
I need to
made. Why
ask
are you
you a
trying to
question.
overtalk me? Why are you
Why
trying to
was
fucking
it
overtalk me?
important? Why was it
What?
important
Why are you
that we put
overtalking me?
our
Why are
head
you
at
overtalking
sea
me?
level?
Why
Why
are
was it
you
important that we put our head at
overtalking
sea
over
level?
you?
Answer the
What do you mean?
question, you fucking
Irrelevant.
coward.
What do
Why
you
was
mean?
it important that we put our head at sea level in our first thought experiment when I said 6
It's your
miles?
reference point. It eliminates the whole fucking
Right?
problem with your optics, you
Right?
fucking idiot.
So why is it
It's
important
eliminating your
to
optics, you
know?
fucking moron. You're
So why
eliminating
is
the.
it I'm
I just gave you the
eliminating
answer.
my optics? You really
Yeah.
use some weird words. But
Angular,
why
your
is it
angular
important to
resolution.
understand?
Listen, when you increase elevation, your angular resolution increases. You get that? So all
I
you want to do is
honestly don't.
reduce your angular
I honestly
resolution
don't.
to. What the fuck are you talking? You're trying to see whether the fucking plane is curving, whether the floor is curving or not. So the best thing you would do is either use a fucking laser or put your fucking head to the ground. You wouldn't want to fucking look down. Do you
Right.
understand how like carpentry
So is a
fucking works?
mountain
When a
is
carpenter
a
wants to
mountain
level something off, hey, listen.
Let's
Listen,
go back
shut
to
the
the
fuck
mountain.
up. Shut the fuck up. When a carpenter wants to level something fucking off, right? What does he do? He puts his fucking head to the fucking thing as close as he can to see whether it's level or not, right?
What's the size of the thing he's leveling though?
That's really weird
Does
because you said you
but
weren't
there's a
muting
reason
me,
for
but
that.
then you said
There's a
shut the
reason
fuck
for
up,
that
and then
because you're
you immediately
eliminating
muted
a whole
me.
bunch of shit, right? Because if you're looking at it from the top, you're not going to see whether it's level or not.
Right. So
Right.
why
So
is it
that's why you're putting your
important to
fucking head to the ground, you
understand?
idiot. Dumb
Right.
motherfucker.
I
You're
agree.
just
I
trying
agree.
to
I
put
totally
fucking
agree.
dumb
So why
fuck
is it important
variables
to
into this
know how
problem
high
where you
the
don't have
mountain
to.
is?
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, you
Irrelevant.
introduced a
Irrelevant.
mountain,
Your whole
which is
no,
a
you're the one
variable.
introducing
Is a
garbage.
mountain a
You're
variable?
introducing dumb
Is
shit.
a
You're
mountain a
introducing dumb
variable?
shit. I don't know what
Is
the
a
fuck
mountain
you're
a
talking about
variable?
now. Yeah, I don't know what
Is
the
a
fuck you're
mountain a
talking about.
variable?
What is?
Is a mountain a variable?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No. That's just an
A
object I
mountain
can
is
see from a.
not a variable.
I just see a fucking object in a distance, and it's way too goddamn
So
far.
in terms
Just
of
like the
sea
boat.
level,
The mountain is the
in
boat.
terms of sea
The
level,
mountain is the boat. I'm just trying to show you scale here, right? If you scale upwards, right, and I'm
you
talking
need
about
to
over
answer the question.
500 miles,
You need to
that motherfucker
focus.
doesn't
You
understand
need to
scale. No,
focus.
you need to fucking focus. Don't interrupt me here, you dumb motherfucker. I'm trying to introduce scale, or trying to show you how fucking scale works, right? Why, if you're telling me that after 6 miles, the boat going over the horizon starts dipping, right? How come I can still see a fucking mountain 500 miles away? Now understand that fucking scale, right? If your thing is curving already at 6 miles, right? Over 500 miles, the curvature rate would be a lot more significant. You just need to understand the formula, right? But obviously you never looked at the fucking formula, so you don't even understand what a fucking exponential curve is, right? Right. There you go.
I'm not
So
going to talk
scale,
to somebody who lies about
understand
muting
the
me.
fucking scale.
You're
No,
lying about
I'm not
muting
muting
me.
you. I have no mod powers. Look at
You're
my
you're totally
look at my
lying.
profile. I'm not modding anybody, bro. People are
You're
modding
lying.
you because you're a fucking moron. No,
No,
I'm
you're
not modding.
lying.
Trust me, I get muted myself here. Fucking stupid. You're just stupid. You don't understand scale. You don't understand math. You don't know what
You're
anything
lying.
is.
You
I'm
introduced the
not lying.
mountain and you lied.
Hey,
You lied
okay.
about
If you
the.
know, if you
You lied
understand
about the
numbers,
moon.
if you understand numbers, count
No,
in base
you're
number
just
3. Hey,
switching to
count in
another
base number 3
topic.
for me. Listen.
You're switching to
count
another
and
topic.
base. No, it's listen.
You're switching
It
to another
just
topic
shows
because
me
you're too
your
much of a bitch to talk about the
numerical
mountain.
mathematical acumen. If you even
It
understand
shows
numbers,
me
bro.
your numerical
Because if you don't
mathematical
understand simple
acumen.
numbers, you're gonna be a fucking troll for the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
So back to the mountain. Is the
Fuck the
mountain at
mountain.
0 feet sea level?
Doesn't matter, but buddy, fuck the mountain. It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
You're already completely fucking stupid. Show me curvature rate.
Just Google that.
Show me
You can
curvature.
Google
Show
that,
me
buddy.
curvature rate. Show me curvature rate. I don't see it. I don't see it, bro. All my life, right? No matter how high I
Just
go, no matter
Google
how
it.
far I go, there is no curvature. Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna Google it. Did you
And then
hear
you
what
can
the fuck you're saying? Yes,
empirically
I will.
test it.
Yes, I will
You
find
can then
curvature.
test it
I will
with the mountain.
curvature rate on Google. You're right. That's exactly what you're fucking. I should have been recording this because that's fucking hilarious. Just Google it. That's the answer. Global.
And
will
then
do
you
for
can
me.
test it with the
Just
mountain.
Google it.
If you want to test it, then we can test it with the mountain.
It's been tested, my guy. That's why most of us are here flat earthers, bud. It's been tested, and it's been
kind of
tested
doubt
over a
that.
decade.
Based on your behavior, I think you're kind of the
I've been doing this
subject
for
of,
close to a decade, my guy. Right? So there's
and you
nothing new under the
still
sun.
don't
No,
know the
I
curvature
still
rate.
don't know, buddy. The curvature rate would be 8 inches per mile squared if the radius was close to 4,000 miles in radius.
Right.
That's your curvature rate. But
So
the thing
why
is,
does
it's
that
not there,
mean that
and
we
it's
can't
not
see
there.
a
It is
mountain?
not there. It is not
So
there.
why
Buddy,
does
I
that
would be
mean we
happy
can't see a
if there was
mountain?
1 inch of, if there was even a 1 inch dip
No, don't
over
change
a
the
mile.
subject. Go back to the mountain.
Listen
Don't
to
change
me
the
very
subject.
quick, buddy. Okay,
Why
fine.
does that mean 8 inches per mile squared? Why does
Because
that mean that we can't see a mountain?
do 500 miles
No, you're not
squared times 8. Dumb fuck, I just gave you the formula, right? So you have 500 miles, you put that 500 miles into the formula, and then you get your drop. Do you understand? Or do I need to go a little bit
What's the height of the
slower
mountain?
for you?
If you mute me again, I'm gonna stop playing
Buddy,
with you.
I did not fucking mute you. You can play all night. I don't care. You can leave. I don't give a fuck. Trust me.
What's the
I
height
really
of the
don't give a fuck.
mountain?
I don't listen. You go look it
What's
up
the height of the
yourself.
mountain?
Go look it up yourself. It's called Mount Canada
You
List in
referenced
Transparency.
some mountain.
Doesn't matter the height. See, that's the thing. It doesn't really matter about the height because if you understand the
No,
curvature
it does
formula,
matter
right?
the height.
No, it does
What is
not. If you
8
could let me
inches
just
per
fucking
mile
finish, dumb fuck.
squared meter? No,
If
I
you
was
could let me
talking. You gotta
finish.
let me
If you
finish.
could let
No,
no,
I'm
because you
gonna finish
interrupted me.
because
You
you were.
interrupted me. Now I'm gonna interrupt you
No,
because you
I'm
interrupted
asking
me.
you
You
a
interrupted
question.
me, and I'm not listening
I'm
to you
asking you a
because you interrupted
question.
me. Listen, this is what's gonna
I'm
happen.
asking you a question.
I'm just gonna
I'm
local mute
asking you
because
a
it's easier
question.
to fucking talk over you. Like I said,
Yeah, you need it to
it
be
doesn't
easy.
really
I know.
matter about the
That's
height when you start
well.
understanding the
I'm
formula
just gonna
itself.
wait.
If you don't understand the formula, right? If you don't understand 8 inches per mile square, or what does that even fucking mean? Don't look at no fucking mountain. Don't look at no fucking boat. Go down on a piece of paper and start drawing it out. What does 8 inches per mile square and how does it look like? See, if you don't understand that, you won't understand this whole problem. So now explain to me, how does 8 inches per mile, how did we derive 8 inches per mile squared? Please tell me that. Please, if you can tell me that, I will start talking to you. But until you can tell me fucking how we got 8 inches per mile squared, I ain't fucking talking to you because there's no point, because you're too fucking stupid. Explain to me. I'll listen.
No, I'm gonna ask my question.
No. You're not gonna. If you're not, I'm not gonna fucking engage with dumb fucks unless they fucking answer to me. What is an
I'm not
8
gonna
inch
go
per
down
mile
to
square?
your
What is an
dialogue
8 inch per
tree.
mile square curvature rate? What does it do?
I'm not.
Why is it
I'm
there?
not gonna.
Why is it there?
I'm not
Because
gonna go down
your
to your
debate
dialogue
is your
tree.
side, my guy. You're supposed to
I'm
explain
not
to
gonna
me
go
your
down to your
side because
dialogue tree.
your side tells me
I'm
8 inches per
explaining to
mile square.
you.
I'm not saying anything about 8 inches per mile square. Me, in my
You
world,
are the
it's
one
a
that
flat plane.
introduced
There is
that.
no curvature, right? So I don't need no goddamn formula. The formula comes from you guys. That's NASA formulas, my guy.
You're the one who
This
introduced
shit was some fucking high school. I swear to God, this was a trigonometry problem or some shit. It was high school problems, man. This was given to me a long fucking time ago by your
it. Can you
side.
spell
I'm not inventing
trigonometry?
this. I did not invent this formula. Now you fucking explain to me why this formula is there. It's
Can
your
you
side.
spell
Can you
trigonometry?
understand? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, bro?
Can you spell trigonometry for me?
Your mother. Can you spell your mother? Listen, don't fucking start talking dumb shit. Я сейчас с тобой, блядь,
So
на русский
if
перейду, пидорас
let me
ёбаный,
ask you
тварь
if
ёбаная,
then
сука, блядь.
if
Listen, je parle français aussi.
there
Listen,
was a
you're talking to
mountain
an engineer that
500
speaks
miles
3 fucking
away,
languages. Don't fucking try to fucking even go down the intellectual path. You're fucking beyond fucking retarded. You know what I mean? Trying to test my intellect, trying to spell trigonometry. You know what? I know so much shit that when I spell trigonometry, I'll probably make a fucking spelling mistake because I couldn't care less how trigonometry is fucking spelled. You dumb fuck. You know what I mean? When I'm trying to tell you some very important shit, you're completely not even on the point. I'm trying to keep you on the point, but you're trying to avoid the fucking point because you're pussy. Big fucking pussy.
You brought up a mountain.
No.
You brought up a
Oh my
mountain. I
god,
just want to talk about the
that
mountain.
was just
You
a
pussy.
fucking example, and just because you're so fucking
Listen, I just want to
stupid,
use your
you got hooked up
example.
on this
I'm going
fucking
to use your
example. You're
example.
too
Stop
fucking
over
stupid.
talking me. I
No,
was
you don't
talking.
need to
You
because you
unmuted
don't
me, so I'm going
understand.
to
You
talk.
don't understand 8 inches per
You
mile
can't.
squared. There's no point of
You
going
just
to the
can't let
mountain,
anybody else talk.
right? So please,
You're just a
no, I
narcissist
can let
like all these
anybody
other
else talk.
media
Listen, anybody else can
controllers.
talk. Nobody wants to talk to you. I'm here. Just I don't know. It's 3 a.m. Everybody's fucking sleeping. You know, I'm probably gonna go to sleep too right now. You know, I'm just gonna roll another joint, fucking go to sleep again. You know, got work tomorrow. You know what I mean? I got shit to do. I don't got time fucking sitting on Discord playing fucking games with fucking
I got a
untalkable people.
question. I got a question. If a
Fuck your
mountain was
question.
500 miles away,
Uh-huh.
how many miles away would we have to go for a 5,000-foot mountain to not be visible? If the
Oh,
curvature
wow.
rate was true.
How many feet of a mountain? A 5,000-foot mountain, you
So
said?
5,000-foot mountain, assume that the Earth is
Okay,
a
so 500. Okay,
spherical
okay, so
orb.
that's an easy.
So
Okay, so
wait,
figure out the
let me finish my question.
drop. Figure out
You
the
got
no, man.
figure out.
8 inches per
You
mile
got it.
squared,
I'm
right?
finishing my
So
question.
8 inches per mile squared. The miles are squared, so you have 500 miles, right? And it's squared. Do that. Put that in the calculator, right? So that's your answer. Multiply that by 8. That's in inches, right? So divide that by 12 to get it in feet. So that's your answer in feet. And I guarantee you that is way higher than the fucking mountains. I just gave you the. I've done this a million
You don't
times.
even
I don't want to
remember
even
my
get into the
question.
numbers. It's so fucking boring, bro.
Oh,
You gotta
you want
understand.
to? You got to stay away from the
It's
numbers.
so
Yeah,
fucking
if you want
boring.
to
I'm
have a
trying to tell
question
you that
about
if you
math,
want
you
to
got to
do
stay
this,
away
do the
from
math
numbers.
yourself, bro. You're
Yeah,
stupid if you don't want to do the math yourself. I'm not gonna
you
fucking
got to
walk
stay
you
away
through it.
from
I don't need
numbers.
to.
You
It's not on
got to
my
stay
fucking.
away
I don't
from
care. I don't
numbers.
care. I just gave you the answer, and it's such a simple fucking answer. It's a 1 or a 0, right? It's a basic binary, bro. The mountain
It's a
should not be
1 or a
visible.
0.
Listen,
How
the
many
problem
miles
is
away you
the
got to be is a
mountain
1 or
should
a
not be
0?
visible over 500 miles, but guess what? We could see the mountain, right? And that's not the only example. There's fucking thousands of examples. Everybody that lives in this, actually in this Discord, people are spread around this world, right? And in this Discord, people can show you their examples, which they do of around their local areas where they can see too goddamn far, where the curvature rate should fucking hide and obstruct everything. But guess what? It doesn't, right? So where I live is a wicked example. Where a lot of people live, it's even crazier examples. I know people that live in fucking Ukraine, right? And they can see Turkey across fucking that lake. And that's just 200 fucking miles they can see from shore to shore. Yeah, there is no curvature, bud.
They can see with
Shore to
0
shore
elevation
from
over sea
Ukraine,
level.
Odessa, right? That's the lake, the Black
And
Sea. They can
they're
see
at 0
Turkey
feet above
across
sea
it,
level.
buddy. Shore to shoreline.
They're at 0 feet
Doesn't
above
even
sea
matter.
level.
See, that's the thing. You don't understand
So
that
you said it doesn't matter.
that arc, 200
I thought you
miles
said
of
it
an arc.
mattered.
How much height is that arc? Solve the problem first, and then start going into speculation and shit. Solve the problem. How much arc is there over that 200 fucking miles? Give me the
Is this
number.
a real question, or are you gonna like?
Yes, it's a number. It's supposed to be 200 miles, right? And there's 8 inches per mile squared. That's your formula. Punch in that 200 into the miles, and what's the answer there? See, you're so fucking stupid. I gave you fucking 3 examples.
You just
Almost.
asked me a
One was
question.
the
I can't
boat.
even
One
answer
was
it.
the boat.
You're
Two's the
you're just
mountain, and
you're just
three's the
going off.
fucking Turkey, right? Turkey, fucking
And we
from
haven't been
fucking
able to talk about
from
any of them.
Ukraine. 3
And we
different
haven't been able to talk
variations of
about any of them.
variable distances, and all you have to do is
And
punch that
and
fucking
you're
those
switching to a different
distances into the
topic. You're
formula.
switching
Do
to
you
a different
understand this
topic.
fucking
You don't
formula?
want to talk
But you're
about the
too
boat in
fucking stupid
detail.
to do it, and you're
You don't
gonna
want to
keep
talk
asking
about
me
the
the
mountain
same
in
fucking
detail.
question,
And you
like
don't want to
every
talk
dumb
about the
fucking
Ukraine
glober.
example.
And then you're gonna cry. You
You don't
don't
want to.
allow me to talk.
No, you don't
You
want to talk
don't
about these
allow me to
examples in detail.
talk. Oh my god, you
You don't
don't
want to talk
allow me
about
to
these.
talk. Nobody
You don't
lets
want
me
to talk about these in
talking. Well,
example.
because nobody wants to hear you say shit because it's
You don't want to talk
stupid.
about
When you
these in
keep repeating
detail.
the same shit over and over, right? When you keep
I
repeating
just
the
want to
same
talk
shit
about
over and
one
over,
example in
I just
detail. So
want
why
to
don't you
talk,
pick?
man. I
We
just
got
want to have a conversation, man. I
3
want you to
examples,
jerk
and we
me
can
off
talk
a
about
little
one
bit
of them in
too,
detail. Pick
man.
which one you want.
Man,
Pick which
I'm fucking
example you want
offended,
to talk
bro.
about in detail.
I don't want to talk to you anymore, bro. I want to talk to somebody else.
Yeah, you're gonna be a coward and run away. I
No, there's
know.
no coward. I
Like all
explained.
little
Listen,
anti-intellectual faggots like you.
I'm not ready to fucking spend my day fucking beating against a brick wall like my head, you know, because there's no point.
Which one do you want to talk about in detail?
You're a brick
You want to talk
fucking
about the boat
wall.
example?
You're stupid.
You want to talk about the mountain
No.
example? Or you want to talk about the Ukraine
How
example?
much drop should there be over 500 miles? Answer the question.
So do you want me to answer the question,
How
or are you gonna
much
start
drop?
talking?
The only fucking words out of your mouth should be numbers right now, right? How much drop should there be over 500 miles if you're living on the ball with a radius of 4,000 miles?
Right. So you understand that would
Right.
be
Right. So how much drop should there be
I
if
was
the
actually talking. Please
radius
don't interrupt me.
is 4,000 miles, right? And the
Yeah.
curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared. How much drop
Yeah.
should there be? How
Okay,
much
so you
drop should there
understand
be
that
over how
continents.
much drop? How
So
much
do
drop
you
should there
understand
be
that
over
continents are not
500
smooth?
miles? How much drop
You
should there
understand
be
that
over
continents are
500
not smooth,
miles?
right?
How much drop should there
You
be over
understand
500 miles? How
you
much
understand
drop
that?
should there be? How much drop
Do you
should there be over
understand that?
500 miles? How much
Do
drop
you
should there be?
understand
Bro, are
that?
you a transgender? Is that what you're trying to do? It's like, are you like picking shit? Like, you're like, you don't
Do
know what's
you
going on?
understand that? Do you understand that?
Because you guys all have the same problem. You guys not sticking to the point. Like you don't see
You're the
the
one changing
reality.
topics. You're not even letting me try
What?
and answer.
Okay, again, I
You're
repeat
running
the
off.
question again. How much drop?
You
Because
don't
if
need
you
to
answer
repeat it.
this
You need to shut
question,
the fuck up while
if you
somebody else is
answer the
answering.
question, right? If you answer the question, then the conversation can actually progress. How much drop should there be over 500 miles if you're living on
Is
a
this
ball?
is this on the Earth
If
in a specific
that's your
location,
ball
or
Earth,
is
your
this
ball Earth,
no? Is
your
this?
ball
I
Earth,
have a
your
question.
ball
I
Earth
have a
is a
question.
sphere,
I have a
right? Your
question. I have a
ball Earth is
question.
a sphere.
I have a question.
Buddy,
I
go
have a
ahead. What's
question.
your fucking question? If it's gonna clarify my question for you.
Is this on an ideal sphere, or is this in a specific location on Earth?
Okay, what's the difference between the most oblate part of the fucking ball, of your ball and what's the most fattest? Like, what's the difference? Give me, because I know you're gonna
You
go
didn't
into
even
this little
repeat any
fucking.
of the words I just said.
No, I
Is
know.
this
No,
on an
you're
ideal
trying to get
sphere?
into the
Is this
semantical
on an
argument
ideal
where like
sphere?
the
No,
ball is not
I'm being
perfectly
specific. We're talking
spherical,
about
blah
math,
blah
and we're
blah.
talking.
What's the
Is
difference
this an
between the x
is
and
this
y
on an
and
ideal
the
sphere?
fucking z axis? What? Okay, listen. What's the
Is this
difference
an
between
ideal sphere?
okay? Listen. What's the difference between the circumference of the equator and what's the difference of the circumference of the north and south equator? Like, what's the difference on the ball? Like, give me what's the difference? Like, what's
Is this
the
a
radius?
different
Okay,
question?
No, that's your fuck. You're telling me if it's a perfectly spherical ball,
I'm
right?
asking
You're
if
trying
this
to
is
be a
an
fucking
ideal
retard
sphere.
about it. What's
You're
the
the one being a
difference?
retard, running off.
In your
Because you're trying to
reality, in your fucking reality, bro. In your reality, right?
No, I'm
Over
asking you
what's
in
the
this
drop
You're trying
question,
to
in your
is
find the
this an
reality?
line
ideal
between the
sphere?
observers on this ball here
Listen
in
to
the
me again. In
circle.
your reality,
If the
what's
spikes
the
are
drop?
taller, like
One. No, why are you
observers,
interrupting? Truth. Nobody's talking to you. Why are you even trying to interrupt? In your reality,
Or is this in a
right?
specific
Cranky. In
location
your
on
reality,
Earth?
you told me some shit, right? And I'm asking you the question: over how much drop is there over 500 miles?
Is this
Your
on a
reality.
specific location
You're a
on
ball. You
Earth?
live on a ball, right? You live on a ball,
Okay, so
right?
why don't you pick a specific
You're
location on
does
Earth that we
okay,
can do the
buddy.
math
Okay,
on?
so you're on the east coast of New York, on that fucking
hmm
ocean, right? You're looking out towards
hmm
that ocean, right? The Atlantic Ocean, right? 500 miles you're looking out towards. How much drop is there going to be over that ocean if you're going to move 500 miles from that point that you started? How much drop would there be?
What do you mean by
You
drop?
asked me a specific location. I gave you a
Why you
specific
saying
location.
drop?
Now tell me how
What is
much
drop?
drop.
What do you mean by drop?
Okay,
I'm
so
not sure I'm
there's a
following.
curvature rate, right? So from point A, right? You start in point A, right? You move 1 mile does towards the fucking ocean, right? On your ball, if the ground was curving underneath us, there would be a drop, right? Over 1 mile in your reality, it's what do you call it? 1 inch, right? So that's where the formula comes up to 8 inches. And that's where the formula comes out to 8 inches per mile squared, right? Because every time you go 1 mile outwards, it should drop, in your reality, it should drop 8 inches. So that's what I'm
I'm just
asking
not
you.
sure
So
what you
over
mean by
500 miles, so
drop.
I'm asking you that question. Over 500 miles, your point started in point A, and then you end up in point B, but your point B is 500 miles away from point A. So how much drop? How much fucking? How
I
much
just don't
did
understand
you
what
go
you mean by
down?
drop.
So you don't understand this basic algebra problem. That's what you're trying to tell me.
No, I don't understand from what perspective would I be dropping. If I stood at one
Your
point
point A, you
and I
start in
walked
point A, right?
500
You put a
miles,
marker in point A, right? It's your 0,
right?
0 location, right? That's
Right.
your reference point. And then when you start moving away from that reference point, every mile, how much are you dropping or how much are you descending? Because you're on a curved ball, right? Just like that bolt we were talking about.
Yeah,
You
but
said at 6,
descending on a
listen
Shut your
to me.
fucking
ball.
dumb ass up. You fucking pop
You
head
said
upside
at
down. You
6
weak ass fucking
miles,
bastard.
right? You said at 6
Yeah,
miles, it starts
that's
starting to fucking
implying
go
that
on.
we're
And this is what
approaching
I'm
the
trying to ask
core
you.
of the
So now you're
ball.
understanding because I know you understand what I'm saying. You're just trying to be a
No, I
fucking
don't
snake
understand
about it.
what you mean by
So
drop.
listen, and then you're gonna pretend no, I
What
don't
do you mean
understand. You
by
just said
drop?
you understood, right? So eight.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So
Are you
does the
hearing
boat is
fucking
the boat
voices?
going over the horizon? Is the boat going over your horizon?
Is the boat going over? Are we back to the first example now?
Buddy, if you can't follow the conversation, I don't understand. What other
No,
fucking
I
boat were we
honestly am
talking
having a
about?
little trouble following your
Yeah,
schizophrenic
because you're fucking
ramblings,
retarded.
but
I
I'm
agree. Bro, you're
trying
fucking
to ask
stupid. I
you a
can't talk to you no
question.
more, man. That's it.
Right.
Anybody else want
So
to talk to this?
a
Go up. He's
drop
stupid. He
would
doesn't understand
have
what
to
drop rate
be
is. Bro,
in the context of a straight line
a
projected out
straight
from
line?
the initial point.
The
So
fuck
we
are you
have
talking about?
our beginning
No,
position,
it's not. That's a
and we would
slope you're talking about.
project
That's not the drop rate. That's the slope because it's not a fucking straight line. It's a curved line.
right. But a drop
Right.
is
Is a
only
circle
relevant
curved
in
lines or a
context.
circle is a straight line, my guy? Is a circle a straight line or is a circle a curved line? I think a
This
circle
is
is
really
an
basic
infinitely
stuff.
curving line, is it not?
Right. So that's why
Right. So
talking
that's
about
why
a
we use
drop is
exponential
kind
curves.
of
Listen to me
irrelevant.
very carefully. That's why we
Homie,
use
you're just
exponential curves
rambling
to
again.
measure
This is more
portions of this
schizophrenic.
fucking circle.
Are
Listen
you
to me very
medicated?
carefully
Can you
because
be? Can
circles
you?
are very
Wait,
hard to
you
do
said you were
math
gonna
on,
smoke a
okay?
joint. You
Listen to
smoke a
me very
joint and you listen
carefully.
for a second.
Listen to me,
No,
dumb
you listen
fuck,
to me very
because you don't know
carefully.
nothing,
I'm gonna
right?
talk
You don't know
about
math, the basic
projecting a
fucking simple
line out
fucking
from
math,
the
right?
initial
And I
point.
will explain to
So
you.
we're gonna
Circles are
project a
very
line
hard to
that's
do fucking
500 miles
math
long
on,
out
period,
from the
right?
beach.
So that's why
And
that
that
formula
line
is
is what
there,
we can say
right?
is
It's not,
dropping
it's an
in context when
approximation
we've
too,
traveled that
because
arc
the
out.
bigger the
The
mileage, the
tangent line
more
is
error
going to
you
get
get,
up
right?
8
But
inches
for
per
this
mile out.
context, for this
So when we
situation
draw a
that we're
straight
using,
line
right?
and we walk
That
underneath it
mileage, the
as we go
500
along
miles
the
is more
horizon,
than enough
it's going to
for
be
us,
6
okay,
inches
buddy?
after
No
3/4 of a
problem,
mile.
right?
Is
So
going to
if
be
it
a
goes
foot
over
after a
2,000
mile
miles,
and a
maybe we're
half.
gonna start having
So
a
we
bit
can
of an error
multiply that
issue,
foot
right? Then we can
by
compensate for that
500
later
and we
on.
can get
But nobody measures over
750
2,000
miles,
miles,
and that's
right?
going to be
So that's not necessary, right? That's it.
So it's like
Simple.
8 miles per inch squared.
No, no, 8 inches per mile squared. Get it right.
I know.
Get her right, buddy. Hey, Truth. Since let's keep that cranky guy muted because he's stupid as fuck. Hey, Truth. Since you're here, are you a glober or a flatty? Huh?
I'm a globey.
Ah, man. So sad to hear that, bro, man. What makes you a glober? Hello?
Seems to make the most sense to me.
Oh man, you know how much times I keep hearing that? What is sense? Like making sense. What does that even fucking mean? Like, you know, you watch some movies, right? And then they start making sense to you, right? But does that make them fucking real?
Uh, I don't
No,
believe shit
no,
because I
no.
watch movies.
Whoa, buddy, but you've watched enough to believe into space science. That shit's all over TV. No, when I was growing up, right, in the 90s, right, a lot of things were said, right? And the one thing that I could always remember, and I always remembered, was don't believe anything you fucking see on TV, right? For some fucking reason, nowadays, people are having a fucking hard time with that, you know? For some fucking reason, nowadays, people are fucking listening to everything they hear on TV, right? And believing every fucking word they hear. You know what I mean? It's like an upsy turvy world nowadays, right? Truth.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay? Do you believe what you hear on TV?
Topsy-turvy or
Well, I'm just asking you.
I
I mean,
don't
like,
know. Okay.
well, I mean, now
I don't know.
you don't know. I mean, and
People are always silly.
okay. So when the Kardashians are on TV doing their thing, right, and everything is recorded, and they have the like these infights, do you think that's real?
Do I think the Kardashians are real or their
No.
conflicts are real on
Well,
TV?
see,
No.
okay, you could don't,
No.
cause please don't be one of those leftists that bends my question and tries to answer the bent up question. All right? Don't be a question
All
bender.
right, no. My answer is no to your question.
Okay, so yes, all fake. Everything on TV is fake from beginning to end. So, you know how much NASA propaganda was on TV for like how many years? Do you believe all that NASA propaganda?
Most of it? Like, I don't know what I don't believe.
Okay, cool. So what if I gave you an hour list, like an hour recording? Because I have this recording, because you can't really find these recordings anymore. Right, back in the day, the internet was a little bit less censored. You know how it is now with all this liberalism, right? Too much censorship, and a lot of the videos got fucking crushed, right? But I have like a hour and a half footage video where it's a compilation of all the NASA fakery CGI fuck ups. So we're talking from them being caught on strings, right? From their green screen fucking up to like to the CGI glitches or like artifacting with their augmented reality, right? Because if you understand how like layering works, how fucking graphic what do you call it?
Yeah, I'll
It's
watch it. Sure.
whatever, just graphic design works in general, like video effects works, and just how layering works and all that stuff. Then you understand where they fuck it up and how like it's fake. It's so much of it is super super fake. Like their ISS video and all that, it's all fake green screen shit. You know what I mean? And you can see it. That's the thing. And I have like an hour and a half video compilation of all of it. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it. So if I showed you that, right? You know, you don't have to take my word for it, but if I were to give you something like that and you watched it, would you after believe NASA or not believe NASA?
Well, if
It's
obviously I
it's damning.
believed, if I
It's
believed it, I would.
damning
Yeah,
as
obviously I
fuck.
would not believe NASA.
Right. It's
shit.
like fucking it's like what's his name's laptop book. It's like Hunter Biden's laptop, right? The leftists are denying it ever existed, but it's still fucking there, right? You get what I'm saying with this? Hello?
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. That if you show me something that disprove NASA,
Okay, so okay, you want it?
or
I'll
that
give
did
it to you.
like if you
I
show
have
me like that like like all
it's
the shit was bullshit, then
well, yeah,
fine,
I
yeah, I
can just
would.
yes, I can send you I can invite you to my server because I don't have any like sharing screen sharing permissions in my thing, but I can send you
I could just
to my
like send me a
server.
link if you have like
Well, I don't have the link.
like
That's
an
what I'm
hour.
saying. This is
I'm
all
gonna give you an
scratch.
hour.
Listen. It's a video off my hard drive. right? I cannot send you a link, and I think it's a bigger video, so it can't be sent directly. So either I have to stream it for you, or
The hell is this?
yeah, go to the next thing. Where is it, fuckers? Oh shit, it's on my other hard drive. Don't worry, I'll do it next time. But I promise you, I have lots of these fucking videos. Man, I should be sleeping right now, man. I got work tomorrow, man. I don't know, I cut the flu or something. I just don't feel like sleeping. Mm. Ah. Yo, anybody out there? Woo, woo. Hey, Lulu, did you hear my new music or not? Swear to God, I sent you some music. Swear to God, man, there's no way I didn't. I spam everybody on my list. Unless you changed your name. Did you change your account? You changed your account. Yo, you changed your account, eh? No, same? Same account, eh? Hold on. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I did send you the music. Did you listen to the music? Okay, there you go. Awesome. Yeah, which one? The house one or the horror one? Well, yeah, that's the horror song. Listen, it was supposed to be like that. So if it scared you, then perfect. That's a Halloween track. No. But did you listen to the one before it? The one before it, like I sent you both. That hour-long track is just ambient piano stuff. Dum 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 dum. Doo. Yeah, the house one is a little bit better. I'm gonna make a new track soon. Don't worry. These are just like practice songs, like that haunted. It's just listen step by step. But the one thing is important that all these tracks that I make prior to the ones I made before, they're improving. You know what I mean? The audio quality is improving. The sound is improving. The dynamics are improving. the melodies, and you know what I mean. It's just it's so much to make music. It is fucking insane. So you gotta like that's what I'm saying. It's like a step by step process to become good.
Is that one talking?
Yeah. What up?
Interesting.
Huh. Are you a glober or a flatter?
Am I a glober or a flatter? What are
What
you?
are you?
I'm what you are, bro.
See, I don't do that stuff, man.
Yeah, but me and you, we twins in that.
No, man.
Come on, bro, we
Trust
twins.
me, you're nothing like me, man. I guarantee you that.
Why? What's so special about you?
Do you speak Russian?
I do, показывай.
Да, я говорю по-русски, но ты по-русски не разговариваешь, потому что я уже слышу у тебя акцент какой-то ёбнутый. А?
See.
The fuck is C? C is Italian, my friend.
C's freaking Spanish, you wanker. And no
C
need
is
to hit me with
Italian
that
also.
freaking. No
C
need to
is
hit me with that
Italian.
Vladimir Putin, nigga.
Listen, my name is Vladimir. That's the fucked up part.
No need to hit me with that Mr. Putin, you feel me? You came at me
Listen.
sideways.
Listen, you asked me and I told you. You
Yeah?
said you were like me and I said no you're not. You're nothing
Just
like me,
because we don't
promise me.
speak the same languages doesn't mean we ain't twins, brother.
Oh, buddy.
We twins for real.
No, man. You don't want to be like me, I promise you that.
What's wrong with you?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Everybody's got a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Yeah,
You play
mine is a
League?
lot. Do I play League of Legends?
Yeah.
Sometimes. Well, I mean, I
What
don't
rank are
play
you?
the I do TFT right now, Team Fight Tactics, but that's like casual, man. I play Warzone mostly.
You any
Warzone,
good?
Path of Exile. Warzone? Oh fuck, you should see my streams, man.
You
I
stream?
fuck yeah, bro. My link tree is right there. That's my
Yeah,
name.
but usually link trees where people show their cocks and vaginas.
No. That's what I don't do. You show my cock or my
You sure
vagina.
about that?
Hey, listen, we'll go double check, guy. It's right.
Don't wanna,
It's right there,
don't wanna be checking that.
bro. It would be it would ask you like if you're 18 or not, man. Trust me,
Yeah,
it's all right,
a
bro. But you
Russian
know
telling
what?
me to trust him.
No. I have so much content stream like, cause I stream on 8 platforms, right? I have Rumble, I have Twitch, Odyssey, D Live, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. So I'm like streaming on all 8 platforms, right? I have so
When's the
much
last?
recorded content. I have
I
so
think.
much recorded content
That's
like of
amazing.
crazy good clips like of like crazy plays in Warzone. I'm gonna start making
What's your
clips,
KD
for
looking
that.
like?
It's depending on which game. I'm not one of those what do you call it, aimbotters, you know?
Do you have a buzz cut? Is that you with the glasses?
Yeah. Oh, you're on my stream or something?
Alright,
I
let's see
typed in
it.
your name. I typed in your name on Twitch, brother. How old are you? Like 45?
No, do I look that old? Fuck me.
My nigga,
45.
you're the oldest young dude I know. You're probably mid 20s, hey? No, you can't be mid 30s.
Man, you went from 40 to 20 to 30, bro. Come on.
Because
You
I'm
can
trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but nah. I mean, come on,
no, bro,
33.
I'm an old guy. Yeah, no, I'm old. I'm close to 40, yeah.
So when I said 40, like, do I look at my nigga? You tripping me out?
Yo, because people give me 26 all the goddamn time. That's
No,
why I'm
they
like,
don't,
whoa,
bro.
how
You're
the
an old
fuck
ass
do you get
man.
a
Would
40?
you
When the
tell him
fuck
that,
is
huh?
Nah, but I'm just
Brother, look
saying,
at
like,
his head. That's a grown ass Russian, I tell you.
I am 6'5". I'm a pretty big guy, yeah.
Bro, I went to so I'm in
Wait,
Australia, right?
which
I
I
went
click here?
to
Twitch?
yeah, go to. So I
No,
live in
I
Australia.
Rumble. If you
I
want to
went to
subscribe,
the.
subscribe to my Rumble, bro. But whatever.
No one's subbing to you. Anyways, why are
Oh
Russians so tall?
man,
Why are Russians so tall?
you know, I think it's it's not all Russians. It's
Brother,
certain
the only
Russians.
Russian I've seen in my life at the dentist, she was crying, right? And she's like, "My son, he fall downstairs, he break leg," and she's like, "He big boy, he took me to the store." I'm like, "Bro, what?"
Yeah, they're all 2 meters tall. Trust me,
I'm
that's how
like,
we are.
I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
I,
She's like, yeah,
I
you
heard
feel
it
me
2
too.
meters tall all my life, bro. 2 meters tall all my life. My uncles, I'm
Yeah.
6'5", maybe like 6'5.5", like just to get really precise. My uncles are like 7'2" and shit. These guys are
Kick back.
huge.
Yeah, now you're lying to me.
That's 7'2".
No,
And now
no,
you're
but
lying to my face.
no,
See,
I'm
do I look
serious,
good
bro.
about it?
No,
Yeah, yeah, I'm
I'm
sure you are,
telling you.
sure.
7'2".
This
You
guy's
know,
like,
do
yeah,
you know
my
where I was
cousin Dill
born?
around
No, no, no,
7 foot.
no, 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 no. Do you know where I was born? Just so you know, because I'm telling you,
Dude,
there's
there's
certain
like
Russians that are
a
Brother,
big.
born
hundred of
in
those
Depends
the
on the
guys in the
freaking,
regions. It all
world or
depends
some
on the
shit.
regions, man. You know where
born in
I'm
the
gonna tell you the
moon,
region.
They're like
I'm gonna tell
born
you
in
the
thousands.
Jupiter,
region.
born in
I'm telling
Jupiter.
you. No, man.
Mate, you can tell me what you want.
Siberia. You know Siberia, eh?
The place where the tigers are from, the Siberian tigers and Siberian huskies.
Well, the big bears and such. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Russians, they're naturally 7 foot tall, so they can fight the bears. I get you now.
Well, no, not naturally
Well,
7
they
foot tall.
had
I'm
to.
saying certain.
Like the
Ah,
ones who
Bro.
couldn't fight the bears
I'm the
they
died.
do.
small Russian.
That's
So
what.
That's what I'm saying. I'm the small
Oh,
Russian, bro.
I
I'm
get you
6'5"
now.
and I'm the small
So
guy, man.
no, no,
You
I
should see
get you.
some of
So
these other guys. These guys are fucking massive
I
monsters,
believe
bro.
you because
so
everyone under
all
7 foot
Russians
gets
actually
killed.
can fight bears.
No, no,
Well, I
truth. You need
mean,
to understand what he's saying. He's saying that if you're under 7 foot, the bears will kill you. So only the big
yeah.
boys survive.
Well, the
That's
big
why
boys
they're
did
all
Exactly.
7
survive.
foot. That's why they're all 7 foot because everyone else has been killed by the
7'2"
bears.
at the most. I mean, 7'4" is getting too tall, man. That's
7'4",
too
mate. How
much.
big are their cocks when
7'2"
they're
is at the
that tall?
most.
What if
7'2"
they
is
got
like
15
a
inches,
big
bro?
boy.
Oh my
No, but I
god,
mean, like, there's people that are 8 feet. You never seen an 8-foot person?
mate. What are you talking about?
The
I
tallest
have
ball
not.
player from Africa right now is 8 foot, close to 8 feet.
And you're telling me there's just 8 footers
Close
walking
to
around
eight.
freaking Siberia,
Yeah,
bro?
man, he's huge.
I
He
don't know
doesn't
about
even
all that,
jump when he
brother.
dunks. No, he can't. He's awkward. Like he has that what do you call it? That genetic disorder where I think is
But can I have the genetic disorder where I'm 8 foot tall?
bro.
Like,
You don't want that genetic disorder.
I'll
I'm
yes,
be
I
telling
eight
do,
you.
foot tall.
bro.
8 foot's too
Bro, are
tall.
you that short? Yo, bro, are you that short that you have like these problems, man?
I'm
Yeah,
6'2".
okay, so then you don't want to be fucking higher
You
than
definitely
that.
don't
I
want to be
promise
eight
you.
foot tall.
Yeah,
If you're
dude, bro.
6'2", you should be happy, bro. 6'2" is
But
a
if I'm
good
8
height.
foot tall, right?
Mm.
I've been boxing for a good chunk of my life. If I was 8 foot tall and a boxer, bro, Titan weight, bro. Are you serious? Oh,
Nah.
bro, they couldn't reach me. They'd be freaking hit me to the balls every
Okay,
time.
listen. Okay, so you see Tyson Fury, right?
Yeah, Tyson Fury is a genetic anomaly.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. His body is naturally built for that. Like, there's natural people that
No,
are
he's not,
big.
bro.
It's not. No, his body is naturally big like that. It's natural. There's people like that, and because he can move, that's why he moves
You
so
think he
fast
was
because
born
it's
like that? You
natural.
freaking weirdo.
He was born like that. He
He was
fucking
born
ate.
500 pounds, cuz.
No, bro, I'm saying he was
Well, he definitely
he
had it.
grew. Yeah, he grew into that. He was born a big
Brother,
baby, and then he
he
grew
worked
into
into
that.
that. He worked
Right.
into that. The difference between him
You
and like an
cannot
NBA,
work height, man. You cannot stretch
you
height.
can
You
work
cannot work
size.
on height.
You can work on size.
Size
Though.
is
There's a lot of tall
different. Yeah,
people.
but I'm not talking about his
There's a
size. Yeah,
reason.
his size
Guys,
actually is
listen,
natural too. His bone mass, his bone density. If you look at him, it's
brother,
natural
look at
look.
him. That's not bone density. That's
Yeah,
muscle and
that's
fat. You freaking
no.
weirdo.
That's bone density.
No,
What are you talking about? It's all bones. He's
that's not.
massive bones.
Brother,
His
his
bones are
belly's
huge.
big enough to feed 3 African families. What do you mean all
Yeah, I
bone?
know. That's the extra shit on top of him, but his bones are massive to carry all that weight. His
Oh
frame,
my
his
god,
frame, his frame has to carry his own weight in order
Have you
to
seen a
move that fast.
skeletal? Have you seen a skeletal X-ray of his frame? It's not that big.
But you can see it through his muscles, bro.
Go look at there's X-rays posted of him
Buddy, I've
online. Go
seen,
look at it.
buddy,
His frame not that
bro.
big. No, you haven't.
Okay,
Don't tell me you've seen it. He's not
go
that
go
big.
look. He's a monster. What are you talking about?
A monster, but his bones are perfectly proportionate to his size. When it comes to a natural
Exactly what I'm
6'8" human being,
saying.
it's nothing crazy.
Exactly.
It's
He's a
normal.
huge motherfucker and everything's proportional. That's why he's
Yes,
naturally
yes.
built like that. It's natural for him to
He's
be
not
like that.
naturally built like that though. He put on all the weight and
100%
size.
natural. Okay,
My nigga,
unless he's taking roids on the side
he's
somewhere, I
taking
don't know.
everything, bro. There's
I
not a
don't
single
know.
thing he's not taking.
How do you know that?
Because he's a super athlete. You think anyone on that level isn't juiced up to the freaking T, bro?
Well, I know they're juiced. But they have
So
to
why are you
hide
saying?
it.
How do you know that?
No, because they have to hide it, but you can't hide the fat is hard to.
Yes, you
It's
can
easy.
hide it, bro. There's
Look at
literally drugs to hide the roids, cuz. How do you think all these
John
Olympians
Bones
do
got
it?
caught. John
Because
Bones
he
got
never hid
caught.
it, bro. He never.
No,
Oh,
come
well,
on.
I'm dead because of you. He
Why
never
are you
tried to
dead?
hide it.
I don't know
Oh, he
about
did
that,
hide it.
man. He
Brother,
hid
that
it,
guy
but he
was
got
on
caught.
freaking pills
Didn't
and
he get
rack
caught for
and.
a masker as well?
What was that again?
Didn't he get caught for like a masking agent specifically?
No, so what happened with John Jones is he got caught a pectogram, and it's actually legal now. If he was caught today with the same criteria, he would have been found innocent. They wouldn't have actually fined him or disqualified him. He got caught such a small amount of
Wait,
substance, it's
wait, wait. So
crazy.
now they're allowing performance enhancement drugs in the UFC?
No, the amount he was on
Okay,
is what
that
is
tiny amount like could be a false positive, right? That's
yeah,
why
it
you
could
have
be.
that. But like it's
Yeah,
almost
correct.
definitely just that
No, we know he was on
like
roids,
he just
realistically.
yeah.
No, everyone knows he was freaking abusing the chair, but he still probably is. Like, look at him. But
He's
no one
just like
cared
he
because
didn't cut it
everyone
off
was
soon
doing it.
enough. So it's still
Yeah, it
same
was still only
penalty.
going. But you need to keep in mind that if you look at everyone at that time, everyone's abusing roids. But he
I
just
don't know, man.
outlasted
Tyson looks
everyone.
natural. That's what I'm saying. Tyson looks too natural. He doesn't look.
Tyson
He's not
Fury,
lean. Yeah.
you don't need to, brother. He can run 20 miles on one breath. What are you talking about? He weighs 300 pounds, running 20
Fucking,
miles.
I
What do you
can
mean
run 20
natural?
miles too, bro. It's not that
You're a
hard. I
freaking
mean,
scrawny little kid, bro.
I'm not a scrawny
Sorry,
little kid. Trust me.
not kid. I'm sorry, not kid. You're older than me. You're a
Like
man, but you're scrawny.
running.
You're tall and small.
Well, I'm close to 200 pounds, right? But that's okay.
But you're 6'5". What are you?
Right. Well, if you go look at my Instagram and you can see the muscle ups I do, that's like I'm lean as fuck. I don't do
That's why you
roids.
can
I'm
run because you're
100% natural.
lean,
Yeah, I don't. I'm natural. I'm
brother.
very
Let me
fit.
explain something to you.
I'm saying
Bodybuilders, even though they're
I
in
don't do
better shape than
bodybuilding.
most, sure, I know you don't. That's why you can run a long distance because you're small, bro.
Not small. I'm
Oh, bro, you're
6'5",
6'4", 500.
200
I'm
pounds.
6'2",
That's
brother.
not
I'm
fucking. That's
six
not
foot two. I
small.
weigh more than you.
Yeah, but you're fat and you
I'm
can't
not
run as
fat. I
fast
got
as me.
probably not because you're smaller than me. I got a lot more muscle than you, though. I'll tell you that for sure.
Well, yeah, that doesn't mean shit though. It's a lot
It
more
just means that
weight to
I'm
move.
smaller than you and
It
have
means a
more
lot more
weight.
weight to move. You have to
That's
move for a
right.
reason.
So it's harder for me to move.
You shouldn't do that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like that's why all
Why not?
fighters are skinny and fucking lean.
No, they're not. All fighters have a
Yes, they
weight
are.
class they need to be a part of. Have you seen fighters in
Well,
off season when they don't have to make
yeah,
weight?
yeah, but even heavyweights they all cut. There's a reason why we all cut, right?
Because you can make more weight. The more you weigh, the better. You cut so the day of the fight, 3 days before. So I think you weigh in the night before the fight, and when you do that, you
We're trying
probably
to
weigh
achieve that
30 or
weight
40.
class. You're trying to achieve
They're
that
trying
class,
to,
right?
yes, because they
Because they're
can't naturally
overweight.
make that. They're not
Yeah.
overweight. They're cutting water weight. They keep the same mass.
Eh.
What they're cutting is just water weight, hydration. They're dehydrating
Anyways,
themselves. They're not actually cutting
again,
weight.
you're talking to a Russian, right? Let's just say that
Yes,
we're a little bit
Russians are freaking.
we're a little bit unorthodox when it comes to our training. So
Yes,
it's
that's
all
why the Russians are freaking animals.
right. We're pretty
That's
crazy. That's all I gotta say.
Especially that one part where freaking all them Russian animals are from. The Nurmagomedovs, Khabibs, freaking animals.
All you know what? All those
Dagestan
guys from Dagestan, the
animals.
Chechens and all that shit, that they just had such a rough life in the mountains, right? They're naturally born to be that aggressive. And like fighting people, especially that it's not their people, it's like nothing to them. They'll fuck everybody up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I don't know, but I mean, Khabib's a boring fighter. He never peaked though.
Do you know why he does it? He's doing that to win. Like he doesn't want to lose. So
Yeah,
taking
but
a
he never peaked
chance,
though. He
never he
retired
doesn't want
very
to lose.
early.
He doesn't want to lose.
Sure, but there's other people that don't lose, like John Jones. My guy Johnny Bones.
No, John Bones is crazy though. Like I've seen his last fight, he just fucked that guy up.
He
He
was too
just
quick.
fucked him
Maybe
up.
the guy was only lost once to Francis Ngannou,
I
and that
know,
was
and
a
I was like
5 round fight.
surprised. No, well, and John Bones looks leaner that whole fight. Yeah, he looked a lot leaner too.
What are you talking
Looked
about,
way,
bro?
But Khabib
yeah.
seems to me he's like I got
The
like a
last fight,
couple
when
What are you
John Bones
million,
was
I'm
against
good.
that mulatto guy, no?
He
What
just
are
like
you
checked
talking
out.
about, bro? What are you talking about, Mr. Russian guy? You're on the wrong planet, bro.
What do you mean? The last John Jones Bones fight was against that mulatto guy, not was it?
It was against Cyril Gain, and he was the fattest he's ever been in any fight he's ever had.
The mulatto guy, right?
Who the frick is Mulatto, bro?
He's like a half black, half white dude. He's a mixed guy.
The French guy, Cyril Gain.
Yeah. He's like a
Look if
he's a
you've
light
came in.
skinned.
Beat
And
everyone who they put
he was
against him.
a bigger guy. Yeah, he was way fatter than John Jones Bones.
No, he wasn't. Cyril Gain was shredded
Got
to
his
the
money.
T.
He's like,
John
fucking
Jones was fat.
like the
John Jones
healthiest
had a
fighter out there.
beer gut, right? I know,
John
I saw
Jones
that,
was fat. Cyril Gain was ripped to the T.
but he was bigger than John Jones. If you look at the frame, he looked
He wasn't
bigger.
bigger. John Jones was fatter.
Fatter, but the fat looks smaller.
Alright, get a photo and compare both of them. John Jones
That's what
is
I'm
just the
saying.
bigger Oompa Loompa
If
looking
I
ass.
recall that fight, that fight was a while ago, wasn't it? It was like a year ago, no?
It wasn't that long ago, yeah, a bit less.
I
Way
just
less,
don't
actually.
remember. Hold on, let me remember. I'm gonna go look it up right now. I'm gonna go see. Because from what I remember, John Jones looks like he looked floppier, but he looked smaller.
What a flop. I can't say this game. Nah, John Jones was the bigger guy. He was Oompa Loompa guy.
What was
The
the
other guy
guy?
was
What was the guy named Gagnon? Yeah,
Cyril Gain. Cyril Gain. Dirlygane.
Cyril
It
Gain,
was
full
straight to the
fight.
bone. Abdominals visible.
Yeah.
Lat whatever he was doing. John Jones was
Yeah,
just fat.
Cyril Gaines looked fatter than John Jones in this one.
What are you
talking
talking
I'm looking
about,
at it
bro?
right now. Am I crazy? Because I'm looking at it right
You
now.
are. I'll put $100 on it. Put $100 on it.
I'm looking at it right now.
Put $100 on it.
Looking at it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, if you're so confident,
Because
put
I'm
$100
saying
on it.
I've seen this fight, and I remember that the French guy looked way bigger than John Jones.
Brother, you haven't seen the fight. You have no idea what the fight even was.
I did see the fight, man. I'm
Alright, who
looking at it
won?
right now, and I'm looking at it right now.
How John win?
Huh?
How John Jones win?
How did I know that John Jones how did I know that John Jones won the fight so fast?
He didn't. He said he said he messed him up. And how did he do that?
Fast. But he's been over a year. I don't know the details of it.
It hasn't been over a year though.
I think he submitted him.
He did.
He did submit him. If I remember. Yeah, it was close to a year. Bro, I remember the fucking fight, and I'm looking at it right now. I'm telling you, I'm looking at it right now, and I see the guy bigger than John Jones. Am I lying to you? If in my fucking goddamn opinion, in my goddamn honest opinion, I'm looking at this French guy, and he looks bigger than John Jones, he looks bigger than John Jones. Why are you trying to fucking argue that point?
Because he was
literally looking at the fight right now.
Because he wasn't. That's why.
But maybe in your opinion that he wasn't. Now go look it up on YouTube right now and look at it again
Brother,
closely. Because
what are you talking about? I watched the
I'm
fight
just
1,000 times.
buddy.
Okay, do me a favor. No, do me. I've seen John Jones fight every single time. I've
Okay,
seen
but
every
we're
single.
comparing two fight. We're
Okay,
comparing
no
two
problem.
fighters
Share
from
your
one
screen.
fight.
Share your
Irrelevant.
screen.
I
Put
can't.
the fight up. You can't.
I cannot share my screen, bro.
Why, are you hiding something?
No, I'm not allowed. God damn it.
Yeah, well, I'll do it. You got it.
No, I'm not. I don't have anything. I cannot. I'm telling you.
True. You still there, buddy?
Whatever. Listen.
You're wrong.
You can turn on the fight yourself.
I'm playing a game right now, to be completely honest with you, Jay.
What game you playing?
League of Legends.
Oh, that's a shit game. I'd rather play fucking. I'd rather play Heroes of the Storm.
It's a shit game because you suck at it.
No, I used to play that game religiously, bro. I just gave up on it. Fuck that. Same shit over and over. No, same shit over. You know what? I literally mained. No, funny thing is, my name is Vladimir, and I mained Vladimir in fucking League. I was really good with that motherfucker. Oh yeah, man, I fucking.
What rank were you?
But then they fucking ruined it. I almost hit gold when I was playing.
And that makes you really good?
Well, when you're in ELO hell and not fucking like creating new accounts and shit, yeah, trust me, I'm pretty fucking good. You know what I mean? I wasn't focusing professionally. If I wanted to, bro, I just start making new. Listen, I can just make new accounts and just fucking recall.
This guy said I was really good at almost hit gold. You're
Still
funny,
good.
bro.
I'm good at every fucking game I play, bro. What the fuck you talking about?
Bro, I'm smurfing an emerald with my eyes closed.
If I can
Then why
listen,
is
if I can
closed?
reach Gladiator, if I can reach Gladiator in World of Warcraft, trust me, I can get fucking high rank in League. It's just League of Legends was not my fucking priority. It
Okay,
was
get a
never
high
my
rank.
fucking. You asked me a fucking rank, I said gold. If I wanted to go
You
higher,
said
I could. I
almost
just didn't waste
gold.
my fucking time. Why the
You
fuck would I want to waste
almost
my
hit
fucking
gold.
time?
You said you
I
played it
told you.
religiously though. What
No,
happened? You said
religiously.
I used to
Gold,
play that game
gold is like,
religiously.
That was just
dude,
what I
gold is
played
like
that for
Gold
like a
is
so
little
easy.
fucking
your average
stint. That was
player.
just a stint of my life. Oh
So
my
easy.
god. I played WoW more. I played WoW way more. I play fucking Path of Exile way more. I'm talking about like, bro, when it comes to, you still don't like. Why are you trying to nitpick such a small fucking thing, like, bro? You have such a bad fucking ego issue here. What's your rank in League of
You
Legends right
get
now?
gold like
Grandmaster.
passively.
Huh?
You get gold
Grandmaster.
just by default.
Your grand what?
Grandmaster. Echt better, can you not hear me?
Well, how many
You're
fucking
not
years did you play
grandmaster. Are
League
you
of Legends?
grandmaster?
Well, no. Listen, how
Yeah.
many years are you playing League of Legends now?
Ooh, I've been playing
So,
this game for a while, bro.
and same account or how
I
many
was
accounts you have?
diamond in the back in the day.
I have a shit ton of accounts. The one I'm playing on right now is Emerald.
Right. So, see, I only had one fucking account ever in my life, bro. And once you get stuck in ELO hell, good luck trying to get it out.
It's easy. You win strict and you start skipping divisions. I'm getting smoked because I
Bro,
keep
I'm not a
talking.
listen. I play for fun. I don't play to rank, bro.
I'm getting destroyed because I'm talking to this freaking Russian. It's getting my head.
Well, then don't talk.
Because you have no idea what you're talking about. That's why you're confusing me.
No, I know what I'm talking about. Trust me.
Yeah, I trust you. I knew because you're
No,
Russian.
trust me. No, you're playing Hecarim. Yeah, and you shouldn't stream. You're lagging. You have a shitty internet connection.
I have gigabit internet.
Yeah. Is it upload gigabit also or what?
Nah, my upload shit. It's like 40 or 50 megs. I
What?
really want to kill this fat Nick.
You only got how many? What? Yo, hit him, hit him, hit him. Oh shit.
This is a problem. You suck balls, brother. Oh shit. Sorry, that's why you're dead, bro. Oh, this is a bit. Get off my cover, please. Jesus. What rank are you here? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Look, for a grown man, you should be at least a little bit better than gold, bro.
Bro, I don't waste my time on shit games. I'm sorry.
It's not a shit game, though.
Bro, I played Dota 2, man, and Warcraft 3. Like like you remember I told you I'm close to 40. You know how many games I played in my life? Like League of Legends was just a little blip of all my gaming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but League of Legends should be the only game you play.
No, League of Legends is just such a trash fucking game, bro.
Yeah, of course it's a trash game when you suck at it.
Bro, I told you I have like reached rank 1 in arenas, Gladiator, World of Warcraft. Do you know how hard that
Yeah, but
is?
isn't World
It's
of
like
Warcraft servers?
no. That's bro,
When?
real
When?
season 1, bro. I was the original fucking
Season
Gladiator,
1?
bro.
When no one played the
Yeah.
game?
No, everybody. That's when the
Nice.
game was fucking good, bro. That's when everybody played
Alright,
Burning Crusade.
I was Challenger on League Season 3. Does that count?
I don't know what the fuck that
Oh,
even
Burning
means,
Crusade
man.
actually was pretty good.
Burning Crusade was the best, bro. What are you talking about? I did vanilla. I was a high warlord
It
in
was.
vanilla. I was high warlord in vanilla.
Yeah, it was
Then
good.
I went gladiator, but no, but I played so much of WoW, I burned out after season 1, and then I just stopped playing pretty much competitively anything.
So tell me, what rank are you here there on League?
I don't have a rank right now.
Not you. Hey there.
Oh,
The other
hey
guy.
there.
Hey there. Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh. I was playing in the alpha testing phase. Dude, I've been like diamond. But I was way back in the day. So right now I don't even have a rank. I don't even play League anymore.
The issue is, bro, people sucked back then. Now, bro,
Oh,
everything.
Man,
definitely.
the game was different back then, bro. We can't say that. The game was completely
There was a
different.
lot of broken shit, you know. A lot of
Yeah.
broken ass shit. A lot of funny stuff.
Well, even now there's still fucking shit that's crazy, man. Yo, like if one you can snowball in League of Legends harder than any other fucking game. I guarantee you that.
Bro, you guys are just really bad at the game.
No, but I'm saying if you're good enough, you can fucking I play
That
I snowball Trindaqueer so fucking hard sometimes. I
In
remember I
silver
had
lobbies, my dude, I can turn off my monitor, unplug my mouse, play with my balls, and still beat silver players.
bullshit.
It's not bullshit. You guys have no brains. Anyone under
Okay,
at least
okay.
emerald or plat
1v1 me. 1v1 me.
on
I'll
League,
beat you. Mirror match. Any champion. Mirror match.
you
Go.
think you'll beat me?
I'll beat you.
What
Yeah,
server?
easy. Easy.
What
What do you
server?
mean what server?
You know League of servers, right? We're not in the same country, right?
That's correct. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Europe?
Yeah, bro, I'm in Australia. I'll probably have 1,000 ping on Europe.
Oh yeah, you're in
If it's
Aussie.
that bad,
You're in
then
Austin.
we'll
That's why
just
that was
cancel. If it's that bad. If it's that bad.
Yeah, it would be pretty bad, to be honest.
You do have an account on
On Europe? I think so, yeah.
Mirror Match. Yeah, any champion. Just pick a
I don't,
champion. Let's play.
I don't think he'd beat me, to be honest. Even with 300 ping.
Okay. Pick a
If you haven't
champion.
played the
Just
game in
pick.
a while, I'll just pick a new champion.
Just pick a champion.
Briere.
Stop being a pussy. Just
Okay,
pick a champion.
Briere.
What champion? What?
Briere, the new one. Briar.
The new one?
Yeah.
I don't think I have them. I don't think I have that. I've never played that champion. Okay, fair enough. We'll just play that then.
Bro, you play so much. You have all the champions unlocked, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, on
For
my
sure.
main account.
On multiple accounts.
That's crazy, bro. I don't know why you would do that. Like I think that's a waste of fucking time, bro.
On multiple accounts, not even this one account, bro.
Are you at least making money on it or no?
I'm making enough money doing other things.
No. But I mean, like, if you're so good at League of Legends, you don't go competition or no?
I'm not that good, but compared to actual good players, I'm pretty sure.
What's your
No,
username?
listen, if you think you are, then that's your problem. See, I wouldn't ever say like if you're good enough, you understand. What you need to do is you got to play with the good players to
Dude,
get on their level.
I've got about half of the top 10 challenger players in my region on my friend list, and they're all better than me by like a margin, like significantly better. Like a good mate of mine, he's I think third or fourth on the leaderboard.
How old are
He's
you?
just
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 24, man.
Oh yeah, your brain's deteriorating.
Why?
Well, because the older you get, your eye-hand coordination isn't as good as when you were like 18. I
Relax.
remember
I'm
when I was
24, bro.
18.
I'm not that old.
Relax.
Hey,
Relax.
it starts mid-20s. By the time you're 30, it's lower and lower, and by the time you're 40, it's like
What are you
you're
talking about? The
starting.
best athletes are in their 30s.
I don't think so. I think they're in the mid-20s, man.
You think
I
so?
think the best athletes are usually they cap out at mid-20s and they start going down by 30, and then after 30s they're shit.
I don't know about that, bro.
No, I think that's how NBA goes. Like in the NBA, that's how it is.
In the NBA, there's 20-year-old athletes better than 30-year-old athletes.
Fucking there's 18-year-old athletes better than the fucking 30-year-old athletes, bro.
Okay, who's better than LeBron right now? That's 20.
Oh shit! Right now, it's that kid that just came out of college, bro. He's like bigger than
Zion
LeBron.
Williamson.
Yeah,
You
that
think
guy's bigger
Zion is
than.
better than LeBron? What a joke.
Fuck yeah, yo, buddy.
The
Well,
guy's been
he will
injured
be.
for half the NBA.
I don't know about that. Was he?
He's still injured, isn't he?
I don't know. I don't follow.
Then
Are
why
you
are you
playing
telling
or
me
not?
things? I'm in a
I'm
game,
just
Fred. Let me at least finish.
Pussy.
because okay. When LeBron, here's the thing. When LeBron, when LeBron was in his prime, he was when was he? How old was he when he was in
He's
his
still
prime?
in
He
his
just
prime, bro.
he's not. No, he's not. He's not that good.
He's still really good.
He's not that good. What's his name? How old is what's his name? See, that's why I don't care too much about NBA. But what's his name? The guy that used to play for Toronto.
Yeah, that's me, bro. I play for Toronto.
No, the guy that used to play for Toronto and he brought the championship to Toronto. What's his name?
Me.
No, trust me, there wasn't
Hmm.
any. You're too short.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not good.
What's his name? Yeah, he's better than fucking LeBron, but I just forgot his name. Irrelevant, but I'm just saying, yeah. I mean, when you go look at hockey, right? There's a lot of hockey players, and then when they start out younger, they're way better than the older
Hell,
players.
it's hockey, bro. Is that even a real sport?
Bro, I'm a Russian, bro. Hockey's one of the sports.
I don't know what hockey is, bro.
Okay, well, it's a little aggressive for like some people. I
Aggressive?
get it. A little bit.
You think hockey's more aggressive than football?
Well,
You
not
guys play with little
rugby,
balls, bro. You
not
play with
rugby,
little
but
pellets.
no, hockey's way crazier than NFL, I would say. Yeah.
What the hell is NFL?
National Football League.
Sounds gay to me, to be honest.
Well, your football is what, soccer or
My soccer is soccer. My football is grown ass men running at each other bareheaded.
you're talking about rugby?
Talking about NFL.
National Football League in
Yeah, but our
America,
NFL
right?
is different to yours. I'm Australian, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What the fuck is your National Football League? Is that
The
rugby?
NFL? I think it's rugby, but with no like headgear or any of that shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Rugby has no headgear.
Okay, yeah, that's our NFL.
And our NFL, National Football League, is fucking with helmets and bodysuits and
No,
shit,
we're
you
not
know?
gay like that, bro. We don't wear
But they hit
costumes.
hard though. No, they hit hard, bro. They hit really hard. That's
Yeah,
why
have
they
you seen
win.
our rugby's? They're 6'5" islanders that weigh 300 pounds. They hit
I
pretty hard too,
understand that.
bro.
I know, like, I understand what's going on there, and that's a crazy sport in itself. But I think hockey hits are harder. That's why they need the gear.
How are they harder, bro? They're getting hit with pellets, bro. And they have full costumes on.
What pellets, bro?
Are you talking about freaking, what are you talking about? Hockey?
When a hockey player hits another hockey player against the fucking wall, full fucking force, right? It's called a check, right? When
Aren't they
he
wearing
checks the
full body
motherfucker
suits,
with his
bro?
stick, right? And he's on skates going full speed. You know how fucking fast these guys are going and checking these guys
Yeah,
against the
but they're
wall?
wearing bulletproof freaking armor vests. Who cares?
Well, it's not even about the bulletproof armor at that. It's just the pressure, that impact, boom, against the
Oh
whole
no,
fucking body
not
is
the
huge.
pressure with my body suit on. No, please don't pressure me.
Well, I mean, I'm saying rugby is dangerous in itself, right? But they're not doing the crazy hits like in hockey. You know what I mean? If you don't wear a helmet and that hockey puck hits you in the fucking head, you die. You know, there's a girl, right? She was in the stands, sitting in the
One
Calgary
person
Arena.
died? That's crazy.
No. But she was in the stands. It's a girl. No, there's multiple people. There's multiple incidents. That's why they keep wearing helmets now, is because multiple incidents of people on ice rings, right? Getting fucking hockey fucking, what do you call it? Slap shots in the fucking head with these fucking pucks. And these pucks are like bricks, like miniature fucking bricks. They're so heavy and fucking hard. It's like galvanized rubber right in your fucking head. Boom. Kill people. That's why. I mean, in the stands, this little girl, I don't know, she was just fucking unlucky sitting there, and one of the hockey players just fucking slung it so fucking hard it bounced off something and right in her fucking head.
No, no, not her head.
Well, she's dead now, but I don't know.
Alright, look, let me tell you this. One person died in hockey and you're making it seem like it's the hardest sport in the world. Kick back here.
Well, it's not one. There's multiple people that died in hockey.
And how
There's
many people have
fucking.
died in anything else? A lot more, I'm assuming.
Well,
Are we
no,
playing
I'm not
UPC
saying
or no?
that. Why do you want? Okay, so
I'm
okay,
still in my
rugby. I
game,
never said
guy.
anything about rugby being not a bad sport. So why you like trying to make rugby to be a really like this like macho man sport? You love rugby, eh? You love rugby, eh?
Not really, I don't watch sports, bro.
Vladimir, choose a champion. Choose a champion for us.
Who is?
I play esports.
You play esports.
Yeah.
Good.
Should go to sleep, man. I gotta work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go to bed then, man.
I work.
Choose a champion for us, though.
Can I just finish my
I
game? I'm freaking getting ran over.
I'll choose a champion for you guys.
Yeah, just pick one.
I will. I will. You guys are gonna mirror match Soraka.
Yes.
Soraka?
No. Why?
Yes.
Why would you pick Soraka? Why would
Because I
you
want
do
you
that?
guys to have fun.
That's
You guys are
painful.
gonna.
That sounds
Hey, you
just
guys are gonna have
painful.
the best amounts of fucking awesome. Well, the best man will win, right? If you know how to play, right?
Soraka is not a hard champion, dude.
Fine.
I
I'll kill you
know.
with bananas. Fine.
I want
I'll
to.
just
I want
kill
to
you
see
with
you.
bananas.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see that mirror match Soraka 1-on-1 mid lane.
Dude, my European account's level 1. I have to like see if it has any champions first off.
Yeah, Soraka should be
Oh,
unlocked, man. It
yeah.
should be like the first thing unlocked.
Gay.
He told me to choose a champion for you guys. You know.
Why would you have to pick like the worst one?
Well, it's not the worst. I remember
One
when I
v
used to
one
play
with. Why would
Soraka.
you have to pick that?
Well, because
Have to pick the
Soraka's
banana
fun.
thrower.
Because it's well, I don't know how she when she used to be good. She used to be good. You know, the spam was awesome. I used to just spam her Starfall or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick a champion. By the way, I'm just gonna pick it.
Come on,
Right?
man. Why don't you want to do Soraka and stream it, man? I want to see this shit.
That's so fucking dumb.
What do you mean? Best man
Why would
wins,
you pick
man.
Soraka?
Well,
It's
because
gonna
it's
be
all
lame
gonna
as
be
shit.
minion farm until you choose the gear, and then whoever chooses the best gear wins. You know.
No. We're not
I
gonna
want to
play
see the.
for.
I want to see a Soraka with a
We're not gonna
bloodthirster,
play for
bro.
Nexus. We're gonna play first kill.
Can you come to my service?
Mm, can I? I
You have
don't
to
know.
make an account, but I don't think I have a European account. EU West or EU North?
European.
Yeah, but there's 2 EU servers, isn't there?
East and West are combined nowadays.
Are
I
they?
think.
I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
haven't checked. I haven't played on EU.
yeah. I think they combined. So what's your? Do you have an account on the EU?
No, only Oceania and NA.
So how does this work?
Make an Oceania account.
That's not happening. Well, hold on. Just give me your username, your player name. Let me try
On
and add you as
Discord?
a friend.
It's not gonna work right there.
What? Well, let's try.
You're trying to add me from a separate region?
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna
That
work,
wouldn't
bro.
work.
It's not?
No,
Of
man.
course it won't
Well,
work.
make an EU account then.
You want me to make an EU account?
Yeah.
Well, you guys fucking yeah, man. What the fuck, man? You said you're the best of the best, and fucking do it too, man. You can play under any conditions, man. Let's go. No buffs, nothing. You got zero supports or anything. You fucking straight going vanilla in there.
Okay, give vanilla 300 pin in a new account.
Yeah, well, let's not play support characters, okay? Let's just play something.
If you make an account, I'll play any role, any person you
But
want.
he has no masteries, right? This guy, his account is bare. He has no masteries.
I got nothing.
Yeah, but you don't need anything anymore.
What do you mean, no masteries? You can always play
No.
with no masteries.
You can play level 1 account's the same as level 300 account.
Whoa. They unlocked everything now?
Yeah.
Oh, because I remember they forced you to fucking level through all of it.
You still have to level, but it's different.
That was back in the day. You don't have to level anymore, right?
Not to get like masteries or anything.
Yeah. Go to sleep, man.
Yeah, I should. I gotta go to work tomorrow. I just want to see the Soraka fucking one-on-one.
Let's go. If this guy is not a pussy.
Yeah, make an account in my region. I'm not going to freaking Europe, bro.
See how it is, man? This guy talks so much mad shit.
I'm
You want
supposed to
me
be
to
the
make
one.
a European account?
Shit. This guy, he plays with
Nah,
like
bruh.
these servers where the people are like not that
Pussy.
great, and then
You know how hard my
he
ping will be on
finds.
Europe servers, bro?
Aw, man.
Puss.
Mm.
You know, like, North America servers are probably one of the hardest servers to play on, eh? They're like
No, it's
close to
not, bro.
Chinese servers.
No, it's
Before
not.
there
No,
was
it's not.
before Oceanic servers, there was only NA servers. They used to smoke kids on 150 ping. Yeah, let's see if I have a Europe account. Hold on, let me see if I have a Europe account. One sec.
I see you. I
Ego
see you.
talk, all
I
this
see you.
gamer ego
I see you.
talk.
Let's see. I have a US Valorant account. Does that work with League? Let's try it. I might have just a brand new level 1 account. Let's try it. Okay, I have a brand new account. Let's try it.
What's the
Let
account's
me
name?
see. Hold on, let me open it. If I have to do a tutorial or anything, I'm not doing it. Straight up. Let's see.
Do you have to?
I'm not sure. Okay, I don't think so. What's your username?
Glitter Kid. Hold on.
How
Let
do
me
I
tell
spell
it to you.
it? Glitter Kid?
Yeah, Glitter Kid.
How did you?
I am a food worker. Is this you?
Yeah. I
Okay.
don't think I can play. It says I need to be level 2. Let's try it though. Create custom.
What do you mean?
Maybe.
Let's
Join.
Okay. We're
You're
going with
level
Soraka, actually.
300, bro. You're level
What do you mean?
340.
We go
I
with
don't really have any
Soraka, right?
strength in it, bro. I have
Do you have?
Sonar, I
Do
have
you have?
Malfoy. I have
We're
Vi,
supposed to do a mirror
Timo,
match.
Jinx.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
go
supposed
with
to do a
Timo
mirror
then.
match.
Timo?
Let's
No,
just
not
go with
Timo.
Timo.
Someone else.
No, Timo's
No,
fucked,
not
guys.
Timo. Okay. Let's
Diana.
go with
Diana mirror. Diana mirror.
Diana?
no.
Malphite or
Someone.
Vi? Or Tristana?
Okay, we can go with Malphite. We want to play
Okay.
Malphite.
Oh my god, bro, the freaking lag. I can feel it already.
Really? Is it that bad?
It's
What do I
bad, bro.
pick as a Malphite?
My flash is locked. Everything's locked. Alright.
Oh, no way. But you got a heal and you got the fast run. It's all the same. Don't worry.
Bro, you're gonna see my ping and you're gonna be like, this is unplayable.
Are you streaming? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to stop the stream then.
No, the stream's not gonna make
What are
the
you
lag
doing?
even worse.
What are you doing, dude? Change your summoner spells right now.
Why?
He can't.
I can't, they're locked.
Level 1.
I'm not, dude. No. This is not.
Why?
No, I don't want a handicap. I don't want a handicap. I don't want a handicap.
It's you're not. I'm already handicapped. Why do you leave?
Not happening. Not happening.
Why? What happened?
Because I want a fair fight.
Is
Yeah,
that
but
not
he's gonna
fair?
beat you because he's like super ultra master diamond,
Why
bro.
don't you
You're
just
like
use
a
the
silver league.
same? Why don't you just use the same things?
Can you
Yeah.
not change your summoner spells? Can you not
It's a
change
level
them?
No,
one
because he's
account.
level
Why don't
1,
you
bro.
just use the same account? Why don't you just use the same ghost and heal?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah.
Jesus
Fair enough.
What's wrong
Christ,
with
why
you?
you overreacting, bro? Oh my fucking god.
The hell's wrong with you?
Oh,
These
shit.
Europeans,
Oh,
bro.
I didn't realize that you were actually gimped
You must be
out of your
Polish.
fucking mind. I'm not Polish.
The hell's
What
wrong with
are
these
you?
Europeans, bro?
What do you
What
mean? You
are
can't
you?
even fucking. You didn't even put something
What are you,
wrong with
man?
me.
Are you Polish or what? You sound like you're Polish.
I'm not Polish.
Okay, what are you?
Malfoy
What are
again.
you?
Go Ghost heal.
Me, I'm a Russian. What are you?
So ghost and heal.
Ghost
Yes,
heal.
yes, yes, yes.
Oh my god, what is wrong with you? What do I pick as a?
Just
Hey,
lock in.
hold
Hurry
on.
up.
What do you? What? Can you? Can I see your runes? Can I see
No,
them? No.
no. The hell. Hurry up.
Dude, I'm in. No,
You
no, no,
must
no,
be
no.
Polish.
Fuck. Dude, hold up. There we go.
You must be Polish, this guy.
I'm not Polish.
What are you
I would
then,
say
man?
if I was Polish, bro.
Well, what are you, man? What are you?
What do you mean?
This
Well,
guy
where are
has
you
a
from?
white skin as well.
What does it mean?
I'm from Finland.
You know your account is higher level than
Oh,
my main
you're
account, bro?
Finnish. You're not Polish.
Oh
You're
my
Finnish.
god. Holy shit.
Oh
Is it
shit,
bad?
what's
Is it
going
bad?
on? Everything's different. Oh, 400 ping. That's not bad.
400
What's it?
ping, dude.
Yeah, he's almost
Oh
Yo, what the
shit.
500. 500. It's not bad. Like you
We
just
would
have to.
should.
You're just gonna have to really like what do you call it?
Dude, I'm gonna clobber you up.
Blast
I'm
it
gonna
like a
fuck
boss.
you up.
That's what you're gonna have to do.
What the
This is not possible, bro.
Has to blast it like a boss. Well, what if you stop live streaming? Maybe it's better.
It's
Okay.
not better, bro. Oh my god.
You,
What are we
why would
doing?
you, what are you doing, dude?
What are you doing?
What are you doing, dude?
Oh, you
I'll
dead.
kill you, motherfucker. I'll kill you.
Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh,
You're
my
not, how
finger
did you
popped.
not die? How did you not die?
My item popped. Bro, what is
You're
going on?
actually
Look at my
retarded.
ping.
You're actually retarded. You're actually retarded.
Why?
Why would you do that?
Bro, I have 430 ping. It takes 4 seconds for my thing to respond. Oh my
Oh
god, this
my
is bad.
god, what is wrong with you?
Look how long it takes for my shit to respond. It's impossible.
Yeah. That's why we live on a flat plane. You know that distance the light travels.
It's great, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Let me get that real quick.
No,
Yeah.
like
Wow,
you guys.
Comet.
I don't know if you're a
Barely broke
You
through
guys
my
are
fucking.
globers. I know you guys are globers, but that ping tells you that you're living on a flat world, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not a glober, by the
the
way.
distance
I'm not a
travel.
glober.
Well, yeah, the other guy is.
I'm a
Yeah.
global?
I think you are. You not?
I don't know what I am, really.
Um, are you are you a fence rider?
Yeah, brother, I do what I do.
Uh, fence riding.
Why? You're just wasting mana at this point. Dude, you're actually trash.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're kind of trash.
Yeah, I'm so bad at this game.
Yeah,
400 ping.
actually, is the lag bad? Is it bad?
It's 4.5
Yes.
seconds of delay, bro.
Yeah, he's at 500 ms. So yeah,
Oh
but that's
shit.
because it's because he's in Australia and you're in fucking Europe, man. It's a very long distance to travel.
And you still haven't killed me because I'm sitting back
It's
there.
half a sec, which is
But
still
it's
huge.
bad.
Yeah, but like it's impressive because there is no what do you call it? No rubber
I wanna
banding.
kill you, motherfucker. Come on, come on. I already.
He's streaming it and it's not rubber banding. That's the crazy part. So, oh, you dead? No,
I'm
he
dead.
got the heal off. He dead.
Get fucked.
Yeah. Now it's over. Yeah.
Dude, are you actually lagging as fuck? What
Bro,
is
I
that?
have the highest ping I've seen in my life. I've never
But
seen
that,
higher
that
ping.
but you guys are evenly trading, so it doesn't really fucking matter, man.
It does because my delays are so high. By the time I've pressed my skill, he's already pressed it.
Yeah, you should already know that. That's why you should pre-prep, fucking pre-fire, you know?
Why are you
You
running,
are the
boy?
professional. Oh, the minions. Why are you fighting with the minions, man? No, man, he's
It
gonna
doesn't
kill you.
matter, bro.
Do I die? Do I die? I think I'm
Oh
dead.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I can't move. I'm frozen. I can't move.
Oh yeah.
Are you gonna
Now
die to
that's
creeps?
now you're rubber banding there too.
I can't move. Look, I can't move. I can't move. Let's go do a little suiciding.
Oh, I'm so gonna get the kill.
No, you're not.
Ah, okay, fine. Fair enough. You went AD? What's wrong with you?
No, top 400 ping, bro. What do you want me to do?
Okay. That's good.
I can't rely on my abilities, so I have to go strictly
Absolutely.
auto attacks. Alright, run at me, boy.
Run at you, boy. Now that I know you're AD, I'm not gonna run at you, boy.
Why not? You don't want any of the smoke, do you?
Yeah, no. I don't want those hands. No, thanks.
Come take it, bro. Come take these freaking orders.
So fucking dead, you dumb asshole.
Yeah, why would you?
What? What are you doing, dude?
I'm gaming, bro. I'm gaming.
Yeah. There's
I'm
no way you're gonna
gaming.
live.
Fucked.
Can you come play on my servers?
But it will be the same.
It won't be the same. I'll freaking turn off my monitor and stomp this guy.
Dude, it'll be the same. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, baby boy, but it'll
Oh
be the
yeah?
same.
You think
Yeah,
so?
fuck you. I'll fuck you up, bro. Easy.
Does my W even skill there,
I'm not
dude,
gonna
brother?
fucking play this game, dude.
Come run at me, boy.
I don't want any of those hands. Come here, come here. Just
Oh, brother.
you up.
I'm critting, I tell you, I'm critting.
Yeah, he's
Are
critting
you
for a
coming
decent
at me?
amount too.
Are
I
you
saw
coming?
300 pop up on
Oh,
my
that's so
phone.
cute.
Why do you do more damage than my AD?
Get fucked, you dumbass.
The minions are helping him. Oh no way.
He's gonna kill me with right clicks. No way.
Game's easy, brother.
Easy, brother. Fucking cake. Wait, why are you hitting the tower so much? Oh my
So I
god, you're
can beat
actually
you,
taking
bro.
down the fucking tower.
Yeah, he's gonna beat you this way.
Dude, am I actually gonna lose?
Of course you're gonna lose.
There's no way in hell I'm gonna lose.
Yeah, he already suicided twice on you, so yeah.
That
He's
I'll
pretty much
still
ahead.
win.
He's ahead, bro. He's way ahead.
Yeah, but look at our like CS.
You think CS matters, bro?
Oh, it definitely does.
You think
No, they
CS
killed
matters?
you. No, yeah, the kills are more important
You
than the
don't think
CS.
CS matters, bro?
Not in ARAM, bro. I still get gold if I don't hit the minis at all. You get a bit more, but not as much as a kill in a tower. Alright, come try me now, boy.
What did you buy?
Nothing.
What did you buy, you silly goose? Why would you use Ghost?
He's going
Get
straight
the
at
fuck
you.
out of here.
I'm
I'm gonna
stuck.
kill you.
Oh shit.
Yeah, my boy. Hey, come on, don't do this. Hey, my my build sucks. My build sucks.
What's wrong with you? Honestly,
My build
you have never
sucks.
played it.
Item diff, bro. You have better items than me.
Hey, you guys know that the flu
I
season
gotta
started,
go
right?
AD.
Bro, I got 400 things. Doesn't matter where I go.
Oh, yeah. The ping.
Let me see you play on half this thing, bro.
It's the ping that made me choose my shitty ass build.
The builds are good, bro. Trust.
That's what it is, bro. That's what it is, bro.
Fight me.
I'm fighting you, but I
You're
don't want to
running
fight
from it.
you.
What is going on, bro? How are you there?
I'm waiting for my summoner spells. I don't want to fight you.
Is this scared of the hands?
Get fucked.
How are you running from these hands?
Don't you have your ultimate?
No. Do you?
Oh my god, you're actually gonna kill me.
No, you coming here?
No, he has fucking.
Oh, the slug is crazy, bro.
So scary. Actually scary.
I mean, you're doing pretty good with the lag,
Started to work
so
now.
you
I'm
shouldn't
beating him.
complain about the lag.
Wait till I get my wits in, bro, and I go IE next. Game's over. Try to go
What are you
smoking,
on
bro.
about? I don't even play this game. Shut the fuck up.
I have 450 ping, and I'm going
Okay,
AD Malphite, and you're still losing.
well, I didn't choose your build, bro. How do you have so much health? Holy moly.
Game's easy, bro. To be honest.
Okay, that was gay.
He said that's unfair. Why can you play the game still?
No, that was just a faggoty thing to do. You know.
Kids to kill you.
No, that tower's so dead.
No, it's alive.
Nah, he's gonna execute himself again. I don't know. Why would you do that?
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh, no way.
You suck, bro.
No
Too slow,
fucking
bro. You
way.
fucked up.
Oh, dude,
I can't believe you fucked up, bro. All you had to do was hit him.
can't believe you fucked up. Are you rooting for me?
I'm not really rooting for anybody, but yeah.
He's running for
I'm
the
just,
man with the plan.
I'm just watching what's going on, and I'm like, yeah, it is what
He's
it
waiting
is.
for the man on a mission, bro. I need boots.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid. You're so
Oh.
fucking stupid.
He has the
I'm
minion
not gonna
support.
die.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. No way.
If he kills you with the minion support, yeah, that's fine.
No. He's gonna kill me with right clicks, dude.
Well, yeah,
Look at
but
his
your
build.
minions are supporting, and he's still fucking you up.
It's supposed to be kind.
Oh, dude, he has wits end and what's that? What's the other item? More.
You should start countering him, bro.
You can't. It's over, cuz.
Why? How can I do that?
Thorns,
You have to
bro.
go armor, but my abilities are ability power.
No. Thorn is not gonna do anything.
What do you mean Thorn's not gonna do anything? It's gonna
it's
hit
not gonna
him
do anything.
back when he hits you. Plus, he's gonna mitigate damage.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, bro. My abilities, my W is literally not. That doesn't work like that.
Yeah, that's not what's up. That's not what's up.
Well, I mean, how much magic resist does it go through?
it does.
I'll be back. What are you buying now? You bought magic resist? You're funny, man.
What?
Yeah.
You don't like it?
It's gonna save you, don't worry, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna save me.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna save you.
How am I supposed to beat this?
You're bigger than me. You probably beat me here.
Hello.
Anyway, buddy.
Hello.
Oh, it's freaking Vince. Go away, Vince.
Okay.
Oh,
What is wrong with you, actually?
Vince, the most unlaid human in fucking Discord.
That's me. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye. Sorry.
You're
You
welcome.
better be sorry. Get up here, Lanka.
Would you guys ever
Bro.
see Vince on camera, bro? If I'd be fucking embarrassed to show myself on camera if I was Vince.
Bro, I'm telling you.
Oh,
Like,
fuck
I
me.
this shit.
Here. Okay. Here I am. All right.
I know. I don't know
Here
how
you
you
are.
did that. That's embarrassing. Oh, bro, put a shirt fucking on.
Right.
Get out of here. Disgusting.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna. Are you embarrassed
Oh,
yet? Retard.
This shoot in here. Get up here, brother.
not
Okay.
embarrassed at all, bro.
All right. So you're not gonna do the things that you said. All right. Okay. Have a great day.
What things that I said I was gonna do?
Why are you running? Fight me like a man.
You're right clicking, dude. I'm not gonna fucking right click the shit. No.
You're right.
I'm AP.
You're
I'm
right.
AP.
What? Okay. I'll come back. What do you need?
Hey,
Do you
Vince, are
need
you
something?
homosexual?
No, I'm very straight.
Can you
Next
get up here,
question.
bro?
Vince, turn off your cam. It mute. It,
Alright.
it limits the stream. Thank you.
Alrighty. It limits the. It's just 43. There's 43 more needed fucking people to limit this to
Vince, turn
retard.
your camera on
Fucking
Oompa Loompa.
stupid
You
prick.
freaking
Jesus
look like
Christ.
the
Don't
clown.
even, don't even know how to use. Don't even know how to use the
Yo,
server.
but Vince,
Fucking
you're not
retard.
very attractive.
Vince, I was trying to be kind. You're just fucking hideous. Turn it off.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're funny for that, bro. I swear to God, you're
That's
freaking hilarious
he
for
is
that.
Like just because you're like cackling
bro.
doesn't make it better. Like it's not fun. Like make it
I
better.
know, Vince. I know. Listen,
Be better.
I can't
Be better.
I cannot be kind to people like you. I'm sorry, bro.
Nice one, bro. You got the tower.
Yeah,
Me
thanks,
that fucking tower.
Well, he didn't listen, so there he goes.
Thank you. Like I was freaking. I've heard some stories about that man involving a lot of people that are under the age. To be honest with you.
Wolfgang, how you doing? Is that you, Wolfgang?
Yeah, it's me. What's up, Vlad? Been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You know.
You good?
I'm trying to be.
Good. Good to hear you.
How are you losing to the Aussie with 400 ping? I don't understand it.
What do you
See this
mean?
guy now? He's gonna start talking shit because he just beat you with 500 ping, bro.
Crazy.
I give it to him then, and then I'll just
Oh
give it to him.
man, bro, he's gonna kill you right here. No way.
You know, the more you hit me, the better it is now. Keep hitting
No,
me, please.
it's not gonna kill me, bro.
Oh no way. He like totally counter built you, eh?
I'm 80 Malphite, right? What are you talking about, counter build?
Well, I mean, like he can't kill you, bro. No matter what he does.
I
You
can.
better
What the
get.
fuck are you talking
No, you
How
can't
you
kill
gonna
him,
do
bro.
that?
He shreds right through you, bro, just by like hitting you.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute, cuz. Let's go heal up to full.
Yeah.
I love
And
this.
then he's gonna take all the healing.
Look at this item, Vlad. Vlad, look at this item and look at this item, bro. I'm literally a freaking walking unit.
You're a fucking unit. Okay, you won.
How much
No,
HP?
no, no. So
Oh yeah,
I only have
3,000 HP
3k.
already. Yeah, you're almost 3K.
It's,
So yeah.
he has more health than I have.
How
He
much
has
does he have?
3.3k.
Oh, that's nothing. That's irrelevant. It's all about the math at the end, right?
It's all about the damage I'm using. My W is making all the damage. He's putting it wrong.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's all about the numbers at the end, right? So your smash is the double. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
I died on
What
purpose.
are you doing?
Well, he.
I thought it seemed fine.
You're like silver or something.
I mean,
What?
he's giving you a chance here.
That was a silver.
I didn't want to kill you. I wanted to get some items.
You should kill yourself and heal up or something. Why are you just standing there?
All right. I'm ready to go crazy. Where is she?
Hey there, you should have like ran towards the
Did you
tower, hit it a couple times.
Wait, where are you, Mr. Malphite Man?
He's standing at his towers. He should have. He fucked up.
Yo, guys, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
What's
buddy.
the question, bro?
Alright, here's the question. If the Earth is flat, how can a boat disappear beyond the horizon?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
bro, you got us there. We believe in you now. You're right. The Earth is freaking a circular testicle.
Huh?
You're right. You win.
Okay, I'm dead.
Listen.
Did I really
You
just
win,
come here
you
and
win,
destroy the
you
whole
win,
channel?
you win.
Yeah, bro, you just destroyed the entire channel.
Oh, well, I guess congratulations to me. Yeah, if you guys want, we could
Why
celebrate.
do you
smoke
think the boat? Why do you think the boats disappear bottom up?
Because the Earth is curved and it travels downwards and disappears from your line of sight.
Okay, what evidence do you have for that?
I've seen it with my own eyes. It's been witnessed for
What
thousands of years.
What have you seen though? What have you seen exactly?
That things disappear as they
Yeah, make it
approach the
last.
horizon.
All right.
It's
So you
over,
haven't seen the
right?
curve
You wanna
itself.
play another one?
You have a better argument, maybe a better conspiracy theory, or that's your best
Well,
one?
it's not so much a conspiracy theory, it's just a function of perspective over a flat surface. So if you go to a gym hall or something and you put your head down to the ground and you watch someone walk away from you over that floor, their feet will disappear and then their
No, they
knees and
won't.
legs up to their hips. Yeah,
They won't.
That's what
They
happens.
actually won't unless like.
Okay, so you've already done that.
Yes.
Oh, when did you do that?
I do it every day, all day, brother.
Do you?
So why were you doing that?
I just do it. I like doing it, bro. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, so you haven't done it. I mean, it's a well-known function of perspective. So
Yeah, it's basically if you cannot see your own asshole, it's it's not exist. There
Can
you
you
go.
shut your mouth, bro? You don't speak proper English. Don't speak.
Proper
What, asshole?
English. What is proper English?
Why do you sound
Mud-
gay? Serious question.
Mudhole?
I'm not
That's
gay.
proper.
I just
So
what
other
is
than
proper
you seeing
English
the
to
boat
you?
appearing to disappear bottom up and then being told the story, that's because it's going over a curve. What evidence do you have for that being an actual curve of water? Because you know water's level, right?
Pick Mordekaiser.
You know this
Yeah,
guy's
but
not trolls,
the
right?
reason, like, dude, we figured this out already. Can you guys stop being fucking ridiculous about this? We already figured it
How
out.
did you figure it out, bro? Did you watch the TV?
No, because I work in satellite communications and I understand the ideas of it.
Oh, you work at satellite communications.
Yeah, I do.
What do you do
So you're measuring the. What are you doing? What are you doing there? You measuring the curve of the Earth or something?
Yeah, we account for it when we
Yeah.
measure azimuth and
Can you-
elevation.
Can you send me a photo of your measurements real quick?
No,
story, bro.
no, I'm not gonna do all that. I'm
So
clear.
you've measured it. So you've measured it, and you're just like, trust me, bro. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I'm not sending you the coordinates of my fucking satellites.
No, your satellites, my guys. They're all
He
public
said
satellites.
Dude,
All I'm hearing is trust me, bro. I've measured it, cuz. Come on, you can trust me. Me and you, we twins.
You don't get
The guy's a James Bond villain. He's got his own satellites up there.
What I'm telling you is that the Earth is round because we know,
Okay,
like,
wow.
it's very
Yeah,
simple.
we've heard a lot of people say that, bro.
The Earth is round because trust me, bro.
No, not trust me, bro.
You pick
Like,
Lord?
we understand, like, gravitational
We
pull,
understand.
and we launch.
We understand
Listen,
gravitational pull.
Yep, and we
What
launch
does that mean?
satellites.
What does that mean?
We launch satellites accordingly. We launch them at the equator based upon the weight of the Earth that we understand it to be at the center of gravity. So
How did
yeah,
you weigh it?
The Earth is
How did you
round.
weigh it?
I win. You lose. Okay,
How
the
did you
Earth
weigh
is
it?
round. Just get over it
Tell
and
us how you
fucking
weighed
move on
it.
to your next little conspiracy
Tell
theory.
it. Tell us how you weighed it. Tell us how you weighed the Earth.
With his bare hands.
With a scale,
How much did it weigh, bro?
obviously.
Did you squat it?
You
He
can
did it with a food scale.
you can calculate the weight of an object based on its gravitational pull.
And how do you do
Actually, you
that?
So how
calculate
did
the
you weigh?
density.
How did you weigh the Earth? Tell us how you weighed the Earth.
With a formula, you moron.
Based on its
Oh,
gravitational
the
pull.
formula! Wow, that sounds amazing. Tell us your process.
I'm not telling you, dude. Go to college. Figure it out, dude.
Go to
I'm not
college,
here.
bro.
Weigh
Go to
the Earth.
college, bro. Everyone knows
Get a,
this.
get a
These
gender
guys are
studies degree
ridiculous.
like me.
Everyone knows that, bro. Come on.
Bro's
You don't
coming in
know.
here with
You
a
don't know
I
gender
can't
Earth is
believe you're
studies
circle.
so
degree.
brain dead and you think you figured out the shape of the Earth. Like, come on.
You don't know the Earth is a freaking spherical object. Come on,
It's
seriously. Everyone knows
really.
You don't
that.
know. You don't know how much it weighs. Just go to college, get your gender studies degree, and weigh the Earth.
You're the stupidest wolf I've ever seen.
Wow. Wow.
You
All
Stupid
right.
is
definitely
There's
the
no need for
word.
that.
There's
There's
the
no need
more
for that.
stupid. I'm not sure.
You're so stupid.
You're
So
stupid. You're stupid,
stupid.
there is.
You're so
Do
All right.
gay people have an increased IQ in your favorite ideal world?
Yeah, who wants to play
Like,
chess right now? Let's go.
oh, if I beat you at chess, do I get it? Can we put money on it at least?
No, I'm not putting. No, because you might cheat. I
If
don't
he
trust
beats
you.
you in
I might
chess,
cheat. I'll share my
Yeah, I
screen.
don't trust you to not be a cheater.
I'll share my screen. You guys can watch me play. I'll verse you, but we
I
have to
just
put money on
fucking
it.
show. Like, you know what? I'll launch the activity. Show up in the park, or unless you little fucking weasel.
How much money are we putting on it? How much money are we putting on it?
I'm not putting money on it.
Why am I
I
versing
show
you,
up
bro?
here. You show up for your pride. Okay, I'm
I
gonna
don't have
create a
pride.
game.
Some gay person on Discord, right? Put some money on it, and then we can play.
Nah, get in here. I'm playing as a black pieces. All right, you got the white privilege.
You're
this
black
game.
and gay, and you want me to verse you in chess for no money?
Get in here, bitch.
Wow.
Put some money on it, bro.
Well, he's scared. He's scared. He's so fucking scared. He won't even.
Yeah, I'm so scared. Unless you put
So
freaking money
did
on it.
the guy who
He's like setting up his chess engine. Like, yeah, I'm so scared.
I'm sharing my screen. I'm playing League.
what did you want to say, stupid wolf?
He said you're stupid because we don't know the Earth is a circle.
so, could the guy who said he knows the weight of Earth say more things? Because that was quite funny.
Wait, do you not understand
good
how
job.
we calculate the weight of planets? Is that actually confusing for you?
Well, I asked you how you got the weight of the Earth, and you still haven't been able to tell me.
Told you with the fucking formula, you moron. I
What
said
formula?
exactly
Tell us
that.
about it.
Oh my god, I'll Google
So you
the
didn't weigh.
formula
So you didn't
for
actually
you.
weigh. So you didn't weigh anything.
I don't. Yes.
So did you put it on a kitchen scale or not?
How much?
I
How much
mean,
does it weigh, bro?
He's
How much
not
does it weigh?
wrong that like
Did
objects.
you weigh it in kilos or tons?
Yeah.
Objects act differently.
What are you
on-
talking about?
How much does Earth weigh? 100
stop,
kilos?
stop.
1,000
The
kilos?
Globers are
How
telling
much?
us. The Globers are telling us how much the Earth weighs. Let's hear it.
Why are
Is
you
it in
calling
kilos?
it? Why? Wait, it's a globe.
All right, he's
The
not
globe
showing
Is
is-
up.
what a globe?
The Earth.
Why would you think that?
Good job, man. Good job not showing up.
I'm playing League.
So how much does it weigh, and how'd you work that out?
About 100 kilos.
Come on.
About 350?
Did not hit me right then and there. Ow.
Weighs about 150 kilos.
It's weird that like you could do these basic like researches yourself, but instead you would rather act like a
Basic
moron.
researchers. Why don't you do
Can
that?
you-
You're the one that's. It's your
Can
claim,
you
bro.
do it for me, please? I don't know how to do maths.
Oh,
Yeah,
baby,
walk us through your math. Walk us through your math.
I failed science and maths. Can you please use your intellect to prove me wrong?
The Earth weighs about 13 septillion pounds.
Whoa,
if you told
bro!
a
You
kid
weigh
that number, he'll think
13
you're stupid.
septillion pounds. That's amazing. How did you do that?
Thank you, Uncle Google. Thank you, Uncle Google.
You're welcome. I don't know what.
ChatGPT said 13 septillion pounds. So how did you do that? Oh,
Come on, bruh.
I thought you were supposed to know this.
So it
This is
looks
your
like the
argument for the globe.
equation. It looks like the equation for finding out the weight of the Earth is
What
E
is it?
squared equals
So
MC
the
squared.
so the
Exactly.
formula.
What does ChatGPT tell you, bro? So smart, aren't you?
Hold on, wait. Why are you guys acting like being able to find information is negative? I mean, I know you're flat earthers, so you've probably never done it,
No,
but
I'm saying, like, imagine
No.
a situation where you don't have any electricity and you have to figure some shit out. Like, are you gonna, like, guess and check like you've been doing your whole life?
no.
Right? Like,
So I mean, I didn't guess. I said there's a formula. I don't work in this field, so I would never need this formula.
So is it just
Other
how do
than a
they
situation where I'm in like fucking Discord and some dumbass flat earther asks me to prove
Oh,
how
well,
we
you
weigh the
came here,
planet.
bro. Feel free to
wow.
go back to the hentai server or whatever you were doing before.
I've
Is that
never
what you,
visited
is
a
that
You
what it
hentai
said you
does?
can
server,
weigh.
unlike your degenerate
You
self.
said you can weigh the earth.
You really
So
go to
tell us
hentai,
about it,
dude?
bro.
Dude, if you masturbate to hentai, like, you'll never be a friend of mine.
Of course he does. Listen to his voice. He's empty.
Can
I've
we be
literally
friends?
never masturbated
Yeah,
to
dude.
hentai.
Yeah, he definitely has.
I don't like that. I don't like that cartoon shit. It doesn't do it for me. I like real
Yeah,
humans.
sure, bro. If you, it's cool if you like octopus
No, you
sex or
just
whatever.
you
Bro,
just like
that
the
actually,
formulas.
I
He just likes the
actually,
formulas behind the hentai.
um, do you even know the formulas behind the hentai?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
So
It's
you're
E
No,
saying
please
equals
enlighten
there's a
us.
formula. Has anyone actually confirmed the numbers given
Yeah,
out by this
the
formula,
formula
or is
is
it just
F
guesswork?
equals G plus these things. I don't even know this formula, but there's a
Yeah, I
formula.
know you don't, bro. Why are you coming in saying
No
things you
shit.
don't know about?
Yeah, no,
So tell us
I
again.
don't
Tell us
claim to
again how
be a
you know the Earth
physicist or
has spin.
anything.
Tell us
you're not
again.
a physicist,
Tell us
but
again
you
how
know
you
all these
know.
formulas.
Tell us
Yeah, no,
again
I'm
how you
not a
know the Earth
physicist,
is
but I
spinning the
understand
ball.
how like
But you said you don't
formulas
know.
work.
So do you understand or not?
No, he doesn't understand this thing. I don't know why he said it. So tell us what your best proof of the Earth
I mean,
being a spinning
I
ball is.
understand that you guys are so dumb that all you can do is like back and forth railroad
You guys
rather
are
than having
so
like a real
dumb.
conversation.
You guys are
I mean,
so
you
dumb.
guys
Obviously, it's a freaking
are.
So
boy.
dumb.
Google
You
says
guys are
So
so.
dumb.
so
Bro, you
dumb.
just came
Never.
in claiming a weight of the Earth, saying it's done by a formula, then saying I don't know what the formula is. It's all over. So try again. Try
I mean, I
something
know
else.
what the formula is. I just don't know how to say the formula.
Yeah, so you don't understand what you're
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
so
So
you know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Can you come
give
fight
us
me,
something that
bro?
you do understand. What
I
makes you
mean,
think
like,
the Earth is a ball that
I don't
spins?
need to like know how to actually do the formula and understand that there is a valid formula.
Other
How
than
do you know it's
formulas,
valid, bro?
It's reasonable to
bro.
defer to experts. I understand.
Okay, so there we
Being the
go.
conspiracy
Your
theorist that
proof
you
for the
guys
ball
are, you've
is
never
your
deferred to an
okay.
expert
So
in your
now we're
life.
getting
But
somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. So your proof for the globe is you trust the experts. Yep.
to be able to do math, yeah, I do.
Well, just to tell you your entire worldview. Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're telling me my entire worldview. That's a bit
Oh, I'd say they
extreme.
are. I'd say they're telling you exactly what the
Well,
world
you're
is.
a bit
Are they not?
hyperbolic, so that's okay.
Okay, so how did you figure it out? Tell us.
He did the
I don't
formula,
need
bro.
to
Come
personally
on.
figure it out.
Yeah, you read the
I
formula.
just need to understand that a formula exists based
He just
upon
needs
our
to understand that
understandings
a
of
formula
physics.
exists.
Wait,
That's all that
technically,
it
can I ask you a
takes.
question?
Yeah.
You're gay, right? You're one of those guys?
Ooh, that's a
Wait, what'd
weird
you say? What'd you say?
question.
Me?
The technically guy, not you, Cyclone.
I mean, I don't really like
Technically,
labels. I wouldn't say
you like
that.
men, don't you?
No labels.
I mean, I've been known to sleep with a man or two.
So why are you so ashamed to call yourself gay?
Are you
I don't know
gay?
that that's a correct term.
Are you gay, dude?
Just say you're gay. It's simple.
Say it. That's fine.
I don't know that that's a correct term. I
No
don't.
one's gonna
All right,
judge you.
guys. This is
I
for
don't
another channel.
just
Go
sleep
into
with
the gay
men.
chat or whatever there is here.
God
This is
damn
about
it.
the Earth.
All right, it's fine. You know what? Honestly, it's fine. If you guys want to be gay, be gay. But like,
Just at least admit it, right?
it's so gross.
I don't think that's like a good label for the way I live my life.
A good label for a gay guy.
If I were
Well, I'm
like,
sure they could think up other
if I
labels.
were completely gay, I probably wouldn't mind that issue. But that's not really the situation, you know. Like I sleep with a lot of men, but like I
mean,
sleep
the
with
worst
women
thing is
too.
like honestly,
I understand being people
alright.
that don't sleep with anybody at all. You can't imagine
Here's-
having people from both groups lining up to sleep with you.
Here's-
that's
but it's a real
so
situation.
fucking lame.
Here's
Fuck
my
that.
perspective on like gay people, right?
No,
It's
no,
basically
we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Listen, go
no,
and do that in another channel that you want to
no,
get shut
no. Let
down.
me
You're not doing it here.
wait. Come on, let me
No,
give you my
no,
hot
no.
take. Come on,
No,
it's
no,
not
no.
a big deal.
You're gonna do some TOS
Let me,
shit or something. We're not doing that.
no, no, I'm
So,
not gonna like. I'm not gonna do TOS
Oh,
shit.
you
I
guys
just
don't
want.
have cameras in this fucking
I was gonna,
Discord?
but like,
no, you
if
can't
you're
put your
not gonna let,
camera on.
if I can't speak on, then I'm definitely not putting my camera on.
No, don't put your fucking camera on. We don't want to see
You
any of you.
sound drunk,
You,
bro.
you you sound gross, bro. I don't want to see you.
Oh, I'm
Hey, you can't
adorable.
say that. I'm
Right.
sure you are,
So
my
we're
friend.
getting
I'm
back
sure you
to it. So, other than trusting
I
the
can say
experts
that, and I did say it.
and formulas you don't understand, how do you know the Earth's a ball that spins?
The problem with your argument is that, first of all, the Earth is round. We figured this out a long time ago.
Well, this is
Stop
what I'm
trying.
asking. How did you figure this out? Tell us exactly.
Well,
What do
because
you mean? Like it's been verified multiple different ways. Like we
Well,
have
how do
fucking
you verify
satellites
it?
flying around the
right.
planets. Have
How
you
did
never
you
seen
verify it?
the
Because
satellites
think about it.
flying
Think about
around
it.
the planet?
You've only ever experienced the flat horizon and a
No,
motionless
like
surface,
I
right?
already told you, dude. I already told you that I work in satellite communications, and we have to input ephemeris data into antenna control units, and you can see the drift in longitude and latitude
You
as the
actually
thing
sound kind
swirls
of
in a
like a
figure
gay
eight pattern.
yourself.
All right, you know,
Why would you
yeah,
believe that?
yeah.
Why would
I'm
you?
done.
It's a
I'm
cool.
done
It's a
trying.
cool story. It's a cool story.
No, I'm done trying to explain it to you. Whatever.
It's a cool
No,
story.
seriously. So you've never seen the Starlink satellites like flying?
Starlink, Elon Musk.
Bro,
Yeah.
they told me
What if
we
I
had a
told you Elon Musk
microset
said the Earth is
project.
flat? Would you believe it?
No, I wouldn't, because he wouldn't say
No,
that.
but he has satellites up there. He should know,
Right?
right?
Yeah, but he wouldn't say that.
So if he did say it, then it's
He
obviously
did
true,
say
right?
it. He did say it, and he had evidence to prove it. Well,
No,
then,
no, no,
yeah,
no
I would
evidence. If I
be
show
willing
you a
to look
tweet of
into it.
Elon Musk saying the
Well,
Earth
the
is flat, would you believe
evidence.
it? I don't want to hear no
I-
evidence bullshit.
What?
Evidence bullshit.
Yeah,
I don't
you
want to
go
hear no
with
Like
evidence
evidence.
oxymoron.
bullshit, and then you're
Are
gonna
you
You,
say,
guys
"Oh, see,
always
it's
so
just like
stupid?
hearsay.
Like,
It's
hold,
just Elon
trust,
Musk
hold
said
on,
that."
hold on.
Guys,
arguments
stop,
always
stop,
just
stop.
meme
Can you
arguments?
stop freaking rambling and listen, you clown? You mentioned
No, you
Starlight,
fucking
Starlink,
retard!
right?
I can't stop fucking.
You mentioned Starlink, right?
Yeah, you
Elon
can
Musk,
stop.
he has satellites up there, right?
No way! You're gonna kill
If he
me.
has satellites up there, he should know whether the Earth is round, flat, circle, whatever.
That's
True or not?
right.
Yeah,
Indeed.
he claims it's a
So scary.
he
That
claims it's a
Mordecai is
sphere.
so
Last I
scary.
checked.
He's never said it's a sphere, my friend.
You lost this one, guys. Let it go. There's bigger conspiracies to worry about than the flat Earth.
I mean,
No, because we're still waiting for your evidence.
Yeah, right.
We're still waiting for your evidence.
24/7 flat Earth room in this Discord.
I'm just curious because if you
Yeah.
think Elon wouldn't know if it's flat or not, because he has his satellites, right? If he says it's flat, it should be flat, right?
No.
Did
But
you
you just
guys
mentioned
believe?
starlight.
Why would his one claim that it's not flat go against all of the other companies that have satellites claiming it isn't?
Which company has a satellite up there saying the Earth is circle? Show me one.
All of them.
Name one.
No, none of them actually need to directly say it because they don't think idiots like you exist.
whoa,
But
so
if you
no one's
insist that they will,
Come on, no ad hominem. Come on.
So
not
no
yet.
one's
Civil.
saying it. You've said they've all said it, but no one's actually saying it.
to
I'm
call
confused.
people names. I don't care.
So are they saying it's flat or not?
That's
What are
not
they
a
saying?
good way to debate, though. Like, idiot, dumbass, is not a good way to debate. Just a
If
friendly
I
tip.
just called him an idiot, I would agree. But it's the.
Okay,
I'm not
okay. Your
just calling him an
feelings
idiot.
not
He said,
needed.
"Why are all of these companies saying that the world isn't flat?"
Well, no, you
And I'm
said
just
they
simply,
all said it's. You said they all said it's a sphere. He asked you for one quote from one of them, and you said you don't
well,
have it.
like they say it's a sphere when they put fucking satellites up there, and then they
Okay,
don't
so which
acknowledge
one?
that. Like, hey,
Obviously,
so
it's a sphere. Or
when they
putting
put
satellites
satellites
up there.
up there and they don't come out and say it's flat, they're pretty much saying it's a
They're
sphere.
saying if it's flat, I'm not putting up a satellite. That's what they're saying, right?
No,
Dude,
that's not what I said.
Not just
it's
companies
How
round.
putting
Get
drunk are
over it.
you?
satellites up there, right? Now there's
It's
microsat.
round.
I've brought
Round
this up
like a
previously,
coin?
but I worked at the university research group where we had a microsat that was sent up that we could contact, unless right, NASA replaced that satellite, that microsat that we engineered, reverse engineered the software on it, extracted the cryptographic keys, put them onto a balloon type thing that can circle above our heads at 8 kilometers per second, and dedicated an entire team to faking the data we received. It was a fucking satellite.
Or so you got all the data from NASA, right?
I
No, we
hate
gotta
you,
check every
Cyclone.
satellite.
I actually hope
You
you
sounded
take
Look at that.
overly
Cyclone.
confident.
Cyclone, will you please take
Spiral
the
straight
longest of
away.
walks off of a short bridge, please?
Listen to
No, I
that.
lagged.
The feelings, the feelings. So to confirm, you got all the data from NASA.
No, we got the data from the fucking satellite.
Which is
Well, you said it
God.
would have. Well, you said it came through NASA.
Yeah, but it's verified because we
Mm.
previously flashed the microcontrollers with,
So
our
you
keys,
get all the
right?
information from NASA.
Watching those
So that's not really
microcontrollers.
verifying anything.
Again, right, unless all of the conspiracy that I just laid out, right, unless they have a full team dedicated to faking the data 24/7 live that we receive as a small, insignificant research group, right, unless
Right.
that is the case, we've actually talked to the same
Or
satellite we
they
sent
can
to them.
just give
That's it.
you whatever data they want to give you.
Yeah, but it takes effort to create that data, no? Like the
Yeah,
exact
yeah.
effort that I just laid out.
Might take some effort, but these guys get $70 million a day and can hire a lot of people to do.
I can make data. I
not
can make
going into
data
Oh my
for
space.
God,
Anyone
Jesus
can make.
Christ. And-
27
Anyone
million.
can
and-
make data.
and
Give me
you got the
$27
evidence
million.
anyway.
I will make
No,
as
no, no,
much
not
data as you need.
27. 70
You give me
million
5% of that.
dollars a day. $70 million a day.
You know what?
You can
Just
do
give
a
me
lot with
half of
No
that.
$70 million
more.
Not
a day.
enough
That's
to
even more.
fake the data of all
That's
satellites
not
in
enough to
orbit,
send
right?
through
Like
fake numbers
convincingly.
to Globehead on
Dude,
Discord
you
here.
you can set up a satellite per day
Here
for
we go.
$70 million. What are you talking about?
This motherfucker is evil.
Right.
Why so evil, bro?
You receiving numbers on a screen does not tell you that the Earth is a ball that spins. Have you got any measurement or data to
Yeah.
support curvature or motion of the
Yeah, we
ground?
do.
Yep.
Okay, so who
Independent
measured the
research,
curve?
maybe?
Who measured the
Oh,
curvature
the
there?
curvature again.
Cyclone, can numbers be data?
Yes.
Okay, he's receiving numbers,
Hey,
right?
yo, what are you doing? What are you
Yes.
doing?
Are all numbers
Wait,
true data?
You asked if it was data.
Yeah, I said you're receiving from NASA
receiving numbers,
numbers, which
Yep, the data.
you take to be proof that the Earth is a ball, but it's obviously not. You can't verify any of those numbers. So I'm asking you, who measured the curvature that you're claiming or assuming?
I'll tell you what, bro. Next time I'll use some simple trigonometry because I get ephemeris data. I'm a
So
I'm a
no one's
scientist,
measured the
trust me, bro.
curvature.
What?
I'm a scientist, trust me, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. That's not
Trust
what I'm
me,
saying.
I work on the things that make me know that the Earth is a ball. That's
I've never,
very good.
no, but he's right. I've never actually questioned the numbers that I put
B,
into
can I
the
ask you a
Of course,
antenna
you've never
control.
questioned the numbers exactly. Well,
B,
now's
can
the
I ask you a
time.
question?
Yep, that opens the door to NASA faking the data for every satellite. You realize there's like tens of thousands of fucking satellites up there that would need to get their data faked 24/7. And then there's also not just like fake data, right? They're also being used as relays to transmit data, above the horizon and stuff. Like where we actually, need those to be real, like functioning satellites. Or what, balloon suspended objects that are traveling still at multiple kilometers per second through the air with perfect precision and repeatability? Maybe,
Nah,
sure,
well, you're
yeah,
making a
of
lot of
course, that's a
claims. You're making a
simpler
lot of claims
explanation,
and
right?
assumptions here, but the
I'm
base
looking for the
assumption.
simpler hypothesis,
funny.
like any alternative explanation.
Yeah.
Without it,
You're
it doesn't
Well,
really
the
make sense to
alternative
go
is
back to like, do we know
the
whether we measured
alternative
the radius
is
or not?
the alternative is that the Earth is as you perceive it to be, which is that it's motionless and flat.
No.
We're not even over like relative motion. Like when you sit in a car that's going, well, let's say a train, right? A very smooth train that's going 100 miles an hour and a train that's almost stationary. You can't tell the difference if it's smooth. Right?
Why are you talking
relative
about
motion.
relative? Is that because you can't actually detect the claimed motion that you're told exists?
No, because the whole universe is moving at the
Christ.
speed at
Right.
which
So you
like the
can
thing's next.
detect.
Oh
So you
my
can
God,
detect
that's
the motion
Newtonian
of the
mechanics,
ground.
object in motion stays in motion type thing. Like
Right.
in,
Okay.
in
But
the in the
I'm
rotating case,
asking.
it's a
Have you
conservation of angular momentum.
detected this motion that you're assuming?
Yes, you can get run over by the damn train. That's a pretty good observation.
No, I'm not talking about the motion of the train. Obviously, I'm talking about the claimed motion of the ground.
Oh my
Do you know how
God.
fast you're supposed to be spinning right now? Tell me.
Super fast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
no.
fucking fast. But it
Well, how
turns out,
fast is that? How
like
fast
what's
is
with the
that?
train? As long as you're not, changing directions,
Well, how
it doesn't really
fast
matter
do
all
you
that much.
think you're moving right now?
I'm
Something
changing.
above what, like 2,000 kilometers per hour, roughly. Orders of
Wow.
magnitude.
So you're moving 2,000. You think you're moving 2,000 kilometers an hour, and you've got no detection.
Well, I
of it.
mean, technically, in some reference frames, I'm moving way faster than that. So relative to the center of the
Yeah,
galaxy,
you are.
I'm
You're
probably
moving
moving
millions,
at, hundreds of thousands
millions.
of miles per hour, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
millions of miles per hour.
Millions, yeah.
And
You
you
can
have
find reference frames where
no
I'm moving
detection of it.
arbitrarily fast.
And you've
But
got
that's
no
because it's relative.
detection of it. You've got no
Understand what
detection of it.
ask what the atmosphere is?
Is it possible that you feel no
Oh,
detection
no
of
way.
movement because there is no movement?
That's, I mean, again, this
What-
motion is
how-
relative,
why
right?
does-
We
why
could
does
be
the moon- why does the
stationary
moon
and the rest of
rise
the
and fall,
universe
dude?
is
Is it
revolving
is
around
it
us.
possible? Is it
These
possible
are
that
not
we detect?
distinguishable.
Is it
Alright, I gotta
possible that
run,
we
guys.
detect
Love you.
no motion?
Gotta check on my dogs.
Cool. Enjoy. Is it possible that we detect no motion because there is no motion?
It would make zero fucking sense, even to be like a plausibility in any fucking.
You think the Earth is spinning 3,000 kilometers an hour is more sense than saying it's not spinning? That's why you can't feel it?
So when you're in an
That was the only
airplane, when you're in
evidence we had, right?
an airplane, the plane that is going like over kilometers an hour, do you feel that? Do you feel that when you're in a car that's going like 100,
Yes,
100
I'm
kilometers
aware
an
when
hour?
I'm
Do you
when I'm in a plane. I'm aware.
I'm definitely aware of when I'm speeding in my car, bro. I can feel my car going 100 miles an hour. You can't feel it? I don't know what type of car you're driving.
Vibrations, right? Not
Right.
like you
The
don't feel
globies
You
don't
feel
know
everything. You feel the
everything everywhere.
acceleration. You feel the deceleration. You feel
Yeah.
the bumps. You feel everything.
Yeah, it's just
the
dishonest.
acceleration and deceleration, but not while you're just moving fast,
They
right?
have
Yes,
to
you are.
pretend.
You don't feel the
Okay.
surface when you're driving.
Okay.
Again, the
So if
vibrations, right? The vibrations,
so,
the
wait.
acceleration, and the
So you're
deceleration,
saying,
but not while
so
you're
you're
moving.
saying if the Earth was accelerating and decelerating, you would feel it.
Yes, if the Earth suddenly came
Okay.
to a stop,
Well,
we'd all be fucked.
you should understand
We'd
then
go
that according
supersonic
to
into
the
the
globe,
wall.
according to the globe model, it is accelerating and decelerating because it's an elliptical orbit, necessitating acceleration and deceleration. So by your own logic, you should feel it.
Oh my god. No, because the orbit is
Yes.
called the geodesic. It's the path that
No,
an
it's
object takes when it's not
it's
accelerating.
an
It's a not
elliptical.
accelerating
No,
reference
it's
frame.
elliptical.
Yes,
Is it
it's
an elliptical orbit?
elliptical, indeed.
Right,
Right, I
which
agree that it's
necessitates
elliptical.
acceleration and deceleration.
Nope,
Yes.
it's not a form of that, right? Like if you're
Yes.
free falling
Okay.
in an elevator,
Google does an
dude,
ellipsis.
you're in an
Does an
elevator.
ellipse.
You're in an elevator, and the elevator falls down.
No,
Do you
that's not an ellipse.
accelerate?
Can I ask in a
That's not
flat,
ellipse.
Yes.
Earth model? How do you explain like the
No.
rise
Can we-
of the sun and the moon and stuff like that? How do you explain that?
Can I
The
please
sun
stick to
and
the
moon
basics
are
of
moving
movement?
above our Earth as we observe every day in repeated patterns. So when they're over us, it's daytime, like the sun, and then when it gets away to another part of the Earth, it's daytime there and nighttime here. Pretty simple.
So why does it rise in the east in like set? Why?
So that would be a function of perspective, right? Like when you're on a long street and you look down and you see the street lights and they appear to get smaller and sink towards the ground. That's what our eyes do. That's how we see. The function of perspective means that, like in a hotel corridor, the ground appears to rise up and the ceiling appears to come down and the walls appear to come together into a point. That's the way our eyes work. So over a certain distance, objects appear
if you have a
to
strong
lower
enough
towards the
telescope,
horizon
if
until
you-
eventually they'll be obscured by the vanishing point, which is the horizon, an optical limit.
But dude,
not
so
physical one.
on a clear by that logic, shouldn't you be able to see tower from London with like a telescope on a clear day?
So you can. There's still limits to vision. Your eye has
Because
a
of
limit.
the
Every
horizon
object
that
has a limit.
dips because of rounding.
No. So there's the air. There's the air, which is opaque. It's not transparent. So the air, it's like when you go underwater and you can only see like 10, 15 feet in front of you. Over a distance, that medium builds up. So air is like water, but just thinner. So over a distance, that builds up. Also, you've got the angular size of whatever it is that you're looking at in the distance, because over a distance, the angular size of objects gets smaller, and eventually it'll get so small that your eye cannot resolve them. But you can see much further than the globe model says. So like you just said, the horizon, it's the dip, right? So if you go onto Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you can put in your elevation height above the surface and it will tell you mathematically how far away that horizon should be. So for a 6-foot observer, it will tell you that the horizon can be no more than 3 miles roughly. So that's what you can test. You can go out somewhere and say, right, okay, there's a buoy or an oil rig or something out there by 6 miles, 10 miles. I'm going to stand at 6 foot and we see the horizon way beyond 3 miles. So
Wait,
way
wait, I just
beyond
Dude, there's
the
flat
initial
earth, there's flat earth,
of
there's
the
flat
scale.
earthers
like,
that these experiments of shining like a fucking like super powerful laser across the horizon to see if it would line up in the point on the other side, and it never.
No, that's incorrect. So the mainstream say themselves that these laser tests, by their results, actually do appear to debunk the globe. So let me send you a USA Today article, one of their fact checks. We're checking the fact. I'll post this in the chat right now. And this is about laser tests.
But dude, I just
right?
dude, I
There's
listen,
USA
how
Today.
the moon can even exist.
Let me finish this.
On a flat Earth, it makes no sense.
So what they're saying.
How
Let me
even a
quote
saint
this.
can exist, but like look, the
Yeah,
moon's a Jupiter.
whoever's got the camera on, go and turn it off, please. So in the text channel, I just quoted the article. It says in USA Today, refraction can bend the laser along the Earth's surface to make it appear that the globe's radius is much larger than it actually is, or even that the Earth is flat, according to Kralos, who's one of these guys from a university that the USA Today have interviewed. So he's saying that the laser test can make it appear that the radius is much larger than it actually is,
Only
or that
if
the Earth
the
is
atmosphere
flat.
was different. Not
So
with the
they're
atmosphere we
saying
do have.
the interpretation of the results would be valid
Ah.
to say this means that the Earth is not the ball we've been told, but then they say, oh, but it's just refraction. Refraction is making the Earth observe and measure flat. Don't believe the conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
But what is the conspiracy like? What is behind like convincing people the world is flat? Like what
is knowledge power?
But what's the motive behind that?
Wait,
money
just
that you need
answer.
to spend.
Just answer. Is knowledge power?
In a way, sure. But like,
so would those who are in
what's the
charge of
motive?
you, and so would those who are in charge of you and who want power, would it be an advantage to them to know about the world we live in when all of us don't?
But what is the advantage of them
truth about reality?
conspiracy that the globe is like round? Like, what's the advantage of that?
It's like a religion, right? They give you a creation story, right? The Big Bang.
I mean, but couldn't you say that about yourself though, about the ideology you've come under about
No,
it's like a
because mine is
community
no, because I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the observable natural world, how it observes and measures.
Right.
I'm not giving you. I'm not giving
But you
a
can go on an
creation
airplane
story.
if you have an observation of it. You can go on an airplane. You can see the curvature.
No, I've
of
been
the
on
Earth.
planes. You don't see any curvature. And the globe model doesn't actually claim that you would see curvature from a plane. That's not their story.
You can
Their
see
story
curvature on
is-
a plane, dude.
Their
You can
story is, according to the math and their story is there's no altitude that any member of the public or even in the military could go to in conventional craft to see the curvature of the Earth, except for the people who went to the moon with Apollo in the 60s and 70s. That would be around 24 people. They claim they're the only people who would have ever seen the curvature of the Earth. So that whole story is relying on the truth of 24 people from the US military.
I mean, you know, you go, you can plane, and you can literally see there, and it's like a very small curvature. You ever see the
You just
curvature?
reset because I just explained. I just answered this whole bit. And to be honest, if you do think that you see any curvature, the windows of a plane are convex, right? They're multiple layered and they flex with the pressure. So you're looking through a curved lens. So if you look at it in a certain angle, you might think that you're seeing some curve to the horizon, but that's just the lens you're looking through. According to the story and according to the numbers, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all of that, they'll tell you you can't even see it from 120,000 feet.
I mean, 120,000 feet.
That's where Felix
Isn't
Baumgartner went, right? So the Red Bull jump, you heard about
yeah,
that?
that's atmosphere. That's like the stratosphere, 120.
Well, that's where Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about Felix Baumgartner.
Neil deGrasse
the Red
Tyson's a
Bull jump.
fucking retard. I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, none of you Globers like Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's quite funny because we love him. He's my favorite flat earther. But he's talking about the Red Bull jump, 120,000 feet, Felix Baumgartner. Everyone thought he saw the curve of the Earth, but no, it was just a fisheye lens. From 120,000 feet, you'd be 2 millimeters off of like a 6-foot beach ball. And he says, yeah, you wouldn't see any curvature. So even according to the Globe story, you're not supposed to, and you haven't seen any curvature. You're just believing the stories.
Interesting.
But so wouldn't you be able to see on a clear day the Eiffel Tower from London if the Earth is?
Okay, well, I just answered this exact question.
No curvature. Like, it
I
makes
just
like it
answered
makes
this exact question a minute ago, but I'll tell you again very quickly. The limits to your eyes are not based on a physical curvature of the surface bending down and away from us. The eye has an angular resolution limit. Every optic does. About 0.02 degrees for the human eye, meaning that anything that goes below that angle is unresolvable by your eye. You've got the angular size of, for example, the Eiffel Tower, like you said, what size that would be over a distance, as in take your hand and put it right up to your eye, it's a certain size, move it away, it's decreased as much as it has when you've moved your hand away from your eye. The Eiffel Tower would be unresolvable due to its angular size as an object over that distance. Also, you've got the air that you're looking through, which is opaque, it's not transparent. So over a distance, it builds up. So there's occlusion. You've got a number of factors to consider, but you can see further than the geometric curvature of the Earth according to the Globe model, which is what the article I just posted is talking about with the laser test. And you can see from the UK, from Dover, you can see Calais, which is like 20, 30 miles away from the UK, from the shore, but you're not supposed to see it because it's supposed to be hidden by the Earth curve, but it's a regular occurrence and everyone knows that you can see it.
What happened to
So,
that? What was that technology called? The German one that was used.
Nickebein, Knickebein. So this was a long-range targeting system that the Germans in World War II used against London.
But
the
dude,
UK,
so
to
the
do
distance
long-distance
from
targeting.
London to Paris though, it's like 300 kilometers, right? So you can you can't see that through, even though it's a flat. Both London and Paris are like sea level area. It's that area that you go across the channel to go see it. You can't see that 300.
You can see Calais from Dover, which is what I was talking about, which you shouldn't be able to see on the Globe model. Listen, if you go onto Discord and you search for 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, that's on our server, discord.gg/Flat Earth. There's an additional information section. It's all alphabetized. And there's channels called long distance observations and laser tests. And you can look at those, and there's hundreds of examples of people testing the claimed geometric drop curvature of the globe and finding that there is none. We see way too far. We shoot lasers way too far. We send radio signals way too far. All of it does not line up with the curvature of a globe. And the Nickebein that the guy mentioned was a long-range targeting system from Germany, where Britain was getting bombed and they couldn't figure out how they were flying accurately in the night and locating London. And they said it couldn't be that they're sending radio waves because those would be blocked by the curvature of the Earth. And it took them months to figure it out until they downed a German fighter. And they figured out that's exactly what they were doing, and they couldn't understand it. They were saying, how are they shooting radio waves from Germany over to London? It's because there's no curve, it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. That's you haven't really like kind of like said anything beyond like that. The knowledge is power. That like
Well, to anyone listening, I've said a lot. If you're paying attention, I've said a lot.
Are you drunk, Safta? You sound drunk, bro.
Yeah. Also, turn your camera off. It limits the number of people in the room.
Yeah, don't stream your camera, please, because it's limited. You're welcome to ask questions, though.
Why can't I stream my camera?
You can. Well, I guess you can stream something if you want, but you're not the camera.
I mean, how gives me? I have the permission to turn it on. Why?
Okay, this is a disqualify.
Yeah,
if
it's.
you're not listening, you have to leave the room. Turn your camera off.
Yeah, it's okay. We don't need the camera on, bro.
I leave.
You don't have to leave, but you can if you want.
No.
Brick.
So, any questions about what I just said?
Yeah, do you actually believe the Earth is flat?
Well, I know it's not a globe. I know there's no curve. So what else would it be? Water's level.
Mm.
70% of the ocean, 70% of the surface is water. So they say water is level. So yeah, 70% of it's flat and level. Can't have a 70% flat and level ball.
Shit. A rectangle? A curved rectangle? That'd be
Well,
funny.
no, because then it would have curve.
At the edges.
Well, I don't know what the edges are. I am where I am.
I think I know the problem with this guy. Do you understand the word flat as a noun or an adjective?
Either way. Depends on the
Both?
usage of it. No, I wouldn't say both.
Okay, so give me an example. Say a sentence with the word flat as a noun and then as an adjective.
The flat part of something will be a noun. Having a level surface will be an adjective.
Okay, yeah. So like my bed sit or my apartment, I could call
For
it flat.
example, like she placed the flat of her hand over like a bed. That would be a noun. Or that table is level. That table is flat. Would be an adjective.
Okay, so when people use the term flat Earth, what do you think is that noun or is that adjective noun?
Is there a reasoning for these questions?
Yeah, because you keep asking about shapes. I'm just wondering what logical string did you go through to think that Earth was a shape and that flat was a shape?
I mean, I don't think it's a shape.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're not claiming a shape. We're just saying the ground's been
surface.
measured. There's no curve, so it can't be a ball. Seems to just measure flat wherever it's measured and observed. We have optical limits. The luminaries are moving above us, and we have to be physically contained. It's like we're in a big building. It's like a game, right? It's like Skyrim or something. The map itself is just this big level topographical map, and you go about in it. What's at the edges? I don't know.
Fair enough. And what, like every government's just in on it?
Well, there's only a few that claim to be going to space and seeing the ball. And when
You
you
wanna
say
say
every
with
government,
Yeah. What
like
with
government's like made up of a load of people, the vast majority of which know nothing other than their day-to-day paper pushing, right? They don't know anything about going to the moon. Like I said earlier, the only
Like-
people who claim to have done that are 24 people from the US military.
24 people.
Mhm.
And so, like the Chinese the president, the Korean dictators, none of them have any clue what's going on?
I wouldn't know, I'm not a mind reader.
I mean, would you assume all these nation leaders would have some knowledge we don't have?
It depends. I mean, when you get into power, if they're like, this is what we do, this is the program, none of them are claiming to go to space, are they? So they might genuinely be gullible enough to think, yeah, that's what we're doing. Or they might know about it. I don't know.
So you reckon if we had to sit down with Joe Biden, he had no clue?
No, Joe Biden isn't going to know the fucking day of the week. So
Fair
no.
enough. What do you think about Trump?
I mean,
Space Force.
Space Force,
What was
yeah, it's
that?
probably he's either in on it or doesn't give a shit or gullible.
I would say he doesn't give a shit, to be honest.
Could be. But either way, no, I don't really put much faith in Trump either. I mean, all the actors on the political stage are just that. Actors for all intents and purposes.
Do you think Trump's an actor as well?
I mean, not like a literal actor, but I mean, he's put in a position
I
where
mean,
he's
like-
controlled to some degree.
Controlled to some degree.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They've all got their masters, and it ain't who I would look to. So,
How do you feel about
yeah.
politicians? Is there any politician rooting for Flat Earth that you go for?
No, there's no politicians on any stage that I can see that are even worth listening to.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was like George Carlin. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
It's a
People
big
who are
club
being
and we're in it.
censored and shut down, they're the only real people that sometimes are worth listening to, that I can tell. Like
Interesting.
if they're saying anything of value, they're certainly not being put in front of TV cameras and national stage.
Sure. Makes sense.
But yeah, we're more about how Earth physically observes and measures, so we don't have to just speculate on the whole
So what's your
layout of
ultimate
things.
goal? What's your goal for doing all this?
Share information for
That's it. That's
those
the only
with
goal.
eyes to see and ears to hear. They can pick it up. They can figure it out too. Yeah, it's just sort of saying, well,
And if
these are taking
everyone
the piss
knew,
of us.
and
If
if everyone
everyone
was
knew,
fully aware, and now everything's changed, the Earth is flat. What now?
well, you'd probably have a lot of people asking the government why we've been told a lie for a few hundred years.
Hmm.
The
And
space agencies would shut down. The churches and the religions would probably start going crazy.
does the Bible speak about flat Earth or globe Earth?
All the ancient cultures and all the scriptures do. Which is why they'll go crazy, because they'll say, wait a minute, let's look at Genesis again. Oh, wait, that's exactly what it's talking about. Well, shit. Because most people, you know, they're like, well, yeah, the Bible, okay, fair enough, but everything it talks about in terms of the physical, natural world seems to be wrong, so why am I going to listen to it? If everyone all of a sudden had a realization that, wait a minute, this is more accurate than what we were told in school, then there's going to be a big discussion about the place of the church again.
I'm not sure
Or
where in the Bible it talks about the shape of the Earth.
anywhere it describes the earth.
I don't think
Says
it describes
says
it
it
as
cannot be moved. Describes it like a tent to dwell in, i.e., like it's got walls and a roof. Describes the firmament right at the beginning of Genesis. Right, he separated the waters above from the waters below with a firmament, which is like a covering, a ceiling. So it's more like, rather than being this tiny speck of rock floating around in a vacuum, it would be more accurate to think of your position as in like a giant building, like one beyond your conceivable imagination in terms of size, but a building nonetheless, a flat
So,
floor, walls and a
Bible
roof.
no good in your worldview.
Huh?
Bible no good in your worldview.
No, I'm not saying that. This is what I'm saying. The Bible, the Quran, the Torah, all the ancient cultures, the Indians, the Aztecs, the Egyptians, the Greeks even, they all said the same thing about the earth. They all had
Well, if
pretty
it's
much
not
the
true,
similar
then they're all wrong,
conception.
right?
Well, but I'm not saying it's not true. I mean, what they're describing is a flat surface and a motionless, contained system. That is what it is.
Right. So it's a good thing for religion.
Yes. Well, what it does is it informs us that there had to have been intelligent design to the system because it's a contained dynamic system.
So you're a
So,
man of the Bible. You're a Christian man.
well, I understand, at least from my perspective, that what's written in the scriptures is closer to truth than anything else we've got. So,
Oh, obviously the scripture isn't used to manipulate and win in a sort of way. The scripture doesn't really push for jobs or work or ethics or votes. The scripture just is the
no,
scripture.
the scripture is just, yeah, the
Just
commandments, the way to live. It's not
it
how to
doesn't say
get your
vote
job
for
and pay
me
your
or give me
taxes.
this.
Exactly. So the clash between the modern system that's been constructed around us and what's contained in these scriptures and what people might come and to understand, if they understand that the earth isn't a spinning ball, would potentially be very catastrophic for those in power, which is a good incentive for them to not let people know that that's what it is.
Do you think it's possible for an upbringing or a complete reorganization of every government? You think it's possible for that to happen?
I'm skeptical.
I think it's.
I mean,
Like, how can you overthrow a government? Like, we're so far in deep.
yeah. Well, I mean, you can go through the history of revolutions and see how they've played out. And sure, it's possible with not even a majority of the people, but
Hmm.
on the scale that we're talking about, it's not just one country, right? It's essentially all of at least the Five Eyes: Australia, Canada, UK, America, Australia, as well as all the modern, developed, influential countries on the world stage. I mean, they're all in the same system. They're all pushing the same paradigms. At this point, I'm more like, it's not for me to try and sort out, right? I'm not the one at the end of all this who's going to be playing judge, jury, and executioner. I'm just here for the ride. Like I said, this is like the maddest video game RPG we can ever conceive, and our role in it is somewhat speculative, but basically to play the game, see where you get, do the good you can do, follow a few rules. Don't murder people. Don't rape. Don't do some mad shit. And the rest is kind of out of our hands to some degree. I mean, we're here because we do believe there is value in informing others of what's going on. Lots of people don't want to hear it, but those that
You
do,
say you seek
it's a good thing.
gratification. Would you say you're here talking to people and helping them because it gratifies you? Like it makes you feel good to help people. Would you say that's why you
Well,
do this?
to some degree, yeah, perhaps, but I'm aware of what it's done and what the understanding has done for me and others
What
that
has it done for
I've
you?
spoken to. Well, it just gives you a more certain place in reality, right? Once you understand, instead of just relying on the cartoons and the stories that we were told as children, when you come to take ownership of your understanding and your relationship with reality, it's empowering. You know where you are, you know where you're not. So you know the layout better, right? It'd be like if you're getting dropped into a video game and you've got no idea what the purpose of this game is supposed to be, what you're doing here, or even you're told something incorrect about the game. You're told this is what the game is, but in reality, the game is something completely different. Are you going to play the game better when you're in ignorance or when you're in knowledge?
Of course, when you have a clue of what you're doing. So how many? So the ISS. What do you think about the ISS?
Well, there's a lot. There is something up there.
Do you think it's
What kind
actually
of
a space?
technology it is? No, it's not space station. Space, like they tell us, doesn't exist. Like the vacuum beyond the sky. That's not what it is. We're contained. It's physical, right? So we can't leave. We're in some kind of structure. There's something up there. There's technology in the sky, right? There's satelloons, there's drones, there's airplanes, high altitude, all kinds of stuff. Exactly what the ISS is, I'm not sure. But I know what it's not, and it's not what they're showing us on TV. Whether there's people in it or not, I would say no. But again, that would be speculation. And yeah, there's loads of ISS information on our server. If you want to join our server, we've got channels just full of the information, which is censored on Google and YouTube. So it's easier for you to come and find it on our platform. But
What channel is it in?
so discord.gg/flat earth is the
I'm in the
server.
server. So
Okay, so if you scroll down to the additional information, there's a channel called ISS, and there's astronauts, NASA. I mean, if you're new to this, you should go deep on NASA, because what you need to understand is how much of a fraud NASA is. And if you're still thinking that they have even a shred of integrity about them, you're not going to be able to work this out. So you should check out NASA, the NASA channel, the ISS channel, the astronauts channel, the rockets channel. Go through all of them. There's hours and hours of stuff.
where's this Where's this NASA channel?
It's under N for NASA. It's all alphabetized.
You guys have put a lot of effort into this.
Yes, we have.
And
It's not something we take lightly.
M to Z. There it is, NASA.
And this is the stuff that really makes new people spiral. So prepare yourself.
NASA TV. What's NASA TV?
So you'll see loads of clips of compilations of their footage and just showing what special effects they're using to create these stunts. Harnesses, blue screen, chroma key, green screen, scale models, And you'll see it tracks with the Hollywood movie industry in terms of special effects, like the Apollo missions, the 60s and 70s. It's like 2001 Space Odyssey era special effects. And nowadays we're looking at like Sandra Bullock Gravity level special effects, and they match. The space special effects matches with the Hollywood special effects, albeit a bit more advanced, right? Because the military always keep the good stuff to themselves, and then a few years down the line, they'll let Hollywood get it for the masses. But all the good stuff starts with NASA. They're like they're like the world's most funded movie production studio. It's just Hollywood.
Mm.
And you can look it up. Coincidentally, NASA own the world's largest green screen, which Hollywood will occasionally rent. So yeah, just coincidence, I'm sure. How
One
you
of the
doing, Crit?
funnier, yeah, I was like one of the best theories or speculations about the ISS is that it's always been up there. People just never noticed it before. And then NASA's like, hey, check this out. We got a fake station. You know, really? What'd you do that? You know? Oh, like, the early 2000s. You know, like, you did? Like, what? You didn't tell no one about it? You just built a station and didn't take any video? Didn't, like,
Yeah.
didn't like, tell anyone you were doing it? Just one day you're like, hey, everybody, we got a space station.
Yeah, that's the mad thing
Shit,
about that.
motherfucker! Like,
It's
really?
it's like the most advanced engineering project of all time, done in a complete vacuum, and they didn't film any of it. There's like nothing.
Or really tell anyone about it. It was just like, hey, everybody, what do you think of a space station? Nah, not an international one? Not really. I mean, I really don't like other people, especially other people. You know, like I'm saying, like this sort of jingoistic American point of view, not me. You know, like, and Alice would be like, oh, by the way, it's done. You're like, it's done. Like, what? When? Like, how?
Yeah. Please share the details.
Yeah, like present when ready. Shit, you know. It's like I'm waiting for you guys to fix this pothole. It's like 6 years. It's like big enough to swallow my car. And
Yeah, can we
you
get
built a
some
and
clean
you
drinking water to Flint?
yeah, I know. Like, can we fix some infrastructure here? We got a bridge collapsing in Minnesota. You got like, and you just built a fake station like literally overnight with it with international like support. Like,
Yeah, it's absurd.
how? Like, how did you do that? How? Like, I don't understand. You're like, see, I like.
How do you float?
What do you mean?
How do you float?
Yeah, repeat the question isn't going to help. But you have to. What do you mean by float?
When you're in I mean, when you're in a shuttle, or when there's a video of a shuttle when they're floating, how do they do that?
So like they can use harnesses. Like how do they do zero G in the movies?
So harnesses, huh?
Harnesses, green screen, parabolic flights. You know, like the vomit comets and things like that. Combination. But yeah, just like the movies, right? It's like how could they fake space? Well, how do they make space movies? They just got slightly better technology. And people are already super primed to believe the story and think, why on earth would they fake it? Even though most people know that the space stuff looks fake and boring as fuck deep down, so they don't watch it. Like no one's watching these space missions. NASA get like 30 viewers. People just subconsciously are aware that it's bullshit, but it's hard to admit to yourself. Already informed about what the government's doing.
Hey, Cyclone.
What's up?
I wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
Spartacus, you homosexual?
No. Are you?
No, no, I wasn't asking. You are a homosexual.
I heard Spartacus.
Yeah, Spartacus, you are a homosexual.
No.
Ask
But
the
anyway.
question, please.
Why are you gay?
Serious. What happened to your microphone, Cyclone?
Huh?
They're coming for you. The government's coming for you, Cyclone.
I'm in the car, so that's probably why.
Nah, it's the government. They're censoring you.
It might be also the government.
All right, sorry for spurring. Ask the question.
No, no, you destroyed it. I'm correct. You destroyed
Come on, ask the question, please. I'm
it.
curious.
I'm
I'm so curious.
gonna go on mute for like 10, 15 minutes, so you guys talk amongst yourselves, but keep it to flat Earth.
Spartacus, what shape is your head? Is it flat?
Yep.
Interesting. Do you play League?
No, just Overwatch.
Yeah, so it's definitely flat. Oh shit, I need to go.
Are there any flat earthers here? No flat earthers? Damn.